Book 3. The Book of the Isle of Sleep. For what felt like months, or perhaps years, Valentine lay sprawled naked on his warm, flat rock on the pebbly beach where the unruly river Styche had deposited him. The roar of the river was a constant drone in his ears, oddly soothing. The sunlight enfolded him in a hazy golden nimbus, and he told himself that its touch would heal his bruises and abrasions and contusions, if only he lay still long enough. Vaguely he knew he ought to rise and see about shelter, and begin to search for his companions, but he barely could find the strength to turn from one side to the other. This was no way, he knew, for a coronel of Majipur to conduct himself. Such self-indulgence might be acceptable for merchants or tavern-keepers or even jugglers, but a higher discipline rested upon one who had pretensions to govern. Therefore get to your feet, he told himself, and clothe your body, and start walking northward along the river bank until you reach those who can help you regain your lofty place. Yes, up Valentine. But he remained where he was. He had expended every scrap of energy in him, coronal or not, during the helter-skelter plunge down the rapids. Lying here like this, he had a powerful sense of the immensity of Majipur, its many thousands of miles of circumference stretching out beneath his limbs, a planet large enough comfortably to house 20 billion people without crowding, a planet of enormous cities and wondrous parks and forest preserves, and sacred districts and agricultural territories. And it seemed to him that if he took the trouble to rise, it would be necessary for him to cover all that colossal domain on foot, step by step by step. It seemed simpler to stay where he was. Something tickled the small of his back, something rubbery and insistent. He ignored it. Valentine. He ignored that, too, for a moment. The tickling occurred again, but by then it had filtered through his fatigue-dulled brain that someone had spoken his name, and therefore that one of his companions must have survived after all. Joy flooded his soul. With what little energy he could muster, Valentine raised his head and saw the small, many-limbed figure of Autophon Deliamber standing beside him. The Vroonish wizard was about to prod him a third time. "You're alive!" Valentine cried. "Evidently I am. And so are you, more or less." "And Carabella? Shahnamir?" "I have not seen them." "As I feared," Valentine murmured dully. He closed his eyes and lowered his head, and in leaden despair lay once more like jetsam. "Come," Deliamber said. "There is a vast journey ahead of us." "I know. That's why I don't want to get up." "Are you hurt?" "I don't think so. But I want to rest, Deliamber. I want to rest 100 years. The sorcerer's tentacles probed and poked Valentine in a dozen places. "No serious damage," the Vroon murmured. "Much of you is still healthy." "Much of me isn't," said Valentine indistinctly. "What about you?" "Vroons are good swimmers, even old ones like me. I am unhurt. We should go on, Valentine." "Later." "Is this how a coronel of Majipur—" "No," Valentine said, "but a coronel of Majipur would not have had to shoot the Styche rapids on a slapped-together log raft. A coronel would not have been wandering in this wilderness for days and days, sleeping in the rain and eating nothing but nuts and berries. A coronel would not allow his lieutenants to see him in a condition of indolence and spiritlessness," Deliamber said sharply, "and one of them is approaching right now." Valentine blinked and sat up. Lysamon Hulton was striding along the beach toward them. She looked a trifle disarranged, her clothing in shreds, her gigantic, fleshy body purpled with bruises here and there. But her pace was jaunty, and her voice, when she called out to them, was as booming as ever. "Hi! Are you intact?" "I think so," Valentine answered. "Have you seen any others?" "Carabella and the boy, half a mile or so back that way." He felt his spirits soar. "Are they all right?" "She is, at any rate." "And Shahnamir?" "Doesn't want to wake up. She sent me out to look for the sorcerer. Found him sooner than I thought. Oh, what a river! That raft came apart so fast it was almost funny." Valentine reached for his clothing, found it still wet, and with a shrug dropped it to the rocks. "We must get to Shanamir at once. Have you news of Kuhn and Sleet and Vinorkis?" "Didn't see them. I went into the river, and when I came up I was alone." "And the Skandars?" "No sign of them at all." To Deliamber she said, "Where do you think we are, wizard?" "Far from anywhere," the Vroon replied. "Safely out of the Metamorph lands at any rate. Come, take me to the boy." Lysamon Hulton scooped Deliamber to her shoulder and strode back along the beach, while Valentine limped along behind them, carrying his damp clothing over his arm. After a time they came upon Carabel and Shanamir camped in an inlet of bright white sand, surrounded by thick river reeds with scarlet stems. Carabella, battered and weary-looking, wore only a brief leather skirt, but she seemed in reasonably good shape. Shanamir lay unconscious, breathing slowly, his skin an odd dark hue. "Oh, Valentine!" Carabella cried, springing up and running to him. "I saw you swept away, and then, oh, I thought I'd never see you again." He held her close against him. "And I thought the same. I thought you were lost to me forever, love." "Were you hurt?" "Not permanently," he said. "And you?" "I was tossed and tossed and tossed until I couldn't remember my own name. But then I found a calm place, and I swam to shore. And Shanamir was already there. But he wouldn't wake up. And Lysamon came out of the underbrush and said she'd try to find Deliamber, and will he be all right, wizard?" "In a moment," said Deliamber, arranging his tentacle tips over the boy's chest and forehead, as if making some transfer of energy. Shanamir grunted and stirred. His eyes opened tentatively, closed, opened again. In a thick voice he began to say something, but Deliamber told him to be silent, to lie still, to let the strength flow back into him. There was no question of attempting to move on that afternoon. Valentine and Carabella constructed a crude shelter out of reeds. Lysamon Hulton assembled a meager dinner of raw fruit and young penina sprouts. And they sat in silence beside the river, watching a spectacular sunset, bands of violet and gold streaking the great dome of the sky, reflections in luminous tones of orange and purple in the water, undertones of pale green, satiny red, silken crimson, and then the first puffs of gray and black, the swift descent of night. In the morning they all felt able to proceed, though stiff from a night in the open. Shanamir showed no ill effects. Deliamber's care and the natural resilience of youth had restored his vitality. Patching together their clothing as best they could, they set out to the north, following the beach until it gave out, then continuing through the forest of gawky androdragma trees and flowering alabandina that flanked the river. The air was soft and mild here, and the sun, descending in dappled splotches through the tree-tops, gave a welcome warmth to the weary stragglers. In the third hour of the march, Valentine caught the scent of fire just ahead, and what smelled very much like the aroma of grilled fish. He jogged forward, salivating, prepared to buy, beg, if necessary steal some of that fish, for it had been more days than he cared to count since he had last tasted cooked food. Down a rough talus slope he skidded, into sunlight on white pebbles, so bright he could barely see. In the glare he made out 3 figures crouched over a fire by the river's edge, and when he shaded his eyes, he discovered that one was a compact human with pale skin and a startling shock of white hair, and another was a long-legged, blue-skinned being of alien birth, and the third a Hjort. "Sleet!" Valentine cried. "Kuhn! Vinorkis!" He ran toward them, slipping and sliding over the rocks. They watched his wild approach calmly, and when he was close by them, Sleet, in a casual manner, handed him a steak on which was spitted a fillet of some pink-fleshed river fish. "Have some lunch," Sleet said amiably. Valentine gaped. "How did you get so far ahead of us? What did you build this fire with? How did you catch the fish? What have you—" "Your fish will get cold," Kuhn said. Eat first, questions after. Valentine took a hasty bite. He had never tasted anything so delicious, a tender, moist meat splendidly seared, surely as elegant a morsel as had ever been served in the feasts on Castlemount. And turning, called to his companions to come down the slope. But they were already on their way, Shaunamir whooping and cavorting as he ran, Carabella gracefully darting over the rocks, Lysamon Hulton, bearing Deliamber, pounding thunderously toward him. "There's fish for all," Sleet proclaimed. They had caught at least a dozen, which circled sadly in a shallow rock-rimmed pool near the fire. Efficiently, Kun plucked them forth and split and gutted them. Sleet held them briefly over the flame and passed them to the others, who ate ravenously. Sleet explained that when their raft had broken up, they had found themselves clinging to a fragment some 3 logs wide, and had managed to hang on all the way through the rapids and far downstream. They vaguely remembered having seen the beach where Valentine was cast ashore, but they had not noticed him on it as they passed by, and they had drifted another few miles before they had recovered enough from their rapids running to want to let go of their logs and swim to the bank. Kun had caught the fish bare-handed. He had, said Sleet, the quickest hands he had ever seen, and would probably make a magnificent juggler. Kun grinned. The first time Valentine had seen anything but a grim expression on his face. "And the fire?" Carabella asked. "You started it by snapping your fingers, I suppose?" "We attempted it," Sleet answered smoothly, "but it proved to be strenuous work. So we walked over to the village of fisherfolk just beyond the bend and asked to borrow a light." "Fisherfolk?" Valentine said, startled. "An outpost of Leemen," said Sleet, "who evidently don't know that it's their racial destiny to sell sausages in the western cities. They gave us shelter last night, and have agreed to ferry us up to Nimoya this afternoon, so that we can wait for our friends at Nissimorn Beach." He smiled. "I suppose we'll need to hire a second boat now." Deliamber said, "Are we that close to Nimoya?" 2 hours by boat, so I'm told, to the place where the rivers flow together." Suddenly the world seemed less huge to Valentine, and the chores that awaited him less overwhelming. To have eaten a real meal once again, and to know that a friendly settlement lay nearby, and that he would soon be leaving the wilderness behind, was tremendously cheering. Only one thing troubled him now, the fate of Zalzan Kaval and his 3 surviving brothers. The Leeman village was indeed close at hand, perhaps 500 souls, short, flat-headed, dark-skinned people, whose triple sets of bright, fiery eyes regarded the wanderers with little curiosity. They lived in modest thatched huts close beside the river, and raised an assortment of crops in small gardens to supplement the catch that their fleet of crude fishing boats brought in. Their dialect was a difficult one, but Sleet seemed able to communicate with them, and managed to arrange not only another boat, but also the purchase, for a couple of crowns, of fresh clothing for Carabella and Lysamon Hulton. In early afternoon they set out, with 4 taciturn Leemen as their crew, on the journey to Nimoya. The river ran as swift as ever here, but there were few rapids of any consequence, and the 2 boats sped nicely along through countryside increasingly populous and tame. The steep river banks of the uplands gave way, down here, to broad alluvial plains of heavy black silt, and shortly an almost continuous strip of farming villages appeared. Now the river widened and grew calm, becoming a broad, even waterway with a deep blue glint. The land here was flat and open, and though the settlements on both sides were doubtless goodly cities with populations of many thousands, they seemed mere hamlets, so dwarfed were they by the gigantic surroundings. Ahead lay a dark, immense headwater that seemed to span the entire horizon as though it were the open sea. "River Zimmer," announced the Leeman at the helm of Valentine's boat. "Stygie ends here. Nissimorn Beach on left." Valentine beheld a huge crescent strand, bordered by a dense grove of palm trees of a peculiarly lopsided shape, purplish fronds jutting up like ruffled feathers. As they drew near, Valentine was startled to see a raft of crudely trimmed logs on the beach, and sitting beside it, 4 giant, shaggy, 4-armed figures. The Skandars were waiting for them. too. Zalz and Kavel saw nothing extraordinary about his voyage. His raft had come to the rapids. He and his brothers had poled their way through, getting jounced about a little, but not seriously. They had continued on downstream to Nissimorn Beach, where they had camped in growing impatience, wondering what was delaying the rest of the party. It had not occurred to the Skandar that the other rafts might have been wrecked in the passage, nor had he seen any of the castaways along the riverbank en route. "Did you have trouble?" he asked in what seemed to be genuine innocence. "Of a minor sort," Valentine replied dryly. "But we seem to be reunited, and it will be good to sleep in proper lodgings again tonight." They resumed the journey, and presently they passed into the great confluence of the Styche and the Zimmer, a water so wide that it was impossible for Valentine to conceive it as the mere meeting place of two rivers. At the town of Nissimorn on the southwestern shore, they parted from the Leman and boarded the ferry that would take them on across to Nimoya, largest of the cities of the continent of Zimruel. 30 million citizens dwelled here. At Nimoya, the river Zimmer made a great bend, changing its course sharply from easterly to southeasterly. There a prodigious megalopolis had taken form. It spread for hundreds of miles along both banks of the river, and up several tributaries that flowed in from the north. Valentine and his companions saw first the southern suburbs, residential districts that gave way, in the extreme south, to the agricultural territory stretching down into the Styche Valley. The main urban zone lay on the north bank, and could only dimly be seen at first, tier upon tier of flat-topped white towers descending toward the river. Ferries by the dozens plied the water here, linking the myriad riverside towns. The crossing took several hours, and twilight was beginning before Nimoya proper was clearly in view. The city looked magical. Its lights, just coming on, sparkled invitingly against the backdrop of heavily forested green hills and impeccable white buildings. Giant fingers of piers thrust into the river, and an astounding bustle of vessels, great and small, lined the waterfront. Pidruid, which had seemed so mighty to Valentine in his early days of wandering, was a minor city indeed compared with this. Only the Skandars, Kun, and Deliamber had seen Nimoya before. Deliamber spoke of the city's marvels. Its Gossamer Galleria, a mercantile arcade a mile long, raised above the ground on nearly invisible cables. Its park of fabulous beasts, where the rarest of Majipur's fauna, those creatures brought closest to extinction by the spread of civilization, roved in surroundings approximating their natural habitats. Its crystal boulevard, a glittering street of revolving reflectors that awed the eye. Its grand bazaar, 15 square miles of maze-like passageways, housing uncountable thousands of tiny shops under continuous roofs of dazzling yellow sparkle cloth. Its Museum of Worlds, its Chamber of Sorcery, its ducal palace, built on a heroic scale said to be surpassed only by Lord Valentine's castle, and many other things that sounded to Valentine more like the stuff of myth and fantasy than anything one might encounter in a real city. But they would see none of these things. The 1,000-instrument municipal orchestra, the floating restaurants, the artificial birds with jeweled eyes, and all the rest would have to wait until, if ever the day came, he returned to Nimoya in a coronel's robes. As the ferry neared the slip, Valentine called everyone together and said, "Now we must determine our individual courses. I mean to take passage here for Pillaplok, and make my way from there to the isle. I've prized your companionship this far, and I would have it even longer, but I can offer you nothing except endless journeying, and the possibility of an early death. My hope of success is slight, and the obstacles are formidable. Will any of you continue with me?" "To the other side of the world," Shahnamir cried. "And I," said Sleet, "and Venorcus the same." "Would you have doubted me?" Carabella asked. Valentine smiled. He looked to Deliamber, who said, "The sanctity of the realm is at stake. How could I not follow the rightful coronel wherever he asks?" "This mystifies me," Lysimon Holton said. "I understand none of this business of a coronel roaming out of his proper body. But I have no other employment, Valentine. I am with you." "I thank you all," Valentine said. "I will thank you again, and more grandly, in the feasting hall on Castlemount." Zalzenkavel said, "And have you no use for Scandars, my lord?" Valentine had not expected that. "Will you come?" "Our wagon is lost. Our brotherhood is broken by death. We are without our juggling gear. I feel no calling to be a pilgrim, but I will follow you to the isle and beyond. And so also will my brothers, if you want us." "I want you, Zalzenkavel. Is there such a post as juggler to the royal court? You will have it, I promise." "Thank you, my lord," said the Skandar gravely. "There is one more volunteer," said Kuhn. "You too," Valentine said in surprise. The dour alien replied, "It matters little to me who is king of this planet where I am stranded. But it matters much to me to behave honorably. I would be dead now in Purifane but for you. I owe you my life, and I will give you such aid as I can." Valentine shook his head. "We did for you only what any civilized being would do for any other. No debt exists." "I see it otherwise. Besides," said Kuhn, "my life until now has been trivial and shallow. I left my native Kianamot for no good reason to come here, and I lived foolishly here and nearly paid with my life. And why go on as I have been going? I will join your cause and make it mine, and perhaps I will come to believe in it, or feel that I do. And if I die to make you king, it will only even the debt between us. With a death well accomplished, I can repay the universe for a life poorly spent. Can you use me?" "With all my heart I welcome you," Valentine said. The ferry released a grand blast of its horn, and glided smoothly into its slip. They stayed the night at the cheapest waterfront hotel they could find, a clean but stark place of whitewashed stone walls and communal tubs, and treated themselves to a modestly lavish dinner at an inn nearby. Valentine called for a pooling of funds, and appointed Shahnamir and Zalzenkavel joint treasurers, since they seemed to have the finest appreciation of the value and uses of money. Valentine himself had much remaining of the funds he had had in Pidgewood, and Zalzenkavel produced from a hidden pouch a surprising stack of 10 royal pieces. Together they had enough to get them all to the Isle of Sleep. In the morning they bought passage aboard a riverboat similar to the one that had carried them from Kintor to Verth, and began their voyage to Pilaplak, the great port at the mouth of the Zimmer. For all they had traveled across the face of Zimruel, some thousands of miles still separated them from the east coast. But on the broad breast of the Zimmer, vessels moved swiftly and serenely. Of course, the riverboats stopped again and again at the innumerable towns and cities of the river, Lanimisculus and Belk and Clarashantz, Flegget, Hiskeret, Centrion, Oblion Vale, Salvamot, Gourcain, Semiradin, Serenoran, Honfort Major, Impemond, Orgalius, Dambemur, and many more, an unending flow of nearly indistinguishable places, each with its piers, its waterfront promenades, its planting of palms and alabandinas, its gaily painted warehouses and sprawling bazaars, its ticket-clutching passengers eager to come on board and impatient for departure once they had ascended the ramp. Sleet whittled juggling clubs out of some scraps of wood he begged from the crew, and Carabella found balls somewhere to juggle, and at meals the Skandars quietly palmed dishware and slipped it out of sight, so that the troop gradually accumulated implements to work with. And from the third day on, they earned some extra crowns by performing on the plaza deck. Zalzenkavel gradually regained some of his old gruff self-assurance, now that he was performing again, although he still was oddly subdued, his soul moving on tiptoe through situations that once would have called forth angry storms. This was the native territory of the 4 Skandars, who had been born in Pilaplak, and began their careers on circuit through the inland towns of the huge province. ranging as far upriver as Stenwamp and Port Said Forge, 1,000 miles from the coast. This familiar countryside brightened them, these rolling, tawny hills and bustling little cities of wooden buildings. And Salzenkovel spoke lengthily of his early career here, his successes and failures, very few of those, and of a dispute with an impresario that led him to seek fortune at the other end of Zimmerwell. Valentine suspected that there was some violence involved, perhaps some embroilment with the law, but he asked no questions. One night, after much wine, the Skandars even broke into song, for the first time in Valentine's time with them. A Skandar song, mournful and lugubrious, sung in a minor key as the singers shuffled about and about in a slump-shouldered circling march. Dark my heart, dark my fears, dim my eyes, and full of tears. Death and woe follow us where'er we go. Far the lands I used to roam, far the hills and streams of home. Death and woe follow us where'er we go. Seas of dragons, lands of pain, I shall not see my home again. Death and woe follow us where'er we go. The song was so unrelievedly gloomy, and the enormous Skandars looked so absurd as they lurched about chanting it, that it was all that Valentine and Carabella could do to hold back laughter at first. But by the second chorus, Valentine actually found himself moved by it, for there seemed real emotion in the song. The Skandars had met death and woe, and though they were close to home now, they had spent much of their lives far from Piliplock. And perhaps, Valentine thought, it was a harsh and painful thing to be a Skandar on Margipur, a shaggy, pelted creature moving ponderously in the warm air among smaller and sleeker beings. The summer now was over, and in eastern Zimmerwell it was the dry season. When warm winds blew from the south, vegetation went dormant until the spring rains, and, so said Salzenkovel, tempers became short and crimes of passion common. Valentine found this region less interesting than the jungles of the mid-continent or the subtropic florabundance of the far west, though he decided after a few days of close observation that it did have a certain austere beauty of its own, restrained and severe, quite unlike the riotous lushness of the west. All the same, he was pleased, and relieved when, after day upon day on this changeless and seemingly unending river, Salzenkovel announced that the outskirts of Piliplock were in view. 3. Piliplock was about as old and about as large as its counterpart port on the farther shore of the continent, Pidruid. But the resemblance went no deeper, for Pidruid had been built without a plan, a random tangle of streets and avenues and boulevards, winding around one another according to whim, whereas Piliplock had been laid out, untold thousands of years ago, with rigid, almost maniacal precision. It occupied a promontory of great magnitude on the southern shore of the mouth of the Zimmer. The river here was of inconceivable width, 60 or 70 miles across at the point where it flowed into the inner sea, and carrying the burden of silt and debris accumulated in all its swift 7,000-mile flow out of the far northwest. It stained the blue-green waters of the ocean with a dark tinge that it was said could be seen hundreds of miles out. The north headland at the river mouth was a chalk cliff a mile high and many miles wide, which even from Piliplock was visible on a clear day, a shining white wall dazzling in the morning light. There was nothing over there that could in any way be used as a harbor, and so it had never been settled, but was set aside as a holy preserve. Devotees of the Lady lived there in a withdrawal from the world so total that no one had intruded on them in 100 years. But Piliplock was another matter. 11 million people occupying a city that radiated in stern spokes from its magnificent natural harbor. A series of curving bands crossed the axis of these spokes, the inner ones mercantile, then zones of industry and recreation, and in the outer reaches, the residential neighborhoods, fairly sharply delimited by levels of wealth, and to a lesser degree by race. There was a heavy concentration of Skandars in Piloplok. It seemed to Valentine that every third person on the waterfront belonged to Zalzenkalvel's people, and it was a little intimidating to see so many giant, hairy forearmers swaggering about. Here, too, lived many of the aloof and aristocratic two-headed Susuharis folk, dealers in luxury commodities, fine fabrics and jewelry, and the rarest handicrafts of every province. The air here was crisp and dry, and feeling the unyielding southerly wind hot against his cheeks, Valentine began to understand what Zalzenkalvel had meant about the short tempers kindled by that wind. "Does it ever stop blowing?" he asked. "On the first day of spring," said Zalzenkalvel. Valentine hoped to be elsewhere by then. But a problem immediately appeared. With Zalzenkalvel and Deliamber, he went to Schkunibor Pier at the eastern end of Piloplok harbor to arrange transport to the isle. For months now, Valentine had imagined himself in this city and at that pier, and it had taken on an almost legendary glamour in his mind, a place of vast perspectives and sweeping architecture. And so it disappointed him more than a little to get there and find that the chief place of embarkation for the pilgrim ships was a ramshackle, dilapidated structure, peeling green paint on its sides, tattered banners flapping in the wind. Worse was in store. The pier seemed deserted. After some prowling, Zalzenkalvel found a departure schedule posted in a dark corner of the ticket house. Pilgrim ships sailed for the isle the first of every month, except in autumn, when sailings were spaced more widely because of prevailing unfavorable winds. The last ship of the season had departed a week ago Star Day. The next left in 3 months. 3 months, Valentine cried. What will we do in Piloplok for 3 months? Juggle in the streets? Beg? Steal? Read the schedule again, Zalzenkalvel. It will say the same, the Skandar declared. He grimaced. I am fond of Piloplok beyond any place, but I have no love for it at wind time. What foul luck! Do no ships at all sail in this season? Valentine asked. Only the dragon ships, said Zalzenkalvel. And what are they? Fishing vessels that prey on the sea dragons, which come together in herds to mate at this time of year, and are easily taken. Plenty of dragon ships set forth now. But what use are they to us? How far out to sea do they go? Valentine asked. As far as they must to make their catch, sometimes as far as the Rhodamont archipelago, if the dragons are swarming easterly. Where is that? Deliamber said, It is a long chain of islands far out in the inner sea, perhaps midway from here to the Isle of Sleep. Inhabited? Quite heavily. Good. Surely there's commerce between islands, then. What if we hire one of these dragon ships to take us on as passengers, and carry us as far as the archipelago, and there we commission some local captain to transport us to the isle? Possibly, Deliamber said. There's no rule requiring all pilgrims to arrive by pilgrim ship. None that I know of, said the Vroon. The dragon ships will not care to bother with passengers, Zalzenkalvel objected. They never carry any such trade. Would a few royals arouse their interest in doing so? The Skandar looked doubtful. I have no idea. Their trade's a lucrative one as it is. They might consider passengers a nuisance, or even bad luck. Nor would they necessarily agree to haul us out to the archipelago, if it happens to lie beyond this year's hunting track. Nor can we be sure, even if we do reach the archipelago, that anyone there would be willing to carry us farther. On the other hand, Valentine said, it might all be quite easy to arrange. We have money, and I'd rather use it persuading sea captains to give us passage than spend it on lodgings and food for the next 3 months in Piloplok. Where can we find the dragon hunters? An entire section of the waterfront, spanning 3 or 4 miles, was set apart for their use, pier after pier after pier, and there were dozens of the huge wooden vessels in harbor, being outfitted for the new hunting season just beginning. The dragon ships were of one design, and an ominous and morbid one it was, Valentine thought, for they were great bloated things with flaring, outbellying hulls and enormous, fanciful 3-pronged masts, and terrifying, toothy figureheads at their prows, and long, spiky tails at their sterns. Most were decorated along their flanks with bold scarlet and yellow eye patterns or rapacious-looking rows of white teeth. And high above decks were bristling cupolas for the harpooners and mammoth winches for the nets, and blood-stained platforms where the butchering took place. To Valentine it was incongruous to make use of such a killer vessel in reaching the peaceful and holy Isle of Sleep, but he had no other way. And even this way soon began to seem doubtful. From ship to ship they went, from wharf to wharf, from dry dock to dry dock, and the dragon captains listened without interest to their proposal, and made swift refusals. Zalzenkovel did most of the speaking, for the captains were mainly Skandars, and might give sympathetic ear to one of their own kind. But no persuasion would sway them. "You would be a distraction to the crew," said the first captain, "forever stumbling over gear, getting seasick, making special requests for service." "We are not chartered to carry passengers," said the second. "The rules are strict." "The archipelago lies south of our preferred waters," the third declared. "I have long believed," said the fourth, "that a dragon ship that goes to sea with strangers to the guild on board is a ship that will never return to Piliplock. I choose not to test that superstition this year." "Pilgrims are no concern of mine," the fifth told them. "Let the lady waft you to the isle if she will. You won't get there aboard my ship." The sixth also refused, adding that no captain was likely to aid them. The seventh said the same. The eighth, having heard that a party of drylanders was wandering the decks looking for passage, refused even to speak with them. The ninth captain, a grizzled old Skandar with gaps in her teeth and faded fur, was more friendly than the others, though just as unwilling to make room for them on her vessel. She did at least have a suggestion. "On Prestimian Pier," she said, "you will find Captain Gorsval of the Brangolin. Gorsval has made several unlucky voyages, and is known to be short of funds. I heard him in a tavern just the other night trying to arrange a loan to pay for repairs to his hull. It may be that some extra revenue from passengers would be useful to him now." "And where is Prestimian Pier?" Zalzenkovel asked. "The farthest in this line, beyond Decoret and Kinniken, just west of the salvage yard." A berth close by the salvage yard seemed appropriate for the Brangolin, Valentine thought bleakly an hour later, upon having his first view of Captain Gorsval's vessel. It looked about ready to be broken up for scrap. It was a smaller and older ship than the others he had seen, and at some point in its long history it must have suffered a staved hull, for in its rebuilding it had become malproportioned, with mismatched timbers, and an oddly sloping look to starboard. The painted eyes and teeth along the waterline had lost their luster. The figurehead was awry. The tail spikes had been snapped off 8 or 10 feet from their mountings, perhaps in a petulant swipe by an angry dragon. The masts had lost some of their yards also. Crewmen with a sluggish and dispirited look to them were at work, but not in any very effective way, caulking and coiling ropes and mending sail. Captain Gorsval himself seemed as weary and worn as his vessel. He was a Skandar, not quite as tall as Lysamon Holton, virtually a dwarf among his race, with a cast in one eye and a stump where his outer left arm should be. His fur was matted and coarse. His shoulders were slumped. His entire look was one of fatigue and defeat. But he brightened immediately at Zalzenkovel's query about taking passengers to the Rhodomont archipelago. "How many?" 12. 4 Skandars, a Hjort, a Vroon, 5 humans, and 1 other. All pilgrims, you say?" "All pilgrims." Gorsval made the sign of the lady in a perfunctory way, and said, "You know it's irregular for passengers to travel on a dragon ship, but I owe the lady recompense for past favors received. I'm willing to make an exception. Cash in advance?" "Of course," said Zalzenkavel. Valentine quickly released his breath. This was a miserable, dilapidated ship, and Gorsval probably a third-rate navigator dogged by bad fortune, or even downright incompetence. Nevertheless, he was willing to take them, and no one else would even entertain the idea. Gorsval named his price, and waited, with obvious tension, to be haggled with. What he asked was less than half what they had unsuccessfully offered the other captains. Zalzenkavel, bargaining out of habit and pride, no doubt, attempted to cut 3 royals from that. Gorsval, plainly dismayed, offered a reduction of 1.5 royals. Zalzenkavel appeared ready to shave another few crowns, but Valentine, pitying the hapless captain, cut in quickly to say, "Done. When do we sail?" "In 3 days, Gorsval said. It turned out to be 4, actually. Gorsval spoke vaguely of some need for additional refitting, by which he meant, Valentine discovered, patching of some fairly serious leaks. He had not been able to afford it until his passengers had hired on. According to the gossip in the dockside taverns, Lysimon Hulton reported, Gorsval had been trying to mortgage part of his catch to raise the money for carpenters, but found no takers. He had, she said, a doubtful reputation. His judgment was inferior, his luck poor, his crew ill-paid and shiftless. Once he had missed the sea dragon swarm entirely, and returned empty to Pilliplock. On another voyage he had lost his arm to a lively little dragon, not quite as dead as he thought. And on this last one, the Brangolin had been struck amidships by an irritated beast, and nearly sent to the bottom. "We might do better," Lysimon Hulton suggested, "by trying to swim to the isle." "Possibly we'll bring our captain better luck than he's had," said Valentine. Sleet laughed. "If optimism alone could carry one to the throne, my lord, you'd be on Castlemount by winter day." Valentine laughed with him. But after the disaster in Purifane, he hoped he was not leading these folk into new catastrophe aboard this ill-favored vessel. They were following him, after all, on faith alone, on the evidence of dreams and wizardry and an enigmatic metamorph prank. It would be shame and pain for him if, in his haste to reach the isle, he caused them more grief. Yet Valentine felt powerful sympathy for the bedraggled, stump-armed Gorsval. An unlucky mariner he might be, but a fitting helmsman perhaps for a coronel so frowned upon by fortune that he had managed to lose throne and memory and identity all in a single night. On the eve of the Brangolin's departure, Venorcus drew Valentine aside and said in a troubled tone, "My lord, we are being watched." "How do you know?" The Hjort smiled and preened his orange mustachios. "When one has done a little spying, one recognizes the traits in others. I've noticed a grayish Skandar lounging around the docks these past few days, asking questions of Gorsval's people. One of the ship's carpenters told me he was curious about the passengers Gorsval had taken on, and about our destination." Valentine scowled. "I hoped we had shaken them off our track in the jungles." "They must have discovered us again in Nimoya, my lord." "Then we must lose them again in the archipelago," said Valentine, "and be wary until then of other spies along our way. I thank you, Venorcus." "No thanks are needed, my lord. It is my duty." A strong wind blew from the south in the morning when the ship set forth. Venorcus kept close look for the inquisitive Skandar at the pier during the embarkation, but he was nowhere in view. His work was done, Valentine supposed, and some other informant farther on would continue the surveillance on the usurper's behalf. The route lay to the east and south. These dragon ships were accustomed to tack against that constant hostile wind all the way to the hunting grounds. It was a wearying business, but there was no avoiding it. for the sea dragons were within the reach of hunters only at this season. The Brangolin had supplementary engine power, but not any great deal of it, fuels of all kinds being so scarce on Majipur. With a certain majestic clumsiness, the Brangolin picked up the side wind and moved out of Pilaplak harbor into the open sea. This was the smaller sea of Majipur, the inner sea, which separated eastern Zimmerwell from western Alhanruel. It was no trifle, some 5,000 miles from shore to shore. Yet it was a mere puddle compared with the great sea that occupied most of the other hemisphere. An ocean beyond the possibility of navigation, untold thousands of miles of open water. The inner sea was more human in scale, and was broken midway between the continents by the Isle of Sleep, itself big enough so that on another world, of less extraordinary size, it would be considered a continent, and by several major island chains. The sea dragons spent their lives in unending migration between the two oceans. Round and round the globe they went, taking years or even decades, so far as anyone knew, to make the circumnavigation. Perhaps a dozen great herds of them inhabited the ocean, traveling constantly from west to east. Every summer one of those herds would complete its journey across the great sea, passing south of Narbal and up the southern coast of Zimmerwell toward Pilaplak. It was forbidden to hunt them then, for the herd abounded at that time with pregnant cows. By autumn the young were born, the herd now having reached the windswept waters between Pilaplak and the Isle of Sleep, and the annual hunt began. Out from Pilaplak came the dragon ships in great numbers. The herds were thinned of both young and old, and the survivors made their way back into the tropics, passing south of the Isle of Sleep, rounding the hump of Alhanruel's lengthy Stoianzar Peninsula, and heading on eastward below Alhanruel to the Great Sea, where they would swim unmolested until their time brought them round to Pilaplak again. Of all the beasts of Majipur, the sea dragons were by far the largest. Newborn, they were tiny, no more than 5 or 6 feet in length, but through all their lives they continued to grow, and their lifespans were long, although no one knew just how long. Gorsval, who let his passengers share his table and proved to be a talkative man now that his anxieties were behind him, was fond of telling tales of the immensity of certain sea dragons. One that had been taken in the reign of Lord Malambor was 190 feet in length, and another, of Confalum's time, 240. And in the era when Prestimion was Pontifex and Lord Decorat the Coronal, they had caught one 30 feet longer than that. But the champion, said Gorsval, was one that had boldly appeared almost in the mouth of Pilaplak harbor in the reign of Thimin and Lord Kinniken, and had reliably been measured at 315 feet. That monster, known as Lord Kinniken's dragon, had escaped unharmed because the entire fleet of dragon ships was then far out to sea. Allegedly it had been sighted again several times by hunters in succeeding centuries, most recently in the year Lord Voriax became coronal. But no one had ever laid a harpoon on it, and among hunters it had a baleful reputation. "It must be 500 feet long by now," said Gorsval, "and I pray that some other captain is given the honor of encountering it when it returns to our waters." Valentine had seen small sea dragons, pithed, gutted, salted, and dried, sold in marketplaces all over Zimmerwell, and on occasion he had tasted their meat, which was dark, tangy, and tough. Dragons less than 10 feet long were the ones prepared in this way. The meat of larger ones, up to 50 feet or so, was butchered and sold fresh along the eastern coast of Zimmerwell. But difficulties of transportation kept it from finding markets far from the sea. Beyond that length, the dragons were too old to be edible. But their flesh was rendered into oil that had many purposes, petroleum and other fossil hydrocarbons being scarce on Majipur. The bones of sea dragons of all sizes had their uses in architecture, for they were nearly as strong as steel and far more readily obtained. And there was medicinal value in the unborn dragon eggs, found in quantities of many hundreds of pounds in the abdomens of mature females. Dragon skin, dragon wings, Dragon this and dragon that, everything was put to some benefit and nothing wasted. "This, for example, is dragon milk," said Gorsval, offering his guests a flask of a pale bluish liquid. "In Nimoya or Kinter, they'd pay 10 crowns for a flask like this. Here, taste it." Lysamon Hulton took a hesitant sip and spat it on the floor. "Dragon milk or dragon piss?" she demanded. The captain smiled frostily. "In Dulorn," he said, "what you spat out would cost you at least 1 crown, and you'd count yourself lucky to find some." He pushed the flask toward Sleet, who shook his head, and then to Valentine. After a moment's pause, Valentine put it to his lips. "Bitter," he said, "and a musty taste, but not entirely terrible. What's the secret of its appeal?" The Skandar patted his thighs. "Aphrodisiac," he boomed. "Stirs the juices, heats the blood, prolongs the life." He pointed jovially at Zalzenkavel, who, unasked, had taken a robust swig of the stuff. "See, the Skandar knows. The man of Piloplok doesn't need to be begged to drink it." Carabella said, "Dragon milk? These are mammals?" "Mammals, yes. The eggs are hatched within so, and the young born alive, 10 or 20 in a litter, rows of nipples all up and down the belly. You think it's odd, milk from dragons?" "I think of dragons as reptiles," said Carabella, "and reptiles give no milk." "Think of dragons as dragons, better. You want to taste?" "Thank you, no," she replied. "My juices need no stirring." The meals in the captain's cabin were the best part of the voyage, Valentine decided. Gorsval was good-natured and outgoing, as Skandars went, and he set a decent table, with wine and meats and fish of various sorts, including a good deal of dragon flesh. But the ship itself was creaky and cramped, poorly designed, and even more poorly maintained, and the crew, a dozen Skandars and an assortment of Hjorts and humans, was uncommunicative and often downright hostile. Obviously, these dragon hunters were a proud and insular lot, even the crew of a bedraggled vessel like the Brangelin, and resented the presence of outsiders among them as they practiced their mysteries. Only Gorsval seemed at all hospitable, but he clearly felt grateful to them, for their fare was all that had allowed him to get his ship seaworthy. They were far from land now, in a featureless realm where pale blue ocean met pale blue sky to obliterate all sense of place and direction. The course was south-southeasterly, and the farther they got from Piloplok, the warmer grew the wind, hot now and dry as ever. "We call the wind our sending," said Gorsval, "because it comes straight from Suvrael. The little gift of the King of Dreams it is, as delightful as all his others." The sea was empty. No islands, no drifting logs, no sign of anything, not even dragons. The dragons had gone far past the coast this year, as they sometimes did, and were basking in the tropical waters close by the fringes of the archipelago. Occasionally a Gehorna bird passed far overhead, making its autumn migration from the islands to the Zimmer Marsh, which was not near the Zimmer at all, but on the coast 500 miles south of Piloplok. These long-legged creatures must have made tempting targets, but no one took aim at them. Another tradition of the sea, it seemed. The first dragons manifested themselves the second week out from Piloplok. Gorsval predicted their arrival a day in advance, having dreamed that they were near. "Every captain dreams dragons," he explained. "Our minds are attuned to them. We feel their souls approaching us. There's a captain, a woman with some teeth out, Gwydrag's her name, who can dream them a week away, sometimes more. Heads right to them and they're always there. Me, I'm not that good. Can't do better than a day's distance. But nobody's as good as Gwydrag anyway. I do my best. We'll have dragons off the bow in another 10-12 hours, that's a guarantee." Valentine had little confidence in the Skandar captain's guarantees, but in mid-morning the lookout high in the mast sang out, "Hoy! Dragons, ho!" A great many of them, 40, 50, maybe more, swarmed just off the Brangolyn's bow. They were big-bellied, ungraceful beasts, broad in cross-section like the Brangolyn itself, with long, thick necks, heavy triangular heads, short tails terminating in flat, flaring flukes, and prominent ridges of bony projections running the length of their high vaulted backs. Their wings were the strangest feature of all. Fins, really, for it was inconceivable that these huge creatures should ever take to the air. But they looked far more like wings than fins. Bat wings, dark and leathery, sprouting from massive, stumpy bases below the sea dragons' necks and sweeping down half the length of their bodies. Most of the dragons kept their wings folded like cloaks, but some had them fully outspread, fanning them out along the axes provided by long, fragile-looking finger bones. And with them they covered the water about them for astonishing spreads, unfurling them like black tarpaulins. Most of the dragons were young, 20 to 50 feet in length, but there were many newborn ones, 6-footers or thereabouts, swimming and splashing freely, or else gripping the nipples of their mothers, who tended to be of mid-size range. But among the school drifted a few monsters, half-submerged and somnolent, their spine ridges rising high above the water like the central hills of some floating island. They were unimaginably bulky. It was hard to judge their full magnitude, for their hind quarters tended to droop out of sight, but 2 or 3 of them looked at least as large as the ship. As Gorsval passed him on the deck, Valentine said, "We don't have Lord Kinnikin's dragon out there, do we?" The Skandar captain chuckled indulgently. "Nay, the Kinnikin's 3 times the size of those, at least. 3? More than 3. Those are hardly 150-footers. I've seen dozens bigger. So will you, friend, before long." Valentine tried to imagine dragons 3 times the size of the biggest out there. His mind rebelled. It was like trying to visualize the full scope of Castlemount. One simply could not do it. The ship moved in for the kill. It was a smoothly coordinated operation. Boats were lowered, with a lance-wielding Skandar strapped upright in the bow of each. Among the nursing dragons, the boats quietly moved, the lancer spearing one here, one there, apportioning the kill among the mothers, so that none was aroused by total loss of her young. These young dragons were lashed by their tails to the boats, and as the boats returned to the ship, nets were lowered to hoist the catch. Only when some dozen young dragons had been taken did the hunters go for bigger game. The boats were retracted, and the harpooner, a giant Skandar with a naked, dull blue swath across his chest where the fur had long ago been ripped away, took his place in the cupola. Unhurriedly, he selected his weapon and knocked it into its catapult while Gorsval maneuvered the ship to give him a good shot at the chosen victim. The harpooner took aim. The dragons grazed on, heedless. Valentine discovered that he was holding his breath and intently squeezing Carabella's hand. Then the gleaming, somber shaft of the harpoon was released. It buried itself to its haft in the blubbery shoulder of a dragon some 90 feet long, and instantly the sea came alive. The wounded dragon lashed the surface with its tail, and unfurled its wings, which beat against the water in titanic fury, as though the animal meant to burst into the air and soar off, dragging the dangling Brangolyn behind it. At that first frantic outburst of pain, the mother dragons opened their wings as well, gathering their nurslings into a protective shield, and with powerful strokes of their tails began to move away, while the largest of the herd, the utter monsters, simply sank from view, letting themselves glide into the depths with scarcely a ripple of energy. This left a dozen or so adolescent dragons, who knew that something disturbing was happening but were not sure how to react. They swam in wide circles around their wounded comrade, holding their wings tentatively half spread and slapping lightly at the water with them. Meanwhile, the harpooner, still choosing his weapons in absolute tranquility, put a second and a third into his prey, close by the first. "Boats!" cried Gorsval. "Nets!" Now began a strange proceeding. Once more the boats were lowered, and the hunters rowed forth. Toward the ring of excited dragons they headed, and hurled into the water grenades of some sort that exploded with dull booming sounds, spreading a slick coating of bright yellow dye. The explosions, and it seemed the dye, sent the remaining dragons into a frenzy of terror. With wild thrashings of wings and tails they swam swiftly out of sight. Only the victim remained, very much alive but held fast. It, too, was swimming, in a northerly direction, but it towed the entire mass of the Brangolin along behind it, and it was visibly weakened moment by moment by the effort. The boatmen, with their dye grenades, attempted to force the dragon closer to the ship. At the same time the netmen lowered a colossal webwork of fabric, which by some interior mechanism opened and spread out over the water, and closed again when the dragon had entangled itself in its meshes. "Winches!" Gorsval roared, and the net rose from the water. The dragon dangled in mid-air. Its enormous weight caused the huge ship to list alarmingly. Far above, the harpooner rose in his cupola for the coup de grace. He gripped the catapult with all four hands and let fly. A ferocious grunt came from him as he released the weapon, and an instant later came an answering sound, hollow, agonized, from the dragon. The harpoon penetrated the dragon's skull at a point just behind the great saucer-like green eyes. The mighty wings raked the air in one last terrible convulsion. The rest was mere butchery. The winches did their work. The dragon was hoisted to the slaughter block. The stripping of the carcass began. Valentine watched a while, until the gory spectacle palled. The flensing of the blubber, the securing of the valuable internal organs, the severing of the wings, and all the rest. When he had had enough, he went below, and when he returned a few hours later, the skeleton of the dragon rose like a museum exhibit over the deck, a great white arch topped by that bizarre spiny ridge, and the hunters were at work disassembling even that. "You look grim," Carabella said to him. "I lack appreciation of this art," he answered. It seemed to Valentine that Gorsval could entirely have filled the hold of his vessel, large as it was, with the proceeds of this one school of dragons. But he had chosen a handful of young and only one adult, not by any means the largest, and had deliberately driven the others away. Zalzenkaval explained that there were quotas, decreed by coronels in centuries past, to prevent overfishing. Herds were to be thinned, not exterminated, and a ship that returned too soon from its voyage would be called to account and subjected to severe penalties. Besides, it was essential to get the dragons quickly on board, before predators arrived, and to process the flesh swiftly. A crew that hunted too greedily would be unable to handle its own catch in an effective and profitable way. The season's first kill seemed to make Gorsval's crew more mellow. They nodded occasionally at the passengers, even smiled now and then, and went about their own tasks in a relaxed and almost cheerful way. Their sullen silence melted. They laughed, joked, sang on deck. Lord Malibor was fine and bold, and loved the heaving sea. Lord Malibor came off the mount, a hunter for to be. Lord Malibor prepared his ship, a gallant sight was she, with sails all of beaten gold, and masts of ivory. Valentine and Carabella heard the singers. It was the squad barreling the blubber, and went aft to listen more closely. Carabella, quickly picking up this simple, robust melody, quietly began to finger it on her pocket harp, adding little fanciful cadenzas between the verses. Lord Malibor stood at the helm and faced the heaving wave, and sailed in quest of the dragon free, the dragon fierce and brave. Lord Malibor a challenge called, his voice did boom and ring. I wish to meet, I wish to fight, quoth he, the dragon king. I hear, my lord, the dragon cried, and came across the sea. 12 miles long and 3 miles wide, and 2 miles deep was he. Look, Carabella said, there's Zalzenkaval. Valentine glanced across the way. Yes, there was the Skandar, listening at the far side near the rail, all his arms folded, a deepening scowl on his face. He did not seem to be enjoying the song. What was the matter with him? Lord Malibor stood on the deck and fought both hard and well. Thick was the blood that flowed that day, and great the blows that fell. But dragon kings are old and sly, and rarely are they beaten. Lord Malibor, for all his strength, eventually was eaten. All sailors bold who dragons hunt, of this grim tale take heed. Despite all luck and skill, you may end up as dragon feed. Valentine laughed and clapped his hands. That brought an immediate fierce glare from Salzenkavel, who strode toward them looking huffy with indignation. "My lord," he cried, "will you tolerate such irreverent—" "Not so loud on the my lord," Valentine said crisply. "Irreverent, you say? What are you talking about?" "No respect for a terrible tragedy, no respect for a fallen coronel, no respect for—" "Salzenkavel," Valentine said slyly, "are you such a lover of respectability, then?" "I know what is right and what is wrong, my lord. To mock the death of Lord Malibor is—" "Be more easy, my friend," Valentine said gently, putting his hand on one of the Skandar's gigantic forearms. "Where Lord Malibor has gone, he is far beyond matters of respect or disrespect. And I thought the song was a delight. If I take no offense, Salzenkavel, why should you?" But Salzenkavel continued to grumble and bluster. "If I may say it, my lord, you may not yet be returned to a full sense of the rightness of things. If I were you, I would go to those sailors now and order them never to sing such a thing again in your presence." "In my presence," Valentine said with a broad grin. "Why should they care dragon spittle for my presence? Who am I but a passenger, barely tolerated at all? If I said any such thing, I'd be over the rail in a minute, and dragon feed myself the next. Eh? Think about it, Salzenkavel, and calm yourself, fellow. It's only a silly sailor song." "Nevertheless," the Skandar muttered, walking stiffly away. Carabella giggled. "He takes himself so seriously." Valentine began to hum, then to sing. "All sailors bold who dragons hunt, of this sad tale, take heed." "Yes, that's it," he said. "Love, will you do me a service? When those men are through with their work, draw one of them aside, the red-bearded one, I think, with the deep bass voice, and have him teach you the words, and then teach them to me, and I can sing it to Salzenkavel to make him smile, eh? How does it go? Let's see. 'I hear, my lord,' the dragon cried, and came across the sea. 12 miles long and 3 miles wide, and 2 miles deep was he.'" A week or thereabouts passed before they sighted dragons again, and in that time not only Carabella and Valentine learned the ditty, but Lysamon Hulton as well, who took pleasure in bellowing it across the decks in her raucous baritone. But Salzenkavel continued to growl and snort whenever he heard it. The second school of dragons was much larger than the first, and Gorsval allowed the taking of some 24 small ones, one mid-sized one, and one Titan at least 130 feet long. That kept all hands busy for the next few days. The deck ran purple with dragon's blood, and bones and wings were stacked all over the ship as the crew labored to get everything down to storable size. At the captain's table delicacies were offered, from the most mysterious inner parts of the creature, and Gorsval, ever more expansive, brought forth casks of fine wines, quite unsuspected from someone who had been at the edge of bankruptcy. "Pillar-plock golden," he said, pouring with a lavish hand. "I have saved this wine for some special occasion, and doubtless this is it. You have brought us excellent luck." "Your fellow captains will not be joyed to hear that," Valentine said. "We might easily have sailed with them, if they had only known how charmed we were." "Their loss, our gain. To your pilgrimage, my friends," cried the Skandar captain. They were moving now through ever more balmy waters. The hot wind out of Souvrail relented here at the edge of the tropics, and a kinder, moister breeze came to them out of the southwest. from the distant Stoianzar Peninsula of Alharnoel. The water was a deep green hue, seabirds were numerous, algae grew so thick in places that navigation was sometimes impeded, and brightly colored fish could be seen darting just below the surface, the prey of the dragons, who were flesh-eaters and swam open-mouthed through swarms of lesser sea creatures. The Rhodomont archipelago now lay not far away. Gorsval proposed to complete his haul here. The Branglin had room for another few large dragons, 2 more of mid-size, and perhaps 40 of the small, and then he would drop his passengers and head for Piliplock to market his catch. "Dragons, ho!" came the lookout's cry. This was the greatest school yet, hundreds of them, spiny humps rising above the water everywhere. For 2 days the Branglin moved among them, slaughtering at will. On the horizon other ships could be seen, but they were far off, for strict rules governed impinging on hunting territory. Gorsval seemed to glow with the success of his voyage. He himself took frequent turns in the boat cruise, which Valentine gathered was unusual. And once he even made his way to the cupola to wield a harpoon. The ship now was settling low to the waterline with the weight of dragon flesh. On the 3rd day dragons were still close about them, undismayed by the carnage and unwilling to scatter. "One more big one," Gorsval vowed, "and then we make for the islands." He selected an 80-footer for the final target. Valentine had grown bored, and more than bored, with the butchery. And as the harpooner sent his 3rd shaft into the prey, he turned away, and walked to the far side of the deck. There he found Sleet, and they stood by the rail, peering off to the east. "Do you think we can see the archipelago from here?" Valentine asked. "I long for solid land again, and an end to the stink of dragon blood in my nostrils." "My eyes are keen, my lord, but the islands are 2 days' sailing from here, and I think even my vision has limits. But—" Sleet gasped. "My lord." "What is it?" "An island comes swimming toward us, my lord." Valentine stared, but with difficulty at first. It was morning, and a brilliant fiery glare lit the surface of the sea. But Sleet took Valentine's hand and pointed with it, and then Valentine saw. A ridged dragon spine broke the water, a spine that went on and on and on, and below it a vast and implausible bulk was dimly visible. "Lord Kinnikin's dragon," Valentine said in a choked voice, "and it comes straight at us." 4. Kinnikin's it might be, or more likely some other not nearly so great, but it was great enough, larger than the Branglin, and it was bearing down on them steadily and unhesitatingly. Either an avenging angel, or else an unthinking force. There was no knowing that, but its mass was unarguable. "Where is Gorsval?" Sleet blurted. "Weapons! Guns!" Valentine laughed. "As easily stop a rock slide with a harpoon, Sleet. Are you a good swimmer?" Most of the hunters were preoccupied with their catch, but some had looked the other way now, and there was frantic activity on deck. The harpooner had whirled round and stood outlined against the sky, weapons in every hand. Others had mounted the adjoining cupolas. Valentine, searching for Carabelle and Deleamber and the others, caught sight of Gorsval rushing madly toward the helm. The Skandar's face was livid, and his eyes were bugging, and he looked like one who stood in the presence of the ministers of death. "Lower the boat!" someone screamed. Winches turned. Figures ran about wildly. One, a Hjort black-cheeked with fear, shook a fist at Valentine and caught him roughly by the arm, muttering, "You brought this on us. You should never have been allowed on board, any of you." Lisamon Hulton appeared from somewhere and swept the Hjort aside like so much chaff. Then she flung her powerful arms around Valentine, as if to protect him from any harm that might come. "The Hjort was right, you know," said Valentine calmly. "We are an ill-omened bunch. First Zalzenkavel loses his wagon, and now poor Gorsval loses—" There was a ghastly impact as the onrushing dragon crashed broadside into the Branglin. The ship heeled over as though it had been pushed by a giant's hand, then rolled dizzyingly back the other way. An awful shudder shook its timbers. A secondary impact came, the wings hitting the hull, the thrashing flukes, and then another, and the Brangolin bobbed like a cork. "We're stove in!" a desperate voice cried. Things rolled free on the deck, a giant rendering cauldron breaking its moorings and tumbling over 3 hapless crewmen, a case of boning axes ripping loose and skidding over the side. As the ship continued to sway and lurch, Valentine caught a glimpse of the great dragon on the far side, where the recent catch still hung, unbalancing everything, and the monster swung around and headed in for another attack. There could be no doubt now of the purposefulness of its onslaught. The dragon struck, shoulder side on. The Brangolin rocked wildly. Valentine grunted as Lisa Monholton's grip became an almost crushing embrace. He had no idea where any of the others might be, nor whether they would survive. Clearly the ship was doomed. Already it was listing badly as water poured into the hold. The tail of the dragon rose nearly to deck level and struck again. Everything dissolved into chaos. Valentine felt himself flying. He soared gracefully. He dipped and bobbed. He plunged with elegance and skill toward the water. He landed in something much like a whirlpool, and was drawn down into the terrible turbulent spin. As he went under, Valentine could not help but hear the ballad of Lord Malibor ringing in his mind. In truth, that coronel had taken a fancy for dragon hunting some 10 years back, and had gone out in what was said to be the finest dragon ship in Pilliplock, and the ship had been lost with all hands. No one knew what had happened, but, so it came out of Valentine's spotty recollections, the government had spoken of a sudden storm. More likely, he thought, it had been this killer beast, this avenger of dragon kind. 12 miles long and 3 miles wide, and 2 miles deep was he. And now a second coronel, successor but one to Malibor, would meet the same fate. Valentine was oddly unmoved by that. He had thought himself dying in the rapids of the Styche, and had survived that. Here, with 100 miles of sea between him and any sort of safety, and a rampaging monster lashing about close at hand, he was even more surely doomed. But there was no use bemoaning it. The divine had clearly withdrawn its favor from him. What grieved him was that others whom he loved would die with him, merely because they had been loyal, because they had pledged themselves to follow him on his journey to the Isle, because they had tied themselves to a luckless coronel and a luckless dragon captain, and now must share their evil destinies. He was sucked deep into the heart of the ocean, and ceased to ponder the tides of luck. He struggled for breath, coughed, choked, spat out water, and swallowed more. His head pounded mercilessly. Carabella, he thought, and darkness engulfed him. Valentine had never, since the awakening out of his broken past to find himself near Pidruid, given much thought to a philosophy of death. Life held challenges enough for him. He recalled vaguely what he had been taught in boyhood, that all souls return to the divine source at their last moment, when the release of life energy comes, and travel over the bridge of farewells, the bridge that is the prime responsibility of the pontifex. But whether there might be truth in that, whether there was a world beyond, and if so, of what sort, Valentine had never paused to consider. Now, though, he returned to consciousness in a place so strange that it surpassed the imaginings of even the most fertile of thinkers. Was this the afterlife? It was a giant chamber, a great silent room with thick, moist pink walls, and a roof that was in places high and domed, supported by mighty pillars, and in other places drooped until it nearly touched the floor. In that roof were mounted huge glowing hemispheres that emitted a faint blue light, as if by phosphorescence. The air in here was rank and steamy, and had a sharp, bitter flavor, unpleasant and stifling. Valentine lay on his side against a wet, slippery surface, rough to the touch, deeply corrugated, quivering with constant deep palpitations and tremors. He put the flat of his hand to it, and felt a kind of convulsion deep within. The texture of the ground was like nothing he had known before, and those tiny but perceptible motions within it made him wonder if what he had entered was not the world after death, but merely some grotesque hallucination. Valentine got unsteadily to his feet. His clothing was soaked. He had lost one boot somewhere. His lips burned with the taste of salt. His lungs seemed full of water, and he felt shaky and dazed. Furthermore, it was hard to keep upright on this unendingly trembling surface. Looking about, he saw by the dim pale luminosity a kind of vegetation. Pliant whip-shaped growths, thick and fleshy and leafless, sprouting from the ground. They too writhed with inner animation. Making his way between two lofty pillars, and through an area where ceiling and floor almost met, he caught sight of what seemed to be a pond of some greenish fluid. Beyond that he was unable to see in the dimness. He walked toward the pond and perceived something exceedingly odd in it. Hundreds of brightly colored fish, of the kind that he had seen flitting about in the water before the day's hunt had begun. They were not swimming now. They were dead and decaying, flesh stripping away from bones, and below them in the pool was a carpet of similar bones, many feet thick. Suddenly there was a sound as of the roaring of the wind behind him. Valentine turned. The walls of the chamber were in motion, pulling back, the drooping places in the ceiling retracting to create a vast open space, and a torrent of water came rushing toward him, as high as his hips. He barely had time to reach one of the ceiling pillars and fling his arms tight about it. Then the inrushing of water sluiced about him with tremendous force. He held on. It seemed that half the inner sea was pouring past him, and for a moment he thought he would lose his grip. But then the flow subsided, and the water drained away through slits that materialized abruptly in the floor, leaving in its wake scores of stranded fish. The floor convulsed. The fleshy whips swept the desperate flopping fish across the floor to the greenish pool, and once they entered it, they quickly ceased to move. Suddenly Valentine understood. I am not dead, he knew, nor is this any place of afterlife. I am within the belly of the dragon. He began to laugh. Valentine threw back his head and let giant guffaws pour from him. What other response was fitting? To cry? To curse? The vast beast had gobbled him whole at a gulp, had sucked in the coronal of Majipur as heedlessly as it might a minnow. But he was too big to be propelled into that digestive pond down there, so here he was, camped on the floor of the dragon's maw, in this cathedral of an alimentary canal. What now? Hold court for the fishes? Dispense justice among them as they came sweeping in? Settle down here and spend the rest of his days dining on raw fish stolen from the monster's catch? It was high comedy, Valentine thought, but dark tragedy as well. For Sleet and Carabella and young Shahnamir and all the others, drawn down to death in the wreck of the Brangolin, victims of their own sympathies and of his awesomely bad luck. For them he felt only anguish. Carabella's lilting voice silenced forever, and Sleet's miraculous skills of hand and eye forever lost, and the rough-souled Skandars no longer to fill the air with whirling multitudes of knives and sickles and torches, and Shahnamir cut off before he had fairly begun his life. Valentine could not bear thinking about them. For himself, though, there was only cosmic amusement at this absurd plight. To take his mind from grief and pain and loss, he laughed again, and stretched his arms wide to the distant walls of the strange room. "Lord Valentine's castle this is," he cried, "the throne room. I invite you all to dine with me in the grand feasting hall." Out of the murky distance, a booming voice called, "By my gut, I accept that invitation." Valentine was astounded beyond all measure. "Lysimon? No, it's the Pontifex Tieverus and his cross-eyed uncle. Is that you, Valentine?" "Yes, where are you?" "In the gizzard of this stinking dragon. Where are you?" "Not far from you. but I can't see you." "Sing," she called. "Stay where you are and sing, and keep singing. I'll try to reach you." Valentine began, in the loudest voice he could muster. Lord Malibor was fine and bold, and loved the heaving sea. Again the roaring sound came. Again the great creature's gullet opened to admit a cascade of sea-water and a horde of fish. Again Valentine clung to a pillar as the influx hit him. "Oh, by the divine's toes!" Lysimon cried. "Hang on, Valentine, hang on!" He hung on until the force was spent, and slumped against the pillar, soaked, panting. Somewhere in the distance the giantess called to him, and he called back. Her voice grew nearer. She urged him to keep singing, and he did. Lord Malibor stood at the helm and faced the heaving wave, and sailed in quest of the dragon free. He heard her occasionally bawling a snatch of the ballad herself, with amiably bawdy embellishments, as she approached through the intricacies of the dragon's interior. And then he looked up and saw by the faint luminous light her enormous form looming above him. He smiled at her. She smiled and laughed, and he laughed with her, and they clasped one another in a wet, slippery embrace. But the sight of one who had survived put him in mind again of those who surely had not, and plunged him once more into grief and shame. He turned away, biting at his lip. "My lord?" she said puzzledly. "Only we two remain, Lysimon." "Yes, and praises be for that." "But the others, they'd live now, if they hadn't been so stupid as to go chasing across the world with me." She caught him by the arm. "My lord, will mourning bring them back to life, if dead they be?" "I know all that, but we are safe. If we have lost our friends, my lord, that's cause for sorrow indeed, but not for guilt. They followed you of their own free choice, eh, my lord? And if their time has come, well, it is because their time has come, and how could that have been otherwise? Will you give up this grief, my lord, and rejoice that we are safe?" He shrugged. "Safe, yes. And yes, grief brings no one back to life. But how safe are we? How long can we survive in here, Lysimon?" "Long enough for me to cut us free." She pulled her vibration sword out of its sheath. Amazed, he said, "You think you can hack a path to the outside?" "Why not? I've cut through worse." "At the first touch of that thing to the dragon's flesh, it'll dive to the bottom of the sea. We're safer in here than trying to swim up from 5 miles underneath." "It was said of you that you are an optimist at the darkest time," the warrior woman declared. "Where's that optimism now? The dragon lives at the surface. It might thrash a bit, but it won't dive. And if we do emerge 5 miles down, at least it's a quick death. Can you breathe this foul muck forever? Can you wander for long inside a single giant fish?" Gingerly, Lysimon Hulton touched the tip of the vibration sword to the side wall. The thick, moist flesh quivered a bit, but did not recoil. "You see? It's got no nerves in here," she said, driving the weapon a little deeper and turning it to excavate a cavity. There were tremors and twitches. She kept digging. "Do you think anyone else was swallowed with us?" she asked. "Yours was the only voice I've heard." "And I only yours. Faugh, what a monster! I tried to hold you as we went overboard, but when we were struck the last time I lost my grip on you. We came to the same place anyway." She had by now opened a hole a foot deep and 2 feet wide in the side of the dragon's stomach. It seemed hardly to feel the surgery at all. "We are like maggots gnawing within it," Valentine thought. Lysimon Hulton said, "While I cut, you see if you can find anyone else. But don't stray too far, hear?" "I'll be careful." He chose a route along the stomach wall, groping in the half-darkness, pausing twice to hang on through inrushes of water, and calling out constantly in the hope that someone might reply. No replies came. Her excavation was enormous now. He saw her deep within the dragon's flesh, still hacking away. Gobbets of severed meat were piled on all sides, and thick purplish blood stained her entire body. She was singing cheerfully as she cut. Lord Malibor stood on the deck and fought both hard and well. Thick was the blood that flowed that day, and great the blows that fell. "How far do you think it is to the outside?" he asked. "Half a mile or so." "Really?" She laughed. "I suppose 10 or 15 feet. Here, clear the opening behind me. This meat's piling up faster than I can sweep it away." Feeling like a butcher, and not enjoying the sensation much, Valentine seized the chunks of severed flesh and hauled them back out of the cavity, tossing them as far as he could. He shivered in horror as he saw the fleshy whips of the stomach floor seize the meat and sweep it blithely on toward the digestive pond. Any protein was welcome here, so it seemed. Deeper, deeper they traveled into the dragon's abdominal wall. Valentine tried to calculate the probable width of it, taking the length of the creature at no less than 300 feet. But the arithmetic became a muddle. They were working in close quarters, and in a foul, hot atmosphere. The blood, the raw meat, the sweat, the narrowness of the cavity. It was hard to imagine a more repellent place. Valentine looked back. "The hole's closing behind us." "Beast that lives forever must have tricks of healing," the giantess muttered. She thrust and gouged and hacked. Uneasily, Valentine watched new flesh sprouting as if by magic, the wound healing with phenomenal speed. What if they became encapsulated in this opening, smothered by joining flesh? Lysamon Hulton pretended to be unworried, but he saw her working harder, faster, grunting and moaning, standing with colossal legs planted far apart and shoulders braced. The gash was sealed to their rear, pink new meat covering the hole, and now it was closing at the sides. Lysamon Hulton slashed and cut with furious intensity, and Valentine continued his humbler task of clearing the debris. But she was plainly wearying now, her giant strength visibly diminished, and the hole seemed to be closing almost as fast as she could cut. "Don't know if I can keep it up," she muttered. "Give me the sword, then." She laughed. "Watch out, you can't do it." In wild rage she returned to the struggle, bellowing curses at the dragon's flesh as it sprouted around her. It was impossible now to tell where they were. They were burrowing through a realm without landmarks. Her grunts grew sharper and shorter. "Maybe we should try to go back to the stomach area," he suggested, "before we're trapped so—" "No," she roared. "I think we're getting there. Not so meaty here, tougher, more like muscle. Maybe the sheath just under the hide." Suddenly seawater poured in on them. "We're through!" Lysamon Hulton cried. She turned, seizing Valentine as though he were a doll, and pushed him forward, head first into the opening in the monster's flank. Her arms were locked in a fierce grip around his hips. She gave one tremendous thrust, and he barely had time to fill his lungs with air before he was projected out through the slippery walls into the cool green embrace of the ocean. Lysamon Hulton emerged just after him, still gripping him tightly, now by his ankle and then by his wrist, and they rocketed upward, upward, rising like corks. For what seemed like hours they flew toward the surface. Valentine's forehead ached, his ribs soon would burst, his chest was on fire. "We are climbing from the very bottom of the sea," he thought bleakly, "and we will drown before we reach the air, or our blood will boil the way it does in divers who go too deep in search of the eye stones off Tilamon, or we will be squeezed flat by the pressure, or—" He erupted into clear, sweet air, popping nearly the full length of his body out of the water and falling back with a splash. Limply he floated, a straw on the waters, weak, trembling, struggling for breath. Lysamon Hulton floated alongside. The warm, beautiful sun blazed wonderfully, straight overhead. He was alive, and he was unharmed, and he was free of the dragon. And he bobbed somewhere on the breast of the inner sea, 100 miles from anywhere. 5. When the first moments of exhaustion had passed, he raised his head and peered about. The dragon was still visible, hump and ridge above the surface, only a few hundred yards away. But it seemed placid, and appeared to be swimming slowly in the opposite direction. Of the Brangolin there was no trace, only scattered timbers over a broad span of ocean. Nor were other survivors in view. They swam to the nearest timber, a good-sized strip of the hull, and flung themselves across it. For a long while neither of them spoke. At length Valentine said, "And now do we swim to the archipelago, or should we simply go straight on to the Isle of Sleep?" "Swimming is hard work, my lord. We could ride on the dragon's back." "But how guide him?" "Tug on the wings," she suggested. "I have my doubts of that." They were silent again. Valentine said, "At least in the belly of the dragon we had a fresh catch of fish delivered every few minutes." "And the inn was large," Lysamon Hulton added, "but poorly ventilated. I think I prefer it here." "But how long can we drift like this?" She looked at him strangely. "Do you doubt that we'll be rescued, my lord?" "It seems reasonably in doubt, yes." "It was prophesied to me in a dream from the lady," said the giantess, "that my death would come in a dry place when I was very old. I am still young, and this place is the least dry on all of Majipur, except perhaps the middle of the great sea. Therefore there is nothing to fear. I will not perish here, and neither will you." "A comforting revelation," Valentine said. "But what will we do?" "Can you accomplish sendings, my lord?" "I was coronel, not king of dreams." "But any mind can reach any other, with true intent. Do you think only the king and lady have such skills? The little wizard Deleamber talked into minds at night. I know that. And Gorsval said he spoke with dragons in his sleep. And you—" "I am barely myself, Lysamon. Such of my mind as is left to me will send no sendings." "Try. Reach out across the waters. To the lady your mother, my lord, or to her people on the isle, or to the folk of the archipelago. You have the power. I am only a stupid swinger of swords, but you, my lord, have a mind that was deemed worthy of the castle, and now in the hour of our need—" The giantess seemed transfigured with passion. "Do it, Lord Valentine! Call for help, and help will come!" Valentine was skeptical. He knew little of the network of dream communication that seemed to bind this planet together. It did appear that mind often called to mind, and of course there were the powers of the island of Souvrael, supposedly sending directed messages forth by some means of mechanical amplification. But yet, drifting here on a slab of wood in the ocean, body and clothes filthied with the flesh and blood of the giant beast that lately had swallowed him, spirit so drained by unending adversity that even his legendary sunny faith in luck and miracles was put to rout, how could he hope to summon aid across such a gulf? He closed his eyes. He sought to concentrate the energies of his mind in a single point deep within his skull. He imagined a glowing spark of light there, a hidden radiance that he could tap and beam forth. But it was useless. He found himself wondering what toothy creature might soon be nibbling at his dangling feet. He distracted himself with fears that any messages he might send would reach only as far as the hazy mind of the dragon nearby, that had destroyed the Brangolin and almost all its people, and now might wish to turn back and finish the job. Still he tried. For all his doubts, he owed it to Lysamon Hulton to make the attempt. He held himself still, barely breathing, seeking intently to do whatever it might be that could transmit such a message. On and off during the afternoon and early evening he attempted it. Darkness came on quickly, and the water grew strangely luminescent, flickering with a ghostly greenish light. They did not dare sleep at the same time, for fear they might slip from the timber and be lost, so they took turns, and when it was Valentine's turn, he fought hard for wakefulness, thinking more than once that he was losing consciousness. Creatures swam near them in the night, making tracks of cold fire through the luminous wavelets. From time to time, Valentine tried the sending forth of messages again, but he saw no avail in it. We are lost, he thought. Toward morning he gave himself up to sleep, and had perplexing dreams of dancing eels atop the water. Vaguely, while sleeping, he strived to reach far-off minds with his mind, and then he slipped into a slumber too deep for that, and woke to the touch of Lysamon Hulton's hand on his shoulder. "My lord!" He opened his eyes and looked at her in bewilderment. "My lord, you may stop making sendings now. We are saved." "What?" "A boat, my lord, see, from the east." Wearily he raised his head and followed her gesture. A boat, yes, a small one, coming toward them. Oars flashing in the sunlight. Hallucination, he thought. Delusion, mirage. But the boat grew larger against the horizon, and then it was there, and hands were groping for him, hauling him up, and he was sprawled feebly against someone, and someone else was putting a flask to his lips. A cool drink. Wine. Water. He had no way of telling. And they were peeling off his soggy, befouled garments, and wrapping him in something clean and dry. Strangers, 2 men and a woman, with great manes of tawny hair and clothing of an unfamiliar sort. He heard Lysamon Hulton talking with them, but the words were blurred and indistinct, and he made no attempt to discern their meaning. Had he conjured up these rescuers with his mental broadcast, then? Angels, were they? Spirits? Valentine settled back, hardly caring, totally spent. He thought hazily of drawing Lysamon Hulton aside and telling her to make no mention of his true identity. But he lacked even the energy for that, and hoped she would have sense enough not to compound absurdity with absurdity by saying any such thing. He is Coronel of Majipur in disguise, yes, and the dragon swallowed us both, but we were able to cut ourselves free, and— Yes, certainly that would have the ring of unanswerable truth to these people. Valentine smiled faintly, and drifted into a dreamless sleep. When he woke, he was in a pleasant sunlit room, facing out on a broad golden beach, and Carabella was looking down at him with an expression of grave concern. "My lord," she said softly, "do you hear me?" "Is this a dream?" "This is the island of Mardigile in the archipelago," she told him. "You were picked up yesterday, drifting in the ocean, along with the giantess. These islanders are fisher-folk, who have been scouting the sea for survivors since the ship went down." "Who else lives?" Valentine asked quickly. "Deli Amber and Zalzan Kaval are here with me. The Mardigile folk say that Kun, Shanamir, Vinorcus, and some Skandars, I don't know if they're ours, were picked up by boats from a neighboring island. Some of the dragon hunters escaped in their own boats and have reached the islands too." "And Sleet? What of Sleet?" Carabella showed, for a flashing moment, a look of fear. "I have no news of Sleet," she said, "but the rescue is continuing. He may be safe on one of these islands. There are dozens hereabouts. The Divine has preserved us so far. We will not be cast aside now." She laughed lightly. "Lysamon Hulton has told a wonderful story of how you both were swallowed by the great dragon, and hacked your way out with the vibration sword. The islanders love it. They think it's the most splendid fable since the tale of Lord Stiamat and the—" "It happened," Valentine said. "My lord?" "A dragon, swallowing us. She tells the truth." Carabella giggled. "When I first learned in dreams of your real self, I believed that. But when you tell me—" "Within the dragon," Valentine said earnestly, "there were great pillars holding up the vault of the stomach, and an opening at one end through which seawater came rushing every few minutes. And with it came fish that were pushed by little whips toward a greenish pond where they were digested, and where the giantess and I would have been digested too if we were less lucky. Did she tell you that? And do you think we spent our time out there inventing a fable to amuse you all?" Eyes wide, Carabella said, "She told the same story, yes, but we thought—" "It's true, Carabella." "Then it is a miracle of the divine, and you will be famous in all time to come." "I'm already going to be famous," said Valentine acidly, "as the cardinal who lost his throne and took up juggling for lack of a royal occupation. That will win me a place in the ballads alongside the Pontifex Arioch, who made himself Lady of the Isle. The dragon, now, that only embellishes the legend I'm creating around myself." His expression changed suddenly. "You've told none of these people who I am, I hope?" "Not a word, my lord." "Good. Keep it that way. They have enough difficult things to believe about us as it is." An islander, slim and tanned, and with the great sweep of fair hair that seemed the universal style here, brought Valentine a tray of food. Some clear soup, a tender piece of baked fish, triangular wedges of a fruit with dark indigo flesh dotted with tiny scarlet seeds. Valentine found himself ravenously hungry. Afterward he strolled with Carabella on the beach outside his cottage. "Once again I thought you were lost to me forever," he said softly. "I thought I would never hear your voice again." "Do I matter that much to you, my lord?" "More than I could ever tell you." She smiled sadly. "Such pretty words, eh, Valentine? For so I call you Valentine. But you are Lord Valentine, and how many fancy women do you have, Lord Valentine, waiting for you on Castlemount?" He had now and then been thinking the same thing himself. Had he a lover there? Many of them? An intended bride, even? So much of his past was still shrouded. And if he reached the castle, and if a woman who had waited for him came forth to him— "No," he said, "you are mine, Carabella, and I am yours. And whatever may have been in the past, if ever anything was, lies in the past now. I have a different face these days. I have a different soul." She looked skeptical, but did not challenge what he had said, and he lightly kissed her frown away. "Sing to me," he said, "the song you sang under the bush in Pidruid, the festival night. Not all the wealth of Castlemount, it went, is worth my love to me. Eh?" "I know another much like it," she said, and took up the pocket-harp from her hip. "My love has donned a pilgrim's robe afar across the sea. My love has gone to the Isle of Sleep, across the dreaming sea. Sweet my love, and fair as dawn afar across the sea, lost my love to an island tall across the dreaming sea. Lady kind of the distant isle afar across the sea, fill my dreams with my lover's smile across the dreaming sea." "A different sort of song, that one," Valentine said. "A sadder one. Sing me that other, love." "Another time. Please, this is a time of joy, of reuniting, Carabella. Please." She smiled and sighed, and took up the harp again. "My love is fair as is the spring, as gentle as the night. My love is sweet as stolen fruit." Yes, he thought. Yes, that one was better. He let his hand rest tenderly on the nape of her neck, and stroked it as they walked along the beach. It was astonishingly beautiful here, warm and peaceful. Birds of 50 hues perched in the tortuous-limbed little trees of the shore, and a crystalline sea, surfless, transparent, lapped at the fine sand. The air was soft and mild, fragrant with the perfumes of unknown blossoms. From far away came the sound of laughter and of a gay, bright, tinkling music. How tempting it was, Valentine thought, to abandon all fantasies of Castlemount and settle forever on Mardigyle, and go out at dawn on a fishing boat for the catch, and spend the rest of each day frolicking in the hot sunshine. But there would be no such abdications for him. In the afternoon, Zalzenkovel and Ottofondelli Amber, both healthy and well-rested after their ordeals at sea, came to call on him, and soon they were talking of ways and means to continue the journey. Zalzenkaval, parsimonious as always, had had the money pouch on him when the Brangolin went down, and so at least half their treasury had survived, even if Shahnamir had lost the rest. The Skandar laid out the glittering coins. "With this," he said, "we can hire these fisherfolk to convey us to the isle. I have spoken with our hosts. This archipelago is 900 miles in length, and numbers 3,000 islands, more than 800 of them inhabited. No one here wishes to journey all the way to the isle. But for a few royals we can hire a large trimaran that will carry us to Rodamont Gron, near the midpoint of the chain, and there we can probably find transport the rest of the way." "When can we leave?" Valentine asked. "As soon," said Deliamber, "as we are reunited once more. I am told that several of our people are on their way across from the nearby Isle of Bourbont at this moment." "Which ones?" "Kurn, Vinorkis, and Shahnamir," Zalzenkaval answered, "and my brothers Erfan and Rovorn. With them is Captain Gorsval. Gibor Hern is lost at sea. I saw him perish, struck by a timber and sent under. And of Sleet there is no news." Valentine touched the Skandar's shaggy forearm. "I grieve for your latest loss." Zalzenkaval's feelings seemed well under control. "Let us rather rejoice that some of us still live, my lord," he said quietly. In early afternoon, a boat from Bourbont brought the other survivors. There were embraces all around. And then Valentine turned to Gorsval, who stood apart, looking numb and bewildered, rubbing at the stump of his severed arm. The dragon captain seemed in shock. Valentine would have put his arms around the hapless man, but the instant he approached, Gorsval sank to his knees in the sand, and touched his forehead to the ground and stayed there, trembling, arms outspread in the starburst gesture. "My lord," he whispered harshly. "My lord." Valentine, displeased, looked around. "Who has been talking?" Silence a moment. Then Shahnamir, a bit frightened, said, "I, my lord. I meant no harm. The Skandar seemed so injured by the loss of his ship, I thought to console him by telling him who his passenger had been, that he had become part of the history of Majipur by giving you voyage. This was before we knew that you had survived the wreck." The boy's lip quivered. "My lord, I meant no harm by it." Valentine nodded. "And no harm was done. I forgive you. Gorsval?" The cowering dragon captain remained huddled at Valentine's feet. "Look up, Gorsval. I can't talk to you this way." "My lord, get to your feet." "My lord, please, Gorsval, get up." The Skandar, amazed, peered at Valentine and said, "Please, you say? Please?" Valentine laughed. "I've forgotten the habits of power, I suppose. All right, up, I command it." Shakily Gorsval rose. He was a miserable sight, this little three-armed Skandar, his fur matted, sandy, his eyes bloodshot, his expression downcast. Valentine said, "I brought foul luck upon you, and you had no need of more of that. Accept my apologies, and if fortune begins to smile more kindly on me, I will repair the harm you have suffered, some day. I promise you that. What will you do now? Gather your crew and return to Pilaplak?" Gorsval shook his head pathetically. "I could never go there again. I have no ship, I have no reputation, I have no money. I have lost everything, and it can never be regained. My people were released of their indentures when the Brangolin sank. I am alone now. I am ruined." "Come with us to the Isle of the Lady, then, Gorsval." "My lord?" "You can't stay here. I think these islanders prefer not to take in settlers, and this is no climate for a Skandar anyway. Nor can a dragon hunter become a fisherman, I think, without knowing pain every time he casts his nets. Come with us. If we get no farther than the isle, you may find peace there in the service of the lady. And if we continue on our quest, there will be honor for you as we make the ascent of Castlemount. What do you say, Gorsval?" "It frightens me to be near you, my lord." "Am I so terrifying? Do I have a dragon's mouth? Do you see these people green-faced with fear?" Valentine clapped the Skandar on his shoulder. "To Zalzenkovel," he said, "no one can replace the brothers you have lost, but at least I give you another companion of your own kind. And now let's make arrangements for departure, eh? The isle is still many days' journey away." Within an hour, Zalzenkovel had secured an island craft to carry them eastward in the morning. That evening the hospitable islanders provided them with a splendid feast. Cool green wines and sleek sweet fruits and fine fresh sea-dragon flesh. That last made Valentine queasy, and he would have pushed it away, but he saw Lysamon Hulton shoveling it in as though it were the last meal she would eat. As an exercise in self-discipline, he decided to force a morsel into his own throat, and found the flavor so irresistible that he renounced on the spot any discomfort that sea-dragons might arouse in his mind. As they ate, sunset came, at an early hour here in the tropics, and an extraordinary one it was, streaking the sky with rich throbbing tones of amber and violet and magenta and gold. Surely these were blessed islands, Valentine thought, extraordinarily joyous places, even on a world where most places were happy ones and most lives fulfilled. The population seemed generally homogeneous, handsome, long-legged folk of human blood, with thick, unshorn golden hair and smooth, honey-colored skin, though there was a scattering of runes and even gayrogs among them. And Deliamber said that other islands in the chain had people of different stocks. According to Deliamber, who had been mingling freely since his rescue, the islands were largely out of touch with the mainland continents, and went their way in a world of their own, ignorant of matters of high destiny in the greater world. When Valentine asked one of his hosts if Lord Valentine the Coronel had happened to pass this way on his recent journey to Zimmerwell, the woman gave him a blank look and said ingenuously, "Is the Coronel not Lord Voriax?" "Dead 2 years or more, I hear," one of the other islanders declared, and it seemed to come as news to most of the people at the table. Valentine shared his cottage with Carabella that night. They stood together a long while on the veranda, eyes fixed on the brilliant white track of moonlight gleaming out across the sea toward distant Piliplock. He thought of the sea-dragons grazing in that sea, and of the monster in whose belly he had made that dreamlike sojourn, and with pain of his 2 lost comrades, Gibor Herne and Sleet, one of whom was deep in the sea now, the other perhaps. So great a journey, he thought, remembering Pidruid, Dulorn, Mazadon, Illyravoin, Nemoya, remembering the flight through the forest, the turbulence of the Stychi, the coldness of the Piliplock dragon captains, the look of the dragons that bore down on poor Gorsval's doomed vessel. So great a journey, so many thousands of miles, and so many miles yet to cover before he could begin to answer the questions that flooded his soul. Carabella nestled close beside him, silent. Her attitude toward him was constantly evolving, and now had become a mixture of awe and love, of deference and irreverence, for she accepted and respected him as true coronel, and yet remembered his innocence, his ignorance, his naivete, qualities which had not yet left him even now. And clearly she feared she would lose him when he had again come into his own. Simply on the level of dealing daily with the world, she was far more competent than he, far more experienced, and that colored her view of him, making her see him as terrifying and childlike both at once. He understood that, and took no issue with it, For although fragments of his earlier self and princely education returned to him almost daily, and he grew daily more accustomed to the postures of command, most of his former identity still was inaccessible to him, and he was, in large part, still Valentine the easy-going wanderer, Valentine the innocent, Valentine the juggler. That darker figure, the Lord Valentine he once had been, that he might someday be again, was a hidden substratum in his spirit, rarely operative but never to be ignored. He thought Carabella was making the best of a difficult position. She said at last, "What are you thinking of, Valentine?" "Sleet. I miss that tough little man. He'll turn up. We'll find him 4 islands from here." "I hope so." Valentine cupped his arm about her shoulders. "I think also of all that has happened, and all that will happen. I move as though through a world of dreams, Carabella." "Who can tell really what is the dream and what is not? We move as the divine instructs us, and we ask no questions, because there are no answers. Do you know what I mean? There are questions and there are answers, of course. I can tell you what day this is, and what we had for dinner, and how this island is called, if you ask me. But there are no questions. There are no answers." "So I believe also," Valentine said. 6. Zalzenkaval had hired one of the grandest fishing boats on the island, a marvelous turquoise trimaran named Pride of Mardigile. It was a splendid 50-footer, rising nobly on its 3 sleek hulls, and its sails, spotless and dazzling in the morning sunlight, bore bright vermilion edging that gave the craft a festive, jubilant air. Their captain was a man past middle years, one of the most prosperous fishermen of the island, Grigator by name, tall and sturdy, with hair down to his waist and skin so vigorous it looked to have been oiled. He was one of those who had rescued Deleamber and Zalzenkaval when the first alarms of a sinking ship had reached the island. He had a crew of 5, his sons and daughters, all strapping and handsome after his image. The route of the voyage lay first toward Brabant, less than half an hour's sail away, and then into an open channel of shallow greenish water that linked the 2 outermost islands to the rest. The sea bottom here was of clean white sand, and sunlight penetrated easily to it, setting off patterns of sparkling coruscations that revealed the undersea dwellers, the rip toads and the twitch crabs and the big-leg lobsters, and the gaudy-hued multitudes of fish, and the sinister, lurking sand eels. Once even a small sea dragon flitted by, far too close to land for its own good and obviously confused. One of Grigator's daughters urged that they go after it, but he shook the notion off, saying that their responsibility was to get their passengers swiftly to Rodemont-Grand. All morning they sailed, passing 3 more islands, Richelieu, Griolan, Vonnier, said their captain, and at noon they dropped anchor for lunch. 2 of Grigator's children went over the side to hunt, moving like magnificent animals, naked in the brilliant water, quickly spearing crustaceans and fish with rarely a missed thrust. Grigator himself prepared the meal, cubes of raw white flesh marinated in a spicy sauce and washed down with cheering, pungent green wine. Deleamber withdrew after eating only a little, and perched himself on the tip of one of the outer hulls, staring intently to the north. After a while Valentine noticed, and would have gone to him, but Carabella caught him by the wrist. "He's in trance," she said. "Let him be." They delayed their departure after lunch by some minutes, until the little Vroon descended from his place and rejoined them. The wizard looked pleased. "I have cast my mind forth," he announced, "and I bring you good news. Sleet lives." "Good news indeed," Valentine cried. "Where is he?" "An island in that group," said Deliamber, gesturing vaguely with a cluster of tentacles. "He is with several of Gorsval's people who escaped by boat from the disaster." Grigator said, "Tell me which island, and we'll make for it." "It has the shape of a circle, with an opening at one side, and a body of water at its center. The people are dark-skinned and wear their hair in long ringlets, with jewels in their earlobes." "Cangresorn," said one of Grigator's daughters instantly. Her father nodded. "Cangresorn it is," he said. "Pull up anchor." Cangresorn lay an hour to the windward, somewhat off the route Grigator had charted. It was one of half a dozen small sandy atolls, mere rings of upraised reef surrounding little lagoons, and it must have been uncommon for people of Mardigile to visit it. For long before the trimaran had entered the harbor, children of Cangresorn were flocking out in boats to view the strangers. They were as dark as the madrigalese were golden, and just as beautiful in their solemn way, with shining white teeth and hair so black it seemed almost blue. With much laughter and waving of arms, they guided the trimaran through the entrance to the lagoon, and there, squatting at the edge of the water, was Sleet indeed, looking sunburned and a bit ragged, but mainly intact. He was juggling 5 or 6 globes of bleached white coral for an audience that consisted of a few dozen islanders and 5 members of Gorsval's crew, 4 humans and a Hjort. Gorsval seemed apprehensive at encountering his erstwhile employees. He had begun to recover his spirits during the morning's voyage, but now he grew tense and withdrawn as the trimaran entered the lagoon. Carabella was the first off, splashing through the shallow water to embrace Sleet. Valentine followed close behind. Gorsval lurked to the rear, eyes lowered. "How did you find us?" Sleet asked. Valentine indicated Deliamber. "Sorcery, how else? Are you well?" "I thought I'd die of seasickness getting here, but I've had a day or two to recover." With a shudder, he said, "And you? I saw you sucked under, and believed all was over." "So it seemed," said Valentine. "A strange story which I'll tell you another time. We are all together again, eh, Sleet? All but Gibor Hearn," he added mournfully, "who perished in the wreck. But we've taken on Gorsval as one of our companions. Come forward, Gorsval. Aren't you pleased to see your men again?" Gorsval muttered something indistinct, and looked between Valentine and the others, meeting no one's eyes. Valentine comprehended the situation and turned to the crew people, meaning to ask them to hold no ill will toward the former captain for a disaster far beyond mortal control. He was taken aback to discover the 5 of them groveling at his feet. Sleet said, abashed, "I thought you were dead, my lord. I couldn't resist telling them my tale." "I see," said Valentine, "that the news is apt to spread more rapidly than I wish, no matter how solemnly I swear you all to silence. Well, it's pardonable, Sleet." To the others he said, "Up, up! This crawling in the sand does none of us any good." They rose. Their contempt for Gorsval was impossible for them to hide, but it was overshadowed by the astonishment they felt at being in the presence of the coronel. Of the 5, Valentine quickly learned, 2, the Hjort and one of the humans, chose to remain on Cangresorn in the hope of finding, eventually, some way to return to Pilaplock and resume their trade. The other 3 begged to accompany him on his pilgrimage. The new members of the rapidly expanding band were 2 women, Pandalon and Cordain, a carpenter and a sail-mender, and a man, Thesme, one of the winch-winders. Valentine bade them be welcome, and accepted pledges of allegiance from them, a ceremony that stirred vague discomfort in him. Yet he was growing accustomed to taking on these trappings of rank. Grigator and his children had paid no attention to the kneelings and hand-kissings among the passengers. Just as well. Until he had conferred with the lady, Valentine wished not to spread news across the world of his return to self-awareness. He was still uncertain of his strategy and unsure of his powers. Besides, if he advertised his existence, he might draw the attention of the present coronel, who was not likely to stay his hand if he discovered that a pretender was journeying toward Castlemount. The trimaran resumed its voyage. From isle to golden isle it went, staying well within the coastal channels, and only occasionally venturing into deeper, bluer waters. Past Lormanar and Clymidol they sailed, and Secondale, Blehar Strand, Garhoeven, and Wiswis Keep, past Quile and Fruel, past Dawnbreak, Nissemhold, and Thiaquil, past Roazin and Piplinat, and past the great crescent sand spit known as Damosel. They stopped at the island of Sungiv for fresh water, and Musorn for fruit and leafy vegetables, at Catabaya for casks of the young pink wine of that island. And after many days of traveling through these small, sun-blessed places, they pulled into the spacious harbor of Rhodamont Grawn. This was a large, lush island of mountainous origin, surrounded by black volcanic beaches and equipped along its southern shore with a splendid natural breakwater. Rhodamont Grawn was dominant in the archipelago, by far the largest in the chain, with a population, so Grigator asserted, of 5.5 million. Twin cities spread out like wings from both sides of the harbor, but the flanks of the island's looming central peak were also well populated, with dwellings of rattan and scupic wood rising in neat ranks almost to midpoint. About the last line of houses, the slopes were thickly covered with jungle, and at the highest level rose a plume of thin white smoke, for Rhodamont Grawn was an active volcano. The last eruption, said Grigator, had occurred less than 50 years before. But that was hard to believe, when one looked at the impeccable houses and the unbroken forest growth above them. Here the pride of Mardigile would turn back for home, but Grigator arranged for the voyagers to shift to a trimaran even more noble, the Rhodamont Queen, which would carry them to the Isle of Sleep. Her skipper was one Namarinta, a woman of regal poise and bearing, with long straight hair as white as sleets, and a youthful, unlined face. Her manner was fastidious and quizzical. She studied her assortment of passengers closely, as if trying to determine what pull had drawn such a mixture into an off-season pilgrimage. But she said only, "If you are refused at the Isle, I will return you to Rhodamont Grawn, but there will be extra costs for your upkeep in that event." "Does the Isle often refuse pilgrims?" Valentine asked. "Not when they come at the proper time, but the pilgrim ships, as I suppose you know, don't sail in autumn. There may not be facilities ready for receiving you." "We've come this far with only minor difficulties," said Valentine jauntily. He heard Carabella snicker, and Sleep make stagey coughing sounds. "I feel confident," he went on, "that we'll meet no obstacles greater than those we've already encountered." "I admire your determination," Namarinta said, and signaled to her crew to prepare for departure. The archipelago in its eastern half hooked somewhat to the north, and the islands here were generally unlike Mardigile and its neighbors, being mainly the tops of a submerged mountain chain, not flat coral-based platforms. Studying Namarinta's charts, Valentine concluded that this part of the archipelago had once been a long tail of a peninsula, jutting out of the southwest corner of the Isle of Sleep, but had been swallowed by some rising of the inner sea in ancient times. Only the tallest peaks had remained above water, and between the easternmost island of the archipelago and the coast of the isle, there now lay some hundreds of miles of open sea, a formidable journey for a trimaran, even so well equipped a trimaran as Namarinta's. But the voyage was uneventful. They stopped at 4 ports, Helleroche, Sempifior, Dimid, and Guadalume, for water and victuals, sailed on serenely past Rhodamont Isles, the last island of the archipelago, and entered Ungehoyer Channel, which separated the archipelago from the Isle of Sleep. This was a broad but shallow seaway, richly endowed with marine life and heavily fished by the island folk, all but the easternmost 100 miles, which formed part of the holy perimeter of the isle. In these waters were monsters of a harmless kind, great balloon-shaped creatures known as volivants, that anchored themselves to deep rocks and lived by filtering plankton through their gills. These creatures excreted a constant stream of nutrient matter, which sustained the enormous population of life forms about them. Valentine saw dozens of volivants in the next few days, swollen globular sacs of a deep carmine hue, 50 to 80 feet across at their upper ends, plainly visible just a few feet below the calm surface. They bore dark semicircular markings on their skins, which Valentine imagined were eyes and noses and lips, so that he saw faces peering gravely up from the water. And it seemed to him that the volivants were beings of the deepest melancholy, philosophers of weight and wisdom reflecting eternally on the ebb and flow of the tides. They sadden me, he told Carabella, forever hovering there, tied by their tails to hidden boulders, swaying slowly as the currents move them. How thoughtful they are. Thoughtful? Primitive gas bags, no cleverer than a sponge. But look carefully at them, Carabella. They want to fly, to soar. They look up at the sky, at the whole world of the air, and long to encounter it. But all they can do is hang below the waves and sway, and fill themselves with invisible organisms. Just in front of their faces lies another world, and it would be death to them to enter it. Are you untouched by that? Silly, Carabella said. On the second day in the channel, the Rhodomont Queen came upon 5 fishing boats that had uprooted a volivant, brought it to the surface, and slid it into gores. They clustered about the huge outspread skin of it, cutting it into smaller sections and stacking them like hides on their decks. Valentine was appalled. When I am coronel again, he thought, I will prohibit the killing of these creatures. And then he looked at the thought in amazement, asking himself if it was his intention to promulgate laws on the basis of sympathies alone, without study of the facts. He asked Namarinta what use was made of volivant skin. Medicinal, she replied, for the comfort of the very old, when their blood flows sluggishly. One of them provides enough of the drug for all the islands for a year or more. What you see is a rare event. When I am coronel again, Valentine resolved, I will reserve judgment until I am in full possession of the truth, if such a thing is ever possible. Nevertheless, the imagined solemn profundity of the volivants haunted him with strange emotions, and he was relieved to pass beyond their zone, and into the cool blue waters that bordered the Isle of Sleep. 7. The isle now lay clearly in view to the east, growing perceptibly larger every hour. Valentine had seen it only in dreams and fantasies, and those based on nothing but his own imaginings, and whatever residue of remembered reality still encrusted his mind. And he was not at all prepared for the actuality of the place. It was immense. That should not have been surprising on a planet itself gigantic, and where so many things were in a scale with the planetary dimensions. But Valentine had misled himself into thinking an island necessarily was something of convenient and accessible scope. He had expected something perhaps 2 or 3 times as big as Rhodomont Grand, which was foolishness. The Isle of Sleep, he saw now, spanned the entire horizon, and looked as large from this distance as had the coast of Zimmerwell when they were a day or 2 out of Piliplock. An island it was, but by that token, so too were Zimmerwell and Alhamnawel and Souvrael, and the only reason the isle was not called a continent, as were they, was that they were colossal, and the isle merely very big. And the isle was dazzling. Like the promontory across the mouth of the river from Piliplock, it was ramparted by cliffs of pure white chalk that blazed brilliantly in the afternoon sunlight. They formed a wall hundreds of feet high, and perhaps hundreds of miles in length across the western face of the isle. Atop that wall spread a dark green crown of forest, and, so it seemed, there was a second wall of chalk inland at a higher elevation, topped also by forest, and then a third yet farther from the sea, so that the isle from this side gave an appearance of tier upon tier of brightness, rising to some unknown and perhaps inaccessible central fastness. He had heard of the terraces of the isle, which he gathered were artificial constructs of great age, symbolic markers of the ascent toward initiation. But the island itself seemed a place of terraces, natural ones, that enhanced its mystery. Small wonder that this place had become the abode of the sacred on Majipur. Namarinta said, pointing, "That notch in the cliff is Teleus, where the pilgrim ships land. It's one of the isle's 2 harbors. The other's Numenor, over around Alhanrawel side. But you must know all this, being pilgrims." "We have had little time to study," said Valentine. "This pilgrimage came on us suddenly." "Will you pass the rest of your lives here in the service of the lady?" she asked. "In the service of the lady, yes," Valentine said, "but I think not here. The isle is only a way station for some of us, on a much greater journey." Namarinta looked puzzled at that, but she asked no further questions. The wind blew briskly from the southwest here, and carried the Rhodomont Queen easily and swiftly toward Teleus. Soon the great chalk wall altogether filled the view, and the opening in it was revealed as no mere notch, but a harbor of heroic size, a huge gouge in the whiteness. With sails full, the trimaran entered. Valentine, in the bow, hair streaming in the breeze, was awestruck by the scope of the place. For within the sharp-angled V that was Teleus, the cliffs descended almost vertically toward the water from a height of a mile or more, and at their base was a flat strip of land, bordered by a broad white beach. At one side were wharfs and piers and docks, everything dwarfed by the scale of this gigantic amphitheater. It was hard to imagine how one could get from this port at the foot of the cliffs to the interior of the island. The place was a natural fortress. And it was silent. There were no vessels in the harbor, and an eerie, echoing quietness prevailed, against which the sound of the wind or the screeching of an occasional gull took on magnified significance. "Is there anyone here," Sleet asked, "who will greet us?" Carabella closed her eyes. "To have to go around to the Numenor side now. Worse, to return to the archipelago." "No," Deliamber said. "We will be met. Fear nothing." The trimaran glided toward the shore and came to rest at a vacant pier. The grandeur of the surroundings was overwhelming here, deep in the V of the harbor. With the cliffs rising so high, they seemed to be on the verge of toppling. A crewman made the boat fast, and they stepped forth. Deliamber's confidence seemed misplaced. There was no one here. Everything remained still, a silence so mighty that Valentine wanted to put his hands to his ears to shut it out. They waited. They exchanged uncertain glances. "Let's explore," he said finally. "Lisamon, Kun, Zalzenkavel, examine the buildings to our left. Sleet, Deliamber, Vinorcus, Shawnamir, down that way. You, Pandalin, Thesme, Rovorn, to that curve of the beach, and look beyond it. Gorsval, Erfon." Valentine, with Carabelle and the sail-mender Cordain, went straight ahead, to the foot of the titanic chalk cliff. Some sort of pathway began there, and angled upward at an impossible slope, close to vertical, toward the upper reaches of the cliff, where it vanished between 2 white spires. Climbing that path would require the agility of a forest brother, and the gall of a tandy-prancer, Valentine decided. Yet no other place of exit from the beach was apparent. He peered into the small wooden shack at the base of the path, and found nothing but a few floater sleds, presumably used in riding the path. He hauled one out, set it on the thrusting pad at ground level, and mounted it. But he saw no way of activating it. Baffled, he returned to the pier. Most of the others had come back already. "The place is deserted," said Sleet. Valentine looked toward Labyrinth. "How long would it take you to carry us around to the Alhanrawel side?" "To Numenor? Weeks, but I would not go there." "We have money," said Zazenkavel. She looked indifferent. "My trade is fishing. The time of harvest for the thornfish is at hand. If I take you to Numenor, I will miss it, and half the gossoon season as well. You could not recompense me for that." The Skandar produced a 5 royal piece, as though by its glitter alone he could change the captain's mind. But she shook it away. "For half of what you paid me to bring you from Rhodamont Gron to here, I'll return you to Rhodamont Gron, but that's the best I can do for you. In a few months, the pilgrim ships will be sailing again, and this harbor will come to life. And then, if you wish, I'll bring you here again for the same half fee. However you decide, I'm at your service, but I will sail from this place before it grows dark, and not for Numenor." Valentine considered the situation. This was a greater nuisance than being swallowed by the sea dragon, for he had quickly enough been set free from that. But this unexpected obstacle threatened to delay him well into winter, or even beyond. And all this while Dominion barges had ruled at Castlemount. New laws went forth, history was altered, the usurper consolidated his position. But what then? He glanced at Deliamber, but the wizard, though he looked bland and untroubled, offered no suggestions. They could not climb this wall. They could not fly it. They could not leap in mighty bounds to the unreachable, infinitely desirable forest groves that cloaked its shoulders. Back to Rhodamont Gron, then? "Will you wait with us here a day?" Valentine asked. "For an additional fee, that is. Possibly in the morning we'll find someone who—" "I am far from Rhodamont Gron," Labyrinth replied. "I yearn to see its shores again. Waiting here another hour even would gain you nothing, and me even less. The season is wrong. The people of the Lady expect no one to arrive at Teleus, and will not be here." Shahnamir tugged lightly at Valentine's sleeve. "You are Coronel of Marchipur," the boy whispered. "Command her to wait. Reveal yourself and force her to her knees." Smiling, Valentine said softly, "I think the trick might not work. I've left my crown elsewhere." "Then have Deliamber witch her into yielding." That was a possibility, but Valentine disliked it. Namarinta had taken them on in good faith, and by rights was free to leave, and probably was correct that waiting here another day or 2 or 3 was pointless. Compelling her to yield by Deliamber's powers was distasteful to him. On the other hand— "Lord Valentine!" a woman's voice called far away. "Here! Come!" He looked toward the far end of the harbor. It was Pandalon, Gorsval's carpenter, who had gone with Thesme and Rovorn to inspect what lay around the curve. She was waving, beckoning. He sprinted down toward her, the others following after a moment. When he reached her, she led him through the shallow water around a jutting fold of rock that concealed a much smaller beach. There he saw a single-story structure of pink sandstone that bore the triangle within triangle emblem of the Lady, and was perhaps some sort of shrine. In front of it was a garden of flowering shrubs arranged in symmetrical patterns of red, blue, orange, and yellow blossoms. 2 gardeners, a man and a woman, were tending it. They looked up without interest as Valentine approached. Awkwardly he made the sign of the Lady at them, and they returned it more adeptly. He said, "We are pilgrims, and need to be told the way to the terraces." "You come out of season," the woman said. Her face was wide and pale, with a sprinkling of pale freckles on it. There was nothing friendly in her voice. because of our eagerness to enter into the lady's service." The woman shrugged and returned to her weeding. The man, a thick-muscled, short-statured person with thinning gray hair, said, "You should have gone to Numenor at this time of year. We came from Zimrowel." That produced a minor flicker of attention. "Through the dragon winds? You must have had a difficult crossing." "There were some troublesome moments," Valentine said, "but they lie behind us now. We feel only joy at having reached this isle at last." "The lady will comfort you," said the man indifferently, and he began to work with the pruning shears. After a moment of silence that grew swiftly dismaying, Valentine said, "And the way to the terraces?" The freckled woman said, "You won't be able to operate it. But will you help us?" Silence again. Valentine said, "It would be only a moment, and then we'd disturb you no more. Show us the way." "We have our duties here," said the balding man. Valentine moistened his lips. This was leading nowhere, and for all he knew, Namarenta had left the other beach 5 minutes ago and was on her way back to Rhodomont Gron, marooning them. He looked to Deliamber. Some wizardly compulsion might be in order. Deliamber ignored the hint. Valentine moved toward him and murmured, "Touch your tentacles to them and inspire them to cooperate." "I think my sorceries are of little value on this holy isle," said Deliamber. "Try wizardries of your own." "I have none." "Try," said the Vroom. Valentine confronted the gardeners once again. "I am Coronel of Majipur," he told himself, "and I am the son of the lady whom these two worship and serve." It was impossible to say any of that to the gardeners, but he could transmit it, perhaps, through sheer force of soul. He stood tall and moved toward the center of his being, as he would have done if he were preparing to juggle before the most critical of audiences. And he smiled a smile so warm it might have opened buds on the branches of the flowering shrubs. And after a moment, the gardeners, looking up from their work, saw it and showed an unmistakable response, a reaction of surprise, bewilderment, and submission. He bathed them in glowing love. "We have come thousands of miles," he said gently, "to give ourselves up to the peace of the lady, and we beg you in the name of the divine that we both serve to assist us on our pathway, for our need is great, and we are weary of wandering." They blinked, as if the sun had emerged from behind a gray cloud. "We have our tasks," said the woman lamely. "We are not supposed to ascend until the garden is cared for," the man said, almost in a mumble. "The garden thrives," said Valentine, "and will thrive without your aid for a few hours today. Help us, before the darkness comes. We ask only that you point us on our way, and I tell you that the lady will reward you for it." The gardeners looked troubled. They glanced at one another, and then toward the sky, as though to see how late it was. Frowning, they rose and brushed the sandy soil from their knees, and like sleepwalkers, moved to the water's edge, and out into the light surf, and around the point to the greater beach, and down toward the foot of the cliff where that vertical path began its skyward climb. Namarenta was still there, but she was nearly ready for departure. Valentine went to her. "For your aid we thank you deeply," he said. "You are staying? We have found a way to the terraces." She smiled in unfeigned pleasure. "I was not eager to abandon you, but Rhodomont Gron was calling me. I wish you well as you make your pilgrimage, and I wish you a safe voyage home." He turned away. "One thing," the captain said. "Yes?" "When the woman called to you from down there," she said, "she hailed you as Lord Valentine. What was the meaning of that? A joke, said Valentine. Only a joke. Lord Valentine is how the new cardinal is named, so I've been told. The one that rules since a year or two past. Yes, Valentine said, but he is a dark-haired man. It was only a joke, a play on names, for I am Valentine too. A safe journey, Namorinta. A fruitful pilgrimage, Valentine. He walked toward the cliff. The gardeners had taken several of the floater sleds from the shack, and had placed them in riding sequence on a thrusting pad. Silently they gestured the travelers aboard. Valentine mounted the first sled, with Carabella, Deliamber, Shahnamir, and Kuhn. The female gardener went into the shack, where, it seemed, the controls of the floaters must be located. For an instant afterward the sled drifted free of the pad and began the dizzying, terrifying ascent of the towering white cliff. 8. You have come, said the acolyte Talenat Isolde, to the terrace of assessment. Here you will be weighed in the balance. When it is time to move onward, your path takes you to the terrace of inception, and then to the terrace of mirrors, where you will confront yourself. If what you see is satisfactory to you and to your guides, you move inward to second cliff, where another group of terraces awaits you. And so you proceed until the terrace of adoration. There, if the favor of the lady is upon you, you will receive your summons to inner temple. But I would not expect that to happen quickly. I would not expect that to happen at all. Those who expect to attain the lady are the least likely to reach her. Valentine's mood darkened at that, for not only did he expect to attain the lady, it was absolutely vital that he do so. And yet he understood what the acolyte was saying. In this holy place, one made no demands on the fabric of existence. One surrendered. One gave up demands and needs and desires. One yielded, if one hoped to find peace. This was no place for a coronal. The essence of a coronal's being was the wielding of power, wisely if he was capable of wisdom, but in any event steadfastly. The essence of a pilgrim was surrender. In that contradiction he might easily be lost, yet he had no choice but to go to the lady. He had at least reached the outer fringes of the lady's domain. At the top of the cliff they had been greeted by unsurprised acolytes, plainly aware that out-of-season pilgrims were floating toward them. And now, looking pious and faintly absurd in the soft pale robes of pilgrims, they were gathered in a low, long building of smooth pink stone near the crest of the cliff. Flags of the same pink stone formed a massive semicircular promenade that stretched for what appeared to be a great distance along the edge of the forest that topped the cliff. This was the terrace of assessment. Beyond it lay more forest. The other terraces were farther beyond. And deeper in, not visible from where they were now, rose the second chalk cliff atop the plateau that the outer one formed. A third cliff yet, Valentine knew, rose above the second somewhere hundreds of miles inland, and this was the holiest precinct, where inner temple was, where the lady dwelled. For all that he had traveled so far, it seemed impossible that he would ever complete those last hundreds of miles. Night was falling swiftly. He could look back through the circular window behind him and see the darkening sky and the broad, dark bosom of the sea, lit only by the purpling light of the vanishing sun as it fled toward Pilaplock. There was a speck out there, a scratch on the smooth surface of the water, that he thought and hoped was the trimaran Rhodomont Queen, heading homeward. And out there, too, were the Volavants dreaming their endless dream, and the sea-dragons making their way toward a greater sea, and beyond all that was Zimruel, its teeming cities, its forest preserves and parklands, its festivals, its billions of souls. There was much for him to look back on, but now he must look forward. He stared intently at Talenat Isolde, their first guide in this place, a tall, slender person with milk-white skin and a shaven skull, who might be of either sex. Male was Valentine's guess. The height and something about the breadth of shoulders argued that, though not absolutely. But the delicacy of Talon-Isolde's facial bones, notably the fragile curve of the light ridges above the strange blue eyes, argued otherwise. Talon-Isolde was explaining things. The daily routine of prayer and work and meditation, the system of dream-speaking, the arrangement of living quarters, the dietary restrictions, which excluded all wines and certain spices, and much else. Valentine tried to master it all, but there were so many regulations and requirements and obligations and customs that they tangled in his mind, and he ceased making the effort after a time, hoping that daily practice would instill the rules in him. As darkness came, Talon-Isolde led them from the indoctrination hall, past the sparkling, spring-fed rock pool where they had been bathed before being given their robes, and where they would bathe twice each day until they left this terrace, and to the dining hall, farther from the cliff's rim. Here they were served a simple meal of soup and fish, flavorless and unappealing even though they were furiously hungry. Their servitors were novices like themselves, in robes of light green. The hall, a large one, was only partly full. The hour for dining was almost past, Talon-Isolde pointed out. Valentine looked at his fellow pilgrims. They were of all sorts, perhaps half of human stock, but also a great many Vroons and Gayrogs, a sprinkling of Scandars, some Lee-men, some Hjorts, though not very many, and far across the way, a little insular Susuheris group. The net of the lady caught all the races of Majipur, it would seem. All but one. "Do metamorphs ever seek the lady?" Valentine asked. Talon-Isolde smiled seraphically. "If a Puravar came to us, we would accept it. But they take no part in our rites. They live to themselves as though they were alone on all of Majipur." "Perhaps some have come here disguised in other forms," Sleet suggested. "We would know that," said Talon-Isolde calmly. After dinner they were taken to their rooms, individual chambers, hardly bigger than closets, in a hive-like lodge. A couch, a sink, a place for clothes, and nothing more. Lisemann Hulton glowered at hers. "No wine," she said, "and I give up my sword, and now I sleep in this box? I think I'm going to be a failure as a pilgrim, Valentine." "Peace, and make the effort. We'll travel through the isle as swiftly as we can." He entered his room, which was between the warrior woman's and Carabella's. Immediately the light globe dimmed, and when he settled in on his couch he found himself disappearing instantly into sleep, though the hour was still early. As consciousness left him, a new light glowed softly in his mind, and he beheld the lady, the unmistakable, unquestionable lady of the isle. Valentine had seen her in dreams many times before since Pidruid. The gentle eyes, the dark hair, the flower at her ear, the olive-hued skin. But now the image was sharper, the vision more detailed, and he noticed the small lines in the corners of her eyes, and the tiny green jewels set in her earlobes, and the thin silver band that encircled her brow. In his dream he held his hands to her and said, "Mother, here I am. Call me to you, Mother." She smiled at him, but she made no answer. They were in a garden, with alabandinas in bloom all about them. She nipped at the plants with a small golden implement, clipping away flower buds so the remaining ones would yield larger blossoms. He stood beside her, waiting for her to turn to him, but the work of nipping went on, and finally she said, still not looking his way, "One must give constant attention to one's task if it is to be done properly." "Mother, I am Valentine, your son." "See, each branch has 5 buds. Let them be, and they all will open. But I take 2 away here, 1 here, 1 here, and the blooms are glorious." And as she spoke, the buds unfurled, and the alabandinus filled the air with a fragrance so keen it stunned him, while the great yellow petals stretched forth like platters, revealing the black stamens and pistils within. She touched them lightly, sending a scattering of purple pollen into the air, and said, "You are who you are, and always will be." The dream changed then, with nothing of the lady remaining in it, but only a bower of thorny bushes waving rigid arms at him, and malika birds of colossal size strutting about, and other images, confused and ever-altering, and telling him nothing that had coherent pattern. When he woke, he was expected to report at once to his dream speaker, not Talanat Isould, but another acolyte of the guide level. This a person named Stominop, shaven also, and also of ambiguous sex, but more likely than not a woman. These acolytes were of a medium level of initiation, Valentine had learned yesterday. They returned from Second Cliff to serve the needs of novices here. Dream-speaking on the Isle was nothing like that which he had experienced in Falkenkip with Tisana. There were no drugs. There was no lying together of bodies. He merely came into the presence of the speaker and described his dream. Stominop listened impassively. Valentine suspected that the speaker had had access to his dream as he was experiencing it, and merely wanted to contrast Valentine's account of it with her own perceptions, to see what gulfs and contradictions might lie between. Therefore he presented the dream exactly as he recalled it, saying, as he had in sleep, "Mother, I am Valentine, your son," and studying Stominop for a reaction to that. But he might as well have been studying the chalk face of the cliff. When he was done, the speaker said, "And what color were the alabandina blooms?" "Why, yellow, with black centers." "A lovely flower. In Zimmerwell the alabandinas are scarlet, and yellow at the center. Do you like the colors of yours better?" "I have no preference," said Valentine. Stominop smiled. "The alabandinas of Alhanrawell are yellow, with black centers. You may go now." The speakings were much the same every day. A cryptic comment, or one that was perhaps not so cryptic, but lay open to varying interpretations. Only no interpretations ever were offered. Stominop was like a repository for his dreams, absorbing them without providing counsel. Valentine became accustomed to that. He became accustomed, too, to the daily routines of labor. He worked in the garden 2 hours each morning, doing minor trimming and weeding and much turning of soil. And in the afternoons he was a mason, taking instruction in the art of pointing the flagstones of the terrace. There were long sessions of meditation in which he was given no guidance whatever, only sent off to his room to stare at the walls. He saw hardly anything of his companions of the journey, except when they bathed together, at mid-morning and again just before dinner, in the sparkling pool. And they had little to say. It was easy to get into the rhythm of this place and cast aside all urgencies. The tropic air, the perfume of millions of blossoms, the gentle tone of everything that went on here, lulled and soothed like a warm bath. But Alhanrawell lay thousands of miles to the east, and he was moving not an inch toward his goal so long as he remained at the terrace of assessment. Already a week had gone by. During his meditation sessions, Valentine entertained fantasies of collecting his people and slipping away by night, passing illicitly through terrace after terrace, scaling second cliff and third, presenting himself ultimately to the lady at the threshold of her temple. But he suspected they would not get far, in a place where dreams were open books. So he fretted. He knew that fretting would win him no advancement here, and he taught himself instead to relax, to give himself up utterly to his tasks, to clear his mind of all needs and compulsions and attachments, and thus to open the way toward the dream of summoning by which the lady would beckon him inward. That had no effect either. He plucked weeds, he cultivated the warm, rich soil. He carried buckets of mortar and grout to the farthest reaches of the terrace. He sat cross-legged in his meditation hours with his mind entirely empty. And night after night he went to bed praying that the lady would appear and tell him, "It is time for you to come to me." But nothing happened. "How long will this continue?" he asked Deliamber at the pool one day. "It's the 5th week, or maybe the 6th. I'm losing count. Do I stay here a year, 2, 5? "Some of the pilgrims among us have done just that," said the rune. "I spoke with one, a Hjort who served in patrols under Lord Voriax. She has spent 4 years here, and seems quite resigned to staying at the outermost terrace forever." "She has no need to go elsewhere. This is a pleasant enough inn, Deliamber, but I have urgent appointments to the east," Deliamber said, "and therefore you are condemned to remain here. There's a paradox in your dilemma, Valentine. You strive to renounce purpose, but your renunciation itself has a purpose. Do you see? Your speaker surely does." "Of course I see, but what do I do? How do I pretend not to care whether I stay here forever?" "Pretense is impossible. The moment you genuinely don't care, you'll move onward. Not until then." Valentine shook his head. "That's like telling me that my salvation depends on never thinking of Gehorner birds. The harder I'd try not to think of them, the more flocks of Gehorners would fly through my mind. What am I to do, Deliamber?" But Deliamber had no other suggestions. The next day, Valentine learned that Shahnamir and Venorcus had received advancement to the Terrace of Inception. 2 more days passed before Valentine saw Deliamber again. The wizard remarked that Valentine did not look well, and Valentine replied, with an impatience he could not control, "How do you expect me to look? Do you know how many weeds I've pulled, how much masonry I've pointed? While in Alhanruel a Bargezid sits on Castlemount and—" "Peace," Deliamber said softly. "This is not like you." "Peace? Peace? How long can I be peaceful?" "Perhaps your patience is being tested, in which case, my lord, you are failing the test." Valentine considered that. After a moment he said, "I admit your logic, but perhaps it's my ingenuity that's being tested. Deliamber, put a summoning dream into my head tonight." "My sorceries, you know, seem of little value on this island." "Do it. Try it. Concoct a message from the lady and plant it in my mind, and then we'll see." Deliamber, shrugging, touched his tentacles to Valentine's hands for the moment of thought transference. Valentine felt the faint, distant tingle of contact. "Your sorceries still work," he said. And that night there came to him a dream in which he drifted like a vol-au-vent in the bathing pool, attached to the rocks by some membrane that had sprouted from his feet. And as he sought to free himself, the face of the lady appeared, smiling in the night sky, and whispered to him, "Come, Valentine, come to me, come." And the membrane dissolved, and he floated upward and soared on the breeze, borne by the wind toward Inner Temple. Valentine relayed the dream to Stormenop in his dream-speaking session. She listened as though he were telling her of a dream of plucking weeds in the garden. The next night Valentine pretended he had had the same dream, and again she made no comment. He offered the dream on the next, and asked for a speaking of it. Stormenop said, "The speaking of your dream is that no bird flies with another's wings." His cheeks reddened. He went slinking away from her chamber. 5 days later, he was told by Talon Suld that he had been granted admission to the Terrace of Inception. "But why?" he asked Deliamber. The rune replied, Why is a useless question in matters of spiritual progress. Obviously something has altered in you. But I've had no legitimate summoning dream. Perhaps you have, said the sorcerer. One of the acolytes took him, by foot, through the forest paths to the next terrace. The road was a maze, zigzagging bewilderingly, several times requiring them to turn in what seemed like precisely the wrong direction. Valentine was altogether lost by the time they emerged, some hours later, into a cleared area of immense size. Pyramids of dark blue stone 10 feet high rose there at regular intervals from the pink flagstone of the terrace. Life was much the same here. Menial tasks, meditation, daily dream-speaking, stark ascetic quarters, drab food. But there was also the beginning of holy instruction, an hour each afternoon in which the principles of the grace of the lady were explained by means of elliptical parables and circuitous dialogues. Valentine listened restlessly to all that at first. It seemed vague and abstract to him, and it was hard to concentrate on such cloudy matters when what possessed him was a direct political passion, to reach Castlemount and settle the questioning of the governing of Majipur. But by the third day, it struck him that what the acolyte was saying about the role of the lady was entirely political. She was a tempering force, Valentine realized, a mortar of love and faith binding together the centers of power on this world. However, she worked her magic of dream-sending, and it was impossible to believe the popular myth that she was in touch with the minds of millions of people every night. It was clear that her calm spirit soothed and eased the planet. The apparatus of the King of Dreams, Valentine knew, sent direct and specific dreams that lashed the guilty and admonished the uncertain, and the sendings of the king could be fierce. But as the warmth of the ocean moderates the climate of the land, so did the lady make gentle the harsh forces of control on Majipur. And the theology that had arisen around the person of the lady as divine mother incarnate was, Valentine now understood, only a metaphor for the division of power that the early rulers of Majipur had devised. So he listened with keener interest. He put aside his eagerness to move to loftier terraces for a time, in order to learn more here. Valentine was entirely alone at this terrace. That was new. Shahnamir and Venorcus were nowhere to be seen. Had they been sent on already to the Terrace of Mirrors? And the rest, so far as he knew, remained behind. Most of all he missed Carabella's sparkling energies, and Deliamber's sardonic wisdom. But the others too had become part of his soul in the long, difficult journey across Zimruel. And not to have them about him here was discomforting. His days as a juggler seemed long gone and never to be recaptured. Occasionally now he would, in leisure moments, take fruits from the trees and toss them in the old familiar patterns, to the amusement of passing novices and acolytes. One in particular, a thick-shouldered, black-bearded man named Farsal, made a point of watching closely whenever Valentine juggled. "Where did you learn those arts?" Farsal asked. "In Pidwood," Valentine said. "I was with a juggling troupe." "It must have been a fine life." "It was," said Valentine, remembering the excitement of standing before the dark-visaged Lord Valentine in the arena at Pidruid, and of stepping out onto the vast stage of DeLorme's perpetual circus, and all the rest unforgettable scenes of his past. Farsal said, "Can those skills be taught, or is it an inborn knack?" "Anyone can learn, anyone with a quick eye and the willingness to concentrate. I learned myself in just a week or two, last year in Pidruid." "No, surely you've juggled all your life." "Not before last year." "What led you to take it up, then?" Valentine smiled. "I needed a livelihood, and there were traveling jugglers in Pidruid for the Coronals Festival, who had need of an extra pair of hands. They taught me quickly, as I could teach you." "You could, do you think?" "Here," Valentine said, and tossed the black-bearded man one of the fruits he was juggling, a firm green bishawar. Throw that back and forth between your hands a while to loosen your fingers. You must master a few basic positions and certain habits of perception, which will take practice. And then—" "What did you do before you were a juggler?" asked Fossil as he tossed the fruit. "I wandered about," said Valentine. "Here, hold your hands in this fashion." He drilled Fossil half an hour, trying to train him as Carabelle and Sleet had done for him at the inn in Pidruid. It was a welcome diversion in this placid and monotonous life. Fossil had quick hands and good eyes, and learned rapidly, though not nearly so rapidly as Valentine had. Within a few days he had developed most of the elementary skills, and could juggle after a fashion, though not gracefully. He was an outgoing and talkative man, who kept up a steady flow of conversation as he flipped the bishowas from hand to hand. Born in Nimoya, he said, for many years a merchant in Piliplock, recently overtaken by a spiritual crisis that had thrust him into confusion, and then sent him on the Isle pilgrimage. He talked of his marriage, his unreliable sons, his winning and losing huge fortunes at the gaming tables, and he wanted to know all about Valentine as well, his family, his ambitions, the motives that had brought him to the lady. Valentine dealt with these queries as plausibly as he could, and turned aside the most awkward ones with quickly contrived dissertations on the art of juggling. At the end of the second week, toil, study, meditation, periods of free time spent juggling with Fossil, a stable and static ground. Valentine felt restlessness coming over him again, the yearning to be moving onward. He had no idea how many terraces there were. 9, 90? But if he spent this much time at each, he might be years in reaching the lady. Some means of abbreviating the process of ascent was needed. Counterfeit summoning dreams did not seem to work. He trotted forth his drifting in the pool dream for Sillimane, his dream speaker here, but she was no more impressed by it than Stominop had been. He tried, during his meditation periods and when he was falling asleep at night, to reach forth to the mind of the lady and implore her to summon him. This produced nothing useful either. He asked those who sat near him in the dining hall how long they had been at the Terrace of Inception. 2 years, said one. 8 months, said another. They looked untroubled. And you? He asked Fossil. Fossil said he had arrived only a few days before Valentine, but he felt no impatience about moving on. There's no hurry, is there? We serve the lady wherever we may be, don't you think? So one terrace is as good as another. Valentine nodded. He hardly dared disagree. Late in the third week, he thought he caught sight of Vinorcus far across the field of Stodja where he was working. But he was not sure. Was that a flash of orange on that Hjort's whiskers? And the distance was too great for shouting. The next day, though, as Valentine stood casually juggling with Fossil near the bathing pool, he saw Vinorcus, unquestionably Vinorcus, watching from the other side of the plaza. Valentine excused himself and jogged over. After so many weeks sundered from his old companions here, even the Hjort was a welcome sight. Then it was you in the Stodja fields, Valentine said. Vinorcus nodded. These past few days I've had several glimpses of you, my lord, but the terrace is so huge, I've never been able to come close. When did you arrive? About a week after you. Are there others of us here? Not so far as I know, the Hjort replied. Shahnamir was, but he's moved on. I see you've lost none of your juggling skill, my lord. Who's your partner? A man of Piliplock, quick with his hands. And with his tongue as well? Valentine frowned. What do you mean? Have you said much to this man of your past, my lord, or of your future? Of course not. Valentine stared. No, Vinorcus, surely no spies of the coronel right here on the lady's own isle. Why not? Is it so hard to infiltrate this place? But why do you suspect? Last night, after I glimpsed you in the fields, I came here to make inquiry about you. One of those I spoke to was your new friend, my lord. Asked him if he knew you, and he started questioning me. Was I your friend? Had I known you in Pidruid? Why had we come to the isle? And so on, and so on. My lord, I am uneasy when strangers ask questions, especially in this place, where one is taught to remain apart from others. You may be too suspicious, Vinorcus. Maybe so, but guard yourself anyway, my lord. That I will, said Valentine. He'll learn nothing from me but what he's already had, which is merely some juggling. He may already know too much about you, said the Hjort gloomily. But let us watch him, even as he watches you. The notion that he might be under surveillance, even here, dismayed him. Was there no sanctuary? Valentine wished he had sleep beside him, or Deliamber. A spy now might well become an assassin later, as Valentine drew closer to the lady and became that much more of a peril to the usurper. But Valentine seemed to be drawing no closer to the lady. Another week went by in the same fashion as before. Then, just as he was coming to believe he would spend the rest of his days at the Terrace of Inception, and when he was reaching a point where it mattered little to him if he did, he was called from the fields and told to make ready to go on to the Terrace of Mirrors. 9. This third terrace was a place of dazzling beauty, with a glitter that reminded Valentine of Dulorne. It nestled against the base of Second Cliff, a forbidding vertical wall of white chalk that seemed an absolute barrier to further inward progress. And when the sun was in the west, the face of the cliff was such a wonder of reflected brilliance that it stunned the eye and wrung gasps of awe from the soul. Then, too, there were the mirrors. Great, rough-hewn slabs of polished black stone, set edgewise in the ground everywhere about this terrace, so that wherever one looked, one encountered one's own image, glowing against a shining inner light. Valentine at first studied himself critically, searching for the changes that his journey had brought upon him, some dimming of the warm radiance that had flowed from him since the Pidruid days, or perhaps marks of weariness or stress. But he saw none of that, only the familiar golden-haired smiling man, and he waved to himself and winked amiably and saluted, and then, after a week or so, ceased to notice his reflection at all. If he had been ordered to ignore the mirrors, he would probably have lived in guilty tension, flicking his gaze involuntarily toward them and wrenching it away. But no one here told him what purpose the mirrors served, or what attitude he should take toward them, and in time he simply forgot them. This, he realized much later, was the key to forward movement on the isle. Evolution of the spirit from within, a growing ability to discern and discard the irrelevant. He was entirely alone here. No Shanamir, no Vinorcus, and no Farsal. Valentine kept close watch for the black-bearded man. If indeed he was some sort of spy, he would doubtless find a way to follow Valentine from terrace to terrace. But Farsal did not arrive. Valentine stayed at the Terrace of Mirrors 11 days, and went onward, in the company of 5 other novices, via a floater sled to the rim of Second Cliff in the Terrace of Consecration. From here there was a magnificent view back over the first 3 terraces, far below to the distant sea. Valentine could barely see the Terrace of Assessment, only a thin line of pink against the dark green of the forest. But the great Terrace of Inception spread out awesomely at the midpoint of the lower plateau, and the Terrace of Mirrors, just below, blazed like 1,000,000 bright pyres in noonday light. It was becoming unimportant to him now how swift his pace might be. Time was losing its meaning. He had slipped entirely into the rhythm of the place. He worked in the fields, he attended lengthy sessions of spiritual instruction, He spent much of his time in the darkened, stone-roofed building that was the shrine of the lady, asking, in a way that was not really asking at all, that illumination be granted him. Occasionally he remembered that he had intended to go quickly to the heart of the isle, and to the woman who dwelled there. But there seemed little urgency to any of that now. He had become a true pilgrim. Beyond the terrace of consecration lay the terrace of flowers, and beyond that the terrace of devotion, and then the terrace of surrender. All these were of second cliff, as was the terrace of ascent, which was the final stage before one went up onto the plateau where the lady lived. Each of the terraces, Valentine came to understand, completely encircled the island, so that there might be 1,000,000 votaries in each at any time, or even more, and each pilgrim saw only a tiny segment of the whole as he pursued his course toward the center. How much effort had gone into constructing all this! How many lives had been given over entirely to the lady's service! And each pilgrim moved within a sphere of silence. No friendships were begun here. No confidences were exchanged. No lovers embraced. Fossil had been a mysterious exception to that custom. It was as though this place existed outside of time and apart from the ordinary rituals of life. In this middle zone of the isle, there was less emphasis on teaching, more on toil. When he reached the third cliff, he knew, he would join those who actually carried out the lady's work in the world at large. For it was not the lady herself, he now understood, who emanated most sendings to the world, but rather the millions of advanced acolytes of Third Cliff, whose minds and spirits became amplifiers for the lady's benevolence. Not that everyone reached Third Cliff. Many of the older acolytes, he gathered, had spent decades on Second Cliff, performing administrative tasks, with neither the hope nor the desire of moving toward the more taxing responsibilities of the inner zone. In his third week at the Terrace of Devotion, Valentine was granted what he knew to be an unmistakable summoning dream. He saw himself crossing that parched purple plain that had darkened his sleep in Pidruid. The sun was low at the horizon, and the sky was harsh and bleak, and ahead of him lay 2 broad mountain ranges that rose like giant swollen fists. In the jagged, boulder-strewn valley between them, the last ruddy glimmer of sunlight was visible, a peculiar oily light, ominous, more a stain than a radiance. A cool, dry wind blew out of that strangely illuminated valley, and on it came sighing, singing sounds, soft, melancholy melodies riding the breeze. Valentine walked for hours, but made no progress. The mountains grew no nearer. The desert sands extended themselves infinitely as he trekked. That last shard of light did not depart. His strength was ebbing. Menacing mirages danced before him. He saw Simonin Bargezid, the king of dreams, and his 3 sons. He saw the ghastly senile pontifex roaring on his subterranean throne. He saw monstrous amorphobots crawling sluggishly in the dunes, and the snouts of massive doomcars rising like augers out of the sands, probing the air for prey. Things hissed and twanged and whispered. Insects swarmed in nasty little clouds. A rain of dry sand began to fall, lightly, clogging his eyes and nostrils. He was weary and ready at any moment to yield and halt, to lie down in the sand and let the shifting dunes cover him. But one thing drew him on, for in the valley a glowing figure moved to and fro, a smiling woman, the lady his mother. And so long as she could be seen there, he would not cease pressing forward. He felt the warmth of her presence, the pull of her love. "Come," she murmured. "Come to me, Valentine." Her arms reached toward him across that terrible desert of monstrosities. His shoulders sagged, his knees weakened. He could not continue, though he knew he must. "Lady," he whispered, "I am at my end. I must rest. I must sleep." At that the glow between the mountains grew warmer and brighter. "Valentine," she called, "Valentine, my son." He could scarcely keep his eyes open. It was so tempting to lie down in the warm sand. "You are my son," came the voice of the lady across that impossible distance, "and I have need of you." And as she said these words, he found new strength and walked more rapidly, and then began to run lightly over the hard-crusted desert floor, his heart lifting, his stride widening. Now the distances quickly dwindled, and Valentine could see her clearly, awaiting him on a terrace of violet-hued stone, smiling, reaching to him with outstretched arms, calling his name in a voice that rang like the bells of Nimoya. He awoke with the sound of her voice still ringing in his mind. It was dawn. Wondrous energy flooded his spirit. He rose and went down to the great amethystine basin that was the bathing pool at the Terrace of Devotion, and plunged boldly into the chilly spring water. Afterward, he trotted to the chamber of Menesipta, his dream speaker here, a compact, fine-honed person with flashing dark eyes and a taut, spare face, and poured forth the dream to her in one long rush of words. Menesipta sat silently. The coolness of her response dampened Valentine's exuberance. He remembered going to Stomanop at the Terrace of Assessment with the fraudulent summoning dream of the Volavant, and how swiftly Stomanop had dismissed that dream. But this was no fraud. He had no Deliamber here to do witcheries on his mind. Valentine said at length, "May I ask an evaluation?" "The dream has familiar overtones," Menesipta replied calmly. "Is that your whole speaking of it?" She seemed amused. "What more would you have me say?" Valentine clenched his fists in frustration. "If someone came to me for a speaking of such a dream, I would call it a dream of summoning." "Very well. Do you agree? Would you call it a dream of summoning?" "If it would please you." "Pleasing me isn't the point," said Valentine, irritated. "Either the dream was a dream of summoning or it wasn't. What is your view of it?" Smiling obliquely, the dream speaker said, "I call your dream a dream of summoning." "And now?" "Now? Now you have your morning duties to observe." "A dream of summoning, as I understand it," said Valentine tightly, "is required in order to attain the presence of the lady." "Indeed. Should I not advance now to Inner Temple?" Menesipta shook her head. "No one goes from Second Cliff to Inner Temple. Only when you reach the Terrace of Adoration does a summoning dream suffice of itself to call you inward. Your dream is interesting and important, but it changes nothing. Go to your duties, Valentine." Anger throbbed in him as he left her chamber. He knew he was being foolish, that a mere dream could not be enough to sweep him past the remaining hurdles that separated him from the lady, and yet he had expected so much from it. He had hoped Menesipta would clap her hands and cry out in joy, and ship him at once to Inner Temple. And none of that had happened, and the letdown was painful and infuriating. More pain ensued. As he came from the fields 2 hours later, an acolyte intercepted him and said bluntly, "You are ordered immediately to the harbor at Teleus, where new pilgrims await your guidance." Valentine was stunned. The last thing he wanted now was to be sent back to the starting point. He was to set out at once, on foot and alone, making his way outward from terrace to terrace, and getting himself to the Terrace of Assessment in the shortest possible time. They provided him at the terrace commissary with enough food to see him as far as the Terrace of Flowers. They gave him also a direction-finding device, an amulet to be fastened to his arm, that would scan for buried road markers and emit a soft, high pinging sound. At midday, he left the Terrace of Devotion. But the path he chose was the one inward toward the Terrace of Surrender, not the one that would take him back toward the coast. The decision came suddenly and with unarguable force. He simply could not allow himself to be turned away from the lady. Slipping off on an unauthorized trek, on this highly disciplined island, held serious risks, but he had no choice. Valentine circled past the rim of the terrace and found the grassy path that cut diagonally across the recreation field to the main road. There he was supposed to turn left toward the outer terraces, but feeling extraordinarily conspicuous, he turned right instead and set out briskly toward the interior. Soon he was beyond the settled part of the terrace, and the road had narrowed from wide paved highway to earthen track, with forest pressing close on all sides. Within half an hour, he was at a fork in the road. When he started at random down the left-hand branch, the quiet pinging tone of the direction-finding amulet vanished, returning when he had made his way back to the other fork. A useful device, he thought. He walked steadily until nightfall. Then he camped in a pleasant grove beside a gentle stream, and allowed himself a sparing meal of cheese and sliced meat. He slept fitfully, stretched out on the cool, moist ground between two slender trees. The first pink glimmer of dawn woke him. He stirred, stretched, opened his eyes. A quick splash in the stream, yes, and then a bit of breakfast, and then— Valentine heard sounds in the forest behind him, twigs snapping, something moving through the bushes. Quietly he slipped behind a thick-trunked tree by the edge of the stream, and peered warily around it, and saw a powerfully built black-bearded man emerge from the underbrush, pause by his campsite, look cautiously about. Farsal, in a pilgrim's robe, but with a dagger strapped to his left forearm. Some 25 feet separated the two men. Valentine frowned, considered his options, calculated tactics. Where had Farsal found a dagger on this peaceful island? Why was he tracking Valentine through the forest, if not to slay him? Violence was alien to Valentine, but to take Farsal by surprise seemed the only course that made sense. He rocked back and forth a moment on the balls of his feet, centered his mind as though he were about to juggle, and sprang from his hiding place. Farsal whirled and managed to get the dagger from its scabbard just as Valentine crashed into him. With a sudden, desperate hacking motion, Valentine slammed the side of his hand into the underside of Farsal's arm, numbing it, and the dagger dropped to the ground. But an instant later, Farsal's meaty arms wrapped Valentine in a crushing grip. They stood locked, face to face. Farsal was a head shorter than Valentine, but deeper of chest, broader of shoulder, a bull-bodied man. He strained to throw Valentine to the ground. Valentine struggled to break free. Neither was able to sway the other, though veins bulged on their foreheads and their faces went red and swollen with strain. "This is madness," Valentine murmured. "Let go! Back off! I mean you no harm." Farsal only tightened his grip. "Who sent you?" Valentine asked. "What do you want with me?" Silence. The mighty arms, Skandar strong, continued inexorably pressing inward. Valentine fought for breath. Pain dazed him. He tried to force his elbows outward and snap the hold. No. Farsal's face was ugly and distorted with effort, his eyes fierce, his lips tightly set. And slowly but measurably he was pushing Valentine to the ground. Resisting that terrible grip was impossible. Valentine abruptly ceased trying and let himself go limp as a bundle of rags. Farsal, surprised, twisted him to one side. Valentine allowed his knees to buckle and offered no resistance as Farsal hurled him down. but he landed lightly, on his back with his legs coiled above him, and as Fossil lunged furiously for him, Valentine brought his feet up with all his force into the other man's gut. Fossil gasped and grunted and staggered back, stunned. Valentine, springing to his feet, seized Fossil with arms made greatly muscular by months of juggling, and pushed him down roughly to the ground, and held him pinned there, knees against Fossil's outspread arms, hands gripping his shoulders. How strange this is, Valentine thought, to be fighting hand to hand with another being, as though we were unruly children. It had the quality of a dream. Fossil glared at him in rage, slammed his feet angrily against the ground, tried in vain to push Valentine off. "Talk to me now," Valentine said. "Tell me what this means. Did you come here to kill me?" "I will say nothing." "You who talked so much when we were juggling?" "That was before." "What am I to do with you?" Valentine asked. "If I let you up, you'll be at me again. But if I hold you here, I hold myself as well." "You can't hold me long this way." Once more Fossil heaved. His strength was enormous, but Valentine's grip on him was firm. Fossil's face was scarlet, thick cords stood out on his throat, his eyes blazed with fury and frustration. For a long moment he lay still. Then he appeared to gather all his strength, going tense and thrusting upward. Valentine could not withstand that awesome push. There was a wild moment when neither man was in control of the situation. Valentine half flung aside, Fossil writhing and flexing as he tried to roll over. Valentine grabbed Fossil's thick shoulders and attempted to force him back to the ground. Fossil shook him away, and his fingers clawed for Valentine's eyes. Valentine ducked below the clutching fingers. Then, without pausing to think about it, he seized Fossil by his coarse black beard and pulled him to one side, slamming his head into a rock that jutted from the moist soil close beside him. Fossil made a heavy grunting sound and lay still. Springing to his feet, Valentine seized the fallen dagger and stood above the other. He was trembling, not out of fear, but from the release of tension, like a bowstring after the arrow has been let go. His ribs ached from that awful hug, and the muscles of his arms and shoulders were twitching and throbbing in 50 different rhythms. "Fossil," he said, nudging him with one foot. No response. Dead. No. The great barrel of a chest was slowly rising and falling, and Valentine heard the sound of hoarse, ragged breathing. Valentine hefted the knife. What now? Sleep might say, finish the fallen man off before he came to. Impossible. One did not kill except in self-defense. One certainly did not kill an unconscious man, would-be assassin though he might be. To kill another intelligent being meant a lifetime of punishing dreams, the vengeance of the murdered. But he could scarcely just walk away, leaving Fossil to recover and come after him. Some bird-net vine would be a useful thing to have just now. Valentine did see another sort of vine, a sturdy-looking liana with green and yellow stems as thick as his fingers, scrambling far up the side of a tree. And with some fierce tugging he pulled down 5 huge strands of it. These he wound tightly around Fossil, who stirred and moaned but did not regain consciousness. In 10 minutes, Valentine had him securely trussed, bound like a mummy from chest to ankles. He tested the vines, and they held tight at his pull. Valentine gathered his few possessions and hurried away. The savage encounter in the forest had shaken him badly. Not only the fighting, though that was barbaric enough, and would disturb him a long while, but also the idea that his enemy no longer was content merely to spy on him, but was sending murderers to him, and if that is so, he thought, Can I doubt any longer the truth of the visions that tell me I am Lord Valentine? Valentine barely comprehended the concept of deliberate murder. One absolutely did not take the lives of others. In the world he knew, that was basic. Not even the usurper, overthrowing him, had dared to kill him, for fear of the dark dreams that would come. But evidently now he was willing to accept that dread risk. Unless, Valentine thought, Farsal had resolved on the assassination attempt by himself, as a ghastly way of winning the favor of his employers, when he discovered Valentine slipping away toward the inner zone of the Isle. A somber business. Valentine shuddered. More than once, as he strode along the forest trails, he looked tensely behind him, half expecting to see the black-bearded man pursuing him again. But no pursuers came. By mid-afternoon, Valentine saw the Terrace of Surrender in the distance, and the flat white face of Third Cliff far beyond it. No one was likely to notice an unauthorized pilgrim quietly moving about among all these millions. He entered the Terrace of Surrender with what he hoped was an innocent expression, as if he had every right to be there. It was an opulent, spacious place, with a row of lofty buildings of dark blue stone at its eastern end, and a grove of bassa trees and fruit closer at hand. Valentine added half a dozen of the tender, succulent bassa fruits to his pack, and continued to the terrace baths, where he rid himself of the grime of his first day's trek. Growing even bolder, he found the dining hall and helped himself to soup and stewed meat. And as casually as he had come, he slipped out the far end of the terrace just as night was descending. Again he slept in an improvised forest bed, dozing and waking often to thoughts of Farsal, and when there was light enough he rose and went onward. The stupefying white wall of Third Cliff loomed high above the forest before him. All day he walked, and all the next, and still he seemed no closer to the cliff. Traveling on foot through these woods, he was covering, he guessed, no more than 15 or 18 miles a day. Might it be 50 or 80 to Third Cliff? And then how far from there to Inner Temple? This journey might take weeks. He walked on. His stride grew ever more springy. This forest life was agreeing with him. On the fourth day, Valentine reached the Terrace of Ascent. He paused briefly to refresh himself, slept in a quiet grove, and in the morning went onward until he arrived at the base of Third Cliff. He knew nothing of the mechanism that transported the floater sleds up the cliff walls. From here he could see the small settlement at the floater station, a few cottages, some acolytes working in a field, sleds stacked by the foot of the cliff. He considered waiting until darkness and then trying to run the sleds, but decided against it. Climbing that giddy height unaided, using equipment he did not understand, seemed too risky. Forcing the acolytes to aid him was even less to his liking. One option remained. He tidied his travel-stained robes, donned an air of supreme authority, and advanced at a dignified pace toward the floater station. The acolytes, there were 3 of them, regarded him coolly. He said, "Are the floaters ready for operation?" "Have you business on Third Cliff?" "I do." Valentine turned on them his most dazzling smile, letting them see also an underlying aspect of confidence, strength, total self-assurance. He said crisply, "I am Valentine of Alhamruel, under special summons to the lady. They wait for me above to escort me to Inner Temple." "Why were we not told of this?" Valentine shrugged. "How would I know? Someone's error, obviously. Shall I wait here until the papers arrive for you? Shall the lady wait for me? Come, get your floaters floating." Valentine of Alhamruel? Special summons to the lady? The acolytes frowned, shook their heads, peered uncomfortably at one another. "This is all very irregular. Who did you say is to be your escort up there?" Valentine took a deep breath. "The High Speaker Tisana of Falkenkip herself has been sent to fetch me," he announced resonantly. "She, too, will be kept waiting while you fidget and fumble. Will you answer to her for this delay? You know what sort of temper the High Speaker has." "True, true," the acolytes agreed nervously, nodding to one another as though such a person actually existed, and her wrath were something greatly to be dreaded. Valentine saw that he had won. With brisk, impatient gestures, he mobilized them to their tasks, and in a moment he was aboard a sled and floating serenely toward the highest and most sacred of the 3 cliffs of the Isle of Sleep. 10. The air atop 3rd Cliff was clear and pure and cool, for this level of the isle lay thousands of feet above sea level, and up here in the area of the Lady, the environment was quite different from that of the 2 lower steps. The trees were tall and slim, with needle-like leaves and open, symmetrical boughs, and the shrubs and plants about them had a subtropical hardiness to them, thick, glossy leaves and sturdy, rubbery stems. Looking back, Valentine could not see the ocean from here, only the forested sprawl of 2nd Cliff and a hint of 1st Cliff far beyond. A pathway of elegantly joined stone blocks led from the rim of 3rd Cliff toward the forest. Unhesitatingly, Valentine set out upon it. He had no idea of the topography of this level, only that there were many terraces, and the last of them was the Terrace of Adoration, where one awaited the call to the Lady. He did not expect to get all the way to the threshold of Inner Temple unintercepted, but he would go as far as he could, and when they seized him as a trespasser, he would give them his name and ask that it be conveyed to the Lady, and the rest would be subject to her mercy, her grace. He was halted before he reached the outermost of 3rd Cliff's terraces. 5 acolytes in the robes of the inner hierarchy, gold with red trim, emerged from the forest and arrayed themselves coolly across his path. There were 3 men, 2 women, all of considerable age, and they showed no fear of him at all. One of the women, white-haired, with thin lips and dark, intense eyes, said, "I am Lorivade of the Terrace of Shadows, and I ask you in the Lady's name how you come to be here." "I am Valentine of Alhamnowell," he replied evenly, "and I am of the Lady's own flesh, and would have you take me to her." The brazen statement produced no smiles among the hierarchs. Lorivade said, "You claim kinship with the Lady?" "I am her son." "Her son's name is Valentine, and he is colonel on Castle Mount. What madness is this?" "Bring to the Lady the news that her son Valentine has come to her across the inner sea and all of Zimroel, and that he is a fair-haired man, and I ask no more than that." One of the men at Lorivade's side said, "You wear the robes of 2nd Cliff. It is forbidden for you to have made this ascent." With a sigh, Valentine said, "I understand that. My ascent was unauthorized, illegal, and presumptuous, but I claim the highest reasons of state. If my message is delayed in reaching the Lady, you will answer for it." "We are not accustomed to threats here," Lorivade declared. "I make no threat. I speak only of inevitable consequences." A woman to the right of Lorivade said, "He's a lunatic. We'll have to confine him and treat him." "And censure the crew below," said another man. "And discover which terrace he's from, and how he was allowed to wander away from it," said a third. "I ask only that you send my message to the Lady," Valentine said quietly. They surrounded him, and moving in formation, walked him briskly along the forest path to a place where 3 floaters were parked, and a number of younger acolytes waited. Evidently they had been prepared for serious trouble. Lorivade gestured to one of the acolytes and issued brief orders. Then the 5 hierarchs boarded one of the floaters and were borne away. Acolytes moved toward Valentine. None too gently they caught him and propelled him toward a floater. He smiled and indicated he would make no resistance. but they held him firmly and pushed him roughly into a seat. The floater rose to full hover, and at a signal, the mounts tethered to it began to trot toward the nearby terrace. It was a place of wide, low buildings and great stone plazas, this terrace of shadows, and the shadows that gave it its name were black as the darkest ink, mysterious, all-engulfing pools of night that stretched in strangely significant patterns over the abstract stone statuary. But Valentine's tour of the terrace was brief. His captors halted outside a squat, stark building without windows. A cunningly fashioned door slid open on silent hinges at the lightest of touches. He was ushered inside. The door closed and left no trace in the wall. He was a prisoner. The room was square, low-ceilinged, and bleak. A single dim glow float cast a mellow greenish light. There was a cleanser, a sink, a commode, a mattress. Beyond that, nothing. Would they send his message to the lady, or would they leave him here to grow dusty, while they investigated the irregularities of his advent on Third Cliff, rummaging for weeks in the island bureaucracy? An hour passed. 2. 3. Let them send an interrogator, he prayed, an inquisitor, anyone, only not this silence, this boredom, this solitude. He counted paces. The room was not precisely square. One pair of walls was a pace and a half longer than the other pair. He searched for the outlines of the doorway, and could not find them. The fit was seamless, a marvel of design that gave him little cheer. He invented dialogues and silently embellished them. Valentine and Delhi Amber, Valentine and the lady, Valentine and Carabella, Valentine and Lord Valentine. But it was an amusement that soon palled. He heard a faint whining sound, and whirled to see a slot open in the wall, and a tray come sliding into his cell. They had given him baked fish, a cluster of ivory-colored grapes, a beaker of cool red juice. "For this repast I thank you kindly," he said out loud. His fingers probed the wall, seeking the place where the tray had entered. No trace. He ate. He invented more dialogues, conversing in his mind with Sleet, with the old dream speaker Tisana, with Zalzenkavel, with Captain Gosval. He asked them about their childhoods, their hopes and dreams, their political opinions, their tastes in food and drink and clothing. Again the game wore thin after a while, and he stretched out to sleep. Sleep was thin, too, a shallow doze, broken half a dozen times by white, dreary spells of wakefulness. His dreams were patchy ones. Through them drifted the lady, Farcel, the king of dreams, the metamorph chieftain, and the hierarch Loravade. But they offered only muddled and murky words. When he woke, finally, a tray of breakfast had appeared in the room. A long day passed. He had never known a day so interminable. There was nothing at all to do, nothing whatever, an endless stretch of gray nothingness. He would have juggled his dishes, but they were light and flimsy things, and it would have been like juggling feathers. He tried to juggle his boots, but he had only 2 of those, and juggling things in 2s was a fool's sport. He juggled memories instead, reliving all that had befallen him since Pidruid. But the prospect of an infinity of hours doing that dismayed him. He meditated until there was a dull buzz of fatigue between his ears. He crouched in the center of the room, trying to anticipate the moment when the next meal would arrive. But the tension he generated out of that yielded only feeble entertainment. On the second night, Valentine made an attempt to communicate with the lady. He prepared himself for sleep, But as his mind began to release itself from consciousness, he endeavored to slip into an intermediate place between waking and sleeping, a trance state of sorts. It was a ticklish business, for if he concentrated too intently, he would tip himself back into full wakefulness, and if he relaxed too thoroughly, he would fall asleep. He balanced there a long time, at the floating point, wishing he had taken the opportunity in some quiet part of his Zimmerwell journey to have Deliamber train him in these matters. At last he sent forth his spirit. Mother. He imagined his soul coursing high over the terrace of shadows, and drifting inward, inward, past terrace after terrace, to the core of Third Cliff, to Inner Temple, to the chamber where the Lady of the Isle rested. Mother, it's Valentine. It's your son Valentine. I have so much to tell you, Mother, and so much to ask, but you have to help me reach you. Valentine lay still. He was wholly calm. A pure white radiance seemed to glow in his mind. Mother, I'm on Third Cliff, in a prison cell in the Terrace of Shadows. I've come so far, Mother, but now I'm stopped. Send for me, Mother. Mother. Lady. Mother. He slept. The radiance still glowed. He perceived the first tingling music of the dream state, the overture, the initial sensations of contact. Visions came. No longer was he imprisoned. He lay beneath the cool white stars on a great circular platform of finely polished stone, as though an altar, and to him came a white-robed woman with lustrous dark hair, who knelt beside him and touched him lightly, saying in a tender voice, "You are my son, Valentine, and I do acknowledge you before all Mojipur to be my son, and I summon you now to my side." That was all. When he woke, he could recall nothing of the dream but that. There was no breakfast tray for him that morning. Was it truly morning, then, or had he awakened in the middle of the night? Hours passed. No tray. Had they forgotten him? Did they plan to starve him to death? He felt a twinge of terror. Was that an improvement over boredom? He thought he preferred boredom to terror, but not by much. He called out, but he knew it was useless. This place was sealed like a tomb, like a tomb. Glumly, Valentine looked at the accumulation of old trays, stacked against the far wall. He remembered the wonders and joys of food, the sausages of the Lee men, the fish that Kuhn and Sleet had grilled on the banks of the Styche, the flavor of dwicka fruit, the potent tang of fire-shower wine in Pidruid. His hunger was growing intense, and he was frightened. Not bored at all now, but frightened. They had held a meeting, perhaps, and condemned him to death for overwhelming folly. Minutes, hours, half a day gone now. Folly to think he could touch the lady's mind in sleep. Folly to think he could float effortlessly into Inner Temple and win her aid. Folly to think he could regain Castlemount, or that he had ever had it at all. He had propelled himself halfway around the world on no force other than folly, and now, he thought bitterly, he would have the reward of his presumption and his foolishness. Then at last he heard the familiar faint whine. But it was not the food slot opening. It was the door. Two white-haired hierarchs entered the cell. They favored him with a look of bleak and sour bafflement. "Have you come to deliver my breakfast?" Valentine asked. "We have come," said the taller one, "to conduct you to Inner Temple." 11. He insisted that they feed him first. A wise move, for the trip proved to be a lengthy one, all the rest of the day by swift mount-drawn floater wagon. The hierarch sat flanking him in chilly silence throughout. When he asked a question, the name of some terrace through which they were passing, for example, they would reply in the fewest possible words. Otherwise they offered no chatter. Third Cliff had many terraces. Valentine lost count after about 7, and they were much closer together than those of the outer cliffs, with only token strips of forest separating them. This central zone of the isle seemed a busy and populous place. At twilight they came to the Terrace of Adoration, a domain of serene gardens and rambling low buildings of whitewashed stone. Like all the other terraces, it was circular in outline, but it was much smaller than the others, here at the innermost part of the island, a mere ringlet that probably could be walked in all its circumference in an hour or two, whereas it might take months to complete the circuit of a First Cliff terrace. Ancient gnarled trees with close-set oval leaves rose at regular intervals along its rampart. Bowers of richly blossoming vines coiled between the buildings. Small courtyards were everywhere, decorated with slender pillars of polished black stone, and bedecked with flowering shrubs. In 2s and 3s, the servants of the lady moved quietly through these peaceful precincts. Valentine was conducted to a chamber far more gracious than his last, with a broad sunken bath, an inviting bed, windows facing into a garden, baskets of fruit on the table. The hierarchs left him here. He bathed, nibbled fruit, waited for the next event. That was some time in arriving, an hour or more. A knock on the door, a soft voice asking if he wished dinner. A cart rolled into the room bearing more substantial fare than he had had since coming to the isle. Grilled meats, blue gourds artfully stuffed with minced fish, a beaker of something cold that might almost have been wine. Valentine ate eagerly. Afterward, he stood by his windows a long time, studying the darkness. He saw nothing. He heard no one. He tested his door. Locked. So he was still a prisoner, although in far more pleasing surroundings than before. He slept a dreamless sleep. A flood of golden sunlight cascading into his room awakened him. He bathed. The same discreet servitor appeared outside, with a breakfast of sausages and stewed pink fruit. And a short while after he was done, the 2 somber hierarchs came to him, saying, "The lady has summoned you this morning." They led him through a garden of marvelous beauty, and across a slender bridge of pure white stone that rose in a gentle arch above a dark pond, in which golden fish swam in sparkling patterns. Ahead lay a wondrously manicured greensward. At the center of it was a 1-story building of great size, extraordinarily delicate in form, with long narrow wings radiating in the form of starbeams from the circular center. This could only be Inner Temple, Valentine thought. Now he trembled. He had journeyed, for more months than he could remember, toward this very spot, toward the threshold of the mysterious woman whose realm this was, whom he fancied to be his mother. At last he was here. And what if it proved all to be foolishness, or fantasy, or terrible error? What if he was no one in particular, a yellow-haired idler from Zimmerwell, bereft of his memory through some stupidity, and filled by trifling companions with nonsensical ambitions? The thought was unbearable. If the lady repudiated him now, if she denied him— He entered the temple. The hierarch still close at his sides, Valentine marched endlessly down an impossibly elongated entrance hall that was guarded every 20 feet by a grim-faced, rigid warrior, and into an interior room, octagonal in shape, with walls of the finest white stone, and a pool, octagonal also, at its center. Morning light entered through an open 8-sided skylight. At each corner of the room stood a stern figure in hierarchical robes. Valentine, a little dazed, looked from one to the next, and saw no welcome on their faces. only a sort of pursed-lipped disapproval. There was a single note of music, softly swelling, then dying away, and when it was gone, the Lady of the Isle was in the room. She seemed much like the figure Valentine had seen so often in dreams. A woman of middle years and ordinary height, dusky of skin, with glossy black hair, warm, soft eyes, a full mouth that hovered always at the edge of a smile, a silver band at her brow, and yes, a flower behind one ear, with many thick green petals. It seemed, though, that there was an aura about her, a nimbus, a radiance of force and authority and majesty, such as befitted the power of Majipur that she was. And he had not been prepared for that, expecting, as he had been, only the warm, motherly woman, and forgetting that she was a queen, a priestess, almost a goddess as well. He stood speechless before her, and for a long moment she studied him from the far side of the pool, her gaze resting lightly but penetratingly on his face. Then she waved one hand sharply in an unmistakable gesture of dismissal. Not of him, of the hierarchs. Their glacial calm was broken by that. They looked to one another, obviously confused. The lady repeated the gesture, a mere shallow snap of the wrist, and something imperious flashed in her eyes, a look of almost terrifying strength. 3 or 4 of the hierarchs left the room. The others dawdled, as if not believing that the lady proposed to be left alone with the prisoner. For an instant it seemed that a third wave of her hand might be necessary, as one of the oldest and most imposing of the hierarchs extended a quivering arm toward her in a motion of obvious protest. But at a glance from the lady, the hierarch's arm dropped back to his side. Slowly the last of them went out of the room. Valentine fought the impulse to fall to his knees. He said in a barely audible voice, "I have no idea of the proper obeisance to make. Nor do I know, lady, how I should address you without giving offense." Calmly she replied, "It will be enough, Valentine, if you call me mother." The quiet words stunned him. He took a faltering few steps toward her, halted, stared. "Is it so?" he asked in a whisper. "There can be no doubt of it." He felt his cheeks ablaze. He stood helpless, numbed by her grace. She beckoned to him, the tiniest movement of her fingertips, and he shook as though he were caught in an ocean gale. "Come close," she said. "Are you afraid? Come to me, Valentine." He crossed the room, went round the pool, drew near her. She put her hands into his. Instantly he felt a jolt of energy, a tangible, palpable throbbing, somewhat akin to what he had felt when Deleamber touched him to do wizardry work, but enormously more powerful, enormously more awesome. He would have withdrawn his hands at that first throb of force, but she held him, and he could not. And her eyes close by his seemed to be seeing through him, entering all his mysteries. "Yes," she said finally. "By the divine, yes, Valentine. Your body is strange, but your soul is of my own making. Oh, Valentine, Valentine, what have they done to you? What have they done to Majipur?" She tugged at his hands and pulled him close to her, and then he was in her arms, the lady straining upward to embrace him. And he felt her trembling now, no goddess but only a woman, a mother holding her troubled son. In her grasp he felt such peace as he had not known since his awakening in Pidruid, and he clung to her, praying she would never release him. Then she stood back and surveyed him, smiling. "You were given a handsome body, at least. Nothing like what you once were, but pleasing to the eye, and strong as well, and healthy. They could have done much worse. They could have made you something weak and sickly and deformed. But I suppose they lacked the courage, knowing that eventually they would be repaid tenfold for all their crimes. Who, Mother? She seemed surprised at his question. Why, Bargezid and his brood. Valentine said, I know nothing, Mother, except what has come to me in dreams, and even that has been befogged and muddled. And what is it that you know? That my body has been taken from me, that in some witchery of the King of Dreams I was left outside Pidruid as you see me, that someone else, I think it may be Dominan Bargezid, rules now from Castlemount. But I know all this only in the most untrustworthy of ways. It is all true, the lady replied. When was it that this happened? In early summer, she said, when you made the grand processional in Zimruel. I have no knowledge of how it was done, but one night as I lay sleeping I felt a wrenching, a tearing, as of the heart of the planet being ripped loose. And I awakened knowing that something evil and monstrous had occurred. And I sent out my soul toward you and was unable to reach you. There was only a silence where you had been, a void. Yet it was different from the silence that struck me when Voriax was slain, for I still felt your presence, but beyond my reach, as if behind a thick sheet of glass. I asked at once for news of the coronel. He is in Tilamon, my people told me. And is he well, I asked. Yes, they said, he is well. He sails today toward Pidruid. But I could make no contact, Valentine. I sent forth my soul as I had not done in years, to every part of the world. And you were nowhere and somewhere, both at once. I was frightened and confused, Valentine, but I could do nothing but seek and wait. And news came to me that Lord Valentine had reached Pidruid, that he was guest in the mayor's grand house, and I had a vision of him across all this distance, and his face was the face of my son, but his mind was other, and it was closed to me. I attempted ascending, and I could not send to him, and at last I began to understand. Did you know where I was? Not at first. They had witched your mind so well it was altogether changed. Night after night I cast my soul forth into Zimruel in search of you, neglecting everything else here. But this was no trifling matter, this substitution of coronals, and I thought I felt glimmers, a shard of your true self, a fragment. And after a time I was able to determine that you were alive, that you were in northwestern Zimruel, but there was still no reaching you. I had to wait until you had awakened more to yourself, until their witcheries had faded a bit, and your true mind was restored at least in part. It is still far from whole, Mother. I know that, but that can be remedied, I believe. When did you finally reach me? She paused a moment and thought. It was near the Gayrog city, I think, Dulorn, and I saw you first through the minds of others who were dreaming the truth about you. And I touched their minds. I refined and clarified what was in them, and I saw that your soul had imprinted its stamp on them, and that they knew better than you did yourself what had befallen you. I circled about you in this way, and then I was able to enter you. And from that moment on you have gained in knowledge of your former self. As I have labored across so many thousands of miles to heal you and to draw you to me. But none of it was easy. The world of dreams, Valentine, is a difficult and shifting place, even for me, and to attempt to control it is like writing a book in the sand beside an ocean. The tide returns and obliterates nearly everything, and you just write it again, and again and again. But at last you are here. Did you know it when I reached the Isle? I knew it, yes. I could feel your closeness. And yet you let me drift for months from terrace to terrace. She laughed. There are millions of pilgrims in the outer terraces. Sensing you was one thing, actually locating you another, far more difficult. Besides, you were not ready to come to me, nor I to receive you. I was testing you, Valentine, watching you from afar, studying to see how much of your soul had survived, whether there still was any of the coronal remaining in you. Before I acknowledged you, I had to know these things. And does much of Lord Valentine remain in me then? A great deal, far more than your enemies could ever suspect. Their scheme was faulty. They thought they had expunged you, when they only fuddled and disordered you. Would it not have been wiser for them to have killed me outright, than to have put my soul in some other body? Wiser, yes, the lady replied, but they did not dare. Yours is an anointed spirit, Valentine. These Bargesids are superstitious beasts. They will risk overthrowing a coronel, it seems, but not destroying him altogether, for fear of your spirit's vengeance, and their cowardly hesitation now will bring about the ruin of their scheme. Valentine said softly, "Do you think I can ever regain my place?" "Do you doubt it?" "Bargesid wears the face of Lord Valentine. The people accept him as coronel. He controls the power of Castlemount. I have perhaps a dozen followers and am unknown. If I proclaim myself rightful coronel, who will believe me? And how long then before dominant Bargesid deals with me the way he should have dealt with me in Tillamoon?" "You have the support of the lady your mother." "And have you an army, mother?" The lady smiled gently. "I have no army, no. But I am a power of Majipur, which is not a small thing. I have the strength of righteousness and love, Valentine. I also have this." She touched the silver circlet at her brow. "Through which you make your sendings?" Valentine asked. "Yes, through which I can reach the minds of all Majipur. I lack the ability of the Bargesids to control and direct, which their devices are capable of doing. But I can communicate. I can guide. I can influence. You will have one of these circlets before you leave the isle. And I'll go quietly through Alhanroel, beaming messages of love to the citizens, until dominant Bargesid descends from the mount and gives me back the throne." The lady's eyes flashed with the kind of anger Valentine had seen in them when she was sending the hierarchs from the room. "What sort of talk is that?" she snapped. "Mother, oh, they have changed you. The Valentine I bore and reared accepted no thought of defeat." "Nor do I, Mother. But it all seems so immense, and I'm so weary. And to make war against citizens of Majipur, even against a usurper. Mother, there's been no war on Majipur since earliest times. Am I the one to break the peace?" Her eyes were merciless. "The peace is already broken, Valentine. It falls to you to restore the order of the realm. A false coronel has reigned nearly a year now. Cruel and foolish laws are proclaimed daily. The innocent are punished. The guilty flourish. Balances constructed thousands of years ago are being destroyed. When our people came here from old Earth 14,000 years past, many mistakes were made, much suffering was endured, before we found our way of government. But since the time of the first pontifex, we have lived without major upheaval, and since the time of Lord Stiamat there has been peace on this world. Now there has been a rupture of that peace, and it falls to you to put things to rights. And if I accept what dominant Bargesid has done, if I decline to embroil Majipur in civil war, would the consequences be so evil? You know the answers to those questions already. I would hear them from you, because my resolve wavers. It shames me to hear you speak those words. Mother, I have undergone strange things on this journey, and they have taken much of my strength. Am I not allowed a moment of fatigue? You are a king, Valentine. I was, perhaps, and perhaps will be again, but much of my kingliness was stolen from me in Tillamoon. I am an ordinary man now, And not even kings are immune to weariness and discouragement, Mother." In a tone more gentle than the one she had been using, the lady said, "The Bajazet does not yet rule as an absolute tyrant, for that might turn the people against him, and he is still insecure in his power, while you live. But he rules for himself and for his family, not for Majipur. He lacks a sense of right, and does only what seems useful and expedient. As his confidence grows, so too will his crimes, until Majipur groans under the whip of a monster." Valentine nodded. "When I am not so weary, I see that, yes. Think, too, of what will happen when the Pontifex Tieverius dies, which must sooner or later happen, and more probably sooner than later. Bajazet goes to the Labyrinth then, and becomes a powerless recluse. Is that what you mean? The Pontifex is not powerless, and he does not need to be a recluse. In your lifetime there has been only Tieverius, growing older and steadily more strange. But a Pontifex in full vigor is a very different entity. What if Bajazet is Pontifex 5 years from now? Do you think he'll be content to sit in that underground hole the way Tieverius now does? He'll rule with force, Valentine." She looked at him intently. "And who do you think will become coronel?" Valentine shook his head. She said, "The King of Dreams has 3 sons. Minax is the oldest, who will have the throne in Souvrail one of these days. Dominin is now coronel, and will be Pontifex, if you choose to let him. Whom will he select as new coronel but his younger brother Christophe?" "But it goes against all nature for a Pontifex to give Castlemount to his own brother." "It goes against all nature for a son of the King of Dreams to overthrow a rightful coronel, too," said the lady. Once more her eyes flashed. "Consider this also. When there is a change in coronels, there is a change in the Lady of the Isle. I go to live out my days in the palace for retired ladies in the Terrace of Shadows. And who comes to Inner Temple? The mother of the Bajazets. Do you see, Valentine? They will have everything. They will control all of Majipur." "This must not be," Valentine said. "This will not be." "What shall I do?" "You will take ship from my port of Numenor to Alhamruel, with all your people and others I will provide for you. You will land in the Stoianzar, and journey to the Labyrinth for the blessing of Tieverius." "But if Tieverius is a madman—" "Not entirely mad. He lives in a perpetual dream, and a strange one. But I have touched his spirit lately, and the old Tieverius still exists somewhere within. He has been Pontifex 40 years, Valentine, and was coronel a long while before that, and he knows the way our realm was meant to be governed. If you can reach him, if you can demonstrate to him that you are the true Lord Valentine, he will give you aid. Then you must march on Castlemount. Do you shrink from that task?" "I shrink only from bringing chaos upon Majipur." "The chaos is already at hand. What you bring is order and justice." She moved close to him, so that all the frightening power of her personality was exposed to him, and touched his hand, and said in a low, vehement tone, "I bore 2 sons, and from the moment one looked at them in their cradles, one knew they were meant to be kings. The first was Voriax. Do you remember him?" "I suppose not. Not yet." "And he was magnificent, a splendid man, a hero, a demigod. And even in his childhood, they said of him on Castlemount, 'This is the one, this will be coronel when Lord Malibor becomes Pontifex.' Voriax was a marvel. But there was a second son, Valentine, as strong and as splendid as Voriax, not so much given to sport and exploits as he, but a warmer soul, and a wiser one who understood without being told what was right and what was wrong, one who had no cruelty in his spirit whatever, one who was of even and balanced and sunny temperament, so that everyone loved him and respected him. And it was said of Valentine that he would be an even finer king than Voryax, but of course Voryax was older and would be chosen, with Valentine fated to be nothing more than a high minister. And Malabor did not become Pontifex, but died before his time hunting dragons. And emissaries of Tievris came to Voryax and said, "You are coronel of Majipur." And the first to fall before him and make the starburst was his brother Valentine. And so Lord Voryax ruled on Castlemount, and ruled well, and I came to the Isle of Sleep as I had always known I would. And for 8 years all was well on Majipur. And then what happened was something no one could have foretold, that Lord Voryax would perish before his time as Lord Malabor had, hunting in the forest and struck down by a stray bolt. Yet there still was Valentine, and though it was rare for the brother of a coronel to become coronel after him, there was little debate, for everyone recognized his high qualifications. Thus Lord Valentine came to the castle, and I, who was mother to 2 kings, remained it in a temple, satisfied with the sons I had given to Majipur, and confident that the reign of Lord Valentine would be one of Majipur's glories. Do you think I can allow Barjazids to sit for long where my sons once sat? Do you think I can endure the sight of Lord Valentine's face masking the Barjazid's shabby soul? Oh, Valentine, Valentine, you are only half what you once were, less than half. But you will be yourself again, and Castlemount will be yours, and the destinies of Majipur will not be altered to something evil. And talk no more of shrinking from bringing chaos into the world. The chaos is upon us. You are the deliverer. Do you understand? I understand, Mother. Then come with me, and I will make you whole. 12. She led him from the octagonal chamber, down one of the spokes of inner temple, past rigid guards and a group of frowning, bewildered hierarchs, into a small, bright room bedecked with brilliant flowers of a dozen colors. Here was a desk fashioned of a single slab of gleaming darbellion, and a low couch, and a few small pieces of furniture. This was the lady's study, it seemed. She beckoned Valentine to a seat, and took from the desk 2 small ornate flasks. "Drink this wine in a single draught," she told him, handing him 1 flask. "Wine, Mother? On the Isle? You and I are not pilgrims here. Drink it." He uncorked the flask and put it to his lips. The flavor was familiar to him, dark and spicy and sweet. But it was a moment before he could identify it. The wine dream speakers used, that contained the drug that made minds open to minds. The lady downed the contents of the second flask. Valentine said, "Are we then to do a speaking?" "No. This must be done while awake. I have thought long about how to manage this." From her desk she withdrew a shimmering silver circlet, identical to her own, and gave it to him. "Let it rest on your brow," she said. "From this time until you ascend Castlemount, wear it constantly, for it will be the center of your power." Cautiously he slipped the circlet over his head. It fit snugly at his temples, a strange, close sensation, not entirely to his liking. Although the metal band was so fine, he was surprised to notice it at all. The lady drew near him and smoothed his thick, long hair over it. "Golden hair," she said lightly. "I never thought to have a son with golden hair. What do you feel, with the circlet on you?" "The tightness of it." "Nothing else?" "Nothing else, Mother." "The tightness will soon cease to matter, as you get used to it. Do you feel the drug yet?" A slight cloudiness in my mind only. I think I could sleep if I were allowed." "Sleep will soon be the last thing you crave," said the lady. She extended both her hands to him. "Are you a good juggler, my son?" she asked unexpectedly. He grinned. "So they tell me." "Good. Tomorrow you must show me some of your skills. I would find that amusing. But now give me your hands. Both. Here." She held her fine-boned, strong-looking hands over his for an instant. Then she interlaced her fingers with his in a quick, decisive gesture. It was as though a switch had been thrown, a circuit had been closed. Valentine staggered with shock. He stumbled, almost fell, and felt the lady grasping him tightly, steadying him as he lurched about the room. There was a sensation in his mind as of a spike being driven through the base of his skull. The universe reeled about him. He was unable to control his eyes or to focus them, and he saw only fragmentary, blurred images. The face of his mother, the shining surface of the desk, the blazing hues of the flowers, everything pulsing and throbbing and whirling. His heart pounded. His throat was dry. His lungs felt empty. This was more terrifying than being drawn into the vortex of the sea dragon and disappearing into the deep waters. Now his legs betrayed him entirely, and unable any longer to stand, he sagged to the floor, kneeling there, somehow aware of the lady kneeling before him, her face close to him, her fingers still locked between his, the terrible, searing contact of their souls unbroken. Memories flooded him. He saw the vast, gigantic splendor that was Castlemount, and the sprawling, unthinkable enormity of the coronel's castle at its impossible summit. His mind roved with lightning speed through rooms of state with gilded walls and soaring arched ceilings, through banquet halls and council chambers, through corridors wide as plazas. Brilliant lights flashed and sparkled and dazed him. He sensed a male presence beside him, tall, powerful, confident, strong, holding one of his hands, and a woman equally strong and self-assured holding the other, and knew them to be his father and mother, and saw a boy just ahead who was his brother Voriax. "What is this room, father?" "The Confaloom throne room, it is called." "And that man with the long red hair, sitting on the big chair?" "He is the Coronel Lord Malibor." "What does that mean?" "Silly Valentine, he doesn't know what the Coronel is." "Quiet, Voriax. The Coronel is the king, Valentine, one of the two kings, the younger one. The other is the Pontifex, who once was Coronel himself." "Which one is he?" "The tall, thin one, with the very dark beard." "His name is Pontifex?" "His name is Tieverus. Pontifex is what he is called as our king. He lives near the Stoians are, but he is here today because Lord Malibor the Coronel is going to be married." "And will Lord Malibor's children be coronels too, mother?" "No, Valentine." "Who will be coronel next?" "No one knows that yet, son." "Will I? Will Voriax?" "It could happen, if you grow up wise and strong." "Oh, I will, father, I will, I will!" The room dissolved. Valentine saw himself in another room, similarly magnificent, but not quite as large, and he was older now, not a boy, but a young man. And there was Voriax with the starburst crown on his head, looking somewhat befuddled by it. Voriax, Lord Voriax. Valentine dropped to his knees and raised his hands, spreading his fingers wide, and Voriax smiled and gestured at him. "Get up, brother, get up. It is not fitting that you crawl like this in front of me. You will be the most splendid coronel in the history of Majipur, Lord Voriax. Call me brother, Valentine. I am carnal, but I'm still your brother. Long life to you, brother, long life to the carnal. And others were shouting it about him. Long life to the carnal, long life to the carnal. But something had changed, though the room was the same, for Lord Voriax was nowhere in view, and it was Valentine who wore the strange crown now, and the others who were shouting to him, and kneeling before him, and waving their fingers in the air, crying his name. He looked at them in wonder. Long life to Lord Valentine. I thank you, my friends. I will try to be worthy of my brother's memory. Long life to Lord Valentine. Long life to Lord Valentine, said the lady softly. Valentine blinked and gaped. For a moment he was entirely disoriented, wondering why he was kneeling like this, and what room he was in, and who this woman was with her face so close to his. Then the shadows cleared from his mind. He rose to his feet. He felt altogether transformed. Through his mind coursed turbulent memories, the years on Castlemount, the studies, all that dry history, the roster of the coronels, the list of the pontifexes, the volumes of constitutional lore, the economic surveys of the provinces of Majipur, the long sessions with his tutors, with his constantly probing father, with his mother, and the other less dedicated moments, the games, the river journeys, the tournaments, his friends, Elidath and Stassilane and Tunnagorn, the free-flowing wine, the hunts, the good times with Voriax, the two of them the center of all eyes, the princes of princes, and the terrible moment of the death of Lord Malibor at sea, and Voriac's look of fright and joy at being named colonel, and then the time 8 years later when the delegation of high princes came to Valentine to offer him his brother's crown. He remembered everything, up to a night in Tillamon, when all recollection ceased. And after that he knew only the sunshine of Pidruid, pebbles tumbling past him from a ridge, the boy Shahnamir standing above him with his mounts. He looked at himself in his mind, and it seemed to him that he cast a double shadow, one bright and one dark, and he looked through the insubstantial haze of false memories that they had given him in Tillamon, looked back over an impenetrable gap of darkness to the time when he was coronel. He knew that his mind now was as whole as it was ever likely to be. Again the lady said, "Long life to Lord Valentine." "Yes," he said in wonder. "Yes, I am Lord Valentine, and will be again. Mother, give me ships. The Bajazet has already had too much time on the throne." "Ships are waiting in Numenor, and people loyal to me who will enter your service." "Good. There are people here who must be gathered. I don't know from which terraces, but they'll have to be found swiftly. A little Vroon, some Skandars, a Hjort, a blue-skinned stranger from another world, and several humans. I'll give you the names." "We will find them," said the lady. Valentine said, "And I thank you, Mother, for returning me to myself." "Thanks? Why thanks? I gave you to yourself originally. No thanks were required for that. Now you are brought forth again, Valentine, and if needs be I'll do it a third time. But let needs not be. Your fortunes now resume their upward path." Her eyes were bright with merriment. "Will I see you juggle this evening, Valentine? How many balls can you keep in the air at once?" 12, he said. "And Blaves can dance. Speak the truth." "Less than 12, he admitted, "but more than 2. I'll stage a performance after we dine. And, Mother—" "Yes?" "When I regain Castlemount, I'll hold a grand festival, and you'll come from the isle, and you'll see me juggle again from the steps of the Convolume throne. I promise you that, Mother, from the steps of the throne. Book 4. The Book of the Labyrinth. From Numenor Port, the ships of the lady departed, 7 of them, with broad sails and high splendid prows, under the command of the Hjort Asenhart, chief of the lady's admirals, and bearing as passengers Lord Valentine the Coronel, his chief minister Autophon Deleamber the Vroon, his aides-de-camp Carabella of Tillamoan and Sleet of Narrabal, his military adjutant Lysamon Holton, his ministers-at-large Zalzenkavel the Skandar and Shanamira Falkenkip, and various others. The fleet's destination was Stoian at the tip of Alhanrawel's Stoianzar Peninsula, at the far side of the inner sea. Already the ships had been at sea for weeks, scudding ahead of the brisk westerlies that blew in late spring in these waters. But there was no sign yet of land, nor would there be for many days. Valentine found the long journey comforting. He was not at all fearful of the tasks ahead, but neither was he impatient to begin them. Rather, he needed a time to sort through his newly regained mind, and discover who he had been and what he had hoped to become. Where better than on the great bosom of the ocean, where nothing altered from day to day except the patterns of the clouds, and time seemed to stand still. And so he stood for hours at a time at the rail of his flagship, the Lady Thean, apart from his friends, visiting with himself. The person who he had been pleased him, stronger and more forceful of character than Valentine the juggler, but with no uglinesses of soul as sometimes are found among persons of power. To Valentine his former self seemed reasonable, judicious, calm, and moderate, a man of serious demeanor, but not without playfulness, one who understood the nature of responsibility and obligation. He was well educated, as might be supposed of one whose entire life had been spent in training for high office, with a thorough grounding in history, the law, government, and economics, somewhat less thorough in literature and philosophy, and so far as Valentine could tell, only the merest smattering of mathematics and the physical sciences, which were much in eclipse on Majipur. The gift of his former self was like the finding of a treasure trove. Valentine was still not fully united to that other self, and tended to think of him and me, or of us, instead of viewing himself as a single integrated personality. But the split grew less apparent every day. There had been enough damage to the coronel's mind in the overthrow at Tillamoan that a cleavage now marked the discontinuity between Lord Valentine the Coronel and Valentine the Juggler, and perhaps there would always be scar tissue along that cleft, the lady's ministrations notwithstanding. But Valentine could cross the place of discontinuity at will, could travel to any point along his previous timeline, into his childhood or young manhood, or his brief period of rule. And wherever he looked was such a wealth of knowledge, of experience, of maturity, as in his simple wandering days he had never hoped to master. If at the moment he must enter those memories as one might enter an encyclopedia or a library, so be it. He was sure that a fuller joining of self and self would occur in time. In the 9th week of the voyage, a thin green line of land appeared at the horizon. "Stoianzar," said Admiral Asenhart. "See there to the side, that darker place? Stoian Harbor." Through his double vision, Valentine studied the shore of the approaching continent. As Valentine, he knew next to nothing of Alhanrawel, only that it was the largest of Majipur's continents, and the first to be settled by humans, a place of enormous population and tremendous natural wonders, and the seat of the planetary government, home to Coronel and Pontifex both. But out of Lord Valentine's memory came much more. To him, Alhanruel meant Castlemount, almost a world in itself, on whose vast slopes one could spend one's entire life among the 50 cities and not exhaust their marvels. Alhanruel was Lord Malabor's castle crowning the mount, for so he had called it through all his boyhood, and the habit had persisted even into his own reign. He saw the castle now in the eye of his mind, enfolding the summit of the mount like some many-armed creature spreading over crags and peaks and alpine meadows, and down into the great terminal valleys and folds, a single structure of so many thousands of rooms that it was impossible to count them. A building that seemingly had a life of its own, and added annexes and outbuildings at the far perimeters of itself by authority of itself alone. And Alhanruel was also the great hump mounded up over the labyrinth of the Pontifex, and the subterranean labyrinth itself, reverse counterpart of the Lady's Isle. For where the Lady dwelled at Inner Temple on a sun-splashed, wind-washed height, surrounded by ring upon ring of open terraces, the Pontifex layered like a mole deep underground, at the lowest place of his realm, surrounded by the coils of his labyrinth. Valentine had been to the labyrinth only once, on a mission from Lord Voriax, years ago, but the memory of those winding caverns still glowed darkly in him. Alhanruel, too, meant the 6 rivers that spill down from the slopes of Castlemount, and the creature plants of the Stoinsar that he soon would see again, and the tree-houses of Tremone, and the stone ruins of Velalesia Plain, said to be older than the advent of humankind on Majipur. Looking eastward at that faint line, growing larger but still barely perceptible, Valentine sensed all the vastness of Alhanruel unrolling like a titanic scroll before him, and the tranquillity that had governed his frame of mind during the voyage melted at once. He was eager to be ashore, to commence his march to the labyrinth. To Asenhart he said, "When will we reach land?" "Tomorrow evening, my lord." "We'll have feasting and games tonight, then. The best wines broken out, all hands to share, and afterward a performance deckside, a small jubilee." Asenhart regarded him gravely. The admiral was an aristocrat among Hjorts, more slender than most of his kind, though with the coarse and pebbled skin that was their mark, and he had an odd sobriety of manner that Valentine found a bit off-putting. The lady held him in the highest regard. "A performance, my lord?" "A little jugglery," said Valentine. "My friends feel a nostalgic need to practice their art again, and what better moment than to celebrate the safe conclusion of our long voyage?" "Of course," said Asenhart with a formal nod. But obviously the admiral disapproved of such goings-on aboard his flagship. Zalzenkavel had suggested it. The Skandar was plainly restless aboard ship. He could often be seen moving his forearms rhythmically in the gestures of juggling, though no objects were in his hands. More than anyone, he had had to adapt to circumstances in this trek across the face of Majipur. A year ago, Zalzenkavel had been a prince of his profession, master among masters of the juggling art, traveling in splendor from city to city in his wondrous wagon. Now all that was gone from him. The wagon was ashes somewhere in the forest of Purifane. 2 of his 5 brothers lay dead there too, and a third at the bottom of the sea. No longer did he growl orders to his employees, and have them leap to obey. And instead of performing nightly before wonder-struck audiences that filled his pouch with crowns, he wandered now from place to place in Valentine's wake, a mere subsidiary. Unused strengths and drives were accumulating in Zalzenkavel. His face and demeanor showed it, for in the old days his temper had been churlish, and he vented it freely. But now he seemed repressed, almost meek, and Valentine knew that must be a sign of severe inner distress. The agents of the lady had found Zalzenkavel still at the terrace of assessment at the outer rim of the isle, at work at his menial pilgrim tasks in a shambling, sleepwalking way, as if he had resigned himself to spending the rest of his life pulling weeds and pointing masonry. "Can you do the routine with torches and knives?" Valentine asked him. Zalzenkovel brightened instantly. "Of course. And do you see those pins there?" He pointed to some huge wooden clubs, nearly 4 feet long, stowed in a rack near the mast. "Last night Erfan and I practiced with those, when everyone slept. If your admiral has no objections, we'll use them tonight." "Those? How can you juggle anything so long?" "Get me the admiral's permission, my lord, and tonight I'll show you." All afternoon, the troop rehearsed in a large vacant chamber down in the hold. It was the first time they had done such a thing since Illyrivoin, what seemed like half a lifetime ago. But using the improvised array of objects that the Skandars had quietly gathered, they fell swiftly into the rhythm of it. Valentine, watching, felt a warm glow at the sight of them. Sleet and Carabella furiously passing clubs back and forth, Zalzenkovel and Rovorn and Erfan devising intricate new patterns of interchange to replace those that had been destroyed with the death of their 3 brothers. For a moment, it was like the innocent old times in Falkenkip or Dulorn, when nothing mattered except getting hired on at the festival or the circus, and the only challenge life offered was the one of keeping hand and eye coordinated. There was no going back to those days. Now that they had been swept up into high intrigue, the making and unmaking of powers, none of them would ever be as they had been before. These 5 had dined with the lady, had shared lodgings with the coronel, were sailing onward toward a rendezvous with the pontifex. They were already a part of history, even if Valentine's campaign came to nothing. Yet here they were juggling again as though juggling were all there was in life. It had taken many days to bring his people together at Inner Temple. Valentine had imagined that the lady or her hierarchs had merely to close their eyes, and they could reach any mind on Majipur. But it was not that simple. Communication was imprecise and limited. They had located the Skandars first, in the outermost terrace. Shahnamir had reached Second Cliff, and in his youthful, guileless way, was advancing swiftly inward. Sleet, neither youthful nor guileless, had likewise wangled advancement to Second Cliff, and so had Vinorchis. Carabella was just behind them, at the Terrace of Mirrors, but through an error she was sought elsewhere at first. Finding Kun and Lisamon Hulton had been no great task, since they were so much unlike all other pilgrims in appearance. But Gorsval's 3 former crewmen, Pandalon, Cordain, and Thesme, had vanished into the population of the island as though they were invisible, so that Valentine would have had to abandon them had they not turned up at the last moment. Hardest of all to track down was Autophon Deleamber. The isle had many runes, some of them as diminutive as the little wizard, and all efforts at tracing him led to mistakes of identity. With the fleet ready to sail, Deleamber had still been unfound, but on the eve of departure, Valentine, desperately torn between the need to move onward and the unwillingness to part from his most useful counselor, the Vroon appeared at Numenor, offering no explanations of where he had been or how he had crossed the isle undetected. So all were united, those who had survived the long trek from Pidruid. On Castlemount, Valentine knew, Lord Valentine had had his own ring of intimates, whose faces and names now had been restored to his knowledge. Princes and courtiers and officials close to him since childhood. Elidath, Stassilane, Tunagorn, the dearest comrades he had. And yet, though he still felt loyalty to those people, they had become terribly distant from his soul, and this random assortment of companions acquired during his time of wanderings now stood nearest to him. He wondered how it would be when he returned to Castlemount and had to reconcile one group with the other. On one score at least he had reassured himself out of his newly regained memories. No wife awaited him at the castle, nor intended bride, nor even an important lover to contest Carabella's place at his side. As prince and as young coronel, he had lived a carefree and unattached life. The divine be thanked. It would be difficult enough, imposing on the court the notion that the coronel's beloved was a commoner, a woman of the lowland cities, a wandering juggler. But it would be altogether impossible if his heart had already been given, and now he were to claim to have given it again. "Valentine," Carabella called. Her voice broke him free of reverie. He looked toward her, and she giggled and tossed him a club. He caught it as they had taught him so long ago, between thumb and fingers, with the club's head pointing at an angle. An instant later came a second one from Sleet, and then a third from Carabella. He laughed and sent the club swirling above his head in the old familiar pattern. Throw and catch. And Carabella clapped her hands and sent another one his way. It was good to be juggling again. Lord Valentine, a superb athlete, quick of eye and skilled at many games, though hampered somewhat by a slight limp from an old riding injury, had not known juggling. Juggling was the art of the simpler Valentine. Aboard this ship, wearing now the aura of authority that had come upon him by his mother's healing of his mind, Valentine had felt his companions holding him at arm's length, try as they might to regard him as the old Valentine of the Zimmerwell days. So it gave him special pleasure to have Carabella so irreverently fling a club his way. And it gave him pleasure, too, to be handling the clubs, even when he dropped one, and stooping for it, was hit on the head by another, provoking a snort of contempt out of Zalzenkaval. "Do that tonight," the Skandar called, "and you'll forfeit your wine for a week." "Have no fear," Valentine retorted. "I drop the clubs now only for practice in recovering them. You'll see no such blunders this evening." Nor were there any. The ship's entire company gathered at sundown on the deck for the entertainment. To one side, Asenhard and his officers occupied a platform where they would have the best view. But when the admiral beckoned to Valentine, offering him the chair of honor, he declined with a smile. Asenhard looked puzzled at that, but his expression was not nearly so strained as it became a few moments later, when Shahnamir and Venorcus and Lisa Monhalton began to pound on drums and tootle on coil pipes, and the jugglers emerged from a hatch in a gleeful sprint. And as they began to perform their wonders, the figure of Lord Valentine the Coronel appeared among them, blithely hurling clubs and dishes and pieces of fruit like any vulgar entertainer. 2. If Admiral Asenhard had had his way, there would have been a grand celebration in Stoian to mark Valentine's arrival, something at least as splendid as the festival held in Pidruit at the time of the visit of the false coronel. But Valentine, as soon as he got word of Asenhard's plan, put a stop to it. He was not yet ready to claim the throne, to make public accusations against the individual who called himself Lord Valentine, or to ask for any sort of homage from the citizenry at large. "Until I have the support of the Pontifex," Valen told Asenhard sternly, "I mean to move quietly and gather strength without attracting attention. There will be no festivals for me in Stoian." So it was that the Lady Thean made a relatively inconspicuous landfall at that great port at the southwestern tip of Alhamnoel. Even though there were 7 ships in the fleet, and ships of the Lady, though common enough in the harbor at Stoian, did not generally arrive in such numbers, they came in quietly, flying no fancy banners. The port officials asked few questions. Obviously they traveled on the business of the Lady of the Isle, and her doings were beyond the purview of customs clerks. To reinforce this, Asenhard sent purchasing agents through the wharfside district the first day, buying quantities of glue and sailcloth and spices and tools and the like. Meanwhile, Valentine and his company covertly took lodgings in an unassuming commercial hotel. Stoian was predominantly a maritime city. Export-import, warehousing, shipbuilding, all the occupations and enterprises that go with a prime coastal location and a superb harbor. The city, of some 14 million souls, spread for hundreds of miles along the rim of the great promontory that divided the Gulf of Stoian from the main body of the inner sea. It was not the mainland port closest to the isle. That was Labyrinth, far up Alhamrawel's coast, thousands of miles to the north. But at this season, prevailing winds and currents being what they were, it was quicker to make the long journey down to Stoian than to brave the shorter but rougher crossing due east to Labyrinth. After pausing here to restock the ships, they would sail the placid Gulf, going along the north shore of the huge Stoian Czar Peninsula in tropic ease to Kersadane, and then up to Tremone, the coastal city nearest the Labyrinth. It would be a relatively short overland trek from there to the abode of the Pontifex. Valentine found Stoian strikingly beautiful. The entire peninsula was altogether flat, hardly 20 feet above sea level at its highest point. But the city dwellers had devised a wondrous arrangement of platforms of brick, faced with white stone to provide the illusion of hills. No two of these platforms were of identical height, some providing an elevation of no more than a dozen feet, others looming hundreds of feet in the air. Whole neighborhoods rose atop giant pedestals several dozen feet high, and more than a square mile in area. Certain significant buildings had platforms of their own, standing as if on stilts above their surroundings. Alternations of high platforms and low ones created eye-jiggling vistas of startling contour. What might have been an effect of sheerly mechanical whimsy, rapidly coming to seem brutal or arbitrary or fatiguing to behold, was softened and mellowed by tropical plantings, unrivaled in Valentine's experience. At the base of every platform grew dense beds of broad-crowned trees, interlaced branch by branch to form impenetrable cloaks. Leafy vines cascaded over the platform walls. The wide ramps that led from street level to the higher platforms were bordered by generous concrete tubs housing clusters of bushes whose narrow tapered leaves were marked with astonishing splashes of color. Claret and cobalt, and vermilion and scarlet and indigo and topaz and sapphire, and amber and jade hues all mixed together in irregular patterns. And in the great public places of the city were the most startling displays of all, gardens of the famous animate plants that grew wild a few hundred miles to the south, on the torrid coast that looked toward the distant desert continent of Suvrail. These plants, and plants they were, for they manufactured their food by photosynthesis and lived their lives rooted to a single place, had a fleshy look to them, with arms that moved and coiled and grasped, eyes that stared, tubular bodies that undulated and swayed. And though they derived nourishment enough from sunlight and water, they were quite willing and able to devour and digest any small creature rash enough to come within their reach. Elegantly arranged groups of them, bordered by low stone walls that served as warnings as well as decorations, were planted everywhere in Stoian. Some were as tall as small trees, others short and globular, still others bushy and angular. All were in constant motion, reacting to breezes, odors, sudden shouts, the voices of their keepers, and other stimuli. Valentine found them sinister but fascinating. He wondered if a collection of them might not be brought to Castlemount. "Why not?" Carabella said. "They can be kept alive as sideshow displays in Pidgerwood. There ought to be a way to keep them in good health at Lord Valentine's castle." Valentine nodded. "We'll hire a staff of keepers out of Stoian. We'll find out what they eat and have it shipped up to the Mount regularly." Sleet shuddered. "These creatures give me a creepy feeling, my lord. Do you find them so lovely?" "Not exactly lovely," said Valentine. "Interesting." "As I suppose you found the mouth-plants, eh?" "The mouth-plants, yes," Valentine cried. "We'll bring some of them to the castle, too." Sleet groaned. Valentine paid little notice. His face glowed with sudden enthusiasm. Taking Sleet and Carabella by the hands, he said, "Each coronel has added something to the castle: an observatory, a library, a parapet, a battlement of prisms and shields, an armory, a feasting hall, a trophy room. Reign by reign the castle growing, changing, becoming richer and more complex. In my short time I had no chance even to think about what I would contribute. But listen. What coronel has seen Majipur the way I have? Who has traveled so far, in so turbulent a fashion? To commemorate my adventures, I'll collect the weirdities I've seen, the mouth-plants and these animate plants and the bladder trees, and a good-sized dwicker or two, and a grove of fire-shower palms and sensitivos and those singing ferns, all the wonders of our journey. There's nothing like that at the castle now, only the little glassed-in plant houses that Lord Confalum built. I'll do it grandly. Lord Valentine's garden. How do you like the sound of that?" "It will be a marvel, my lord," said Carabella. Sleet said sourly, "I would not care to stroll among the mouth-plants of Lord Valentine's garden, not for 3 dukedoms and the revenues of Nimoy and Pilliplock." "We excuse you from garden tours," said Valentine, laughing. But there would be no garden tours, nor any garden, until Valentine dwelled again in Lord Valentine's castle. For an interminable week he idled in Stowian, waiting for Asenhart to complete his provisioning. 3 of the ships were going to return to the isle, bearing the goods bought here for island use. The other 4 would continue on as Valentine's surreptitious escort. The lady had provided him with more than 100 of her sturdiest bodyguards, under the command of the formidable hierarch Loravade. Not warriors exactly, for there had not been violence on the Isle of Sleep since the metamorphs last invaded it thousands of years ago. But these were competent and fearless men and women, loyal to the lady, and ready to give their lives, if need be, to restore the harmony of the realm. They were the nucleus of a private army, the first such military force, so far as Valentine knew, organized on Majipur since ancient times. At last the fleet was ready to depart. The isle-bound ships left first, early on a warm 2-day morning, heading north-northwest. The others waited until sea-day afternoon, when they sailed on the same course, but swung about after dark to head due east into the Gulf of Stowian. The Stowians are a peninsula, long and narrow, jutted like a colossal thumb out of the central mass of Alhamnuel. On its southern or ocean side, it was intolerably hot. There were few settlements on that jungled, insect-ridden coast. Most of the peninsula's considerable population was clustered along the Gulf coast, which had a major city every 100 miles or so, and a virtually unbroken line of fishing villages and farming districts and resort towns between. It was early summer now, and a heavy haze of heat lay over the tepid, virtually motionless waters of the Gulf. The fleet paused a day for further provisioning at Kirsadane, where the coast began its sweeping northward curve, and then began the crossing to Tremone. Valentine spent many of the quiet seaward hours alone in his cabin, practicing the use of the circlet the lady had given him. In a week he mastered the art of entering a light dozing trance. He could slide his mind instantly below the threshold of sleep now, and just as readily emerge from it, all the while staying aware of ongoing events. In the trance state he was able, although spottily and without much force, to make contact with other minds, to wander out aboard ship and locate the aura of a sleeping soul, sleepers being far more vulnerable to such intrusions than those who were awake. He could lightly touch Carabella's mind, or Sleet's, or Shawnemer's, and transmit his own image, or some genial message of goodwill. Reaching a less familiar mind, that of Pandalon the carpenter, say, or the hierarch Loravade, was still too hard for him, except in the briefest, most fragmentary bursts. And he had no success at all entering minds of non-human origin, even ones so well known to him as those of Zalzenkovel or Kun or Deliamber. But he was still learning. He felt his skills growing day by day, as they had when he first had taken up juggling. And this was juggling of a sort, for to use the circlet he had to occupy a position at the very center of his soul, undistracted by irrelevant thought, and coordinate all aspects of his being toward the single thrust of making contact. By the time the Lady Thean was in view of Tremone, Valentine had advanced to the level where he could plant the beginnings of dreams with events and incidents and images in the minds of his subjects. To Shawnemer he sent a dream of falconkip, and mounts grazing in a field, and a great Gahorna bird circling overhead, descending in a foolish flapping of mighty wings. At table the next morning, the boy described the dream in all details, except only that the bird was a Melufta, a carrion feeder, with bright orange beak and ugly blue claws. "What does it mean, that I would dream of Meluftas swooping down?" Shawnemer asked. And Valentine said, "Could it be that you misremember the dream, and it was another bird you saw, a Gahorna perhaps, a bird of good omen?" But Shawnemer, in that straightforward and innocent way of his, merely shook his head and said, "If I can't tell a Gahorna from a Melufta, my lord, even in my sleep, I ought to be back in Falconkip, cleaning out the stables." Valentine looked away, hiding a smile, and resolved to work more diligently on his message-sending technique. To Carabella he sent a dream of juggling crystal goblets filled with golden wine, and she reported it accurately, down to the tapered shape of the goblets. To Sleet he sent a dream of Lord Valentine's garden, a wonderland of glistening, feathery-leaved white bushes, and solemn, spherical, prickly things on long stems, and little three-forked plants with winking, playful eyes at their tips, all of them imaginary, and not a mouth-plant among them. And Sleet described that imaginary garden in delight, saying that if only the coroner would plant a garden like that on Castle Mount, he would be well pleased to stroll in it. Dreams came to him as well. Almost nightly the lady, his mother, touched his soul from afar. Her serene presence passed through his sleeping spirit like a cool shaft of moonlight, calming and reassuring him. He dreamed, too, of old times on Castle Mount, memories of his early days upwelling, tournaments and races and games, his friends Tunagorn and Elidath and Stasselane by his side, and his brother Voriax teaching him to use sword and bow, and Lord Malabor the Coronel, traveling from city to city on the Mount, like some grand and shining demigod, and much more of the same, a flood of images released from the depths of his mind. Not all the dreams were agreeable. The night before the Lady Thean reached the mainland, he saw himself going ashore, landing on some forlorn, windswept beach of low and twisted scrub that had a dull, weary look in the late afternoon light. And he began to walk inland toward Castle Mount, rising in the distance, a jagged and sharp-tipped spire. But there was a wall in his way, a wall higher than the white cliffs of the Isle of Sleep. And that wall was a band of iron, more metal than existed on all of Majipur, a dark and terrible iron girdle that seemed to span the world from pole to pole. And he was on one side of it, and Castle Mount on the other. As he drew near, he perceived that the wall crackled, as if with electricity, and a low humming sound came from it. And when he looked closely at it, he saw his reflection in the shining metal, and the face that peered back at him out of that frightful iron band was the face of the son of the King of Dreams. 3. Tremone was the city of the celebrated tree houses, famed throughout Majipur. His second day ashore, Valentine went to visit them, in the coastal district just south of the mouth of the River Trey. Nowhere else but in the Trey's alluvial plain did the tree houses live. They had short, stout trunks a little like those of Dwicker's, though not nearly so thick, and their bark was a handsome pale green, with a high gloss to it. From these barrel-like boles rose sturdy, flattened branches that curved upward and outward like the fingers of two hands pressed together at the heels, and viney twigs wandered from branch to branch, adhering in many places, creating a snug, cup-shaped enclosure. The tree-folk of Tremone shaped their dwellings to suit their whims by pulling the pliant branches into the forms of rooms and corridors, and fastening them into place until the natural adhesion of bark to bark made the joint permanent. From the trees came leaves tender and sweet for salads, fragrant cream-colored flowers whose pollen was a mild euphoric, tart bluish fruits that had many uses, and a sweet pale sap, easily tapped, that served in place of wine. Each tree lived 1,000 years or more. Families maintained jealous control over them. 10,000 trees filled the plain, all mature and inhabited. Valentine saw a few skinny saplings at the edge of the district. These, he was told, are newly planted, to replace some that died in recent years. Where does a family go when its tree dies? Into town, said the guide, to what we call houses of mourning, until the new tree is grown. That may be 20 years. We dread such a thing, but it happens only 1 generation out of 10. And there's no way to grow the trees elsewhere? Not an inch beyond where you see them. Only in our climate will they thrive, and only in the soil on which you stand can they grow to fullness. Elsewhere they live a year or two, small, stunted things. Quietly to Carabella, Valentine said, "We can make the experiment anyway. I wonder if they can spare some of their precious soil for Lord Valentine's garden." She smiled. "Even a small tree-house, a place where you can go when the cares of government grow too heavy, and sit hidden in the leaves, and breathe the perfume of the flowers, and pluck the fruits. Oh, if you could have such a thing!" "Some day I will," said Valentine, "and you'll sit beside me in it." Carabella gave him a startled look. "I, my lord?" "If not you, then who? Dominant Bargesid?" Lightly he touched her hand. "Do you think our travels together end when we reach Castlemount?" "We should not talk of such things now," she told him severely. To the guide she said in a louder tone, "And these young trees, how do you care for them? Are they watered often?" From Tremone, it was several weeks' journey by fast floater car to the Labyrinth, which lay in south-central Alhonroel. The countryside here was mainly a lowland, with rich red soil in the river valley, and thin, gray, sandy stuff beyond it, and settlements grew more sparse as Valentine and his party moved inland. There was occasional rain, but it seemed to sink immediately into the porous soil. The weather was warm, and sometimes there was an oppressive weight to the heat. Day after day slipped by in bland, monotonous driving. To Valentine, this sort of travel wholly lacked the magic and mystery, now enhanced by nostalgia, of the months he had spent crossing Zimmerwell in Zalzenkalvel's elegant wagon. Then every day had seemed a venture into the unknown, with fresh challenges at each turn, and always the excitement of performing, of stopping in strange towns to put on shows. Now, everything was done for him by adjutants and aides-de-camp. He was becoming a prince again, though a prince of very modest puissance indeed, with hardly more than 100 followers, and he was not at all certain he cared for it. Late in the second week, the landscape abruptly changed, turning rough and broken, with black flat-topped hills rising now from a dry, deeply ridged tableland. The only plants that grew here were small, scraggly bushes, dark, twisted things with tiny waxen leaves, and on the higher slopes, thorny, candelabra-like growths of moon cactus, ghostly white, twice as tall as a man. Little long-legged animals with red fur and puffy yellow tails skittered about nervously, vanishing into holes whenever a floater came too close. Deliamber said, "This is the beginning of the desert of the Labyrinth. Soon we will see the stone cities of the ancients." Valentine had approached the Labyrinth from the other side, the northwest, the time he had been to it in his former life. There was desert there, too, and the great haunted ruined city of Valalesia. But he had come down from Castlemount by riverboat, bypassing all the unlucky dead lands that surrounded the Labyrinth, and the texture of this bleak and forbidding zone was new to him. He found it absorbingly strange at first, especially at sunset, when the vast, cloudless sky was streaked with grotesque bands of violent color, and the parched soil took on an eerie metallic look. But after a few days, the starkness and austerity ceased to give him pleasure, and became disturbing, unsettling, menacing. Something about this sharp desert air, perhaps, was working unfavorably on his sensibilities. He had never experienced desert before, for there was none in Zimrawell, and none except this interior pocket of dryness in well-watered Alhanrawell. Desert conditions were something he associated with Souvrael, which he visited often enough in dreams, all of them troublesome ones, and he could not escape the notion, irrational and bizarre, that he was riding toward a rendezvous with the King of Dreams. After a time, Deliamber said, "There are the ruins." It was difficult at first to distinguish them from the rocks of the desert. All Valentine saw were tumbled, dark monoliths, scattered as though by a giant's contemptuous hand, in little patches every mile or two. But gradually he discerned form. This was a bit of wall, this the foundation of some Cyclopean palace, this perhaps an altar. Everything was built to titanic scale, although the individual groups of ruins, half covered by drifting sand, were unimpressive, isolated outposts. Valentine called the caravan to a halt at one particularly broad strew of ruins, and led an inspection party to the site. He touched the rocks cautiously, fearing he might be committing some sort of sacrilege. The stone was cool, smooth to the touch, faintly encrusted by leathery growths of yellow lichen. "And are these the work of the metamorphs?" he asked. Deliamber shrugged. "So we think, but no one knows." "I have heard it said," remarked Admiral Asenhart, "that the first human settlers built these cities soon after the landing time, and that they were overthrown in the civil wars before the Pontifex Dvorn established government." "Of course, few records survive of those days," said Deliamber. Asenhart squinted at the rune. "Are you of a contrary opinion, then?" "I? I hold no opinion at all of events of 14,000 years ago. I am not as old as you suspect, Admiral." The hierarch Loravade said in a dry, deep tone, "It seems unlikely to me that the early settlers would build so far from the sea, or that they would trouble themselves to haul such huge blocks of stone about." "Then you too think these were metamorph cities," said Valentine. "The metamorphs are wild savages who live in the jungles and dance to bring rain," Asenhart said. Loravade, looking bothered at the Admiral's interruption, said with testy precision, "I think it altogether likely." To Asenhart she added, "Not savages, Admiral, but refugees. They may well have fallen from a higher estate." "Pushed, rather," said Carabella. Valentine said, "The government should organize studies of these ruins, if it hasn't already been done. We need to know more about pre-human civilizations on Majipur. And if these are metamorph places, we might consider giving them a kind of custodianship of them.
The ruins need no custodians other than the ones they already have, said a new voice suddenly.
Valentine turned, startled. A bizarre figure had emerged from behind a monolith. A gaunt, almost fleshless man of 60 or 70, with fierce, blazing eyes set in jutting, bony rims, and a thin, wide, virtually toothless mouth, now curved in a mocking grin. He was armed with a long, narrow sword, and was clad in a strange garment made entirely from the red fur of the desert animals. Atop his head was a cap of thick yellow tail fur, which he swept off in a grand gesture as he made a deep, sweeping bow. When he straightened, his hand rested on the pommel of his sword. Valentine said courteously, "And are we in the presence of one of those custodians?"
"More than one," the other replied.
And from the rocks there quietly came 8 or 10 similar fantasticos, as angular and bony as the first, and like the first, all clad in scruffy fur leggings and jackets, and wearing absurd furry caps. All carried swords, and all seemed ready to use them. A second group appeared behind them, materializing as though out of the air, and then a third, a good-sized troop, 30 or 40 in all. There were 11 in Valentine's party, mostly unarmed. The others were back in the floater cars, 200 yards away on the main highway. While they had stood here debating nice points of ancient history, they had allowed themselves to be surrounded. The leader said, "By what right do you trespass here?" Valentine heard a faint clearing of the throat from Lysimon Hulton. He saw a stiffening also of Asenhardt's posture. But Valentine signaled them to be calm. He said, "May I know who it is that addresses me?"
"I am Duke Nashimanti of Vornek Crag, overlord of the Western Marches. About me you see the chief nobles of my realm, who serve me loyally in all things."
Valentine had no recollection of a province known as the Western Marches, nor of any such duke. Possibly he had forgotten some of his geography when his mind was meddled with, but not, he suspected, quite so much. Yet he did not choose to trifle with Duke Nashimanti. Solemnly he said, "We meant no trespass, your grace, in passing through your domain. We are travelers bound for the Labyrinth on business with the Pontifex, and this seemed the most direct route between Tremone and there."
"So it is. You would have done better to approach the Pontifex by a less direct route."
Lysimon Hulton roared suddenly,
"Give us no trouble! Have you any idea who this man is?"
Annoyed, Valentine snapped his fingers at the giantess to silence her. Nashimanti said blandly,
"Not in the least. But he could be Lord Valentine himself, and he would not pass here lightly. Lord Valentine less than any other, in fact."
"Have you some special quarrel with Lord Valentine, then?" Valentine asked. The bandit laughed harshly.
"The coronel is my most hated enemy."
"Why, then your hand must be set against all of civilization. For everyone owes allegiance to the coronel, and must for order's sake oppose his enemies. Can you truly be a duke and not accept the coronel's authority?"
"Not this coronel's,"
Nashimanti replied. He sauntered coolly across the open space that separated him from Valentine, hands still resting on his sword, and peered closely at him.
"You wear fine clothes. You smell of city comforts. You must be rich and live in a great house somewhere high up on the mount, and have servants to meet your every need. What would you say if one day all that were stripped from you, eh? If by the whim of another you were cast down into poverty?"
"I have had that experience," said Valentine evenly.
"Have you now?"
"You, traveling in that cavalcade of floater cars, with your retinue about you. Who are you, anyway?" "Lord Valentine, the coronel," Valentine answered without hesitation. Nashimanti's fiery eyes flared with rage. For an instant it appeared as if he would draw his sword. Then, as if seeing a jest much to his own ferocious humor, he relaxed and said,
"Yes, you are Colonel the way I am Duke. Well, Lord Valentine, your kindness will repay me for my earlier losses. The fee for crossing the zone of ruins today is 1,000 royals."
"We have no such sum," Valentine said mildly.
"Then you'll make camp with us until your lackeys fetch it."
He gestured to his men.
"Seize them and bind them. Turn one loose, this one, the Vroon, to be the messenger."
To Deliamber he said,
"Vroon, carry word to those in the floaters that we hold these folk here for payment of 1,000 royals, to be delivered within a month. And if you return with the militia instead of money, why, bear in mind that we know these hills, and the officers of the law do not. You'll never see any of your people alive again."
"Wait," Valentine said, as Nascimonte's men stepped forward. "Tell me your quarrel with the coronel." Nascimonte scowled.
"He came through this part of Alhamrawell last year, returning from Zimrawell, where he made the grand processional. I lived then in the foothills of Mount Ebersenal, looking out on Lake Ivory, and I raised Ricca and Thuyol and Milail, and my plantation was the finest in the province, for my family has spent 16 generations cultivating it. The coronel and his party were billeted on me, as best able to meet the needs of hospitality for him, and at the height of Thuyol harvest he came to me with all his hundreds of hangers-on and lackeys, his myriad courtiers, enough mounts to graze half a continent bare. And between one star day and the next, they drank my cellars dry. They made festival in the fields and spoiled the crops. They torched the manor house in drunken play. They shattered the dam and drowned my fields. They ruined me entirely for their own sport, and then they marched away, not even knowing what they had done to me, or caring. The moneylenders have it all now, and I live in the rocks of Orneck Crag, courtesy of Lord Valentine and his friends. And where is justice? It will cost you 1,000 royals to leave these ancient ruins, stranger, and though I hold you no malice, I will slit your throat as coolly as Lord Valentine's men opened my dam, and with as little concern, if the money fails to come."
He turned away and said again,
"Bind them."
Valentine drew breath deep into his lungs and closed his eyes, and, as the lady had taught him, let himself slip into waking sleep, into the trance that brought his circlet to life, and sent his mind out toward the dark and bitter soul of the overlord of the western marches, and flooded it with love. The effort called forth all the strength that was in him. He swayed and braced his legs, and leaned against Carabella, one hand on her shoulder, drawing further energy and vitality from her and pumping it toward Nascimonte. He understood now what price sleep paid for his blind juggling, for this was draining him of all the stuff of life. Yet he sustained the outpouring of spirit for moment after long moment. Nascimonte stood frozen, facing half away from him with his body twisted around. His eyes locked on Valentine's. Valentine held his grip unrelentingly on the other's soul, and bathed it with compassion, until Nascimonte's iron resentment softened and loosened, and dropped from him like a shell. And then into the suddenly vulnerable man, Valentine poured a vision of all that had befallen him since his overthrow in Tillamoon so long ago, everything compressed into a single dazzling point of illumination. He broke the contact, and staggering, lurched hard against Carabella, who supported him unflinchingly. Nascimonte stared at Valentine like one who has been touched by the divine. Then he dropped to his knees and made the starburst sign. "My lord," he said thickly, deep in his throat, a barely audible sound. "My lord, forgive me. Forgive." 4. That there should be bandits at large in this desert surprised and dismayed Valentine. for there was little history of such anarchy on well-mannered Majipur. That the bandits should be well-to-do farming folk made paupers by the callousness of the present coronel dismayed him also. It was not the custom on Majipur for the ruling class so carelessly to exploit its position. Dominant Bajazid, if he thought he could conduct himself that way and hold his throne for long, was not merely a villain, but a fool. "Will you put down the usurper?" Nascimonte asked. "In time," replied Valentine, "but there is much to do before that day arrives." "I am yours to command, if I can be of service." "Are there other bandits between here and the mouth of the Labyrinth?" Nascimonte nodded. "Many. It becomes the fashion in this province to run wild in the hills." "And have you influence over them? Or is your title of duke only irony?" "They obey me." "Good," said Valentine. "I ask you then to conduct us through these lands to the Labyrinth, and to keep your marauding friends from delaying us in our journey." "I will, my lord. But not a word to anyone of what I've shown you. Regard me simply as an official of the lady, on embassy to the Pontifex." The faintest glint of suspicion flickered momentarily in Nascimonte's eyes. Uneasily he said, "I may not proclaim you as true coronel? Why is that?" Valentine smiled. "This is my entire army you see here in these few floater cars. I would not announce war against the usurper until my forces are larger. Hence this secrecy, and hence my visit to the Labyrinth. The sooner I win the support of the Pontifex, the sooner the true campaign begins. How quickly can you be ready to depart?" "Within the hour, my lord." Nascimonte and a few of his men rode with Valentine in the lead floater. The landscape grew steadily more barren. Now it was a brown and almost lifeless wasteland, where swirls of dust rose under the harsh, hot wind. Occasionally, men in rough clothes could be seen riding in bands of 3 or 4, far from the main highway, pausing to peer at the travelers. But there were no incidents. On the third day, Nascimonte proposed a shortcut that would save several days in reaching the Labyrinth. Unhesitatingly, Valentine agreed, and the caravan plunged off to the northeast over an enormous dry lake bed, and then down a tortured land of steep gullies and flat-topped eroded hills, past a range of blunt mountains of a red sandy rock, and finally out into a vast windy tableland that seemed altogether featureless, a mere expanse of grit and pebbles filling the entire horizon. Valentine saw Sleet and Zazenkavel exchanging troubled glances as the floaters entered this bleak, useless place, and he supposed they were muttering privately about treachery and betrayal. But his own faith in Nascimonte was unshaken. He had touched the bandit chieftain's mind with his own, through the circlet of the lady, and what he had sensed in it was not the soul of a traitor. Another day, and another, and another, on this track through the midst of nowhere, and now Carabella was frowning, and the hierarch Loravade looked more grim than usual, and Lysamon Hulton at last drew Valentine aside and said, as quietly as she could say anything, "What if this man Nascimonte is a hireling of the false coronel, who has been paid to lose you in a place where no one will ever find you?" "Then we are lost, and our bones will lie here forever," said Valentine. "But I give no weight to such fears." All the same, a certain edginess grew in him. He remained confident of Nascimonte's good faith. It seemed unlikely that any agent of dominant Bajazid would choose so dreary and drawn-out a method of getting rid of him, when a single sword-stroke back at the metamorph ruins would have accomplished it. But he had no real assurance that Nascimonte knew where he was going. There was no water out here, and even the mounts, able to transform any sort of organic matter into fuel, were, so said Shahnamir, growing thin and slack-muscled on the scattered, scrawny weeds that now were their entire fare. If anything went wrong in this place, there would be no hope of rescue. But Valentine's touchstone was Autophon Deleamber, The wizard had a hearty and expert skill at self-preservation, and Deliamber looked unworried, although tranquil, as the drab days passed. And at length Nascimonte halted the caravan at a place where two lines of steep bare hills converged to confine them in a high-walled narrow canyon. He said to Valentine, "Do you think we have lost our way, my lord? Come, let me show you something." Valentine and some of the others followed him to the head of the canyon, a distance of some 50 paces. Nascimonte stretched his arms toward the immense valley that began where the canyon opened. "Look," he said. The valley was more desert, a giant fan-shaped expanse of pale, tawny sand, spreading outward and extending northward and southward for at least 100 miles. And precisely in the middle of that valley, Valentine saw a darker circle, itself of colossal size, that rose a short way above the flat valley floor. He recognized it from an earlier time, when he had seen it from the far side. It was the giant mound of brown earth that covered the labyrinth of the Pontifex. "We will be at the mouth of Blades the day after tomorrow," said Nascimonte. There were 7 mouths all told, Valentine remembered, arranged equidistantly around the enormous structure. When he had come as emissary from Voriax, he had entered by way of the mouth of waters, on the opposite side, where the river Glage descended through the fertile northeastern provinces from Castlemount. That was the genteel way to reach the labyrinth, used by high officials when they had dealings with the ministers of the Pontifex. On all other sides, the labyrinth was surrounded by far less agreeable country, the least agreeable of all being the desert through which Valentine now advanced. But there was comfort in knowing that even if he must approach through this land of deadness, he would leave the labyrinth by its happier side. The area covered by the labyrinth was huge, and since it was constructed on many levels, spiraling down and piling tier upon tier in the bowels of the planet, its actual population was incalculable. The Pontifex himself occupied only the innermost sector, to which scarcely anyone ever gained admission. In the zone surrounding that was the domain of the governmental ministers, a multitude of mysterious, dedicated souls who spent all their lives toiling underground at tasks that defied Valentine's understanding, record-keeping and tax-decreeing and census-taking and such. And around the governmental zone there had developed over thousands of years the protective outer skin of the labyrinth, a maze of circular passageways inhabited by millions of shadowy figures, bureaucrats and merchants and beggars and clerks and cut-purses, and who knew what else, a world unto itself, where the kindly warmth of the sun was never felt, where the cool, clean shafts of the moon could not penetrate, where all the beauty and wonder and joy of giant Magipur had been exchanged for the pallid pleasures of a life underground. The floater cars followed the line of the outer mound for an hour or so, and came at last to the mouth of Blades. This was no more than a timber-roofed opening giving access to a tunnel disappearing into the earth. A line of ancient rusty swords was set in concrete across its front, forming a barrier more symbolic than actual, since they were spaced far apart. How long, Valentine wondered, does it take to turn swords rusty in this dry desert climate? The guardians of the labyrinth waited just within the entrance. There were 7 of them, 2 Hjorts, a Geirog, a Skandar, a Lehman, and 2 humans, and all were masked after the universal manner of the officials of the Pontifex. The mask, too, was mainly symbolic, a mere strip of some glossy yellow stuff, angled across the eyes and the bridge of the nose of the humans, and in equivalent places on the others. But it created an effect of great strangeness about these people, as it was meant to do. The guardians stolidly confronted Valentine and his party in silence. Deliamber said quietly to him, "They will ask a price for admission. All this is traditional. Go up to them and state your business.
To the guardians, Valentine said, I am Valentine, brother to the late Voriax, son of the Lady of the Isle, and I have come to seek audience with the Pontifex. Not even so bizarre and provocative an announcement as that stirred much reaction from the masked ones. The gay Rog said only, The Pontifex admits no one to his presence. Then I would have audience with his high ministers, who can bear my message to the Pontifex. They will not see you either, replied one of the Hjorts. Valentine said, In that case I will make application to the ministers of the ministers, or to the ministers of the ministers of the ministers, if I must. All I ask of you is that you grant admission to the labyrinth for my companions and me. The guardians conferred solemnly among themselves, in low, droning tones, evidently going through some ritual of a purely mechanical sort, since they barely seemed to be listening to one another. When their mutterings died away, the gay Rog spokesman swung about to face Valentine and said, What is your offering? Offering? The entry price. Name it and I'll pay it. Valentine signaled to Shahnamir, who carried a purse of coins. But the guardians looked displeased, shaking their heads, several of them actually turning away as Shahnamir produced some half-royal pieces. Not money, the gay Rog said disdainfully. An offering. Valentine was baffled. In confusion he looked toward Deliamber, who moved his tentacles, waving several of them up and down in a rhythmic tossing gesture. Valentine frowned. Then he understood. Juggling. Sleet, Zalzenkavel. From one of the cars they brought clubs and balls. Sleet, Carabella, and Zalzenkavel stationed themselves before the guardians, and at a signal from the Skandar began to juggle. Motionless as statues, the 7 masked ones watched. The entire proceeding seemed so preposterous to Valentine that he was hard put to keep a straight face, and several times had to choke back giggles. But the 3 jugglers performed their routines austerely, and with the utmost dignity, as though this was some crucial religious rite. They went through 3 complete patterns of interchange, and stopped with one accord, bowing stiffly to the guardians. The gay Rog nodded almost imperceptibly, the only acknowledgment of the performance. You may enter, he said. 5. They drove the floaters between the blades and into a sort of vestibule, dark and musty, that opened into a wide, sloping roadway. A short distance down that, and they intersected a curving tunnel, the first of the rings of the labyrinth. It was high-roofed and brightly lit, and could well have been a market street in any busy city, with stalls and shops and pedestrian traffic, and vehicles of all shapes and sizes floating along. But a moment's careful inspection made it clear that this was no Pidruid, no Pillaplok, no Nemoya. The people in the streets were eerily pale, with a ghostly look that told of lifetimes spent away from the rays of the sun. Their clothing was curiously archaic in style, and of dull, dark colors. There were many masked individuals, servants of the pontifical bureaucracy, unremarkable in the context of the labyrinth, and moving in the crowds without attracting the slightest attention for their maskedness. And, thought Valentine, everyone, masked and maskless alike, had a tense and drawn expression, a strange, haunted look about the eyes and mouth. Out in the world of fresh air, under the warm and cheerful sun, people on Majipur smiled freely and easily, not only with their mouths, but with their eyes, their cheeks, their entire faces, their whole souls. Down in this catacomb, souls were of a different sort. Valentine turned to Deliamber. Do you know your way around in this place? Not at all, but guides should be easily come by. How? Halt the cars, get out, stand around, look befuddled, the Vroon said.
You'll have guides aplenty in a minute." It took less than that. Valentine, Sleet, and Carabella left their car, and instantly a boy no more than 10, who had been running along the street with some younger children, whirled about and called, "Show you the labyrinth? 1 crown all day." "Do you have an older brother?" Sleet asked. The boy glared at him. "You think I'm too young? Go on, then. Find your own way around. You'll be lost in 5 minutes." Valentine laughed. "What's your name?" "Hissoon." "How many levels must we go, Hissoon, before we reach the government sector?" "You want to go there?" "Why not?" "They're all crazy there," the boy said, grinning. "Work, work, shuffle papers all day long, mumble and mutter. Work hard and hope you'll get promoted even deeper down. Talk to them and they don't even answer you. Mind's all mumbly from too much work. It's 7 levels under. Court of Columns first, Hall of Winds, Place of Masks, Court of Pyramids, Court of Globes, the Arena, and then you get to the House of Records. I'll take you there. Not for 1 crown, though." "How much?" "Half a royal." Valentine whistled. "What would you do with so much money?" "Buy my mother a cloak, and light 5 candles to the lady, and get my sister the medicine she needs." The boy winked. "And maybe a treat or 2 for myself." During this exchange, a goodly crowd had gathered, at least 15 or 20 children no older than Hissoon, some younger ones, and some adults, all clustered together in a tight semicircle, and watching tensely to see if Hissoon got the job. None of them called out, but out of the corner of his eye, Valentine saw them straining for his attention, standing on tiptoes, trying to look knowledgeable and responsible. If he refused the boy's offer, he would have 50 more the next moment, a wild clamor of voices and a forest of waving hands. But Hissoon seemed to know his business, and his blunt, coolly cynical approach had charm. "All right," Valentine said. "Take us to the House of Records." "All these cars yours?" "That one, that. Yes, all." Hissoon whistled. "Are you important? Where are you from?" "Castlemount." "I guess you're important," the boy conceded. "But if you come from Castlemount, what are you doing on the blade side of the labyrinth?" The boy was clever. Valentine said, "We've been traveling. We've just come from the Isle." "Ah!" Hissoon's eyes widened just for an instant, the first breach in his jaunty streetwise coolness. Doubtless the Isle was a virtually mythical place to him, as far off as the farthest stars, and despite himself he showed awe at finding himself in the presence of someone who had actually been there. He moistened his lips. "And how shall I call you?" he asked after a moment. "Valentine." "Valentine," the boy repeated. "Valentine from Castlemount. Very nice name." He clambered into the first floater car. As Valentine got in beside him, Hissoon said, "Really? Valentine?" "Really." "Very nice name," he said again. "Pay me half a royal, Valentine, and I'll show you the labyrinth." Half a royal, Valentine knew, was outrageous, several days' pay for a skilled artisan. And yet he made no objection. It seemed improper for someone of his station to be haggling with a child over money. Hissoon perhaps had calculated the same thing. In any event, the fee turned out to be a worthwhile investment, for the boy proved expert in the twists and turns of the labyrinth, guiding them with surprising swiftness toward the lower and inner coils of the place. Down they went, down and around, making unexpected turns and shortcuts through narrow, barely manageable alleyways, descending on hidden ramps that seemed to make transit across implausible gulfs of space. The labyrinth grew darker and more intricate as they went downward. Only the outermost level was well lit. The circles within it were shadowy and sinister, with dim corridors radiating in unlikely directions from the main ones, and hints of strange statuary and architectural ornamentation vaguely visible in the musty, dismal corners. Valentine found the place disturbing. It reeked of mildew and history. It had the chill clamminess of unimaginable antiquity. It was sunless and airless and joyless, a giant cavern of forlorn, dreary gloom, through which scowling, harsh-eyed figures moved on errands as mysterious as their own somber selves. Down, down, down. The boy maintained a constant flow of chatter. He was marvelously articulate, lively and funny, somehow not at all a proper product of this morbid place. He told of tourists from Nimoya, who had been lost between the Hall of Winds and Place of Masks for a month, living on scraps provided by lower-level dwellers, but too proud to admit that they were unable to find their way out. He told of the architect of the Court of Globes, who had aligned every spheroid in that elaborate chamber with regard to some monumentally complex numerological system, only to find that the workmen, having lost the key to his charts, had installed everything according to an improvised system of their own. He had bankrupted himself to rebuild the whole thing in the right deployment at his own expense, discovering in the end that his computations were wrong, and the pattern was impossible. "They buried him right where he fell," said Hisoon. And the boy told the tale of the Pontifex Ariok, he who had, when a vacancy developed in the ladyship, proclaimed himself female, appointed himself to the Isle, and abdicated his throne. Barefoot and clad in loose flowing robes, the boy said, Ariok marched publicly out of the depths of the Labyrinth, followed by a cluster of his highest ministers, who frantically tried to dissuade him from his course. On this spot, said Hisoon, he called the people together and told them he was now their lady, and ordered up a chariot to take him to Stoian. And the ministers could do nothing. Nothing! I wish I had seen their faces. Down. All day the caravan descended. They passed through the Court of Columns, where thousands of huge gray pillars sprouted like titanic toadstools, and sluggish pools of oily black water covered the stone floor to a depth of 3 or 4 feet. They crossed the Hall of Winds, a terrifying place where cold gusts of air streamed inexplicably from finely carved stone grids in the walls. They saw the Place of Masks, a twisting corridor in which giant bodiless faces, with blind, empty slits for eyes, stood mounted on marble plinths. They viewed the Court of Pyramids, a forest of stark white polyhedral figures set so close together that it was impossible to move between them, a spiky-tipped maze of monoliths, some perfectly tetrahedral, but most weirdly elongated, spindly, ominous. A level below it, they wandered in the celebrated Court of Globes, an even more complex structure 1.5 miles long, where spherical objects, some no larger than a fist, and others as big as great sea dragons, hung eerily and invisibly suspended, illuminated from below. Hisoon took care to point out the architect's grave, unmarked, a slab of black stone beneath the greatest of the globes. Down, down. Valentine had seen nothing of this on his earlier visit. From the mouth of waters one descended swiftly, through passageways used only by the Coronel and Pontifex, to the imperial lair at the heart of the Labyrinth. Some day, thought Valentine, if I am Coronel again, it will happen that I must succeed Tievurus as Pontifex, and when that day comes, I will let the people know that I do not choose to live in the Labyrinth, but will build a palace for myself in some more cheering place. He smiled. He wondered how many coronels before him, seeing the hideous enormity of the Labyrinth, had vowed the same vow. and yet somehow they all, sooner or later, withdrew from the world and took up residence down here. It was easy enough now, when he was young and full of vitality, to make such resolutions. Easy enough to think of taking the pontificate out of Alhanwell altogether, off to some congenial spot on the younger continent, Nimoya perhaps, or Dulorn, and live among beauty and delight. He found it hard to imagine himself voluntarily walling himself up in this fantastic and repellent labyrinth. But yet they had all done it before him. Decorit and Confalum, and Prestimian and Stiamot and Kinniken, and the others of times gone by. They had moved from Castlemount to this dark hole when their moment came. Perhaps it was not as bad as it seemed. Perhaps when one is coronal long enough, one is glad to retire from the heights of Castlemount. I will think more of these matters, Valentine told himself, when the appropriate time is at hand. The caravan of floater cars executed a hairpin turn and entered yet a lower level. "The arena!" Hisoon announced grandly. Valentine stared into a huge hollow chamber, so great in length and width that he was unable to see its walls, only the twinkling of distant lights in the shadowed corners. There were no visible supports to its ceiling. It was astonishing to think of the massive weight of the upper levels, those millions of people, those endless winding streets and alleyways, those buildings and statues and vehicles and all, pressing down on the roof of the arena, and this vast nothingness resisting the colossal pressure. "Listen," said Hisoon. He scrambled out of the car, put his hands to his mouth, and unleashed a piercing cry. And echoes returned, sharp stabbing sounds bouncing from this wall and that, the first few magnified in sound, the rest diminished until they were no more than the twittering chirping sounds of drones. He sent forth another cry, and another on its heels, so that sounds crashed and reverberated all about them for more than a minute. Then, with a self-satisfied smirk, the boy returned to the car. "What purpose does this place serve?" Valentine asked. "None." "None? None at all?" "It's just an emptiness. The Pontifex Disimol wanted a large empty space here. Nothing ever happens in it. No one's allowed to build in it, not that anyone would want to. It just sits. It makes good echoes, don't you think? That's the only use it has. Go on, Valentine, make an echo." Valentine smiled and shook his head. "Another time," he said. Crossing the arena seemed to take all day. On and on they went, never once seeing a wall or a column. It was like traversing an open plain, except for the vaguely visible ceiling far above. Nor was Valentine able to discern the moment when they began to leave the arena. He realized after a time that the floor of the place had turned somehow into a ramp, and that they had made an imperceptible transition to a lower level that returned to the familiar claustrophobic closeness of the labyrinth's coils. As they proceeded down this new semicircular corridor, it grew gradually more brightly lit, until soon it was nearly as well illuminated as that level close to the mouth, where the shops and markets were. Ahead, rising to an extraordinary height directly before them, was a screen of some sort on which inscriptions in brilliant, luminous colors could be seen. Hisoon said, "We are coming to the House of Records. I can go with you no farther." Indeed, the road terminated in a five-sided plaza in front of the great screen, which, Valentine now saw, was a kind of chronicle of Majipur. Down its left-hand side were the names of the coronals, a list so long that he could scarcely read its upper reaches. Down the right was the corresponding list of pontifexes. Beside each name was the date of reign. His eyes searched the lists. Hundreds of names, some the familiar ones, the great resonant names of the planet's history. Stiamot, Thimin, Convolum, Decorit, Prestimion, and some that were only meaningless arrangements of letters. Names that Valentine had seen when as a boy he had whiled away rainy afternoons reading the lists of the powers, but that had no significance other than that they were on the list. Plankippen and Hunzimar and Make and Struan and Skall and Spurifon. Men who had held power on Castlemount and then in the Labyrinth 1,000 years ago, 3,000, 5, had been the center of all conversation, the object of all homage, had danced across the imperial stage and done their little show and vanished into history. Lord Spurifon, he thought. Lord Skall. Who were they? What color was their hair? What games did they enjoy? What laws had they decreed? How calmly and bravely had they met their deaths? What impact had they had on the lives of the billions of Majipur? Or had they none? Some, Valentine saw, had ruled only a few years as coronel, carried off quickly to the Labyrinth by the death of a pontifex. And some had occupied the summit of Castlemount for a generation. This Lord Make, coronel for 30 years, and pontifex for— Valentine scanned the dizzying lists. Pontifex for 20 more. 50 years of supreme power, and who knew anything of Lord Make and Make the pontifex today? He looked toward the bottom of the lists, where they trailed off into blankness. Lord Tievris, Lord Malibor, Lord Voriax, Lord Valentine. That was where the left-hand list ended, of course. Lord Valentine, reign 3 years old and unfinished. Lord Valentine, at least, would be remembered. Not for him the oblivion of the Spurifons and Skalls, for they would tell the tale on Majipur for generations to come, of the dark-haired young coronel who was cast by treachery into a fair-haired body, and lost his throne to the son of the King of Dreams. But what would they say of him? That he was a guileless fool? As comic a figure as Arioch, who made himself Lady of the Isle? That he was a weakling who had failed to guard himself against evil? That he had suffered an astounding fall, and had valiantly regained his place? How would the history of Lord Valentine be told 1,000 years hence? One thing he prayed, as he stood before the great list of the House of Records. Let it not be said of Lord Valentine that he regained his throne with magnificent heroism, and then ruled feebly and aimlessly for 50 years. Better to abandon the castle to the Bargezid than to be known for that. He soon tugged at his hand. Valentine! He looked down, startled. The boy said, I leave you here. The people of the Pontifex will come for you soon. Thank you, Hisoon, for all you've done. But how will you get back by yourself? Hisoon winked. It won't be by walking, I promise you that. He peered solemnly up and said, after a pause, Valentine? Yes. Aren't you supposed to have dark hair and a beard? Valentine laughed. You think I'm the coronel? Oh, I know you are. It's written all over your face. Only your face is wrong. It's not a bad face, Valentine said lightly. A little more kindly than my old one, and maybe more handsome. I think I'm going to keep it. I suppose whoever had it first has no more need for it now. The boy's eyes were wide. Are you in disguise, then? You might say that. I thought so. He put his small hand in Valentine's. Well, good luck, Valentine. If you ever come back to the Labyrinth, ask for me and I'll be your guide again. And the next time for free. Remember my name, Hisoon. Goodbye, Hisoon. The boy winked again, and was gone. Valentine looked toward the great screen of history. Lord Tievers, Lord Malibor, Lord Voriax, Lord Valentine. And perhaps someday Lord Hissoon, he thought. Why not? The boy seemed at least as qualified as many who had ruled, and probably would have had sense enough not to drink dominant Bajazid's drugged wine. I must remember him, he told himself. I must remember him. 6. From a gateway at the far side of the plaza of the House of Records now came 3 figures, a Hjort and 2 humans, in the masks of labyrinthine officialdom. Unhurriedly, they advanced toward the place where Valentine stood with Deliamber, Sleet, and a few others. The Hjort gave Valentine careful scrutiny, and did not seem awed. "Your business here?" she asked. "To apply for an audience with the Pontifex." "An audience with the Pontifex?" the Hjort repeated in wonder, as if Valentine had said to apply for a pair of wings, to apply for permission to drink the ocean dry. "An audience with the Pontifex!" She laughed. "The Pontifex grants no audiences." "Are you his chief ministers?" The laughter was louder. "This is the House of Records, not the Court of Thrones. There are no ministers of state here." The 3 officials turned and started back toward the gateway. "Wait," Valentine called. He slipped into the dream state and sent an urgent vision toward them. There was no specific content to it, only a broad and general sense that the stability of things was in peril, that the bureaucracy itself was sorely threatened, and that only they could stave off the forces of chaos. They walked on, and Valentine redoubled the intensity of his sending, until he began to sweat and tremble with the effort of it. They halted. The Hjort looked around. "What do you want here?" she asked. "Admit us to the ministers of the Pontifex." There was a whispered conference. "What do we do?" Valentine asked Deliamber. "Juggle for them?" "Try to be patient," the rune murmured. Valentine found that difficult. But he held his tongue, and after some moments the officials returned to say that he could enter, and 5 of his companions. The others must take lodgings on an upper level. Valentine scowled, but there seemed no arguing with these masked ones. He chose Deliamber, Carabella, Sleet, Asenhart, and Zazenkavel to continue on with him. "How will the rest find lodgings?" he asked. The Hjort shrugged. That was none of her affair. From the shadows to Valentine's left came a high, clear voice. "Does someone need a guide to the upper levels?" Valentine chuckled. "Hissoon? Still here?" "I thought I might be needed." "You are. Find a decent place for my people to stay, in the outer ring near the mouth of waters, where they can wait for me until I finish down here." Hissoon nodded. "I ask only 3 crowns. "What? You need a ride up to the top anyway. And 5 minutes ago you said that the next time you were my guide you wouldn't charge anything." "That's next time," replied Hissoon gravely. "This is still this time. Would you deprive a poor boy of his livelihood?" Sighing, Valentine said to Zazenkavel, "Give him 3 crowns." The boy hopped into the first car. Shortly, the entire caravan swung around and departed. Valentine and his 5 companions passed through the gateway to the House of Records. Corridors went in all directions. In poorly lit cubicles, clerks bent low over mounds of documents. The air was musty and dry here. The general feel of the place was even more repellent than that of the earlier levels. This, Valentine realized, was the administrative core of Margipur, the place where the real business of governing 20 billion beings was carried on. The awareness that these scurrying gnomes, these burrowers in the earth, held the actual power of the world, chilled him. He had tended to think it was the coronel who was the true king, and the pontifex a mere figurehead, since it was the coronel who was seen actively commanding the forces of order whenever chaos threatened, the vigorous and dynamic coronel, whereas the pontifex remained immured down below, emerging from the labyrinth only on the highest occasions of state. But now he was not so certain. The pontifex himself might be merely a crazy old man, but the minions of the pontifex, these hundreds of thousands of drab bureaucrats in their odd little masks, might collectively wield more authority on Margipur than the dashing coronel and all his princely aides. Down here, the tax rolls were determined. Here the balances of trade between province and province were adjusted. Here the maintenance of highways and parks and educational establishments and all the other functions under provincial control were coordinated. Valentine was not at all convinced that true central government was possible on a world as big as Margipur. But at least the basic forms of it existed, the structural outlines. And he saw, as he moved through the inner maze of the labyrinth, that government on Margipur was not altogether a matter of grand processionals and dream sendings. The mighty hidden bureaucracy down here did most of the work. And he was caught in its toils. There were lodgings several levels down from the House of Records for provincial officials who were visiting the labyrinth on government business. There he was given a suite of modest rooms, and there he stayed, ignored, for the next few days. There seemed to be no way to move beyond this point. As coronel, he would have the right of immediate access to the pontifex, of course, but he was not coronel, not in any effective sense, and to claim that he was would probably make it impossible for him to proceed at all. He recalled, after some rooting about in his memory, the names of the chief ministers of the pontifex. Unless things had changed lately, Tievris kept 5 plenipotentiary officials close by him: Horncast, his high spokesman; Dilifon, his private secretary; Shinam, a Gayrog, his minister of external affairs; Sepulthrov, his minister of scientific matters and personal physician; and Naramir, his dream speaker, who was rumored to be the most powerful of all, the advisor who had chosen Voriax and then Valentine to be coronel. But to reach any of these 5 seemed as hard as to reach the pontifex himself. Like Tievris, they were buried in the depths, remote, inaccessible. Valentine's skill with the circlet his mother had given him did not extend to making contact with the mind of someone unknown to him, at an unknown distance. He learned shortly that 2 lesser but still significant officials served as the guardians of the central levels of the labyrinth. These were the imperial majordomos, Dondak Sajimir, of the Susuhera stock, and Gitamorn Sul, a human. But, said Sleet, who had been talking with the keepers of the hostelry, these 2 have been feuding for a year or more. They cooperate with one another as little as possible, and you must have the approval of both in order to see the higher ministers. Carabella snorted in annoyance. We'll spend the rest of our lives gathering dust down here. Valentine, why are we bothering with the labyrinth at all? Why not clear out of here and march straight for Castlemount? My idea exactly, said Sleet. Valentine shook his head. The support of the pontifex is essential. So the lady told me, and I agree. Essential for what? Sleep demanded. The Pontifex sleeps far below the ground. He knows nothing of anything. Does the Pontifex have any army to lend you? Does the Pontifex even exist? The Pontifex has an army of petty clerks and officials, Deliamber pointed out mildly. We will find them extremely useful. They, not warriors, control the balance of power in our world. Sleet was unconvinced. I say hoist the starburst banner and sound the trumpets and bang the drums and set out across Alhonruel, proclaiming you as coronel and letting the whole world know of Dominan Bargesed's little trick. In each city along the way you meet with the key people and win their support with your warmth and sincerity, and maybe a little help from the ladies' circlet. By the time you're at Castlemount, 10 million people are marching behind you, and the Bargesed will surrender without a fight. A pretty vision, said Valentine. But I think we still must have the instrumentalities of the Pontifex working for us before we try to make any open challenge. I will pay calls on these 2 major domos. In the afternoon he was conducted to the headquarters of Dondak Sajamir, a surprisingly bleak little office deep in a tangle of tiny clerkish cubicles. For more than an hour, Valentine was kept waiting in a cramped and cluttered vestibule, before at last being admitted to the majordomo's presence. Valentine was not entirely sure how to manage things with a Susuharis. Was one head Dondak and the other Sajamir? Did you address both at once, or speak only to the head that spoke to you? Was it proper to keep your attention moving from one head to the other while talking? Dondak Sajamir regarded Valentine as though from a great height. There was tense silence in the office as the 4 cool green eyes of the alien dispassionately surveyed the visitor. The Susuharis was a slender, elongated creature, hairless and smooth-skinned, tubular and shoulderless in form, with a rod-shaped neck that rose like a pedestal to a height of 10 or 12 inches, and forked to provide support for the 2 narrow spindle-shaped heads. He bore himself with such an air of superiority that one could easily think that the office of major domo to the Pontifex was far more important than that of the Pontifex himself. But some of that frosty hauteur, Valentine knew, was simply a function of the major domo's race. A Susuharis could not help looking naturally imperious and disdainful. Eventually, Dondak Sajamir's left-hand head said, "Why have you come here?" "To apply for an audience with the chief ministers of the Pontifex." "So it says in your letter. But what business do you have with them?" "A matter of the greatest urgency, an affair of state." "Yes?" "You hardly expect me to discuss it with anyone below the highest levels of authority, surely?" Dondak Sajamir considered that point interminably. When he spoke again, it was from the right-hand head. The second voice was much deeper than the first. "If I waste the time of the chief ministers, it will go hard for me. If you place obstacles between me and my seeing them, it will also go hard for you ultimately." "A threat?" "Not at all. I can tell you only that the consequences of their not receiving the information I bear will be very serious for all of us, and no doubt they will be distressed to learn that it was you who kept that information from reaching them." "Not I alone," said the Susuharis. "There is a second major domo, and we must act jointly in approving applications of this sort. You have not spoken to my colleague yet." "No." "She is insane. She has deliberately and malevolently withheld her cooperation from me for many months." Now Dondak Sajamir spoke from both heads simultaneously, in tones not quite an octave apart. The effect was weirdly disconcerting. "Even if I gave you approval, she would refuse. You will never get to see the chief ministers." "But this is impossible. Can't we go around her somehow?" "It would be illegal." If she blocks all legitimate business, though— The Susu Harris looked indifferent. The responsibility is hers. No, Valentine said. You both share it. You can't simply say that because she won't cooperate, I can't go forward, when the survival of the government itself is at stake. Do you think so? Asked Dondak Sajamir. The question left Valentine baffled. Was it the idea of a threat to the realm that he was challenging, or merely the notion that he bore equal responsibility for blocking Valentine? Valentine said after a moment, "What do you suggest I do?" "Return to your home," said the major domo, "and live a fruitful and happy life, and leave the problems of government to those of us whose fate it is to wrestle with them." 7. He had no better satisfaction from Gittamore and Sewell. The other major domo was less supercilious than the Susu Harris, but hardly more cooperative. She was a woman 10 or 12 years older than Valentine, tall and dark-haired, with a business-like, competent air about her. She did not appear at all insane. On her desk, in an office notably more cheerful and attractive, though no larger than Dondak Sajamir's, was a file containing Valentine's application. She tapped it several times and said, "You can't see them, you know." "May I ask why not?" "Because no one sees them." "No one?" "No one from outside. It is no longer done." "Is that because of the friction between you and Dondak Sajamir?" Gittamore and Sewell's lips quirked testily. "That idiot! But no. Even if you were performing his duties properly, it still wouldn't be possible for you to reach the ministers. They don't want to be bothered. They have heavy responsibilities. The Pontifex is old, you know. He gives little time to matters of government, and therefore the burdens on those about him have increased. Do you understand?" "I must see them," said Valentine. "I can't help that. Not even for the most urgent reason can they be disturbed." "Suppose," Valentine said slowly, "the coronel had been overthrown, and a false ruler held possession of the castle." She pushed up her mask and looked at him in astonishment. "Is that what you want to tell them? Here, application dismissed." Rising, she made brisk shooing gestures at him. "We have madmen enough in the Labyrinth already, without new ones coming down out of—" "Wait," said Valentine. He let the trance state possess him, and summoned the power of the circlet. Desperately he reached toward her soul with his, touched it, and folded it. It had not been part of his plan to reveal much to these minor officials, but there seemed no alternative but to take her into his confidence. He sustained the contact until he felt himself growing dizzy and weak. Then he broke it off and returned hurriedly to full wakefulness. She was staring at him, dazed. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes were wild, her breasts heaved in agitation. It was a moment before she could speak. Finally she said, "What kind of trick is that?" "No trick. I am the lady's son, and she herself taught me the art of sendings." "Lord Valentine is a dark-haired man." "So he was. Not any longer." "You ask me to believe—" "Please," he said. He threw all the intensity of his spirit into the word. "Please, believe me. Everything depends on my telling the Pontifex what has happened." But her suspicions ran deep. From Gittamore and Sewell came no kneelings, no homages, no starburst gesticulations. Only a kind of sullen bewilderment, as if she might be inclined to think his bizarre story was true, but wished he had inflicted it on some other functionary. She said, "The Susu Harris would veto anything I proposed." "Even if I showed him what I've shown you?" She shrugged. His obstinacy is legendary. Not even to save the life of the pontifex would he approve one of my recommendations. But this is madness. Exactly so. You've talked to him? Yes, Valentine said. He seemed unfriendly and puffed up with pride, but not mad. Deal with him a little longer, Gittimore and Sewell advised, before you form your final judgment of him. What if we were to forge his approval, so that I could go in without his knowing? She looked shocked. You want me to commit a crime? Valentine struggled to maintain his even temper. A crime has already been committed, and not a trifling one, he said in a low, steady voice. I am Coronel of Majipur, deposed through treachery. Your help is vital to my restoration. Doesn't that override all these petty regulations? Can't you see that I have the power to pardon you for breaking those regulations? He leaned toward her. Time is wasting. Castlemount houses a usurper. I run back and forth between subordinates of the Pontifex when I should be leading an army of liberation across Alhamroel. Give me your approval and let me be on my way, and there'll be rewards for you when everything's again as it should be on Majipur. Her eyes were cold and suddenly bleak. Your story makes great demands on my powers of belief. What if it is all false? What if you are in the pay of Dondak Sajimir? Valentine groaned. I beg of you. No, it's entirely likely. This is a trap, perhaps. Your fantastic story, some sort of hypnosis, all designed to destroy me. To leave the Susu Harris unchallenged here. To give him the supreme power he has so long desired. I swear by the lady my mother I have not lied to you. A true criminal would swear by anybody's mother, but what is that? Valentine hesitated, then boldly reached forth and took Gittimore and Sewell's hands in his. Intently he stared into her eyes. What he was about to do was disagreeable to him, but so was all that these petty bureaucrats had been doing to him. The time had come for a little shamelessness, or he would be forever entangled down here. He said, peering close, even if I were in Dondak Sajimir's pay, I could never betray a woman as beautiful as you. She looked scornful, but color flared again in her cheeks. He went on, Trust me, believe in me. I am Lord Valentine, and you will be one of the heroes of my return. I know the thing you want most in the world, and it will be yours when I have regained the castle. You know it? Yes, he whispered, gently stroking the hands that now lay limply in his. To have sole authority over the inner labyrinth, is that not it? To be the only major domo? She nodded as though in a dream. It will be done, he said. Ally yourself with me, and Dondak Sajimir will be stripped of his rank, for making himself an obstacle to me. Will you do that? Will you help me reach the chief ministers, Gittimore and Sewell? It will be difficult, but it can be done. Anything can be done. And when I am Coronel again, the Susu Harris loses his post. I promise you that. Swear it. I swear it, Valentine said passionately, feeling foul and depraved. I swear it on my mother's name. I swear it by all that's holy. Is it agreed? Agreed, she said in a small, faltering voice. But how is it to be done? You need both signatures on the pass, and if mine is on it, he'll refuse to add his. Valentine said, Write me out a pass and sign it. I'll go back to him and talk him into countersigning it. He will never do it. Let me work on him. I can be persuasive. Once I have his signature, I can enter the inner labyrinth and achieve what I must achieve. When I emerge, it will be with the full authority of the coronel, and I will have Dondak Sajimir removed from office. That I promise you. But how will you get his signature? He's refused all countersignatures for months. Leave that to me, said Valentine. She drew from her desk a dark green cube of some sleek, glistening material, and placed it briefly in a machine that cast an incandescent yellow glow over it. When she removed it, the surface of the cube was infused with a new brightness. Here, this is your pass, but I warn you that without his countersignature it is worthless. I'll get it, Valentine said. He returned to Dondak Sajimir. The Susu Harris was reluctant to see him, but Valentine persevered. I understand now your loathing of Gitamorn Sul, he said. Dondak Sajimir smiled coolly. Is she not hateful? I suppose she refused your application. Oh, no, said Valentine, taking the cube from his cloak and placing it before the major domo. She granted that willingly enough, knowing that you had refused me and her permission would be worthless. It was her other rejection that wounded me so deeply. And which was that? Serenely, Valentine said, This may sound foolish to you, or even repellent, but I was powerfully overcome by her beauty. To human eyes, I must tell you that woman has extraordinary physical presence, a nobility of bearing, a luminous, erotic force that... well, no matter. I threw myself before her in an embarrassingly naive way. I made myself open and vulnerable, and she mocked me cruelly. She scorned me in a way that was like a blade twisting in my vitals. Can you understand that? That she would be so merciless, so contemptuous, toward a stranger who had only the warmest and most profoundly passionate feelings for her? Her beauty escapes me, said Dondak Sajimir, but I know her coldness and arrogance quite well. Now I share your enmity for her, Valentine said. If you will have me, I offer myself to your service, so that we can work together to destroy her. Dondak Sajimir said thoughtfully, Yes, this would be a fine moment to bring about her downfall. But how? Valentine tapped the cube that rested on the majordomo's desk. Add your countersignature to this pass. I'll then be free to enter the inner labyrinth. While I'm there, you launch an official inquiry into the circumstances under which I was admitted, claiming that you gave no such permission. When I've returned from my business with the Pontifex, summon me to testify. I'll say you rejected my application, and that I got the pass already fully countersigned from Gitamorn Sul, never suspecting it might be forged by someone meaning to spite you by admitting me. Your accusation of forgery, coupled with my testimony that you had declined to approve my application, will be her ruination. What do you say? A magnificent plan, replied Dondak Sajimir. I could have devised nothing better. The Susu Harris slipped the cube into a machine that gave it a brilliant pink glow, superimposed over Gitamorn Sul's yellow one. The pass now was valid. All this intrigue, Valentine thought, was nearly as much of a strain on the mind as the intricacies of the labyrinth itself. But it was done, and done successfully. Now let these two plot and scheme against each other as they wished, while he made his way unimpeded toward the ministers of the Pontifex. They were apt to be disappointed with the way he fulfilled his promises to them, for he intended, if he could, to sweep both the bickering rivals from power. But he did not ask pure and total saintliness of himself in his dealings with those whose chief role in the government appeared to be to impede and obstruct. He took the cube from Dondak Sajimir and inclined his head in gratitude. May you come to have all the power and prestige you deserve, said Valentine unctuously, and departed. 8. The guardians of the innermost labyrinth seemed astounded that anyone from outside had contrived to gain entry to their realm. But though they subjected the pass cube to a thorough scanning, they grudgingly conceded that it was legitimate, and sent Valentine and his companions inward. A narrow, snub-snouted car carried them silently and swiftly down the passages of this interior universe. The masked officials who accompanied them did not seem to be guiding it themselves. Nor would that have been an easy task, for in these levels the labyrinth branched and rebranched, curved and recurved. Any intruder would quickly become hopelessly bewildered amid these thousand twistings, twinings, sinuosities, and tangles. The car, though, appeared to be floating over a concealed guidance track that controlled its journey, along a swift if not particularly straightforward route, deeper and deeper into the coils of sequestered alleys. At checkpoint after checkpoint, Valentine was interrogated by disbelieving functionaries almost unable to comprehend the notion that an outlander had come calling on the ministers of the Pontifex. Their endless thrusts were wearying but futile. He waved his pass cube at them as though it were a magic wand. "I am on a mission of the highest urgency," he said again and again, "and will speak only with the supreme members of the Pontifical Court." Arming himself with all the dignity and presence at his command, Valentine brushed aside every objection, every quibble. "It will not go well for you," he warned, "if you delay me further." And finally, it felt as though 100 years had passed since Valentine had juggled his way into the labyrinth at the mouth of Blades. He found himself standing before Shanam, Dilaphon, and Naramir, 3 of the 5 great ministers of the Pontifex. They received him in a somber and clammy chamber made of huge blocks of black stone, with a lofty ceiling and ornamentation of pointed arches. It was a heavy, oppressive place, more suitable as a dungeon than a council chamber. Entering it, Valentine felt all the weight of the labyrinth bearing down on him, level upon level, arena and house of records and court of globes and hall of winds and all the rest, the dark corridors, the cluttered cubicles, the multitudes of toiling clerks. Somewhere far above, the sun was shining, the air was fresh and crisp. A breeze blew out of the south, bearing the perfume of alabandinas and elderons and tanagales. And he was here pinned beneath a giant mound of earth and miles of tortuous passageways, in a kingdom of eternal night. His journey downward and inward in the labyrinth had left him feverish and drawn, as though he had not slept for weeks. He touched his hand to Deleamber, and the vroom gave him a tingling jolt of energy, shoring up his ebbing strength. He looked to Carabella, who smiled and blew him a kiss. He looked to Sleet, who nodded and grinned grimly. He looked to Zalzenkavel, and the fierce, grizzled Skandar made a quick juggling motion with all his hands by way of encouragement. His companions, his friends, his bulwarks throughout all this long and strange travail. He looked toward the ministers. Maskless, they sat side by side on chairs majestic enough to be thrones. Shanam was in the center, the Minister of External Affairs, of Gayrog birth, reptilian-looking, with chilly, lidless eyes and busily flickering forked red tongue, and hair of a coarse, snaky appearance that moved in slow wriggles. To his right was Dilaphon, private secretary to Tievris, a frail and spectral figure, hair as white as sleets, skin parched and withered, eyes blazing like jets of fire out of the ancient face. And on the other side of the Gayrog was Naramir, the imperial dream speaker, a slender and elegant woman who must surely be of great age, for her association with Tievris went back as far as the long-ago era when he was coronel. Yet she seemed to be barely of middle years. Her skin was smooth and unlined. Her auburn hair was lustrous and full. Only by the remote and enigmatic expression of her eyes could Valentine detect any hint of the wisdom, the experience, the accumulated power of many decades that was hers. Some sorcery at work, he decided. "We have read your petition," said Shinam. His voice was deep and crisp, with the merest trace of a hiss in it. "The story you bring strains our credulity." "Have you spoken with the lady my mother?" "We have spoken with the lady, yes," the Gayrog replied coolly. "She accepts you as her son." "She urges us to cooperate with you," said Diliphan in a cracked and scratchy voice. "In sendings she appeared to us," said Naramir, softly, musically, "and commended you to us, asking that we give you such aid as you require." "Well, then," Valentine demanded. Shinam said, "The possibility exists that the lady is capable of being deceived." "You think I'm an impostor?" "You ask us to believe," said the Gayrog, "that the coronel of Majipur was taken unawares by a younger son of the King of Dreams, and evicted from his own body, that he was stripped of his memory and placed, such fragment of him as remained, in quite another body that conveniently happened to be available, and that the usurper successfully entered the empty husk of the coronel, and imposed his own consciousness on it. We find it strenuous to believe such things." "The skills exist to move bodies from mind to mind," said Valentine. "There is precedent." "No precedent," Diliphan said, "for the displacement of a coronel in that fashion." "Nevertheless, it happened," Valentine replied. "I am Lord Valentine, restored to my memory by the kindness of the lady, and I ask the backing of the Pontifex in regaining the responsibilities to which he called me upon my brother's death." "Yes," said Shinam, "if you are who you claim to be, it would be fitting for you to return to Castlemount. But how are we to know that? These are serious matters. They portend civil war. Shall we advise the Pontifex to plunge the world into agony on the mere assertion of some young stranger who—" "I've already convinced my mother of my authenticity," Valentine pointed out. "My mind lay open to her at the Isle, and she saw me to be who I am." He touched the silver circlet at his brow. "How do you think I came by this device? It was her gift, by her own hands, as we stood together in Inner Temple." Quietly, Shinam said, "That the lady accepts and supports you is not in doubt." "But you question her judgment?" "We require deeper proof of your claims," said Naramir. "Then allow me to cast forth a sending here and now, so that I can convince you that I speak the truth." "As you wish," said Diliphan. Valentine closed his eyes, and let the trance state come upon him. From him, with passion and conviction, came the radiant stream of his being, flooding forth as it had when he had needed to gain the trust of Nascimonte in that bleak ruin-strewn wilderness beyond Tremone, and when he had swayed the minds of the 3 officials at the gateway to the House of Records, and when he had revealed himself to the major domo Gitamornsul. With varying degrees of success, he had accomplished what had to be accomplished with all of those. But now he felt himself unable to surmount the impenetrable skepticism of the ministers of the Pontifex. The mind of the Gayrog was altogether opaque to him, a wall as blank and inaccessible as the towering white cliffs of the Isle of Sleep. Valentine sensed only the most cloudy flickerings of a consciousness behind Shinam's mental shield, and could not break through, though he poured against it everything at his command. The mind of shriveled old Diliphan was an equally remote thing, not because it was shielded, but because it seemed porous, open, a honeycomb that offered no resistance. He went through it, air passing through air, encountering nothing tangible. Only with the mind of the dream speaker Naramir did Valentine sense contact. But that too was unsatisfactory. She seemed to be drinking in his soul, absorbing all that he was giving, and letting it drain into some fathomless cavern of her being, so that he could send and send and send, and never reach the center of her spirit. Yet he refused to give up. With furious intensity, he hurled forth the fullness of his soul, proclaiming himself to be Lord Valentine of Castlemount, and urging them to give proof that he was anything else. He reached deep for memories of his mother, his royal brother, his princely education, his overthrow in Tillamoon, his wanderings in Zimmerwell, everything that had gone into the shaping of the man who had battled his way to the bowels of the labyrinth to gain their aid. He offered himself totally, recklessly, ferociously, until he could send no more, until he was reeling and numb with exhaustion, hanging between Sleet and Carabella like some limp and useless garment that its owner had discarded. He brought himself up from the trance state, fearing that he had failed. He was trembling and weak. Sweat bathed his body. His vision was blurred, and there was a savage pain in his temples. He fought to recover his strength, closing his eyes, sucking air deep into his lungs. Then he looked up at the trio of ministers. Their faces were harsh and somber. Their eyes were cold and unmoved. Their expressions were aloof, disdainful, even hostile. Valentine was suddenly terrified. Could these three be in league with dominant Bajazet himself? Was he pleading before his own enemies? But that was unthinkable and impossible. A phantom of his exhausted mind, he told himself desperately. He could not let himself believe that the plot against him had reached as far as the labyrinth. In a hoarse, ragged voice, he said, "Well, what do you say now?" "I experienced nothing," said Shannon. "I am unconvinced," said Dilaphon. "Any wizard can make sendings of this sort. Your sincerity and passion can be feigned." Naramir said, "I agree. Through sendings can come lies as well as truth." "No," Valentine cried. "You had me wide open before you. You can't possibly have failed to see—" "Not wide open enough," said Naramir. "What do you mean?" She said, "Let us do a dream speaking, you and I. Here, now, in this chamber, before these people. Let our minds truly become one, and then I can evaluate the plausibility of your story. Are you willing? Will you drink the drug with me?" In alarm, Valentine looked to his companions, and saw alarm reflected on their faces, all but that of Deleamber, whose expression was as bland and neutral as though he were someplace entirely else. Risk a speaking? Did he dare? The drug would render him unconscious, utterly transparent, wholly vulnerable. If these three were allied with the Bajazet, and sought to render him helpless, there would be no easier way. Nor was this any ordinary village speaker who proposed to enter his mind. This was the speaker of the Pontifex, a woman of at least 100 years, wily and powerful, reputed to be the true master of the labyrinth, controlling all others, including old Tievris himself. Deleamber studiously was giving him no clue. This was entirely his decision to make. "Yes," he said, his eyes directly on hers. "If nothing else avails, let it be a speaking. Here. Now." 9. They seemed to be prepared for it. At a signal, aides brought in the paraphernalia of a speaking. A thick rug of rich glowing colors, dark gold-edged with scarlet and green. A slim, tall decanter of polished white stone. 2 delicate porcelain cups. Naramir stepped down from her lofty chair and poured the dream wine with her own hands, offering Valentine the first cup. He held it a moment without drinking it. He had had wine from the hands of Dominan Barjesid in Tillaman, and all had changed for him in a single draught. Was he to drink this now without fear of consequences? Who knew what fresh enchantment was being prepared for him? Where would he awaken? In what altered guise? Naramir watched him in silence. The dream speaker's eyes were unreadable, mysterious, penetrating. She was smiling, an altogether ambiguous smile, whether one of encouragement or of triumph Valentine could not tell. He raised the cup in brief salute and put it to his lips. The effect of the wine was instantaneous and unexpectedly powerful. Valentine swayed dizzily. Fogs and cobwebs assailed his mind. Was this stuff stronger than what the dream speaker Tisana had given him in Falkenkip so long ago? Some special demon brew of Naramir's? Or was it simply that he was more susceptible at this moment, weakened and drained as he was by his using of the circlet? Through eyes that were becoming unwilling to focus, he saw Naramir down her own wine, toss the empty cup to an aide, and slide swiftly out of her robe. Her naked body was supple, smooth, youthful. Flat belly, slender thighs, high round breasts. A sorcery, he thought. A sorcery, yes. Her skin was a deep shade of brown. Her nipples, almost black, stared at him like blind eyes. He was already too deeply drugged to manage his own disrobing. The hands of his friends plucked at the catches and hasps of his clothing. He felt cold air about him, and knew he was naked. Naramir beckoned him to the dream rug. On wobbly legs Valentine went to her, and she drew him down. He closed his eyes, imagining he was with Carabella. But Naramir was nothing at all like Carabella. Her embrace was dry and cold, her flesh hard, unresilient. She had no warmth, no vibrance. That youthfulness of hers was only a cunning projection. Lying in her arms was like lying on a bed of smooth, chilly stone. An all-engulfing pool of darkness was rising about him, a thick, warm, oily fluid growing deeper and deeper, and Valentine let himself slip easily into it, feeling it slide up comfortably about his legs, his waist, his chest. It was much like the time the great sea dragon had smashed Gorsval's ship, and he had found himself being sucked down by the whirlpool. Not resisting was so easy, so much easier than fighting. To yield all will, to relax, to accept whatever might befall, to allow himself to be swept under. So tempting, so very appealing. He was tired. He had struggled a long time. Now he could rest and allow the black tide to cover him. Let others battle valiantly for honor and power and acclaim. Let others— No. That was what they wanted, to ensnare him in his own weaknesses. He was too trusting, too guileless. He had supped with an enemy, unknowingly, and had been undone. He would be undone once more if he abandoned the effort now. This was not the moment for slipping into warm, dark pools. He began to swim. At first the going was difficult, for the pool was deep and the black fluid, viscous and heavy, tugged at his arms. But after a few strokes, Valentine found a way to make his body more angular, a blade slicing deep. He moved rapidly and more rapidly yet, arms and legs pistoning in smooth coordination. The pool that had tempted him with oblivion now offered him support. Buoyant, firm, it bore him up as he swam swiftly toward the distant shore. The sun, bright, immense, a great purple-yellow globe, cast dazzling rays, a track of fire over the sea. Valentine! The voice was deep, rolling, a sound like thunder. He did not recognize it.
Valentine, why are you swimming so hard? To reach the shore. But why do that? Valentine shrugged and kept swimming. He saw an island, a broad white beach, a jungle of tall, slender trees growing one up against the next, with tangled vines binding their crowns into a dense canopy. But though he swam and swam and swam, he came no closer to it. "You see," the great voice said, "there's no sense in bothering." "Who are you?" Valentine asked. "I am Lord Spurifon," came the majestic, resonant reply. "Who?" "Lord Spurifon the Coronel, successor to Lord Skull, now Pontifex. And I tell you to give up this folly. Where can you hope to get?" "Castlemount," answered Valentine, swimming harder. "But I am Coronel." "Never heard of you." Lord Spurifon made a shrill, shrieking sound. The smooth, oily surface of the sea rippled and then grew puckered, as though a million needles were piercing it from below. Valentine forced himself onward, no longer trying to be angular, but rather now transforming himself into something blunt and obstinate, a log with arms, battering through the turbulence. Now the shore was within reach. He lowered his feet and felt sand below, hot, squirming, writhing sand, that ran in trickles away from him wherever he touched it, making walking a chore, but not so grave a chore that he was unable to push himself to land. He scrambled up on the beach and knelt a moment. When he looked up, a pale, thin man with worried blue eyes was studying him. "I am Lord Hunzimar," he said mildly, "Coronel of coronels, never to be forgotten. And these are my immortal companions." He gestured, and the beach was filled with men much like himself, insignificant, diffident, trifling. "This is Lord Struan," declared Lord Hunzimar, "and this Lord Prankipin, and Lord Make, and Lord Skull, and Lord Spurifon, coronels of grandeur and puissance. Bow down before us." Valentine laughed. "You're all completely forgotten." "No, no!" "Such a squeaking!" He pointed at the last in the row. "You, Spurifon! No one remembers you." "Lord Spurifon, if you please." "And you, Lord Skull. 3,000 years have entirely evaporated your fame." "You are mistaken in this. My name is inscribed on the rostra of the powers." Valentine shrugged. "So it is. But what does that matter? Lord Prankipin, Lord Make, Lord Hunzimar, Lord Struan. Nothing but names now. Nothing but names." "Nothing but names," they echoed, in high, thin, wailing tones, and began to dwindle and shrink, until they would droll high on the beach, small, scurrying things that ran about pitifully, crying out their names in sharp little squeaks. Then they were gone, and in their place were small white spheres, no bigger than juggling balls, which Valentine realized as he bent down to inspect them, were skulls. He scooped them up and tossed them blithely in the air, and caught them as they descended, and threw them again, arraying them in a gleaming cascade. Their jaws clicked and chattered as they soared and fell. Valentine grinned. How many could he juggle at once? Spurifon, Struan, Hunzimar, Make, Prankipin, Skull. That was only 6. There had been hundreds of coronels, one every 10 or 20 or 30 years for the past 11,000 years or thereabouts. He would juggle them all. From the air he plucked more of them, greater ones, Convolum, Prestimion, Stiamot, Decorit, Pinator, 12, 100, filling the air with them, hurling and catching, hurling and catching. Never since the days of the first settlement had there been such a display of juggling skill on Majipur.
No longer was he throwing skulls. They had become glittering, many-faceted diadems, orbs, indeed 1,000 imperial orbs that cast sparkling light in every direction. He juggled them flawlessly, knowing each for the power that it represented. Now Lord Confalum, now Lord Spurifon, now Lord Decoret, now Lord Skall, keeping them all aloft, spreading them out through the air so that they formed a great inverted pyramid of light, all the royal persons of Majipur dancing above him, all converging toward the fair-haired, smiling man who stood with legs planted firmly in the warm sand of that golden beach. He supported them all. The entire history of the world was in his hands, and he sustained it in its flight. The dazzling diadems formed a great starburst of radiance overhead. Without missing a beat, Valentine began to walk inland, over the smoothly rising dunes toward the dense jungle wall. The trees parted as he approached, bowing to left and right, clearing a track for him, a scarlet-paved way leading to the unknown interior of the island. He looked ahead and saw foothills before him, low gray hills that rose in slow ascent to become steeply rising granite flanks, beyond which lay jagged peaks, a formidable sharp-tipped cordillera stretching on and on and on to the heart of a continent. And on the highest peak of all, on a summit so lofty that the air about it shimmered with a pale luminous glow, seen only in dreams, sprawled the buttressed walls of the castle. Valentine marched toward it, juggling as he went. Figures passed him along the path, coming the other way, waving, smiling, bowing. Lord Voriax was one, and his mother the lady another, and the tall, solemn figure of the Pontifex Tieverus, all greeting him cordially, and Valentine waved back to them without dropping a diadem, without breaking the smooth, serene flow of his juggling. He was on the foothill trail now, and effortlessly moving upward, with a crowd growing about him, Carabella and Sleet close at hand, Zalzenkavel and the whole juggling band of Skandars, Lysamon Hulton the giantess, and Kun of Kianamot, Shanamir, Vinorkis, Gorsval, Loravade, Asenhart, hundreds of others, Hjorts and Gayrogs and Leemen and Vroons, merchants, farmers, fishers, acrobats, musicians, Duke Nashimonti, the bandit chieftain, Tisana, the dream speaker, Gitamorn Sul and Dondak Sajamir arm in arm, a horde of dancing metamorphs, a phalanx of dragon captains merrily brandishing harpoons, a skittering, cavorting troop of forest brethren swinging hand over hand through the trees alongside the path, everyone singing, laughing, prancing, following him toward the castle, Lord Malabor's castle, Lord Spurifon's castle, Lord Confalum's castle, Lord Stiamot's castle, Lord Valentine's castle. Lord Valentine's castle. He was nearly there. Though the mountain road led virtually straight upward, though mists thick as wool hung low over the trail, he went onward, faster now, skipping and running, gloriously jugging his hundreds of gleaming baubles. Just ahead he saw 3 great pillars of fire, which, as he drew closer, resolved themselves into faces. Shanam, Dilafon, Naramir, side by side in his path. They spoke in a single voice. "Where are you going?" "To the castle." "Whose castle?" "Lord Valentine's castle." "And who are you?" "Ask them," said Valentine, gesturing to those who danced behind him. "Let them tell you my name." "Lord Valentine!" cried Shanamir, first to hail him. "He is Lord Valentine!" cried Sleet and Carabella and Zalzenkavel. "Lord Valentine the Coronel!" cried the metamorphs and the dragon captains and the forest brethren. "Is this so?" asked the ministers of the Pontifex. "I am Lord Valentine," said Valentine gently, and through the 1,000 diadems high overhead, and they rose until they were lost to sight in the darkness that dwells between the worlds. And out of that darkness they came floating silently down, twinkling, sparkling like snowflakes falling on the slopes of the mountains of the north. And when they touched the figures of Shinam and Diliphan and Naramir, the three ministers vanished instantly, leaving only a silver gleam behind, and the gates of the castle lay open. Valentine woke. He felt the wool of the rug against his bare skin, and saw the pointed arches of the gloomy stone ceiling far above. For a moment, the world of the dream remained so vivid in his mind that he sought to return to it, not wanting at all to be in this place of musty air and dark corners. Then he sat up and looked about, shaking the fog from his mind. He saw his companions Sleet and Carabella and Deliamber and Zals and Cavil and Asenhart huddled together strangely against the far wall, tense, apprehensive. He turned the other way, expecting to see the three ministers of the Pontifex once more enthroned. As indeed they were, but 2 more of the magnificent chairs had been brought to the room, and now 5 seated figures confronted him. Naramir, robed again, sat at the left. Beside her was Diliphan. At the center of the group was a round-faced man with a blunt, broad nose and dark, solemn eyes, whom Valentine recognized, after a moment's thought, as Horncast, high spokesman of the pontificate. Next to him sat Shinam, and in the rightmost chair was a person Valentine did not know, a sharp-featured man, thin-lipped, gray-skinned, strange. The 5 were watching him sternly, in a distant, preoccupied way, as though they were judges of a secret court, gathered to pass a verdict that was long overdue in rendering. Valentine stood. He made no attempt to retrieve his clothing. That he was naked before this tribunal seemed somehow appropriate. Naramir said, "Is your mind clear?" "I believe it is." "You have slept more than an hour past the end of your dream. We have waited for you." She indicated the gray-skinned man at the far side of the group and said, "This is Sepulthrove, physician to the Pontifex." "So I suspected," Valentine said. "And this man?" She indicated the one in the center. "I think you already know." Valentine nodded. "Horncast, yes. We have met." And then the import of Naramir's choice of words reached him. He smiled broadly and said, "We have met, but I was in another body then. You accept my claim?" "We accept your claim, Lord Valentine," said Horncast in a rich, melodious voice. "A great strangeness has been perpetrated upon this world, but it will be set to rights. Come, clothe yourself. It is hardly fit that you go before the Pontifex naked like this." Horncast led the procession to the imperial throne room. Naramir and Diliphan walked behind him, with Valentine between. Sepulthrove and Shinam brought up the rear. Valentine's companions were not permitted to come. The passageway was a narrow, high-vaulted tunnel of a glimmering, greenish, glassy stuff, in the depths of which strange reflections, elusive and distorted, sparkled and swam. It coiled round and round, spiraling inward on a slight downward grade. Every 50 paces there was a bronze door that entirely sealed the tunnel. At each, Horncast touched his fingers to a hidden panel, and the door slid noiselessly aside to admit them to the next segment of the passage, until at last they came to a door more ornate than the others, richly embellished with the symbol of the Labyrinth in chasings of gold, and the imperial monogram of Tievris superimposed on it. This was the very heart of the Labyrinth, Valentine knew, its deepest and most central point. and when this final door slipped aside at Horncast's touch, it revealed a huge, bright chamber of spherical form, a great glassy-walled globe of a room, in which the Pontifex of Magipur sat enthroned in splendor. Valentine had beheld the Pontifex Tievris on 5 occasions. The first had been when Valentine was a child, and the Pontifex had come to Castlemount to attend Lord Malibor's wedding. Then again, years later, at the coronation of Lord Voriax, and again a year afterward at the marriage of Voriax, and a 4th time when Valentine had visited the Labyrinth as emissary from his brother, and one last meeting just 3 years ago, though it felt now more like 30, when Tievris had attended Valentine's own coronation. The Pontifex had already been old at the first of these events, an enormously tall, gaunt, forbidding-looking man, with harsh, angular features, a beard of midnight black, deep-set, mournful eyes. And as he grew even older, those characteristics became greatly accentuated, so that there came to be something cadaverous about him, a stiff, slow-moving, wintry old dry stalk of a man, but nevertheless alert, aware, still vigorous in his fashion, still projecting an aura of immense power and majesty. But now... The throne on which Tievris sat was the one he had occupied on Valentine's earlier visit to the Labyrinth, a splendid, high-backed golden seat atop 3 wide, low steps. But now it was wholly enclosed in a sphere of lightly tinted blue glass, into which ran a vast and intricate network of life-support conduits that formed a complex, almost unfathomable cocoon. Those clear pipes bubbling with colored fluids, those meters and dials, those measuring plaques mounted on the Pontifex's cheeks and forehead, those wires and nodes and connectors and clamps, had a weird and frightening aspect. For plainly they said that the life of the Pontifex resided not in the Pontifex, but in the machinery surrounding him. "How long has he been like this?" Valentine murmured.
"The system has been developing for 20 years, said the physician Sepulthrove with obvious pride, but only in the last 2 have we kept him constantly in it."
"Is he conscious?"
"Oh, yes, definitely conscious," Sepulthrove replied. "Go closer. Look at him."
Uneasily Valentine advanced until he stood at the foot of the throne, peering up at the eerie old man within the glass bubble. Yes, he saw the light still aglow in the eyes of Tievris, saw the fleshless lips still clamped in a look of resolve. Now the skin of the Pontifex was like parchment over his skull, and his long beard, though still strangely black, was sparse and wispy. Valentine glanced at Horncast. "Does he recognize people? Does he speak?" "Of course. Give him a moment." Valentine's eyes met those of Tievris. There was a terrible silence. The old man frowned, stirred vaguely, let his tongue flicker briefly over his lips. From the Pontifex came an unintelligible quavering sound, a kind of whining moan, soft and strange. Horncast said, "The Pontifex gives greeting to his beloved son, Lord Valentine the Coronel." Valentine repressed a shudder. "Tell His Majesty, tell him that his son, Lord Valentine the Coronel, comes to him in love and respect as always." That was the convention, that one did not ever speak directly to the Pontifex, that one phrased one's sentences as though the high spokesman would repeat everything, although in fact the spokesman did not do so. The Pontifex spoke again, as indistinctly as before. Horncast said, "The Pontifex expresses his concern for the disturbance that has occurred in the realm. He asks what plans Lord Valentine the Coronel has for restoring the proper system of things." "Tell the Pontifex," said Valentine, "that I plan to march toward Castlemount,
calling upon all citizens to give me their allegiance. I ask from him a general directive branding dominant Bajazet a usurper, and denouncing all those who support him. From the Pontifex now came more animated sounds, sharp and high of pitch, with weird, compelling energy behind them. Horncast said, "The Pontifex wishes to be assured that you will avoid battle and the destruction of lives, if at all possible. Tell him that I would prefer to regain Castlemount without the loss of a single life on either side, but I have no idea whether that can be achieved." Odd gurgling sounds. Horncast looked puzzled. He stood with his head cocked, listening intently. "What does he say?" Valentine whispered. The High Spokesman shook his head. "Not everything His Majesty says can be interpreted. Sometimes he moves in realms too remote from our experience." Valentine nodded. He looked with pity and even with love on the grotesque old man, caged within the globe that sustained his life, able to communicate only in this dreamlike moaning. More than a century old, for decade after decade supreme monarch of the world, now drooling and babbling like a child. And yet somewhere within that decaying, softening brain still ticked the mind of the Tieverus that had been, trapped in the breakdown of the flesh. To behold him now was to understand the ultimate meaninglessness of supreme rank. A coronel lived in the world of deeds and moral responsibility, only to succeed to the pontificate, and finally to vanish into the labyrinth and crazy senility. Valentine wondered how often a pontifex had become the captive of his spokesman and his doctor and his dream speaker, and finally it had to be eased from the world, so that the grand rotation of the powers could bring a more vital man to the throne. Valentine comprehended now why the system separated the doer and the ruler, why the pontifex eventually hid himself away from the world in this labyrinth. His own time would come down here, but, the divine willing, it would not be soon. He said, "Tell the pontifex that Lord Valentine the coronel, his worshipful son, will do his utmost to repair the rift in the fabric of society. Tell the pontifex that Lord Valentine counts on His Majesty's support, without which there can be no swift restoration." There was silence from the throne, and then a long, painful outwelling of incomprehensibility, a jumble of fluting, gargling sounds that wandered up and down the scale like the eerie melodies of the Gayrog mode. Horncast appeared to be straining to catch even a syllable of sense here and there. The pontifex ceased speaking, and Horncast, troubled, tugged at his jowls, chewed at his lip. "What was all that?" Valentine asked. "He thinks you are Lord Malibor," said Horncast dejectedly. "He cautions you against the risks of going to sea to hunt dragons." "Wise counsel," said Valentine, "but it comes too late. He says the coronel is too precious to gamble his life in such amusements. Tell him that I agree, that if I regain Castlemount I'll cling closely to my tasks, and avoid any such diversions." The physician Sepulthrove came forward and said quietly, "We are tiring him. This audience must end, I fear." "One moment more," Valentine said. Sepulthrove frowned, but Valentine, with a smile, advanced again to the foot of the throne, and knelt there, and held his outspread hands up toward the ancient creature within the glass bubble, and slipping into the trance state, sent forth his spirit toward Tieverus, bearing impulses of reverence and affection. Had anyone ever shown affection toward the formidable Tieverus before? Very likely not. But for decades, this man had been the center and soul of Majipur. And now, sitting here lost in a timeless dream of governance, aware only intermittently of the responsibilities that once had been his, he deserved such love as his adoptive son and someday successor could bestow. and Valentine gave as fully as the powers of the circlet would permit. And Tievra seemed to grow stronger, his eyes to brighten, his cheeks to take on a ruddy tint. Was that a smile on those shriveled lips? Did the left hand of the Pontifex lift ever so slightly, in a gesture of blessing? Yes, 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 beyond doubt the Pontifex felt the flow of warmth from Valentine, and welcomed it, and was responding. Tievra spoke briefly and almost coherently. Horncast said, "He says he grants you his full support, Lord Valentine." Live long, old man, Valentine thought, getting to his feet and bowing. Probably you would rather sleep forever, but I must wish upon you a longer life even than you have already had, for there is work for me to do on Castle Mount. He turned away. "Let's go," he told the 5 ministers. "I have what I need." They marched soberly from the throne room. As the door swung shut behind them, Valentine glanced at Sepulchrove and said, "How long can he survive like that?" The physician shrugged. "Almost indefinitely. The system sustains him perfectly. We could keep him going, with some repairs every now and then, another 100 years. "That won't be necessary, but he may have to stay with us another 12 or 15. Can you do that?" "Count on it," said Sepulchrove. "Good, good." Valentine stared at the shining, winding passageway that sloped upward before him. He had been in the labyrinth long enough. The time had come to return to the world of sun and wind and living things, and to settle matters with Daman and Bargezid. To Horncast, he said, "Return me to my people and prepare transportation for us to the outer world. And before my departure I'll want a detailed study of the military forces and supporting personnel you'll be able to place at my disposal." "Of course, my lord," the high spokesman said. My lord. It was the first indication of submission that he had had from the ministers of the Pontifex. The main battle was yet to come, but Valentine felt, hearing those 2 small words, almost as though he had already regained Castle Mount. Book 5. The Book of the Castle. The ascent from the depths of the labyrinth was far more swiftly accomplished than the descent had been. For on the interminable downward spiral, Valentine had been an unknown adventurer, clawing his way past a stolidly uncaring bureaucracy. And on the upward journey, he was a power of the realm. Not for him now the tortuous climb through level after level, ring after ring, back up through all the intricacies of the pontifical lair, house of records and arena and place of masks and hall of winds and all the rest. Now he and his followers rose, quickly and without hindrance, using the passage reserved for powers alone. In just a few hours he attained the outer ring, that brightly lit and populous halfway house on the rim of the underground city. For all the speed of his climb, the news of his identity had traveled even faster. Word somehow had spread through the labyrinth that the coronel was here. A coronel mysteriously transformed, but coronel nonetheless. And as he emerged from the imperial passageway, a great crowd stood assembled, staring as if some creature with 9 heads and 30 legs had come forth. It was a silent crowd. Some made the sign of the starburst. A few called out his name, but most were content simply to gape. The labyrinth was the domain of the Pontifex, after all, and Valentine knew that the adulation a cardinal would receive elsewhere in Majipur was not likely here. Awe, yes. Respect, yes. Curiosity above all. But none of the cheering and waving that Valentine had seen bestowed on the counterfeit Lord Valentine when he rode in grand processional through the streets of Pidruid. Just as well, thought Valentine. He was out of practice at being the object of adulation, and he had never cared much for it anyway. It was enough, more than enough, that they accepted him now as the personage he claimed to be. "Will it all be that easy?" he asked Deliamber. "Simply ride across Alhamruel proclaiming myself the real Lord Valentine, and have everything fall into my hands?" "I doubt it mightily. Bajazet still wears the coronel's countenance. He still holds the seals of power. Down here, if the ministers of the Pontifex say you are the coronel, the citizens will hail you as coronel. If they had said you were Lady of the Isle, they probably would hail you as Lady of the Isle. I think it will be different outside." "I want no bloodshed, Deliamber." "No one does. But blood will flow before you mount the Conflume throne once more. There's no avoiding it, Valentine." Gloomily, Valentine said, "I would almost rather abandon power to the Bajazet than plunge this land into some convulsion of violence. Peace is what I love, Deliamber." "And peace is what there will be," said the little wizard. "But the road to peace is not always peaceful. See, there, your army is gathering already, Valentine." Valentine saw, not far ahead, a knot of people, some familiar, some unknown to him. All those who had gone into the labyrinth with him were there, the band he had accumulated in his journey across the world. Skandars, Lysamon Hulton, Vinorkis, Kuhn, Shanamir, Loravade and the bodyguard of the lady, and the rest. But also there were several hundred in the colors of the Pontifex, already assembled, the first detachment of... what? Not troops. The Pontifex had no troops. A civilian militia, then? Lord Valentine's army, at any rate. "My army," Valentine said. The word had a bitter taste. "Armies are something out of Lord Stiamat's time, Deliamber. How many thousands of years has it been since there has been war on Majipur?" "Things have been quiet a long while," the rune said. "But nevertheless, there are small armies in existence. The bodyguards of the lady, the servitors of the Pontifex. And what about the knights of the coronel, eh? What do you call them if not an army? Carrying weapons, drilling on the fields of Castlemount. What are they, Valentine? Lords and ladies amusing themselves in games?" "So I thought, Deliamber, when I was one of them." "Time to think otherwise, my lord. The knights of the coronel form the nucleus of a military force, and only an innocent would believe anything else, as you will discover quite inescapably, Valentine, when you come closer to Castlemount." "Can dominant Bajazet bring my own knights out in battle against me?" Valentine asked in horror. The Vroon gave him a long, cool stare. "The man you call Dominant Bajazet is, at the moment, Lord Valentine the Coronel, to whom the knights of Castlemount are bound by oath. Or have you forgotten that? With luck and craft, you may be able to convince them that their oath is to the soul and the spirit of Lord Valentine, and not to his face and beard. But some will remain loyal to the man they think is you, and they will lift swords against you in his name." The thought was sickening. Since the restoration of his memory, Valentine had thought more than once of the companions of his earlier life, those noble men and women with whom he had grown up, with whom he had learned the princely arts in happier days, whose love and friendship had been central to his life until the day the usurper had shattered that life. That bold huntsman, Elidath of Morvole, and the fair-haired and agile Stasselane, and Tunagorn, who was so quick with the bow, and so many more. Only names to him now, shadowy figures out of a distant past, and yet in a moment those shadows could be given life and color and vigor. Would they now come forth against him in war? His friends, his beloved companions of long ago, if he had to do battle with them for Majipur's sake, so be it. But the prospect was dismaying. He shook his head. "Perhaps we can avoid that. Come," he said. "The time for leaving this place is at hand." Near the gateway known as the Mouth of Waters, Valentine held a jubilant reunion with his followers, and met the officers that had been provided for him by the ministers of the Pontifex. They seemed a capable crew, perceptibly quickened in spirit by this chance to leave the dreary depths of the labyrinth. Their leader was a short, tight-coiled man named Erminar, with close-cropped reddish hair and a short, sharp-pointed beard, who in his size and movements and straightforwardness might well have been brother to Sleet. Valentine liked him at once. Erminar made the starburst at Valentine in a quick, perfunctory way, smiled warmly, and said, "I will be at your side, my lord, until the castle is yours again." "May the journey north be an easy one," Valentine said. "Have you chosen a route?" "By riverboat up the glade would be swiftest, would it not?" Erminar nodded. "At any other time of year, yes. But the autumn rains have come, and they have been unusually heavy." He drew forth a small map of central Alhamroel, showing the districts from the Labyrinth to Castlemount in glowing red on some bit of dark fabric. "See, my lord, the glade descending from the mount, and pouring into Lake Roghois, and its remnant emerging here to continue on to the mouth of waters before us. Just now the river is swollen and dangerous from Penduane to the lake, that is, for hundreds of miles. I propose a land route at least as far as Penduane. There we can arrange shipping for ourselves nearly to the source of the glade." "It sounds wise. Do you know the roads?" "Fairly well, my lord." He poked his finger at the map. "Much depends on whether the plain of the glade is flooded as badly as reports have it. I would prefer to move through the Glade Valley in this fashion, simply skirting the northern side of Lake Roghois, never getting too far from the river as we proceed." "And if the valley's flooded?" "Then there are roads farther north we can use. But the land there is dry, unpleasant, almost a desert. We would have trouble finding provisions. We would swing much too close to this place for my comfort." He tapped the map at a point just northwest of Lake Roghois. "Velalesia," Valentine said. "The ruins? Why do you look so troubled, Erminar?" "An unhealthy place, my lord. A place of foul luck. Spirits wander there. Unavenged crimes stain the air. The stories told of Velalesia are not to my liking." "Floods to one side of us, haunted ruins to the other, eh?" Valentine smiled. "Why not go south of the river entirely, then?" "South? No, my lord. You recall the desert through which you came on your journey from Tremone. It's worse down there, much worse. Not a drop of water. Nothing to eat but stones and sand. I'd rather march straight through the middle of Velalesia than attempt the southern desert." "Then we have no choice, do we? The Glade Valley route it is, then. And let's hope the flooding isn't too bad. When do we leave?" "When do you wish to leave?" Erminar asked. 2 hours ago," said Valentine. 2. In early afternoon, the forces of Lord Valentine came forth from the labyrinth through the Mouth of Waters. This gateway was broad and splendidly ornamented, as was fitting for the chief entrance to the pontifical city, through which powers traditionally passed. A horde of labyrinth dwellers assembled to watch Valentine and his companions ride out. It was good to see the sun again. It was good to breathe fresh, true air once more, and not dry, cruel desert air, but the mild, sweet, soft air of the lower Glade Valley. Valentine rode in the first of a long procession of floater cars. He ordered the windows swung open wide. "Like young wine," he cried, breathing deep. "Erminar, how can you bear living in the labyrinth, knowing there's this just outside?" "I was born in the labyrinth," said the officer quietly. "My people have served the Pontifex for 50 generations. We are accustomed to the conditions." "Do you find the fresh air offensive, then?" "Offensive?" Erminar looked startled. "No, no, hardly offensive. I appreciate its qualities, my lord. It seems merely— how shall I say it? It seems unnecessary to me." "Not to me," Valentine said, laughing. "And look how green everything looks, how fresh, how new." "The autumn rains," said Ermenor. "They bring life to this valley." "Rather too much life this year, I understand," Carabella said. "Do you know yet how bad the flooding is?" "I have sent scouts forward," Ermenor replied. "We'll soon have word." Onward the caravan rolled, through a placid and gentle countryside just north of the river. The glade did not look particularly unruly here, Valentine thought. A quiet, meandering stream, silvery in the late sunlight. But of course this was not the true river, only a sort of canal built thousands of years ago to link Lake Rocroix and the Labyrinth. The glade itself, he remembered, was far more impressive, swift and wide, a noble river, though hardly more than a rivulet by comparison with the titanic Zimmer of the other continent. His other time at the Labyrinth, Valentine had ridden the glade by summer, and a dry summer at that, and it had seemed calm enough. But this was a different season, and Valentine wanted no more taste of rivers in flood, for his memories of the roaring Styche were still keen. If they had to go north a bit, that was all right. Even if they had to go through the Vellelige ruins, it would not be so bad, though the superstitious Ermenor might need comforting. That night Valentine felt the first direct counterthrust of the usurper. As he lay sleeping, there came upon him a sending of the king, baleful and stark. He felt first a warmth in his brain, a quickly gathering heat that became a raging conflagration, and pressed with furious intensity against the throbbing walls of his skull. He felt a needle of brilliant light probing his soul. He felt the pounding of agonizing pulsations behind his forehead. And with these sensations came something even more painful, a spreading sense of guilt and shame pervading his spirit, an awareness of failure, of defeat, accusations of having betrayed and cheated the people he had been chosen to govern. Valentine accepted the sending until he could take no more. At last he cried out and woke, bathed in sweat, shivering, shaken, as bruised by a dream as he had ever been. "My lord," Carabella whispered. He sat up, covered his face with his hands. For a moment he was unable to speak. Carabella cradled him against her, stroking his head. "Sending," he managed to say at last, "of the king. It's gone, love, it's over, it's all over." She rocked back and forth, embracing him, and gradually the terror and panic ebbed from him. He looked up. "The worst," he said. "Worse than that one in Pidruid, our first night. Can I do anything for you?" "No, I don't think so." Valentine shook his head. "They've found me," he whispered. "The king has a reading on me, and he'll never leave me alone now." "It was only a nightmare, Valentine." "No, no. A sending of the king, the first of many." "I'll get Deliamber," she said. "He'll know what to do." "Stay here, Carabella. Don't leave me." "It's all right now. You can't have a sending while you're awake." "Don't leave me," he murmured. But she soothed him and coaxed him into lying down again. And then she went for the wizard, who looked grave and troubled, and touched Valentine to put him into a sleep without dreams. The next night he feared to sleep at all, but sleep finally came, and with it a sending again, more terrifying than the last. Images danced in his mind, bubbles of light with hideous faces, and blobs of color that mocked and jeered and accused, and darting slivers of hot radiance that held a stabbing impact. And then metamorphs, fluid, eerie, circling around him, waving long, thin fingers at him, laughing in shrill, hollow tones, calling him coward, weakling, fool, babe. And loathsome oily voices, singing in distorted echoes the little children's song. The old king of dreams has a heart made of stone. He's never asleep. He's never alone. Laughter, discordant music, whispers just beyond the threshold of his hearing. Skeletons in long rows, dancing. The dead Skandar brothers, ghastly and mutilated, calling his name. Valentine forced himself to wake, and paced, haggard and drained, for hours in the cramped floater. And a night later came a third sending, worse than the other two. "Am I never to sleep again?" he demanded. Deliamber visited him with the hierarch Loravade, as he sat slumped, white-faced, exhausted. "I have heard of your troubles," Loravade said. "Has the lady not shown you how to defend yourself with your circlet?" Valentine looked at her blankly. "What do you mean?" "One power may not assail another, my lord." She touched the silver band at his forehead. "This will ward off attack if you use it properly." "And how is that?" "As you prepare yourself for sleep," she said, "weave about yourself a wall of force. Project your identity. Fill the air around you with your spirit. No sending can harm you then." "Will you train me?" "I will try, my lord." In his sapped and wearied condition, it was all he could do to project a shadow of strength, let alone the full potency of a coronal. And even though Loravade drilled him for an hour in the exercise of using the circlet, a fourth sending came to him that night. But it was weaker than the others, and he was able to escape its worst effects, and sleep of a restful kind finally embraced him. By day he felt nearly restored to himself, and he drilled with the circlet for hours. Other sendings came to him on the nights that followed, faint, probing ones, testing for some opening in his armor. With growing confidence, Valentine warded them off. He felt the strain of constant vigilance, and it weakened him. And there were few nights when he did not sense the tendrils of the King of Dreams attempting to steal into his sleeping soul. But he maintained his guard, and went unharmed. For 5 days more they made their way north along the lower glade, and on the 6th Ermenar's scouts returned with news of the territories ahead. "The flooding is not as severe as we had heard," Ermenar said. Valentine nodded. "Excellent. We'll continue on to the lake, then, and take ship there." "There are hostile forces between us and the lake." "The Cardinals?" "One would assume so, my lord. The scout said only that they ascended Lamanzar Ridge, which gives a view of the lake and the surrounding plain, and saw troops camped there, and a considerable force of Molotors." "War at last!" Lysaman Hulton cried. She sounded far from displeased. "No," Valentine said somberly, "this is too early. We are thousands of miles from Castlemount. We can hardly begin battling so far south. Besides, it's still my hope to avoid warfare altogether, or at least to delay it until the last." "What will you do, my lord?" "Proceed north through the Glade Valley, as we've been doing, but begin moving northwest if there's any movement toward us by that army. I mean to go around them if we can, and sail up the river behind them, leaving them sitting down at Rogue Hoy's still waiting for us to appear." Elmenar blinked. "Go around?" "Unless I miss my guess, the Bargezid has put them there to guard the approach to the lake. They won't follow us very far inland." "But inland—" "Yes, I know." Valentine let his hand rest lightly on Ermenar's shoulder, and said softly, with all the warmth and sympathy at his command, "Forgive me, friend, but I think we may have to detour as far from the river as Velalesia." "Those ruins frighten me, my lord."
and I am not the only one."
"Indeed, but we have a powerful wizard in our company, and many brave folk. What can a ghost or two do against the likes of Lysamon Hulton, or Kun of Kianamut, or Sleet, or Carabella, or Zalzan Carvel? We'll just let the Skandar roar at them a bit, and they'll run all the way to Stoian." "My lord, your word is law. But since I was a boy, I have heard dark tales of Velalesia." "Have you ever been there?" "Naturally not." "Do you know anyone who has?" "No, my lord." "Can you say, then, that you have knowledge, certain knowledge, of the perils of the place?" Ermenard toyed with the coils of his beard. "No, my lord. But ahead of us lies an army of our enemy, and a horde of ugly mulattoes of war, eh? We have no idea what ghosts can do to us, but we're quite sure of the troubles warfare can bring. I say sidestep the fighting and take our chances with the ghosts." "I would prefer it the other way round," said Ermenard, managing a smile. "But I will be at your side, my lord, even if you ask me to go on foot through Velalesia on a night of no moon. You may rely on that." "I will," said Valentine. "And we will come forth from Velalesia unharmed by its phantoms, Ermenard. You may rely on that." For the time being, they continued on the road they had been traveling, keeping the glades to their right. The land gradually rose as they moved north. Not yet the great surge that marked the foothills of Castlemount, Valentine knew, but only a minor step stage, an outer ripple of that vast upthrusting of the planet's skin. Soon the river lay 100 feet below them in the valley, a narrow, bright thread bordered by thick wild brush. And now the road wound by switchbacks up the side of a long, tilted block of terrain that Ermenard said was Lumanzar Ridge, from the summit of which one could see for an extraordinary distance. With Deleamber, Sleet, and Ermenard, Valentine went to the rim of the ridge to take stock of the situation. Below, the land swept away in natural terraced contours, level after level descending the ridge to the broad, huge plain in which Lake Roghois was the centerpiece. The lake looked enormous, almost an ocean. Valentine remembered it as large, as well it should be, for the glades drained the entire southwestern slope of Castlemount and fed virtually all its waters into this lake. But the size he remembered was nothing like this. Now he knew why the towns at the lake's margin all were built high on pilings. Those towns now were no longer at the lake's margin, but deep within its bounds, and the water must be lapping at the lower stories of the stilt-bottomed buildings. "It is much swollen," he said to Ermenard. "Yes, almost twice its usual area, I think. Still, the tales we heard made it even worse." "As is often the case," Valentine said. "And where is the army your scouts saw?" Ermenard scanned the horizon a long moment with his seeing tube. "Perhaps," Valentine thought eagerly, "they have packed up and gone back to the mount. Or maybe it was an error of the scouts. No army here at all. Or possibly—" "There, my lord," Ermenard said finally. Valentine took the tube and peered down the ridge. At first he saw only trees and meadows and stray outfloodings of the lake. But Ermenard directed the tube, and suddenly Valentine saw. To the naked eye, the soldiers had seemed like a congregation of ants near the edge of the lake. But these were no ants. Camped by the lake were perhaps 1,000 troops, perhaps 1,500, not a gigantic army, but large enough on a world where the concept of war was all but forgotten. They outnumbered Valentine's forces several times over. Grazing nearby were 80 or 100 Molotors, massive armor-plated creatures of synthetic origins from the ancient days. In the nightly games on Castlemount, Molotors often were used as instruments of combat. They moved with surprising swiftness on their short, thick legs, and were capable of great feats of destruction, poking their heavy black-jawed heads out of their impervious carapaces to snap and crush and rend. Valentine had seen them rip up an entire field with their fierce, curved claws, as they lumbered back and forth, crashing up against one another and butting heads in dull-witted rage. A dozen of them, blocking a road, would be as effective a barrier as a wall. Sleet said, "We could take them by surprise, send one squad down to drive the monitors into confusion, and swing around on them from the other side when—" "No," Valentine said. "It would be a mistake to fight." "If you think," Sleet persisted, "that you're going to regain Castlemount without anybody suffering so much as a cut finger, my lord, you—" "I expect there to be bloodshed," said Valentine crisply. "But I intend to minimize it. Those troops down there are the troops of the coronel. Remember that. And remember who is truly coronel. They are not the enemy. Domin Bargesit is the only enemy. We will fight only when we must, Sleet." "Change routes as planned, then?" Erminar asked glumly. "Yes. We go northwest, out toward Velalesia, then swing around the far side of the lake, and up the valley toward Penduane, if there are no more armies waiting for us between here and there. Do you have maps?" "Just of the valley and the road to Velalesia, perhaps halfway. The rest's only wasteland, my lord, and the maps show very little." "Then we'll manage without maps," said Valentine. As the caravan moved back down Lemonzar Ridge to the crossroads that would take them away from the lake, Valentine summoned the brigand Duke Nascimonte to his car. "We are heading toward Velalesia," he said, "and may need to go right through it. Are you familiar with that area?" "I was there once, my lord, when I was much younger." "Looking for ghosts?"
"Looking for treasures of the ancients to decorate my mansion house. I found very little. The place must have been well plundered when it fell."
"You had no fears, then, of looting a haunted city?" Nascimonte shrugged.
"I knew the legends. I was younger, and not very timid."
"Speak with Erminar," Valentine said, "and introduce yourself as one who has been to Velalesia and lived to tell the tale. Can you guide us through it?"
"My memories of the place are 40 years old, my lord, but I'll do my best."
Studying the patchy, incomplete maps Erminar provided, Valentine concluded that the only road that would not take them perilously near the army waiting by the lake would in fact bring them almost to the edge of the ruined city, if not actually into it. He would not regret that. The Velalesia ruins, however much they terrified the credulous, were by all reports a noble sight. And besides, Domin Bargesit was unlikely to have troops waiting for him out there. The detour could be turned to advantage if the false coronel expected Valentine to take the predictable route up the glade. Perhaps, if desert travel did not prove too taxing, they might be able to keep away from the river much of the way north, and gain the benefit of some surprise as they turned at last toward Castlemount. Let Velalesia produce what ghosts it may, Valentine thought. Better to dine with phantoms than to march down Lemonzar Ridge into the jaws of Bargesit's monitors. 3. The road away from the lake led through increasingly more arid terrain. The thick, dark alluvial soil of the floodplain gave way to light, gritty, brick-red stuff that supported a skimpy population of gnarled and thorny plants. The road grew rougher here, no longer paved, just an irregular gravel-strewn track winding gradually upward into the low hills that divided the Roguehoys district from the desert of Velalesia Plain. Erminar sent out scouts, hoping to find a passable road on the lakeward side of the hills, and thus avoid having to approach the ruined city. There was none. Nothing but a few hunters' trails crossing country too rugged for their vehicles. Over the hills it was, then, and down into the haunted regions beyond. In late afternoon, they began the descent of the far side. Heavy clouds were gathering, the trailing edge perhaps of some storm system now buffeting the upper Glade Valley. And sunset, when it came, spread over the western sky like a great bloody stain. Just before darkness, a rift appeared in the overcast, and a triple beam of dark red light burst through, illuminating the plain, bathing in strange, dreamlike radiance the sprawling immensity of the Valentine ruins. Great blocks of blue stone littered the landscape. A mighty wall of shaped monoliths, 2 and in some places 3 courses high, ran for more than a mile at the western edge of the city, ending abruptly in a heap of tumbled stone cubes. Closer at hand, the outlines of vast shattered buildings still were visible, a whole forum of palaces and courtyards and basilicas and temples, half buried in the drifting sands of the plain. To the east rose a row of 6 colossal, narrow-based, sharp-topped pyramids set close together in a straight line, and the stump of a 7th, which had been dismantled apparently with furious energy, for its fragments lay strewn across a wide arc around it. Just ahead, where the mountain road made its entry into the city, were 2 broad stone platforms, 8 or 10 feet above the surface of the plain, and wide enough for the maneuvers of a substantial army. In the distance, Valentine saw the huge oval form of what might have been an arena, high-walled, many-windowed, breached at one end by a rough, ragged gap. The scale of everything was astonishing, that and the enormous area. This place made the nameless ruins on the other side of the labyrinth, where Duke Nascimonte had first found them, seem trivial indeed. The rift in the clouds suddenly closed. The last daylight disappeared. The destroyed city became a place of mere formless confusion, chaotic humps against the desert skyline, as night descended. Nascimonte said, "The road, my lord, runs between those platforms, through the group of buildings just behind them, and around the 6 pyramids going out by the northeast side. It will be difficult to follow in the dark, even by moonlight." "We won't try to follow it in the dark. We'll camp here and go through in the morning. I plan to explore the ruins tonight as long as we're here." That brought a grunt and a muffled cough from Ermengar. Valentine glanced at the little officer, whose face was drawn and bleak. "Courage," he murmured. "I think the ghosts will let us be this evening." "My lord, this is not a joking matter for me." "I mean no mockery, Ermengar." "You will go into the ruins alone?" "Alone? No, I don't think so. Deli Amber, will you accompany me? Sleet, Carabella, Zalzenkavel? And you, Nascimonte? You've survived them once. You have less to fear in there than any of us. What do you say?" The bandit chieftain smiled. "I am yours to command, Lord Valentine." "Good. And you, Lysamon?" "Of course, my lord." "Then we have a party of 7 explorers. We'll set out after dinner." "8 explorers, my lord," said Ermengar quietly. Valentine frowned. "There's scarcely any need for—" "My lord, I swore to remain at your side until the castle is yours again. If you go into the dead city, I go into the dead city with you. If the dangers are unreal, there is nothing to fear. And if they are real, my place is with you. Please, my lord." Ermengar seemed entirely sincere. His face was tense, his expression strained, but more, Valentine thought, out of concern that he might be excluded from the expedition than out of fear of what might lurk in the ruins. "Very well," said Valentine. "A party of 8. The moon was nearly full that evening, and its cold, brilliant light illuminated the city in fine detail, mercilessly revealing the effects of thousands of years of abandonment in a way that the softer, more fantastical red glow of twilight had not. At the entrance, a worn and nearly illegible marker proclaimed Valentine to be a royal historic preserve, by order of Lord Simonave the Coronel and the Pontifex Calantane. But they had ruled some 5,000 years ago, and it did not seem as though much maintenance had been practiced here since their day. The stones of the two great platforms that flanked the road were cracked and uneven. In the furrows between them grew small, ropey-stemmed weeds that with irresistible patience were prying the huge blocks apart. Already in some places canyons were opening between block and block, wide enough for sizable shrubs to have taken root. Conceivably, in another century or two, a forest of twisted woody vegetation would hold possession of these platforms, and the mighty square blocks would be wholly lost to view. Valentine said, "All this must be cleared away. I'll have the ruins restored to the way they were before this overgrowth began to sprout. How could such neglect have been permitted?" "No one cares about this place," said Erminar. "No one will lift a finger for this place." "Because of the ghosts?" Valentine asked. "Because it's metamorph," Nascimonte said. "That makes it doubly accursed." "Doubly? You don't know the story, my lord?" "Tell me." Nascimonte said, "This is the legend I was raised on, at any rate. When the metamorphs ruled Magipur, Velalesia was their capital, 25,000 years ago. It was the greatest city on the planet. 2 or 3 million of them lived here, and from all over Alhanroel came people of the outlying tribes, bringing tribute. They held shapeshifter festivals on top of these platforms, and every 1,000 years they held a special festival, a super festival. And to mark each of those they built a pyramid, so the city was at least 7,000 years old. But evil took hold here. I don't know what sort of things a metamorph would regard as evil, but whatever they were practiced here. This was the capital city of all abominations. And the metamorphs of the provinces grew disgusted, and then they grew outraged. And one day they marched in here and smashed the temples and pulled down most of the city walls, and destroyed the places where the evils were practiced and drove the citizens into exile and slavery. We know they weren't massacred, because there's been plenty of treasure digging here. I've done a little of it myself, as you know. And if there were a few million skeletons buried here, they'd have been found. So the place was torn apart and abandoned, long before the first humans came here. And a curse was put on it. The rivers that fed the city were dammed and diverted. The entire plain became a desert. And for 15,000 years, no one has lived here except the ghosts of those who died when the city was destroyed." "Tell the rest of it," said Erminar. Nascimonte shrugged. "That's all I know, mate." "The ghosts," Erminar said. "Those who haunt here. Do you know how long they're fated to wander the ruins? Until metamorphs rule Magipur again. Until the planet is returned to them, and the last of us are made into slaves. And then Velalesia will be rebuilt on the old site, grander ever than it was before, and it'll be reconsecrated as the shape-shifter capital, and the spirits of the dead finally will be released from the stones that hold them trapped here." "They'll cling to the stones a long time then," said Sleet. 20 billion of us and just a handful of them living in the jungles. What kind of a threat is that?" Erminar said, "They've waited 8,000 years already, since Lord Stiamat broke their power. They'll wait 8,000 more if they have to. But they dream of Velalesia reborn, and they won't give up that dream. Sometimes in sleep I've listened to them, planning for the day when the towers of Velalesia rise again, and it frightens me. That's why I don't like to be here. I feel them watching over the place. I can feel their hatred all around us, like something in the air, something invisible but real." "So this city is accursed by them and holy to them both at once," Carabella said. "Small wonder we have trouble comprehending how their minds work." Valentine wandered off down the path. The city awed him. He tried to imagine it as it had been, a kind of prehistoric Nemoya, a place of majesty and opulence. And now? Lizards with beady, clicking eyes scuttered from rock to rock,
Weeds grew thick in the grand ceremonial boulevards. 20,000 years. What would Nimoy look like in 20,000 years? Or Pidruid, or Piliplock, or the 50 great cities on the slopes of Castlemount? Were they building here on Majipur a civilization that would endure forever, as the civilization of the old Mother World Earth was said to endure? Or, he wondered, would wide-eyed tourists someday prowl the shattered ruins of the castle and the labyrinth and the isle, trying to guess what significance they had had to the ancients? We have done well enough so far, Valentine told himself, thinking back over the thousands of years of peace and stability. But now dissonances were breaking through. The ordered pattern of things had been disrupted. There was no telling what might befall. The metamorphs, the defeated and evicted metamorphs whose misfortune it had been to possess a world desired by other and stronger folk, might yet have the last laugh. Suddenly he halted. What was that sound ahead? A footfall, and a flicker of shadow against the rocks. Valentine peered tensely into the darkness before him. An animal, he thought. Something nocturnal slithering around in search of a meal. Ghosts don't have shadows, do they? Do they? There are no ghosts here, Valentine thought. There are no ghosts anywhere. But all the same... Cautiously, he edged forward a few steps. Too dark here. Too many avenues of tumble-down structures leading off to every side. He had laughed at Erminar, but Erminar's fears had somehow insinuated themselves into his imagination. He had fantasies of austere, mysterious metamorphs, gliding between the fallen buildings just beyond his vision. Phantoms half as old as time. Forms without bodies, shapes without substance. And then footsteps, unmistakable footsteps behind him. Valentine whirled. Erminar was trotting after him, that was all. "Wait, my lord." Valentine allowed him to catch up. He forced himself to relax, though his fingers, strangely, were trembling. He put his hands behind his back. "You ought not go off by yourself," Erminar said. "I know you make light of the dangers I imagine here, but those dangers might yet exist. You owe it to us all to take more care of your safety, my lord." The others rejoined him, and they continued on, slowly and in silence, through the moonlit ruins. Valentine said nothing of what he had thought he had seen and heard. Surely it had been only some animal, and shortly animals appeared. Some sort of small apes, perhaps akin to forest brethren, that nested in the fallen buildings and several times caused startlement as they went scrambling over the stones. And nocturnal mammals of a lower kind, mintons or drolls, darted swiftly through the shadows. But did apes and drolls, Valentine wondered, make sounds like footfalls? For more than an hour the eight moved deeper into the ruins. Valentine stared warily into the recesses and caverns, studying the pools of blackness with care. As they passed through the fragments of a collapsed basilica, Sleet, who had gone off a short way by himself, jogged back in distress to tell Valentine, "I heard something strange to one side, in there." "A ghost, Sleet?" "It might be, for all I know. Or simply a bandit." "Or a rock monkey," Valentine said lightly. "I've heard all kinds of noises. My lord, are you catching Erminar's terrors now?" "I think we have wandered here long enough, my lord," said Sleet in a low, taut voice. Valentine shook his head. "We'll keep close watch on dark corners, but there's more to see here." "I wish we would turn back now, my lord." "Courage, Sleet." The juggler shrugged and turned away. Valentine peered into the darkness. He did not underestimate the acuteness of Sleet's hearing, he who juggled blindfolded by sheer sound alone. But to flee this place of marvels because they heard odd rustlings and footsteps in the distance? No,
Not so soon, not so hastily. Yet without communicating his uneasiness to the others, he moved still more cautiously. Ermenar's ghosts might not exist, yet it was folly to be too rash in this strange city. And as they were exploring one of the most ornate of the buildings in the central area of palaces and temples, Zalzenkavel, who was leading the way, stopped short abruptly when a slab of rock, dislodged from above, came clattering down practically at his feet. He cursed and growled, "Those stinking apes!" "No, not apes, I think," said Deliander quietly. "There's something bigger up there." Ermenar flashed a light toward the overhanging ledge of an adjoining structure. For an instant, a silhouette that might have been human was in view. Then it vanished. Without hesitating, Lysaman Hulton began to run to the far side of the building, followed by Zalzenkavel, who brandished his energy thrower. Sleet and Carabella went the other way. Valentine would have gone with them, but Ermenar caught him by the arm and held him with surprising strength, saying apologetically, "I may not permit you to place yourself in risk, my lord, when we have no idea—" "Halt!" came the mighty booming voice of Lysaman Hulton. There was the sound of a scuffle in the distance, and then that of someone clambering over the mounds of fallen masonry in no very ghost-like way. Valentine longed to know what was happening, but Ermenar was right. To go darting off after an unknown enemy in the darkness of an unfamiliar place was a privilege denied to the coronel of Majipur. He heard grunts and cries, and a high-pitched sound of pain. Moments later, Lysaman Hulton reappeared, dragging a figure who wore the starburst emblem of the coronel on his shoulder. She had her arm locked about his chest, and his feet were dangling 6 inches off the ground. "Spies," she said, "skulking around up there, keeping watch on us. There were 2 of them, I think." "Where's the other?" Valentine asked. "Might have gotten away," said the giantess. "Zalzenkavel went after him." She dumped her prisoner down before Valentine, and held him to the ground with a foot pressed against his middle. "Let him up," Valentine said. The man rose. He looked terrified. Brusquely, Ermenar and Nascimanti checked him for weapons, and found none. "Who are you?" Valentine asked. "What are you doing here?" No reply. "You can speak. We won't harm you. You have the starburst on your arm. Are you part of the coronel's forces?" A nod. "Sent out here to trail us?" Again a nod. "Do you know who I am?" The man stared silently at Valentine. "Are you able to speak?" Valentine asked. "Do you have a voice? Say something, anything." Good, you can talk. Again, do you know who I am?" In a thin whisper, the captive replied, "They say you would steal the throne from the coronel." "No," Valentine said, "you have it wrong, fellow. The thief is he who sits now on Castlemount. I am Lord Valentine, and I demand your allegiance." The man stared, bewildered, uncomprehending. "How many of you were up there?" Valentine asked. "Please, sir, how many?" Sullen silence. "Let me twist his arm a little," Lysaman Hulton begged. "That won't be necessary." Valentine moved closer to the cowering man and said gently, "You understand nothing of this, but all will be made clear in time. I am the true coronel, and by the oath you swore to serve me, I ask you now to answer. How many of you were up there?" Conflicts raged in the man's face. Slowly, reluctantly, bewilderedly, he replied, "Just 2 of us, sir." "Can I believe that?" "By the lady, sir." "2 of you. All right. How long were you following us?" Since Lumanzar." "Under what orders?" Hesitation again. To observe your movements and report to camp in the morning. Aminar scowled. Which means that other one is probably halfway to the lake by now.
You think so?
It was the rough, harsh voice of Zalzenkaval. The Skandar strode into their midst and dumped down before Valentine, as though it were a sack of vegetables, the body of a second figure wearing the starburst emblem. Zalzenkaval's energy thrower had seared a hole through him from back to front.
I chased him about 1/2 a mile, my lord. A quick devil he was, too. He was moving more easily than I over the heaps of stones, and starting to pull away from me. I ordered him to stop, but he kept going, and so—
Bury him somewhere off the path, Valentine said curtly.
My lord, did I do wrong to kill him?
You had no choice, Valentine said in a softer tone. I wish you had managed to catch him, but you couldn't, so you had no choice. Very well, Zalzenkaval. Valentine turned away. The slaying had shaken him, and he could hardly pretend otherwise. This man had died only because he was loyal to the Coronel, or to the person he believed to be the Coronel. The Civil War had had its first casualty. The bloodshed had begun, here in this city of the dead. 4. There was no thought of continuing the tour now. They returned with the prisoner to their camp, and in the morning Valentine gave orders to move on through Velaleisure and begin the northeastward swing. By day the ruined city seemed not as magical, although no less impressive. It was hard to understand how so frail and unmechanical a folk as the metamorphs had ever moved these giant blocks of stone about. But perhaps 20,000 years ago they had not been quite so unmechanical. The glowering shapeshifters of the Purifane forests, those people of wicker huts and muddy streets, were only the broken remnant of the race that once had ruled Majipur. Valentine vowed to return here, once this business with dominant barges was settled, and explore the ancient capital in detail, clearing underbrush and excavating and reconstructing. If possible, he thought, he would invite metamorph leaders to take part in that work, though he doubted they would care to cooperate. Something was needed to reopen lines of communication between the two populations of the planet. If I am Coronel again, he said to Carabella as the cavalcade rode past the pyramids and headed out of Velaleisure, I intend— When you are Coronel again, she said. Valentine smiled. When I am Coronel again, yes. I intend to examine the entire problem of the metamorphs, bring them back into the mainstream of Majipuran life, if that can be done. Give them a place in the government, even. If they'll have it. I mean to overcome that anger of theirs, said Valentine. I'll dedicate my reign to it. Our entire society, our wonderful and harmonious and loving realm, was founded on an act of theft and injustice, Carabella, and we've succeeded in teaching ourselves to overlook that. Sleet glanced up. The shapeshifters weren't making full use of this planet. There weren't 20 million of them on the entire enormous place when our ancestors came here. But it was theirs, Carabella cried. By what right? Easily, Valentine said. There's no use fighting over the deeds of the first settlers. What's done is done, and we must live with it. But it's within our power to change the way we've been living with it. And if I'm Coronel again, When, said Carabella. When, Valentine echoed. Deliamber said mildly, in that far-off way of his that gained the immediate attention of all listeners, It may be that the present troubles of the realm are the beginning of the retribution for the suppression of the metamorphs. Valentine stared at him. What do you mean by that? Only that we have gone a long way here on Majipur, without paying any sort of price for the original sin of the conquerors. The account accumulates interest, you know. And now this usurpation, the evils of the new coronal, the prospect facing us of war, death, and destruction, chaos. Perhaps the past is starting to send us its reckoning at last. But Valentine had nothing to do with the oppression of the metamorphs, Carabella protested. Why should he be the one to suffer? Why was he chosen to be cast down from power, and not some high-handed coronel of long ago? Deliamber shrugged. Such things are never fairly distributed. What makes you think that only the guilty are punished? The divine— Why do you think the divine is fair? In the long run, all wrongs are righted. Every minus is balanced with a plus. The columns are totaled and the totals are found correct. But that's in the long run. We must live in the short run. And matters are often unjust there. The compensating forces of the universe make all the accounts come out even. But they grind down the good as well as the wicked in the process. More than that, said Valentine suddenly. It may be that I was chosen to be an instrument of Deliamber's compensating forces, and it was necessary for me to suffer in order to be effective. How so? If nothing unusual had ever happened to me, I might have ruled like all the others before me on Castlemount, self-satisfied, amiable, accepting things as they were because from where I sat I saw no wrong in them. But these adventures of mine have given me a view of the world I'd never have had if I had remained snug in the castle. And perhaps now I'm ready to play the role that needs to be played, whereas otherwise— Valentine let his voice trail away. After a moment he said, All this talk is mere vapor. The first thing to do is regain the castle. Then we can debate the nature of the compensating forces of the universe and the tactics of the divine. He looked back at fallen Valalesia, the accursed city of the ancients, chaotic but yet magnificent on the forlorn desert plain. And then he turned away to sit in silence and contemplate the changing countryside ahead. The road now curved about sharply toward the northeast, passing up and over the range of hills they had crossed to the south, and descending into the fertile floodplain at the glade near the northernmost limb of Lake Roghoise. They were emerging hundreds of miles north of the field where the coronel's army had been camped. Erminar, bothered by the presence of the two spies in Valalesia, had sent out scouts to ascertain that the army had not moved north to meet them. Valentine judged that a sensible move. But he did scouting of his own by way of Deliamber. Cast me a spell, he ordered the wizard, that will tell me where enemy armies lie in wait. Can you do that? The Vroon's great shining golden eyes flickered in amusement. Can I do that? Can a mount eat grass? Can a sea dragon swim? Then do it, said Valentine. Deliamber withdrew and muttered words and waved his tentacles about, coiling and intertwining them in the most intricate of patterns. Valentine suspected that much of Deliamber's sorcery was staged for the benefit of onlookers, that the real transactions did not involve the waving of tentacles or the muttering of formulas at all, but only the casting forth of Deliamber's shrewd and sensitive consciousness to pick up the vibrations of outlying realities. But that was all right. Let the Vroon stage his little show. A certain amount of show business, Valentine recognized, was an essential lubricant in many civilized activities, not only those of wizards and jugglers, but those also of the coronel, the pontifex, the lady, the king of dreams, the speakers of dreams, the teachers of holy mysteries, perhaps even the customs officials at the provincial boundaries, and the sellers of sausages in street-side booths. In plying one's trade, one could not be too bald and blunt. One had to cloak one's doings in magic, in theater. Deliamber said, The troops of the coronel appear to remain where they were camped. Valentine nodded. Good. May they camp there a long while, waiting for us to return from our Valalesia excursion. Can you locate other armies north of here? Not for a great distance, said Deliamber. I feel the presence of knightly forces gathered on Castlemount. But there always are. I detect minor detachments here and there in the 50 cities. But nothing unusual about that either. The Coronel has plenty of time. He'll simply sit at the castle and wait for you to approach. And then will come the grand mobilization. What will you do, Valentine, when 1,000,000 warriors march down Castlemount toward you? Do you think I've given that no thought? I know you've thought of little else. But it needs some heavy thinking about. Our hundreds against their millions. 1,000,000 is a clumsy size for an army, said Valentine easily. Far simpler to do one's juggling with clubs than with the trunks of dwicker trees. Are you frightened of what lies ahead, Deliamber? Not at all. Neither am I, Valentine said. But of course there was show business bravado, Valentine knew, in talk of that sort. Was he frightened? No, not really. Death comes to all sooner or later, and to fear it is folly. Valentine knew he had little fear of death, for he had faced it in the forest near Avendroin, and in the turbulent rapids of the Styche, and in the belly of the sea-dragon, and when wrestling with Fossil on the Isle. And on none of those occasions had he felt anything he could identify as fear. If the army that waited for him on Castlemount overwhelmed his little force and cut him down, it would be regrettable, as being tumbled to pieces on the rocks of the Styche would have been regrettable. But the prospect caused him no dread. What he did feel, and it was a more significant thing than fear for his own life, was a degree of fear for Majipur. If he failed, through hesitation or foolishness or mere inadequacy of strength, the castle would remain in the hands of the Barjezids, and the course of history would forever change, and ultimately billions of innocent beings would suffer. Preventing that was a high responsibility, and he felt the weight of it. If he died valiantly trying to scale Castlemount, his hardships at least would be over. But the agonies of Majipur would only just be beginning. 5. Now they traveled through placid rural districts, the perimeter of the great agricultural belt that flanked Castlemount and supplied the 50 cities with produce. Valentine chose main highways at all times. The moment for secrecy was past. So conspicuous a caravan as this could hardly be concealed, and the time was at hand when the world had to learn that a struggle for possession of Lord Valentine's castle was about to commence. The world was starting to learn it in any case. Ermenar's scouts, returning from the city of Penduane farther up the glade, brought news of the usurper's first countermeasures. No armies lie between us and Penduane, Ermenar reported, but posters are up in the city, branding you a rebel and a subversive, an enemy of society. The proclamations of the pontifex in your favor have not yet been announced, it seems. Citizens of Penduane are being urged to band together in militias to defend their rightful coronel, and the true order of things against your uprising. And sendings are widespread. Valentine frowned. Sendings? What sort of sendings? Of the king. Apparently you can scarcely fall asleep at night, but the king is in your dreams, buzzing to you about loyalty and warning of terrible consequences if the coronel is overthrown. Naturally, Valentine muttered. He'd have the king working for him with all the energy at his command. They must be sending night and day in Souvrael. But we'll turn that against him, eh? He looked to Deliamber. The King of Dreams is telling the people how dreadful it is to overthrow a coronel. Good. I want them to believe exactly that. I want them to realize that a terrifying thing has already happened to Majipur, and that it's up to the people to put things to rights. Nor is the King of Dreams precisely a disinterested party in this war, Deliamber said. We should make them aware of that, too, that he stands to gain from his son's treachery. We will, said the hierarch Loravade vehemently. Out of the isle now are coming the sendings of the lady with redoubled force. They'll counteract the king's poisonous dreams. Last night as I slept, she came to me and showed me what kind of message will go forth. It is the vision of the drugging at Tillamoon, the changing of the coronal. She will show them your new face, Lord Valentine, and will surround you with the radiance of the coronal, the starburst of authority, and will portray the false coronal as a traitor, mean and dark of spirit. When will this begin? Valentine asked. She waits for your approval. Then open your mind to the lady today, he told the hierarch, and tell her that the sendings must start. Kun of Kianamot said quietly, "How strange this seems to me. A war of dreams. If ever I doubted I was on an alien world, these strategies would make it certain to me." Valentine said with a smile, "Better to fight with dreams than with swords and energy throwers, friend. What we seek is best won by persuasion, not by killing." "A war of dreams," Kun repeated, bemused. "We do things differently on Kianamot. Who's to say which way makes more sense? But I think there'll be fighting as well as sendings before this is done, Lord Valentine." Valentine looked somberly at the blue-skinned being. "I fear you are right," he said. 5 days more, and they were in the outlying suburbs of Penduane. By now, news of their advance had spread throughout the countryside. Farmers stopped in their fields to stare as the cavalcade of vehicles floated by, and crowds thronged the highway in the more thickly populated sectors. Valentine found this all to the good. Thus far, no hands were being lifted against them. They were regarded as curiosities, not as menaces. More than that he could not ask. But when they were a day's journey outside of Penduane, the advance party returned with news that a force was gathered to meet them near the city's western gate. "Soldiers?" Valentine asked. "Citizen militia," said Erminar. "Hastily organized, from the looks of them. They wear no uniforms, only ribbons round their arms, with the starburst emblem on it." "Excellent. The starburst is consecrated to my favor. I'll go to them and ask their allegiance." Vinorchis said, "What will you wear, my lord?" Puzzled, Valentine indicated the simple clothes in which he had been traveling since the Isle of Sleep, a white belted tunic and a light overblouse. "Why, these, I suppose," he said. The Hjort shook his head. "You should wear finery, and a crown, I think. I think it very strongly." "My thought was not to appear overly ostentatious. If they see a man in a crown, whose face is not the face they know as Lord Valentine's, usurper will be the first thought to come to their minds, will it not?"
"I think otherwise," Vinorchis replied. "You come to them and say, 'I am your rightful king.' But you don't look like a king. A simple costume and easy manners may win you friends in quiet conversation, but not when large forces are assembled. You would do well to dress more awesomely."
Valentine said, "My hope was to rely on simplicity and sincerity, as I have done ever since Pidruid."
"Simplicity and sincerity by all means," said Vinorchis, "but also a crown."
"Carabella, Deliamber, advise me." "A little ostentation might not be harmful," said the Vroon. "And this will be your first public appearance as claimant to the castle," Carabella said. "Some look of regal splendor, I think, may serve you well." Valentine laughed. "I've grown away from such costumes in these many months of wandering, I fear. The idea of a crown now seems only comic to me. A thing of twisted metal, poking up from my scalp, a bit of jewelry." He stopped. He saw them all gaping at him. "A crown," he said in a less light-hearted tone, "is only an outward thing, a trinket, an ornament. Children might be impressed by such toys, but adult citizens who—" He stopped again. Deliamber said, "My lord, can you remember how you felt the first time they came to you at the castle and put the starburst upon your brow?" There was a chill down my back, I do confess. Yes, a crown may be a child's ornament, a silly trinket, true. But it is also a symbol of power that sets the coronel apart from all others, and transforms mere Valentine into Lord Valentine, the heir of Lord Prestimion and Lord Conflume and Lord Steamot and Lord Decoret. We live by such symbols. My lord, your mother the lady did much to restore you to the person you were before Telamon. But there is still a good deal of Valentine the juggler about you, even now. And that is not a bad thing. Still, more impressiveness and less simplicity is called for here, I suspect. Valentine was silent, thinking of Deliamber mumbling and waving his tentacles, and his own realization that sometimes one had to indulge in theatrics to achieve one's proper effects. They were right, and he was wrong. He said, "Very well, I will wear a crown, if one can be fashioned for me in time." One of Ermenar's men quickly assembled one for him out of scraps of a defective floater engine, the only spare metal that was at hand. Considering its hastily improvised nature, it was a decent job of crown-making, Valentine thought. The joinings not too rough, the spokes of the starburst reasonably equally spaced, the inner orbits of the armature smoothly coiled. Of course, it was nothing to compare with the authentic crown, with its inlays and chasings of 7 different precious metals, its finials of rare gems, its 3 gleaming Diniaba stones mounted on the brow band. But that crown, made in the great reign of Lord Conflume, who must have taken a hearty joy in all the trappings of imperial pomp, was elsewhere at the moment, and this one, once it took its place upon his consecrated brow, would most likely magically invest itself with the proper grandeur. Valentine held it in his hands a long moment. Despite the scorn for such things he had expressed the day before, he felt a little awed by it himself. Deliamber said mildly, "The militia of Penduane are waiting, my lord." Valentine nodded. He was garbed in borrowed finery, a green doublet that belonged to one of Ermenar's comrades, a yellow cloak that Asenhart had produced, a heavy golden chain belonging to the hierarch Loravade, high glossy boots lined with the white fur of the northern Steepmoy that were contributed by Nascimonte. Not since the ill-fated banquet in Telamon, when he had worn another body entirely, had he dressed with such gaudiness. It was a strange feeling to be clad so pretentiously. He lacked only the crown. He started to put it on, and stopped abruptly, realizing that there was history in this moment, whether he liked the idea or not. The first time he donned the starburst in this his second incarnation. Suddenly this event began to seem less like a masquerade and more like a coronation. Valentine looked around uneasily. "I should not put this on my head myself," he said. "Deliamber, you're my chief minister, you do it." "My lord, I am not tall enough." "I could kneel." "That would not be fitting," said the rune, a little sharply. Plainly, Deliamber did not want to do it. Valentine looked next toward Carabella, but she recoiled, horrified, whispering, "I am a commoner, my lord." "What does that have to do with—" Valentine shook his head. This was becoming an annoyance. They were making too much of an occasion out of it. He glanced around the group and saw the hierarch Loravade, that cool-eyed and stately woman, and said, "You are the representative of the lady my mother in this group, and you are a woman of rank. May I ask you—" But Loravade said gravely, "The crown, my lord, descends to the coronal by authority of the Pontifex. It seems more fitting that Ermenar place it on you, as the highest official of the Pontifex among us today." Valentine sighed and turned to Ermenar. "I suppose that's right. Will you do it?" "It will be a great honor, my lord." Valentine handed the crown to Ermenar, and moved the silver circlet of his mother as far down his scalp as it would go. Ermengar, who was not a man of great height, took the crown in both hands, trembling a little, and reached up, straining to extend his arms. With great care he lowered the crown over Valentine's head, and slipped it into place. It fit perfectly. "There," Valentine said. "I'm glad that's Valentine, Lord Valentine. Hail, Lord Valentine. Long life to Lord Valentine." They were kneeling to him, making the starburst to him, shouting out his name, all of them, Sleet, Carabella, Vinorkis, Loravade, Zalzenkavel, Shahnamir, everyone, Nashimanti, Asenhart, Ermengar, even, surprisingly, the off-worlder Kun of Kianamot. Valentine gestured in protest, embarrassed at all this, wanting to tell them that this was no true ceremony, that it was done only for the sake of impressing the citizens of Penduane. But the words did not leave his throat, for he knew that they were untrue, that this improvised affair was in fact his second crowning. And he felt the chill down his spine, the shiver of wonder. He stood with arms outspread, accepting their homage. Then he said, "Come, on your feet, all of you. Penduane is waiting for us." The scout's report had it that the militia and the high personages of the city had been camped outside Penduane's western gate for some days, awaiting his arrival. Valentine wondered what the condition of the townspeople's nerves might be, after so long and uncertain a vigil, and what sort of reception they planned to give him. It was only an hour's ride to Penduane now. They moved quickly through a region of pleasant forests and broad, rolling, rain-sleekened meadows that soon gave way to agreeable residential districts, small stone houses with conical red-tiled roofs, the predominant style. The city ahead was a major one, capital of its province, with a population of 12 or 13 million. It was chiefly a trade depot, Valentine recalled, through which the agricultural produce of the lower Glage Valley was funneled on its way upriver to the 50 cities. At least 10,000 militia waited at the gate. They filled the road, and spilled over into the lanes of the marketplace that nestled against the outer wall of Penduane. They were armed with energy throwers, though not a great many, and with simpler weapons, and those in the front line were standing in a tense, stiff manner, holding themselves self-consciously in soldier-like poses that surely were altogether unfamiliar to them. Valentine ordered the floater cars to halt a few hundred yards from the nearest of them, so that the roadway between formed a wide, clear space, a kind of buffer zone. He stepped forth, crowned and robed and cloaked. The hierarch Loravade walked just to his right, clad in the glowing vestments of the ladies' high ministry, and Ermengar was to his left, wearing on his breast the glittering labyrinth emblem of the Pontifex. At Valentine's rear were Zalzenkavel and his formidable brothers, glowering and massive, followed by Lysamon Hulton in full battle regalia, with Sleet and Carabella flanking her. Autophon Deliamber rode on the arm of the giantess. In a slow, easy, unmistakably majestic way, Valentine advanced into the open space before him. He saw the citizens of Penduane stirring, exchanging troubled glances, moistening their lips, shifting their feet, rubbing their hands over their chests or arms. A terrible silence had fallen. He paused 20 yards from the front line and said, "Good people of Penduane, I am the rightful colonel of Majipur, and I ask your aid in regaining that which was granted to me by the will of the divine and the decree of the Pontifex Tieverus." Thousands of wide eyes stared rigidly at him. He felt wholly calm. Valentine said, "I call forth from among you Duke Holmstorg of Glage. I call forth from among you Redvard Halagorn, mayor of Penduane." There were movements in the crowd. Then came a parting, and out from the midst emerged a rotund man in a blue tunic trimmed with orange, whose heavy-fleshed face seemed gray with fear or tension. The black sash of mayoralty lay across his broad chest. He took a few steps toward Valentine, hesitated, signaled furiously behind his back in what was meant to be a gesture unseen by those facing him. And after a moment 5 or 6 lesser municipal officials, looking as abashed and reluctant as children commanded to sing at a school assembly, came warily out behind the mayor. The plump man said, "I am Redvard Haligorn. Duke Holmstorg has been summoned to Lord Valentine's castle." "We have met before, Mayor Haligorn," said Valentine amiably. "Do you recall? It was some years ago when my brother Lord Voriax was coronel, and I journeyed to the Labyrinth as emissary to the Pontifex. I stopped in Penduane, and you gave me a banquet in the high palace at River's Edge. Do you recall, Mayor Haligorn? It was summer, a year of drought. The river was very much shrunken, nothing at all like it is today." Haligorn's tongue traversed his lips. He tugged at a jowl. Hoarsely he said, "Indeed, he who became Lord Valentine was here in the dry year. But he was a dark man, and bearded." "True. There has been a witchery of fearful nature, Mayor Haligorn. A traitor now holds Castlemount, and I have been transformed and cast out. But I am Lord Valentine, and by the power of the starburst you wear on your sleeve, I call upon you to accept me as coronel." Haligorn looked bewildered. Clearly he would prefer to be almost anywhere else at this moment, even in the trackless corridors of the Labyrinth, or the burning wastes of Souvrael. Valentine continued, "Beside me is the hierarch Loravade of the Isle of Sleep, closest to the companions of my mother, your lady. Do you think she deceives you?" The hierarch said icily, "This is the true coronel, and the lady will withdraw her sublime love from those who oppose him." Valentine said, "And here stands Erminar, high servitor of the Pontifex Tieverus." In his blunt, straightforward way, Erminar said, "You have all heard the decree of the Pontifex, that the fair-haired man must be hailed as Lord Valentine the coronel. Who among you will stand up against the decree of the Pontifex?" Haligorn's face showed terror. Dealing with Duke Holmstorg might have been harder for Valentine, for he was of high blood and great haughtiness, and might not have been so easily intimidated by one who came before him wearing a homemade crown, and leading a little band of such oddly assorted followers. But Redvard Haligorn, a mere elected official, who for years had dealt with nothing more challenging than state banquets and debates over flood control taxes, was far beyond his depth. He said, almost mumbling it, "The command has come down from Lord Valentine's castle that you are to be apprehended and bound over for trial." "Many commands lately have come down from Lord Valentine's castle," said Valentine, "and not a few have been unwise, unjust, or ill-timed, eh, Mayor Haligorn? They are the commands of the usurper, and worthless. You have heard the voices of the lady in the Pontifex. You have had sendings urging you to give allegiance to me." "And sendings of the other kind," said Haligorn feebly. "From the King of Dreams, yes," Valentine laughed. "And who is the usurper? Who is it that has stolen the throne of the coronel? Dominant Bargezid is the one, the son of the King of Dreams. Now do you comprehend those sendings out of Souvrael? Now do you see what has been done to Majipur?" Valentine let the trance state come over him, and flooded the hapless Redvard Haligorn with the full force of his soul, the full impact of a waking sending from the coronel. Haligorn tottered. His face reddened and grew blotchy. He reeled and clutched at his comrades for support. But they had received the outflow from Valentine as well, and were barely able to sustain themselves. Valentine said, "Give me your support, friends. Open your city to me. From here I will launch the reconquest of Castlemount, and great will be the fame of Penduane, as the first city of Majipur to turn against the usurper." 6. So Penduane fell, without a blow being struck. Redvard Halagorn, wearing the expression of a man who has just swallowed a Stoianzar oyster and feels it squirming in his gullet, dropped down and offered Valentine the starburst gesture. And then 2 of his vice-mayors did the same. And suddenly there was a contagion of it, thousands of people giving homage and crying out, first without much conviction, then more lustily as they decided to commit themselves to the idea. Valentine, Lord Valentine, long life to the coronel! And the gates of Penduane were opened. Too easy, Valentine muttered to Carabella. Can it continue this way right up to Castlemount? Browbeat a fat mayor or 2 and win back the throne by acclamation? If only you could, she said. But the Bargezid waits up there with his bodyguards, and browbeating him will take more than words and fine dramatic effects. There will be battles, Valentine. Let there be no more than one, then. She touched his arm lightly. For your sake, I hope no more than one, and that one just a small one. Not for my sake, he said, for the sake of all the world. I want none of my people to perish in repairing what dominant Bargezid has brought upon us. I had not thought kings would be so gentle, my love, Carabella said. Carabella, you look so sad just now. I fear what comes. What comes, she said, is a necessary struggle, and joyous triumph, and the restoration of order. And if you would be a proper king, my lord, wave to your people, and smile, and put that tragic look from your face. Yes? Valentine nodded. You speak the truth, he said, and catching up her hand, brushed his lips quickly but tenderly across her small, sharp knuckles, and turned to stare at the multitudes who shouted his name, and lifted his arms to them, and acknowledged their greeting. It seemed wondrously familiar to be riding into a great city down boulevards lined with cheering throngs. Valentine remembered, though it seemed like the memory of a dream, the beginnings of his abortive grand processional, when in the springtime of his reign he had gone by river to Eleazar on the western coast, and across to the Isle to kneel beside his mother at Inner Temple, and then on the great sea journey westward to Zimroel, and crowds hailing him in Piliplock and Velethis and Narabal, down there in the lush, leafy tropics. Those parades, those banquets, the excitement, the splendor, and then on to Tillaman. Once more the crowds, once more the cries, Valentine, Lord Valentine. He remembered, too, in Tillaman a surprise, that dominant Bargezid, the son of the King of Dreams, had come up from Suvrael to greet him and honor him in a feast, for the Bargezids customarily stayed down there in their sun-swept kingdom, dwelling apart from humanity, tending their dream machines, sending forth their nightly messages to instruct and command and chastise. And the banquet at Tillaman, and the flask of wine from the hand of Bargezid, and the next thing Valentine knew, he was staring down at the city of Pidruid from a limestone ridge, with muddled memories in his mind of having grown up in eastern Zimroel, and somehow having wandered across the entire continent to its western shore. Now, so many months later, they were shouting his name again in the streets of a mighty city, after the long and strange interruption. In the royal suite at the mayoral palace, Valentine summoned Mayor Halagorn, who still had a stunned and dazed look about him, and said, I'll need from you a flotilla of riverboats to take me up the Glades to its rising. The costs will be met by the imperial treasury after the restoration. Yes, my lord. And how many troops can you supply me? Troops? Troops! Militia, warriors, bearers of arms. Do you follow my meaning, Mayor Halagorn? The mayor showed dismay. We of Penduane are not known for our skills in warfare, my lord. Valentine smiled. We are not known for our skills in warfare anywhere on Majipur, the divine be thanked. Nevertheless, peaceful though we are, we fight when we are threatened. The usurper threatens us all.
Haven't you felt the sting of strange new taxes and unfamiliar decrees in this year just past? Of course, but what? Valentine asked sharply. We assumed it was only a new coronel feeling his power. And you would blandly let yourselves be oppressed by the one whose role it is to serve you? My lord, never mind. You have as much to gain as I in putting things to rights, do you see? Give me an army, Mayor Haligorn, and for thousands of years the bravery of the people of Penduane will be sung in our ballads. I am responsible for the lives of my people, my lord. I would not have them slain, or I am responsible for the lives of your people, and 20 billion others besides, said Valentine briskly. And if 5 drops of anyone's blood are shed as I move toward Castlemount, that will be 6 drops too many to suit me. But without an army, I'm too vulnerable. With an army, I become a royal presence, an imperial force moving toward a reckoning with the enemy. Do you understand, Haligorn? Call your people together. Tell them what must be done. Call for volunteers. Yes, my lord, said Haligorn, trembling. And see to it that the volunteers are willing to volunteer. It will be done, my lord, the mayor murmured. Assembling the army went faster than Valentine expected. A matter of days for choosing, equipping, and provisioning. Haligorn was cooperative indeed, as though he were eager to see Valentine rapidly on his way to some other region. The citizen militia that had been scraped together to defend Penduane against an invading pretender now became the nucleus of the hastily constructed Loyalist army. Some 20,000 men and women. A city of 13 million might well have produced a larger force, but Valentine had no wish to disrupt Penduane to any greater extent. Nor had he forgotten his own axiom about juggling with clubs rather than with dwicker-trunks. 20,000 troops provided him with something that looked decently military, and it was his strategy, as it had been for a long while, to gain his purpose by gradual accumulation of support. Even the colossal Zimmer, he reasoned, begins as mere trickles and rivulets somewhere in the northern mountains. They set forth on the glade on a day that was rainy before dawn, gloriously bright and sunny afterward. Every riverboat for 50 miles on either side of Penduane had been commandeered for army transport. Serenely, the great flotilla moved northward, the green and gold banners of the coronal waving in the breeze. Valentine stood near the prow of his flagship. Carabella was beside him, and Deliamber, and Admiral Asenhart of the Isle. The rain-washed air smelled sweet and clean, the good fresh air of Alhunrowell blowing toward him from Castlemount. It was a fine feeling to be on his way home at last. These riverboats of eastern Alhunrowell were more streamlined, less fancifully baroque than the ones Valentine had known on the Zimmer. They were big, simple vessels, high of draught and narrow of beam, with powerful engines designed to drive them against the strong flow of the Glade. The river is swift against us, said Asenhart. As well it should be, Valentine said. He pointed toward some invisible summit far to the north and high in the sky. It rises on the lower slopes of the mount. In its few thousand miles it drops almost 10, and all the weight of that water comes rushing against us as we go toward the source. The Hjort seaman smiled. It makes ocean sailing seem like child's play, to think of coping with such a force. Rivers always were strange to me, so narrow, so quick. Give me the open sea, dragons and all, and I'm happy. But the Glade, though swift, was tame. Long ago it had been a thing of rapids and waterfalls, ferocious and all but innavigable for hundreds of miles. 14,000 years of human settlement on Majipur had changed all that. By dams, locks, bypass canals, and other devices, the Glade, like all the 6 rivers that descended from the mount, had been made to serve the needs of its masters through nearly all its course. Only in the lower stretches, where the flatness of the surrounding valley made flood control an ongoing challenge, was there any difficulty, and that merely during seasons of heavy rain.
and the provinces along the glades were tame as well. Lush green farming country, interrupted by great urban centers. Valentine stared into the distance, narrowing his eyes against the brightness of the morning light, and searching for the gray bulk of Castlemount somewhere ahead. But immense as it was, not even the mount could be seen from 2,000 miles away. The first important city upriver from Penduane was Macroprosopus, famed for its weavers and artists. As Valentine's ship approached, he saw that the waterfront of Macroprosopus was bedecked with mammoth coronal ensigns, probably hastily woven, and even more were still being hung. Sleet said thoughtfully, "Do those flags mean defiant expression of loyalty to the Dark Coronal, I wonder, or capitulation to your claim?" "Surely they pay homage to you, my lord," Carabella said. "They know you're advancing up the river, therefore they put out flags to welcome you." Valentine shook his head. "I think these folk are merely being cautious. If things go badly for me on Castlemount, they can always claim that those were ensigns of loyalty to the other. And if he is the one who falls, they can say they were second only to Penduane in recognizing me. I think we ought not to allow them the luxury of such ambiguities. Asenhart." "My lord?" "Take us to harbor at Macroprosopus." For Valentine it was something of a gamble. There was no real need to land here, and the last thing he wanted was a battle at some irrelevant city far from the mount. But to test the effectiveness of his strategy was important. That test was passed almost at once. He heard the cheering when he was still far from shore. "Long life to Lord Valentine! Long life to the coronal!" The mayor of Macroprosopus came scurrying to the pier to greet him, bearing gifts, great generous bales of his city's finest fabrics. He fell all over himself, bowing and scraping, and was pleased to arrange a levy of 8,000 of his citizens to join the army of restoration. "What is happening?" Carabella asked quietly. "Will they accept anyone as coronel who claims the throne loudly enough and waves a few energy throwers around?" Valentine shrugged. "These are peaceful folk, comfortable, luxury-loving, timid. They've known only prosperity for thousands of years, and they want nothing but thousands more of it. The idea of armed resistance is foreign to them, so they yield quickly when we come sailing in." "Aye," said Sleet, "and if the Bargezid comes here next week, they'll bow down just as willingly to him." "Perhaps. Perhaps. But I'm gaining momentum. As these cities join me, others farther up will fear to hold back their allegiance. Let it come to be a stampede, eh?" Sleet scowled. "All the same, what you're doing now, someone else can do another time, and I don't like it. What if a red-haired Lord Valentine appears next year, and says he's the true coronel? What if some Lehman shows up, insisting that everyone kneel to him, that the rivals are mere sorcerers? This world will dissolve into madness." "There is only one anointed coronel," said Valentine calmly, "and the people of these cities, whatever their motives, are simply bowing to the will of the divine. Once I've returned to Castlemount, there'll be no further usurpers and no further pretenders, I promise you that." Yet privately, he recognized the wisdom of what Sleet had said. How frail, he thought, is the compact that holds our government together. Goodwill alone is all that sustains it. Now dominant Bargezid had shown that treachery could undo goodwill, and Valentine was discovering, thus far, that intimidation could counter treachery. But would Margipur ever be the same again, Valentine wondered, when all this conflict was ended? 7. After Macroprosopus was Apocroon, and then Stangard Falls, and Nimivan, Thrace, South Gales, and Mitrapond. All of these cities, with some 50 million people among them, lost no time in accepting the sovereignty of the fair-haired Lord Valentine.
It was as Valentine had expected. These river-dwellers lacked the taste for warfare, and no one city cared to make a stand in battle for the sake of determining which of the rivals might be the true coronal. Now that Penduane and Macroprosopus had yielded, the rest were eagerly falling into line. But these victories were trivial, he knew, for the river cities would change allegiance again just as readily if they saw the tides of fortune swinging toward the darker overlord. Legitimacy, anointedness, the will of the divine, all these things meant far less in the real world than one raised in the courts of Castlemount might believe. Still, better to have the nominal support of the river cities than to have them scoff at his claim. At each, he decreed a new troop levy, but a minor one, only 1,000 per city. For his army was growing too large too soon, and he feared unwieldiness. He wished he knew what dominant barges had thought of the events along the glade. Did he cower in the castle, fearing that all the billions of Majipur were marching angrily toward him? Or was he only biding his time, preparing his inner line of defense, ready to bring the entire realm down in chaos before he yielded possession of the mount? The river journey continued. Now the land was rising steeply. They were on the fringes of the great plateau, where the planet swelled and puckered into its mighty upjutting limb, and there were days when the glade seemed to rise before them like a vertical wall of water. This now was familiar territory to Valentine, for in his youth on the mount he had gone often to the headwaters of each of the 6 rivers, hunting and fishing with Voriax or Elidath, or merely escaping a bit from the complexities of his education. His memory was nearly totally restored to him, the healing process having continued steadily ever since his stay on the isle, and the sight of these well-known places sharpened and brightened his images of that past which dominant Bargezid had tried to snatch from him. In the city of Jerick, here in the narrower reaches of the upper glade, Valentine had gambled all night with an old rune not much unlike Autophon Deliamber, though he remembered him as less dwarfish, and in that endless rolling of the dice he had lost his purse, his sword, his mount, his title of nobility, and all his lands, except one small bit of swamp, and then had won it all back before dawn, though he always suspected his companion had prudently chosen to reverse his flow of success rather than try to make good his winnings. It had been a useful lesson at any rate. And at Gieseldorn, where people dwelled in tents of black felt, he and Voriax had enjoyed a night of pleasure with a dark-haired witch at least 30 years old, who had awed them in the morning by casting their futures with pingla seeds, and proclaiming that they both were destined to be kings. Voriax had been greatly troubled by that prophecy, Valentine recalled, for it seemed to say that they would rule jointly as coronal, in the way that they had jointly embraced the witch, and that was unheard of in the history of Majipur. It had not occurred to either of them that she was saying that Valentine would be the successor of Voriax. And in Amblemorn, the most southwesterly of the 50 cities, an even younger Valentine had fallen heavily while racing through the forest of pygmy trees with Elidath of Morvole, and had cracked a big bone in his left leg with frightful pain, so that the jagged end stuck through the skin, and Elidath, though half sick with shock himself, had to adjust the fracture before they could go for help. Ever after, there had been a slight limp in that leg, but leg and limp as well, Valentine thought with some strange delight, now belonged to dominant Bargezid, and this body they had given him was whole and flawless. All those cities, and a good many more, surrendered to him as he arrived at them. Some 50,000 troops now followed his banner, here at the edge of Castlemount. Amblemorn was as far as the army could travel by water. The river here became a maze of tributaries, shallow of channel and impossibly steep of grade. Valentine had sent Erminar and 10,000 warriors ahead to arrange for land vehicles. So potent now was the gathering force of Valentine's name that Erminar, without opposition, had been able to requisition virtually every floater car in 3 provinces,
and an ocean of vehicles waited in Amblemorn by the time the main body of troops arrived. Commanding an army so large was no longer a task Valentine alone could handle. His orders descended through Erminar, his field marshal, to 5 high officers, each of whom was given charge of a division. Carabella, Sleet, Zalzenkavel, Liseman Hulton, and Asenhart. Deliamber was ever at Valentine's side with advice. And Shahnamir, now not at all boyish, but much toughened and grown since his days herding mounts in Falkenkip, served as chief liaison officer, keeping communications channels open. 3 days were needed to complete the mobilization. "We are ready to begin moving, my lord," Shahnamir reported. "Shall I give the order?" Valentine nodded. "Tell the first column to get going. We'll be past Bimbak by noon if we start now." "Yes, sir." "And, Shahnamir." "Sir?" "I know this is war, but you don't have to look so serious all the time, eh?" "Do I look too serious, my lord?" Shahnamir reddened. "But this is a serious matter. This is the soil of Castlemount beneath our feet." Simply saying that seemed to awe him, this farm boy from far-off Falkenkip. Valentine understood how he must feel. Zimmerwell seemed a million miles away. He smiled and said, "Tell me, Shahnamir, do I have it right? 100 weights make a crown, 10 crowns make a royal, and the price of these sausages is—" Shahnamir looked puzzled. Then he smirked and fought to hold back laughter, and finally let the laughter come. "My lord," he cried, tears at the edge of his eyes. "Remember there in Pidruid, when I would have bought sausages with a 50 royal piece? Remember when you thought I was a simpleton? Easy of mind, that's the phrase you used. Easy of mind. I suppose I was a simpleton those first days in Pidruid." "A long time ago, my lord." "Indeed. And perhaps I'm a simpleton still, clambering up Castlemount like this, to try to snatch back that grinding, wearying job of governing. But perhaps not. I hope not, Shahnamir. Remember to smile more often, that's all. Tell the first column to start moving out." The boy ran off. Valentine watched him go. So far away, Pidruid, so remote in time and space, 1,000,000 miles, 1,000,000 years. So it seemed. And yet it was only a year and some months ago that he had perched on that ledge of white stone on that hot, sticky day, looking down into Pidruid and wondering what to do next. Shahnamir, Sleet, Carabella, Zalzenkavel, all those months of juggling in provincial arenas, and sleeping on straw mattresses in flea-infested country inns. What a wonderful time that had been, Valentine thought. How free, how light a life. Nothing more important to do than get hired in the next town down the road, and make sure that you didn't drop your clubs on your foot. He had never been happier. How good it had been of Zalzenkavel to take him into the troop. How kind of Sleet and Carabella to train him in their art. A coronel of Majipur among them, and they never knew. Who among them could have imagined then that before they were much older, they would be jugglers no longer, but rather generals, leading an army of liberation against Castlemount? The first column was moving now. The floater cars were getting under way, forward up the endless vast slopes that lay between Amblemorn and the castle. The 50 cities of Castlemount were distributed like raisins in a pudding, in roughly concentric circles radiating outward from the peak of the castle. There were a dozen in the outermost ring: Amblemorn, Paramore, Morvole, Canzelane, Bimbak East, Bimbak West, Furable, Diepenhau Vale, Normork, Kaskas, Stipul, and Dundalmere. These, the so-called slope cities, were centers of manufacturing and commerce, and the smallest of them, Diepenhau Vale, had a population of 7 million. The slope cities, founded 10 to 12,000 years ago, tended to be archaic in design, with street plans that might once have been rational, but had long since become congested and confused by random modification. Each had its special beauties, famed throughout the world. Valentine had not visited them all. In a lifetime on Castlemount, there was not time enough to get to know all of the 50 cities. But he had seen a good many. Bimback East and Bimback West, with their twin mile-high towers of lustrous crystalline brick. Furrival, and its fabled garden of stone birds. Canzelane, where statues talked. Dundlemere of the Fiery Valley. Between these cities were royal parks, preserves for flora and fauna, hunting zones, and sacred groves, everything broad and spacious, for there were thousands of square miles, room enough for an uncrowded and unhurried civilization to develop. 100 miles higher on the mount lay the ring of 9 free cities: Siegel, Huin, Biberoon, Stee, Upper Sunbrake, Lower Sunbrake, Castlethorne, Gimkendale, and Vogel. There was debate among scholars as to the origin of the term free cities, for no city on Majipur was more free or less than any other. But the most widely accepted notion was that somewhere around the reign of Lord Steamart, these 9 had been exempted from a tax levied on the others, in recompense for special favors rendered the coronal. To this day, the free cities were known to claim such exemptions, often with success. Of the free cities, the largest was Stee on the river of the same name, with 30 million people. That is, a city the size of Nimoya, and according to rumor, even more grand. Valentine found it hard to conceive a place that so much as equaled Nimoya in splendor. But he had never managed to visit Stee in his years on Castlemount, and would pass nowhere near it now, for it lay on the far side entirely. Higher yet were the 11 guardian cities: Starenmore, Kawane, Greal, Minamul, Strave, Hoikmar, Erzud Grand, Rennesk, Fa, Sigla Lower, and Sigla Higher. All of these were large, 7 to 13 million people. Because the circumference of the mount was not as great at their altitude, the guardian cities were closer together than those below, and it was thought that in another few centuries they might form a continuous band of urban occupation encircling the mount's middle reaches. Within that band lay the 9 inner cities: Gabel, Chai, Haplior, Cresem, Banglecode, Bomifale, Guand, Paratol, and Tentag, and the 9 high cities: Muldemar, Huin, Gossif, Tidius, Low Morpin, High Morpin, Cypermit, Frangior, and Halanx. These were the metropolises best known to Valentine from his youth. Halanx, a city of noble estates, was the place of his birth. Cypermit was where he had lived during the reign of Voriax, for it was close by the castle. High Morpin was his favorite holiday resort, where he had often gone to play on the mirror slides and to ride the juggernauts. So long ago, so long ago. Often now, as his invading force floated up the roadways of the mount, he looked into the sun-dappled distance, into the cloud-shrouded heights, hoping for a glimpse of the high country, a quick view of Cypermit, of Halanx, of High Morpin somewhere far ahead. But it was still too soon to expect such things. From Amblemorn, the road took them between Bimback East and Bimback West, and then on a dog-leg detour around the impossibly steep and jagged Normork crest to Normork itself. Of the celebrated stone outer wall built, so legend had it, in imitation of the Great Wall of Velaleger. Bimback East welcomed Valentine as legitimate monarch and liberator. The reception at Bimback West was distinctly less cordial, although there was no show of resistance. Its people plainly had not made up their minds where their advantage lay in the strange struggle now unfolding. And at Normork, the great decorate gate was closed and sealed, perhaps for the first time since it had been erected. That seemed unfriendly, but Valentine chose to interpret it as a declaration of neutrality, and passed Normork by without making any attempt to enter. The last thing he cared to do now was divert his energies by laying siege to an impregnable city. Easier by far, he thought, simply not to regard it as his enemy. Beyond Normork, the route crossed Tullingar Barrier, which was no barrier at all, but only an immense park, 40 miles of manicured elegance for the amusement of the citizens of Kaskas, Stipool, and Dundlemere. Here it was as if every tree, every bush, had been clipped and wired and pruned into the most shapely of shapes. There was not a branch askew, not a limb out of proportion. If all the billion people who dwelled on Castlemount had served as gardeners in Tullingar Barrier, they could not have achieved such perfection with round-the-clock toil. It had been accomplished, Valentine knew, by a program of controlled breeding, 4,000 years and more in the past, beginning in the reign of Lord Havelbove, and continuing through the reigns of 3 of his successors. These plants were self-shaping, self-pruning, unendingly monitoring themselves for symmetry of form. The secret of such horticultural wizardry had been lost. And now the army of restoration was entering the level of the free cities. It was possible here, at Biberoon's sweep atop Tullingar Barrier, to look back down the slopes for a view that was still comprehensible, though already unimaginably mighty. Lord Havelbove's wondrous park coiled like a tongue of green just below, curving off toward the east, and beyond it, mere grey dots, lay Dundlemere and Stipool, with just the finest suggestion of the secretive bulk of walled Normork visible at the side. Then there was the stupefying downward glide of the land toward Amblemorn and the sources of the Glage. And hazy as dream fog on the horizon, the outlines, more likely than not painted by the imagination alone, of the river and its teeming cities, Nimivan, Mitrapond, Thrace, South Gales. Of Macroprosopus and Penduane there was not even a hint, though Valentine saw the natives of those cities staring long and hard, and pointing with vehemence, telling one another that that hummock or this nub was their home. Shahnamir said, standing beside Valentine, "I imagined that you could see all the way to Pidrewood from Castlemount, but we can't even see the Labyrinth. Is there a longer view from higher up?" "No," Valentine said. "Clouds conceal everything below the guardian cities. Sometimes, up there, one can forget that the rest of Majipur exists." "Is it very cold up there?" the boy asked. "Cold? No, not cold at all. As mild as it is here, milder even. A perpetual springtime. The air is soft and easy, and flowers always bloom." "But it reaches so far into the sky. The mountains of the Kintor Marches are not nearly so high as this. They're not even a patch on Castlemount, and yet I've been told that snow falls on the March peaks, and sometimes remains all summer long. It should be black as night at the castle, Valentine, and cold, cold as death." "No," Valentine said. "The machines of the ancients create an unending springtime. They have roots deep in the mount, and suck out energy, I have no idea how, and transform it into warmth, light, good, sweet air. I've seen the machines, in the depths of the castle, huge things of metal, enough metal to build a city with, and giant pumps, and enormous brass tubes and pipes." "When will we be there, Valentine? Are we close?" Valentine shook his head. "Not even halfway." 8. The most direct route upward through the free cities lay between Biberoon and Upper Sunbreak. That was a wide, gently rising shoulder of the mount, where the slope was so easy that little time would be wasted on switchbacks. As they neared Biberoon, Valentine learned from Gorsvald the Skandar, who was serving as quartermaster, that the army was running low on fresh fruit and meat. It seemed wisest to reprovision at this level before tackling the ascent to the Guardian cities. Biberoon was a city of 12 million, arrayed in spectacular fashion along a 100-mile ridge that seemed to hang suspended over the face of the mount. There was only one approach to it, from the Upper Sunbreak side, through a gorge so steep and narrow that 100 warriors could defend it against 1,000,000. Not at all to Valentine's surprise, the gorge was occupied when he came to it, and by somewhat more than 100 warriors. Erminar and Deliamber went forward to parley. A short while later they returned with the news that Duke Heitluig of Chorg, of whose province Biberoon was the capital, was in command of the troops in the gorge, and was willing to speak with Lord Valentine. Carabella said, "Who is this Heitluig? Do you know him?" Valentine nodded. "Distantly. He belongs to the family of Tieverus. I hope he holds no grudges against me." "He could win much grace with Dominan Bargezid," said Sleep darkly, "by striking you down in this pass." "And suffer for it in all his sleeping hours?" Valentine asked, laughing. "A drunkard he may be, but not a murderer, Sleet. He is a noble of the realm." "As is Dominan Bargezid, my lord." "Bargezid himself did not dare to slay me when he had the chance. Am I to expect assassins wherever I parley? Come, we waste time in this." On foot, Valentine went to the mouth of the gorge, accompanied by Erminar, Asenhart, and Deliamber. The Duke and 3 of his followers were waiting. Heitluig was a broad-shouldered, powerful-looking man, with thick, coarsely curling white hair, and a florid, fleshy face. He stared intently at Valentine, as though searching the features of this fair-haired stranger for some hint of the presence of the soul of the true coronel. Valentine saluted him as was fitting for a coronel greeting a provincial duke. Bland stare and outturned palm, and immediately Heitluig was in difficulties, obviously unsure of the proper form of response. He said after a moment, "The report is that you are Lord Valentine, changed by witchery. If that is so, I bid you welcome, my lord." "Believe me, Heitluig, it is so." "There have been sendings to that effect, and also contrary ones." Valentine smiled. "The sendings of the lady are the trustworthy ones. Those of the king are worth about as much as you might expect, considering what his son has done. Have you had instructions from the Labyrinth?" "That we are to recognize you, yes. But these are strange times. If I am to mistrust what I hear from the castle, why should I give faith to orders out of the Labyrinth? They might be forgeries or deceptions." "Here we have Erminar, high servitor to your great uncle the Pontifex. He is not here as my captive," said Valentine. "He can show you the pontifical seals that give him authority." The Duke shrugged. His eyes continued to probe Valentine's. "This is a mysterious thing, that a coronel should be changed this way. If such a thing can be true, anything can be true. What is it you want in Biberoon, my lord?" "We need fruit and meat. We have hundreds of miles yet to go, and the hungry soldiers are not the best kind." With a twitch of his cheek, Heitluig said, "Surely you know you are at a free city." "I know that. But what of that? The tradition is ancient, and perhaps forgotten by others. But we of the free cities hold that we are not required to provide goods for the government, beyond the legally specified taxes. The cost of provisions for an army the size of yours will be borne entirely by the imperial treasury," said Valentine crisply. "We are asking nothing from Biberoon that will cost Biberoon as much as a 5-weight piece."
And the Imperial Treasury marches with you?
Valentine let a flicker of anger show.
The Imperial Treasury resides at Castlemount, as it has since Lord Steamot's day. And when I have reached it and have hurled down the usurper, I'll make full payment for what we purchase here. Or is the credit of the coronel no longer acceptable in Bibaroon? The credit of the coronel still is, yes, said Heitluig carefully. But there are doubts, my lord. We are thrifty people here, and great shame would come upon us if it developed that we had extended credit to one who made false claims upon us.
Valentine struggled for patience.
You call me my lord, and yet you talk of doubts.
I am uncertain, yes, I admit that.
Heitluig, come off and talk alone with me a moment.
Eh?
Come off 10 steps. Do you think I'll slit your throat the moment you leave your bodyguard?
I want to whisper something to you that you might not want me to say in front of others. The Duke, looking baffled and uneasy, nodded grudgingly, and let Valentine lead him away. In a low voice, Valentine said, "When you came to Castlemount for my coronation, Heitluig, you sat at the table of the kin of the Pontifex, and you drank 4 or 5 flasks of Moldemar wine, do you remember? And when you were properly sozzled, you stood up to dance, and tripped over the leg of your cousin Elzandir, and went sprawling on your face, and would have fought Elzandir on the spot if I had not put my arm around you and drawn you aside. Eh? Does any of that strike an echo in you? And would I know any of that if I was some upstart out of Zimmerwell trying to seize Lord Valentine's castle?" Heitluig's face was scarlet.
"My lord, now you say it with some conviction."
Valentine clasped the Duke warmly by the shoulder.
"All right, Heitluig, give me your aid, and when you come to the castle to celebrate my restoration, you'll have 5 flasks more of good Moldemar, and I hope you'll be more temperate than the last time."
"My lord, how can I serve you?"
"I told you. We need fruit and fresh meat, and we'll settle the bill when I'm coronel again."
"So be it. But will you be coronel?"
"What do you mean?"
"The army that waits above is not a small one, my lord. Lord Valentine, I mean, he who claims to be Lord Valentine, is summoning citizens by the hundreds of thousands to the defense of the castle." Valentine frowned. "And where is this army assembling?"
"Between Erzwood Ground and Bommerfale. He's drawing on all the guardian cities and every city above them. Rivers of blood will run down the mount, my lord."
Valentine turned away and closed his eyes a moment. Pain and dismay lashed his spirit. It was inevitable. It was not in the least surprising. It was entirely as he had expected from the start. Dominan Bargezid would allow him to march freely through the lower slopes, then would make a fierce defense in the upper reaches, using against him his own royal bodyguard, the knights of high birth with whom he had been reared. In the front lines against him, Stasselane, Tunigorn, Miragant his cousin, Elidath, Divis his brother's son. For an instant Valentine's resolve wavered once more. Was it worth the turmoil, the bloodshed, the agony of his people, to make himself coronel a second time? Perhaps it had been the will of the divine that he be cast down. If he thwarted that will, perhaps he would accomplish only some terrible cataclysm on the plains above Erzwood Grand, and leave scars on the souls of all people that would fill his nights with dark, accusing dreams of lacerating guilt, and make his name accursed forever. He could turn back now. He could resign from the confrontation with the forces of the Bargezid. He could accept the verdict of destiny. He could— No. This was a struggle he had fought and won within himself before, and he would not fight it again. A false coronel, mean and petty and dangerous, held the highest seat of the land, and ruled rashly and illegitimately. This must not be allowed to remain the case. Nothing else mattered. My lord, Heitluig said. Valentine looked back at the Duke. The idea of war makes me ache, Heitluig. There is no one who relishes it, my lord. Yet a time comes when war must happen, lest even worse things befall. I think we are at such a time now. So it seems. Do you accept me as Colonel, Heitluig? No pretender would have known of my drunkenness at the coronation, I think. And will you fight beside me above Erzwood Grand? Heitluig regarded him steadily. Of course, my lord. How many troops of Biberoon will you require? Say 5,000. I want no enormous army up there, merely a loyal and brave one. 5,000 warriors are yours, my lord. More if you ask for them. 5,000 will do, Heitluig, and I thank you for your faith in me. Now, let's see about the fresh fruit and meat. 9. The stay at Biberoon was brief, just long enough for Heitluig to gather his forces and supply Valentine with the necessary provisions. And then it was on upward, upward, upward. Valentine rode in the vanguard, with his dear friends of Pidruid close at his side. It delighted him to see the look of awe and wonder in their eyes, to see Shanamir's face aglow with excitement, to hear Carabella's little indrawn gasp of ecstasy, to notice even gruff Zalzenkavel muttering and rumbling in astonishment, as the splendors of Castlemount unrolled before them. And he, how radiant he felt at the thought of coming home. The higher they went, the sweeter and more pure became the air, for they were drawing ever closer to the great engines that sustained the eternal springtime of the Mount. Soon the outlying districts belonging to the Guardian cities were in view. So much, Shanamir murmured in a thickened voice. So grand a sight. Here the mount was a great grey shield of granite that rolled heavenward in a gentle but inexorable sweep, disappearing into the white billow of clouds that cloaked the upper slopes. The sky was a dazzling electric blue, deeper in tone than in Majipur's lowlands. Valentine remembered that sky, how he had loved it, how he had loathed going down into the ordinary world of ordinary colors beyond the mount. His breast tightened at the sight of it now. Every hill and ridge seemed outlined with a sparkling halo of mysterious brightness. The dust itself, blowing along the edge of the highway, appeared to glitter and shine. Satellite towns and lesser cities could be seen dotting the distant landscape, shimmering like places of awesome magic. And high above, several of the major urban centers now came in view. Erzwood Grand lay straight ahead, its huge black towers just visible on the horizon. And to the east was a darkness that probably was the city of Minimul. Hoikmar, famed for its quiet canals and byways, could barely be perceived at the extreme westernmost edge of the landscape. Valentine blinked away the unexpected and troublesome moistness that suddenly was welling in his eyes. He tapped Carabella's pocket-harp and said, "Sing to me." She smiled and took up the little harp. "We sang this in Tillaman, where Castlemount was only a storybook place, a romantic dream. There is a land in the far-off east that we shall never see, where marvels sprout on mighty peaks, bright cities 3 by 3. On Castlemount where powers dwell, and heroes sport all day." She halted, strummed a quick, fretful discord, put down the harp. She turned her face from him. "What is it, love?" Valentine asked. Carabella shook her head. "Nothing. I forget the words." "Carabella, it's nothing," I said. "Please." She looked toward him, biting at her lip, her eyes tear-flooded. "It's so wondrous here, Valentine," she whispered, "and so strange, so frightening. Wondrous, yes. Frightening, no. It's beautiful, I know, and bigger than I ever imagined. All these cities, these mountains that are part of the big mountain, everything marvelous. But, tell me. You're coming home, Valentine. All your friends, your family, your lovers, I suppose. Once we've won the war, you'll have them around you. They'll sweep you away for banquets and celebrations, and... She paused. I promised myself I would not say any of this. Say it. My lord, not so formal, Carabella. He took her hands. Shahnamir and Zazenkaval, he noticed, had moved to another part of the floater car, and sat with their backs to them. She said in a rush of words, My lord, what happens to the little juggler girl from Tillamont when you are back among the princes and ladies of Castlemount? Have I given you reason to think I'll abandon you? No, my lord, but call me Valentine, if you will. But what? Her cheeks colored. She drew her hand from him and ran it tensely through her dark, glossy hair. Your Duke Heitluig yesterday saw us together, saw your arm around me. Valentine, you didn't notice his smile, as though I were some pretty toy of yours, some pet, some little trinket to be discarded when the time comes. You read too much into Heitluig's smile, I think, said Valentine slowly, although he had noticed it too, and had been troubled by it. To Heitluig, he knew, and to others of his rank, Carabella would seem only an upstart concubine of unimaginable lower-class origins, to be treated at best with scorn. In his former life on Castlemount, such distinctions of class had been an unchallengeable assumption of the nature of things. But he had been down from the Mount a long time, and saw things differently these days. Carabella's fears were real, yet it was a problem that could be conquered only in its proper moment. There were other conquests to deal with first. He said gently, Heitluig is too fond of wine, and his soul is a coarse one. Ignore him. You will find a place among the high ones at the castle, and no one will dare slight you when I am coronel again. Come now, finish the song. You love me, Valentine? I love you, yes, but I love you less when your eyes are red and puffy, Carabella. She snorted. That's the sort of thing one would say to a child. Do you see me as a child, then? With a shrug, Valentine replied, I see you as a woman, and a shrewd and lovely one. But what am I supposed to answer when you ask me if I love you? That you love me, and nothing more by way of decoration. I'm sorry, then. I must rehearse these things more carefully. Will you sing again? If you wish, she said, and took up her pocket harp. All morning they rode higher, into the open spaces beyond the free cities. Valentine chose the Pinator Highway, that wound between Erzhut Grand and Hoikmar through an empty countryside of rocky plateaus, broken only by sparse copses of gazan trees, with stout ashen-colored trunks and gnarled, convoluted arms, trees that lived 10,000 years and made a soft, sighing sound when their time was come. This was stark and silent land, where Valentine and his forces could gather their souls for the effort that lay before them. All this while their climb went unopposed. They will not try to stop you, Heitluig said, until you are above the guardian cities. The world is narrower up there. The land is folded and wrinkled. There will be places to trap you. There will be room enough, said Valentine. In a barren valley rimmed with jagged spires, beyond which the city of Erzhut Grand could be seen only some 20 miles to the east, he drew his army to a halt and conferred with his commanders. Scouts had already gone forward to inspect the enemy force, bringing back news that weighed on Valentine like a leaden cloak. An immense army, they reported, a sea of warriors filling the broad, flat plain that occupied hundreds of square miles below the inner city of Balmafale. Most were foot soldiers, but there were floater cars gathered as well, and a regiment of mounted troops, and a corps of great, thundering Molotors, at least 10 times as many of the massive tank-like war beasts as had been camped in wait for them by the banks of the Glage. But he let no hint of disheartenment show. "We are outnumbered 20 to 1, Valentine said. "I find that encouraging. Too bad there aren't even more of them. But an army that size ought to be unwieldy enough to make life easy for us." He tapped the chart before him. "They camp here on Balmafale Plain, and surely they can see that we are marching straight toward that plain. They'll expect us to attempt to make our ascent via the Peratol Pass, west of the plain, and that will have the heaviest guard. We will indeed go toward Peratol Pass." Valentine heard a gasp of dismay from Heitlwig, and Ermenau looked at him with sudden, pained surprise. Untroubled, Valentine went on. "And as we do, they'll send reinforcements in that direction. Once they've begun to move into the pass, it should be difficult for them to regroup and redirect themselves. As they start into motion, we'll swing back toward the plain, ride straight into the heart of their camp, and go through them and on to Balmafale itself. Above Balmafale is the High Morpen road that will take us unhindered to the castle. Are there questions?" Ermenau said, "What if they have a second army waiting for us between Balmafale and High Morpen?" "Ask me that again," Valentine replied, "when we get beyond Balmafale. Any other questions?" He glanced around. No one spoke. "Good. Onward, then." Another day and the terrain grew more fertile, as they entered the great green apron that encircled the inner cities. They were in the cloud zone now, cool and moist, where the sun could be seen, but only indistinctly through the coiling strands of mist that never lifted. In this humid region, plants that below were merely knee-high grew to giant size, with leaves like platters and stems like tree trunks, and everything glittered with a coating of shining droplets of water. The landscape here was a broken one, with steep-sided mountain ranges rising abruptly out of deep-cut valleys, and roads that wound precariously around fierce conical peaks. Choices of route became fewer. To the west were the Banglecode Pinnacles, a region of impassable fang-like mountains that had scarcely ever been explored. To the east was the wide and easy slope of Balmafale Plain. And straight ahead, bordered on both sides by sheer rock walls, was the series of gigantic natural steps known as Peratol Pass, where, unless Valentine entirely missed his guess, the usurper's finest troops lay in wait. In an unhurried way, Valentine led his forces toward the pass. 4 hours forward, camp for 2, travel 5 hours more, make camp for the night, late start in the morning. In the exhilarating air of Castlemount, it would have been easy enough to travel much faster, but beyond doubt the enemy was watching his progress from on high, and he wanted to give them plenty of time to observe his route and take the necessary countermeasures. The next day he stepped up the pace, for now the first of the huge deep steps of the pass was in sight. Deleamber, sending forth his spirit through wizardry, returned with word that the defending army was indeed in possession of the pass, and that secondary troops were streaming westward out of Balmafale Plain to give support. Valentine smiled. "It won't be long now. They're falling into our hands." 2 hours before twilight he gave the order to make camp, at a pleasant meadow beside a cold, plunging stream. The wagons were drawn up in defensive formation. Foragers went out to collect timber for fires. The quartermasters began distributing dinner. And as night came on, word suddenly circulated through camp that they were to pull up and take to the road again, leaving all fires burning and many of the wagons still in formation. Valentine felt excitement rising thunderously within him. He saw a renewed gleam in Carabella's eyes, and Sleet's old scar stood out angrily against his cheek as his heart pumped faster. And there was Shahnamir, going this way and that, but never foolishly, handling many small responsibilities and large ones with sober-faced expertness, at once comic and admirable. These were unforgettable hours, taut with the potential of great events about to be born. Carabella said, "In the old days on the Mount, you must have studied the art of war deeply, to have devised a maneuver such as this." With a laugh, Valentine said, "Art of war? Whatever art of war was once known on Majipur was forgotten before Lord Stiamat was 100 years dead. I don't know a thing about war, Carabella." "But how?" "Guesswork. Luck. A gigantic kind of juggle. I'm making it up as I go along." He winked. "But don't tell the others that. Let them think their general's a genius, and they may make him into one." In the cloud-shrouded sky, no stars could be seen, and the light of the moon was only the faintest of reddish glows. Valentine's army moved along the road to Bombafale Plain by the illumination of light globes at their dimmest intensity, and Deliamber sat beside Valentine and Erminar in deep trance, roving forward to search for barriers and obstacles ahead. Valentine was silent, still, feeling strangely calm. This was indeed a sort of gigantic juggle, he thought. And now, as he had done so many times with the troop, he was moving toward that quiet place at the center of his consciousness, where he could process the information of a constantly changing pattern of events, without being in any overt way aware of processing, or of information, or even of events. Everything done in its proper time, with serene awareness of the only effective sequence of things. It was an hour before dawn when they reached the place where the road swung uphill toward the entrance to the plain. Again Valentine summoned his commanders. 3 things only, he told them. Stay in tight formation, take no lives needlessly, keep pressing forward. He went to each of them in turn with a word, a hand-clasp, a smile. "We'll have lunch today in Bombafale," he said, "and dinner tomorrow night in Lord Valentine's castle. I promise you." 10. This was the moment Valentine had dreaded for months, when he must lead citizens of Majipur into war against citizens of Majipur, when he must stake the blood of the companions of his wanderings against the blood of the companions of his boyhood. Yet now that the moment was at hand, he felt firm and quiet of spirit. By the gray light of dawn, the invading army rolled out across the rim of the plain, and in the mists of morning Valentine had his first glimpse of the legions that confronted him. The plain seemed to be filled with black tents. Soldiers were everywhere, vehicles, mounts, mulators, a confused and chaotic tide of humanity. Valentine's forces were arrayed in the form of a wedge, with his bravest and most dedicated followers in the lead wagons of the phalanx, Duke Heitluig's troops forming the middle body of the army, and the thousands of unwarlike militia from Penduane, Macroprosopus, and the other cities of the Glade, forming a rear guard more significant for its mass than for its prowess. All the races of Majipur were represented in the forces of liberation. A platoon of Skandars, a detachment of Runes, a whole horde of burning-eyed Lee-men, a great many Hjorts and Gayrogs, even a small elite corps of Susuharis. Valentine himself rode at one of the triple points of the wedge's front face, but not the central point. Erminar was there, prepared to bear the brunt of the usurper's counteroffensive. Valentine's car was on the right wing, Asenhart's on the left, and the columns led by Sleet, Carabella, Zalzenkovel, and Lisaman Hulton, just to their rear. "Now!" Valentine cried, and the battle was begun. Ermenar's car plunged forward, horns blowing, lights flashing. A moment later Valentine followed, and looking across to the far side of the battlefield, he saw Asenhart keeping pace. In tight formation they charged into the plain, and at once the huge mass of defenders was thrown into disarray. The front line of the usurper's forces collapsed with startling abruptness, almost as though it were a deliberate strategy. Panicky troops ran this way and that, colliding, entangling, scrambling for weapons or merely heading for safety. The great open space of the plain became an ocean of desperate, surging figures, without leadership, without plan. Onward through them the invading phalanx rode. There was little exchange of fire. An occasional energy bolt cast its lurid glare over the landscape, but chiefly the enemy seemed too bewildered for any coherent pattern of defense. And the attacking wedge, cutting forward at will, had no need to take lives. Deliamber, at Valentine's side, said quietly, "They are strung out across an enormous front, 100 miles or more. It will take them time to concentrate their strength. But after the first panic, they will regroup, and things will become less easy for us." Indeed, that was happening already. The inexperienced citizen militia that Dominant Bargezid had levied out of the guardian cities might be in disarray, but the nucleus of the defending army consisted of knights of Castlemount, trained in warlike games if not in the techniques of war itself. And they were rallying now, closing in on all sides around the small wedge of invaders that had thrust deep among them. A platoon of Molitor's had somehow been rounded up, and was advancing on Asenhart's flank, jaws snapping, huge clawed limbs seeking to do harm. On the other side, a cavalry detachment had found its mounts and was striving to get into some kind of formation, and Ermenar had run into a steady barrage of fire from energy throwers. "Hold your formation," Valentine cried. "Keep moving forward." They were still making progress, but the pace was slowing perceptibly. If at the outset Valentine's forces had cut through the enemy like a hot blade through butter, now it was more like trying to push through a wall of thick mud. Many of the vehicles were surrounded, and some were altogether stopped. Valentine had a glimpse of Lysamon Hulton on foot, striding through a mob of defenders and hurling them like twigs to left and right. 3 gigantic Skandars were out on the field also. They could only be Zalzenkovel and his brothers, doing terrible carnage with their many arms, each wielding a weapon of some sort. Then Valentine's own vehicle was engulfed, but his driver pulled it into reverse and swung it sharply around, knocking the enemy soldiers aside. Onward, onward. There were bodies everywhere. It had been folly for Valentine to hope that the reconquest of the Mount could be achieved bloodlessly. Already it seemed hundreds must be dead, thousands injured. He scowled and aimed his own energy thrower at a tall, hard-faced man who was bearing down on his car, and sent him sprawling. Valentine blinked as the air crackled about him in the wake of his own energy discharge, and fired again, again, again. "Valentine! Lord Valentine!" The cry was universal, but it was coming from the throats of warriors on both sides of the fray, and each side had its own Lord Valentine in mind. Now the advance seemed altogether blocked. The tide had definitely shifted. The defenders were launching a counterattack. It was as though they had not quite been ready for the first onslaught, and had merely allowed Valentine's army to come crashing through. But now they were regrouping, gathering strength, adopting a semblance of strategy. "They appear to have new leadership, my lord," Ermenar reported. "The general who guides them now holds powerful control, and spurs them fiercely toward us." A line of Molotors had formed, leading the counter-thrust with the usurper's troops coming in great numbers behind them. But the dull-witted, unruly beasts were causing more difficulty from sheer bulk than with their claws and jaws. Simply getting past their mammoth, humpbacked forms was a challenge. Many of Valentine's officers were out of their vehicles now. He caught sight again of Lysimon Hulton, and of Sleet, and Carabella fighting furiously, all with knots of their own troops doing their best to protect them. Valentine himself would have left the wagon, but Deliamber ordered him to stay off the field. "Your person is sacred and indispensable," the Vroon said brusquely. "The hand-to-hand warriors will have to make do without you." "But it is essential." Valentine scowled. He saw the logic of what Deliamber said, but he despised it. Nevertheless, he yielded. "Forward!" he roared in frustration into the dark ivory horn of his field communicator. But they could not go forward. Clouds of defending warriors were coming now from all sides, driving Valentine's forces back. The new strength of the usurper's army appeared to be centered not far from Valentine, just beyond a rise in the plain, and radiated outward from there in bands of virtually visible power. Yes, some new general, Valentine thought, some powerful field commander providing inspiration and strength, rallying the troops that had been so dispirited. As I should be doing, he thought, down on the field among them, as I should be doing. Ermenar's voice came to him. "My lord, do you see that low knoll to your right? Beyond it is the enemy command post. Their general is there, in the midst of the battle." "I want to look at him," Valentine said, signaling his driver to move to higher ground. "My lord," Ermenar went on, "we must concentrate our attack there, and remove him before he gains greater advantage." "Certainly," Valentine murmured remotely. He stared, narrowing his eyes. The scene seemed all confusion down there, but gradually he discerned a form to the flow. Yes, that must be he. A tall man, taller than Valentine, with a strong, wide-mouthed face, piercing dark eyes, a heavy shock of glossy black hair braided in back. He looked oddly familiar, so very familiar, beyond question familiar. One whom Valentine had known, and known well in his days on Castlemount. But his mind was so muddled by the chaos of the battle that for a moment he found it hard to reach into his store of renewed memory and identify. Yes, of course, Elidath of Morvole. How could he have forgotten, even for an instant, even amidst all this madness, the companion of his youth? Elidath, at times closer even to him than his brother Voriax. Elidath, the dearest of all his friends, the sharer of so many of his boldest early exploits, the nearest to him in abilities and temperament. Elidath, whom all considered, even Valentine himself, to be next in line to be coronel. Elidath leading the enemy army. Elidath, the dangerous general who must be removed. "My lord," Ermenar said, "we await your instructions, my lord." Valentine faltered. "Surround him," he replied. "Neutralize him. Take him prisoner if you can." "We could center our fire on—" "He is to be unharmed," Valentine ordered bluntly. "My lord, unharmed, I said." "Yes, my lord." But there was not much conviction in Ermenar's reply. To Ermenar, Valentine knew, an enemy was merely an enemy, and this general would do least damage if he were quickly slain. But Elidath. In tension and distress, Valentine watched as Ermenar swung his forces about and guided them toward Elidath's camp. Simple enough to order that Elidath not be harmed. But how could that be controlled in the heat of battle? This was what Valentine had feared most of all, that some beloved companion of his would lead the opposing troops. But to know that it was Elidath, that Elidath was in jeopardy on the field, that Elidath must fall if the army of liberation was to go forward. What agony that was! Valentine stood up. Deliamber said, "You must not." "I must," he said, and rushed from the wagon before the Vroon could play some wizardry on him. Out here in the midst of things all was incomprehensible. Figures rushing to and fro, enemies indistinguishable from friends, all noise, tumult, shouting, alarms, dust, and insanity. The patterns of battle that Valentine had been able to discern from his floater car were not visible here. He thought he perceived Ermenar's troops closing in on one side, and a muddled and chaotic struggle going on somewhere in the direction of Elidath's camp. "My lord," Shahnamir called to him, "you should not be in plain view. You—" Valentine waved him off and moved toward the thickest part of the battle. The tide had shifted again, so it seemed, with Ermenar's concerted attack on Elidath's camp. The invaders were breaking through and once more casting the enemy into disorder. They were falling back, knights and citizens alike, running in random circles, trying to flee the merciless oncoming attackers, while somewhere far ahead a knot of defenders held firm round Elidath, a single sturdy rock in the raging torrent. Let Elidath not be harmed, Valentine prayed. Let him be taken, and taken swiftly, but let him not be harmed. He pressed forward, all but unnoticed on the battlefield. Once again victory seemed to be within his grasp, but at too high a cost, much too high, if bought with the death of Elidath. Valentine saw Lysamon Hulton and Kun of Kianamat just ahead, side by side, hacking a path through which the others could follow, and they were driving all before them. Kun was laughing, as if he had waited all his life for this moment of fierce commitment. Then an enemy bolt struck the blue-skinned alien in the chest. Kun staggered and swung around. Lysamon Hulton, seeing him beginning to fall, caught him and steadied him, and lowered him gently to the ground. "Kun!" Valentine cried, and rushed toward him. Even from 20 yards away he could see that the alien had been terribly wounded. Kun was gasping. His lean, sharp-featured face looked mottled, almost gray. His eyes were dull. At the sight of Valentine he brightened a little and tried to sit up. "My lord," the giantess said, "this is no place for you." He ignored her and bent to the alien. "Kun, Kun," he whispered urgently. "It's all right, my lord. I knew there was a reason why I had come to your world." "Kun!" "Too bad. I'll miss the victory banquet." Helpless, Valentine grasped the alien's sharp-boned shoulders and held him. But Kun's life slipped swiftly and quietly away. His long, strange journey was at its end. He had found purpose at last, and peace. Valentine rose and looked about, perceiving the madness of the battlefield as though in a dream. A cordon of his people surrounded him, and someone, Sleet he realized, was pulling at him, trying to get him to a safer place. "No," Valentine muttered. "Let me fight." "Not out here, my lord. Would you share Kun's fate? What of all of us if you perish? The enemy troops are streaming toward us from Peratol Pass. Soon the fighting will grow even more furious. You should not be on the field." Valentine understood that. Dominan Bargezid was nowhere on the scene, after all, and probably neither should he be. But how could he sit snug in a floater car, when others were dying for him, when Kun, who was not even a creature of this world, had already given his life for him, when his beloved Elidath, just beyond that rise in the plain, was perhaps in grave peril from Valentine's own troops? He swayed in indecision. Sleet, bleak-faced, released him, but only to summon Zalzankaval. The giant Skandar, swinging swords in 3 arms and wielding an energy thrower with the 4th, was not far away. Valentine saw Sleet conferring sternly with him, and Zalzankaval, holding defenders at bay almost disdainfully, began to fight his way toward Valentine. In a moment, Valentine suspected, the Skandar might haul him forcibly, crowned power or not, from the field. "Wait," Valentine said. "The heir presumptive is in danger. I command you to follow me." Sleet and Zalzenkabel looked baffled by the unfamiliar title. "The heir presumptive," Sleet repeated. "Whose?" "Come with me," Valentine said. "An order." Zalzenkabel rumbled, "Your safety, my lord, is not the only important thing. Sleet at my left, Zalzenkabel at my right." They were too bewildered to disobey. Valentine summoned Lysimon Hulton also, and guarded by his friends, he moved rapidly over the rise toward the front line of the enemy. "Elidath!" Valentine cried, bellowing it with all his strength. His voice carried across half a league, so it seemed, and the sound of that mighty roar caused all action about him to cease for an instant. Past an avenue of motionless warriors, Valentine looked toward Elidath, and as their eyes met, he saw the dark-haired man pause, return the look, frown, shrug. To Sleet and Zalzenkabel, Valentine shouted, "Capture that man! Bring him to me, unharmed!" The instant of stasis ended. With redoubled intensity, the tumult of battle resumed. Valentine's forces swarmed once more toward the hard-pressed and yielding enemy, and for a second he caught sight of Elidath, surrounded by a shield of his own people, fiercely holding his ground. Then he could see no more, for everything became chaotic again. Someone was tugging at him. Sleet, perhaps, Carabella, urging him again to return to the safety of his car. But he grunted and pulled himself free. "Elidath of Morvole," Valentine called. "Elidath, come to parley." "Who calls my name?" was the reply. Again the surging mob opened between him and Elidath. Valentine stretched his arms toward the frowning figure and began to make answer. But words would be too slow, too clumsy, Valentine knew. Abruptly he dropped into the trance state, putting all his strength of will into his mother's silver circlet, and casting forth across the space that separated him from Elidath of Morvole the full intensity of his soul in a single compressed fraction of an instant of dream images, dream force. Two young men, boys really, riding sleek, fast mounts through a forest of stunted dwarfish trees. A thick, twisted root rising like a serpent out of the ground across the path. A mount stumbling. A boy flung headlong. A terrible cracking sound. A white shaft of jagged bone jutting horridly through torn skin. The other boy reining in, riding back, whistling in astonishment and fright as he saw the extent of the injury. Valentine could sustain the dream pictures no longer. The moment of contact ended. Drained, exhausted, he slipped back into waking reality. Elidath stared at him, bewildered. It was as though the two of them alone were on the battlefield, and all that was going on about them was mere noise and vapor. "Yes," Valentine said, "you know me, Elidath, but not by this face I wear today." "Valentine?" "No other." They moved toward each other. A ring of troops of both armies surrounded them, silent, mystified. When they were a few feet apart, they halted and squared off uncertainly, as if they were about to launch into a duel. Elidath studied Valentine's features in a stunned, astounded way. "Can it be?" he asked finally. "Such a witchery, is it possible?" "We rode together in the pygmy forest under Amblemorn," said Valentine. "I never felt such pain as on that day. Remember when you moved the bone with your hands, putting it in its place, and you cried out as if the leg were your own? How could you know such things? And then the months I spent sitting and fuming, while you and Tunagorn and Stasselane roamed the mount without me. And the limp I had, that stayed with me even after I was healed. Valentine laughed. Dominant Bargezid stole that limp when he took my body from me. Who would have expected such a favor from the likes of him? Elidath seemed like one who walked in dreams. He shook his head, as though to rid it of cobwebs. "This is witchery," he said. "Yes, and I am Valentine. Valentine is in the castle. I saw him but yesterday, and he wished me well and spoke of the old times, the pleasures we shared. Stolen memories, Elidath. He fishes in my brain, and finds the old scenes embedded there. Have you noticed nothing strange about him this past year?" Valentine's eyes looked deep into Elidath's, and the other man flinched, as if fearing sorcery. "Have you not thought your Valentine oddly withdrawn and brooding and mysterious lately, Elidath?" "Yes, but I thought it was the cares of the throne that made him so." "You noticed a difference, then? A change?" "A slight one, yes. A certain coldness, a distance, a chill about him." "And still you deny me?" Elidath stared. "Valentine," he murmured, not yet believing. "You? Really you, in that strange guise?" "None other. And he up there in the castle has deceived you, you and all the world." "This is so strange. Come, give me your embrace and cease your mumbling, Elidath." Smiling broadly, Valentine seized the other man and pulled him close, and held him as friend holds friend. Elidath stiffened. His body was as rigid as wood. After a moment, he pushed Valentine away, and stepped back a pace, shivering. "You need not fear me, Elidath. You ask too much of me to believe such. Believe it." "I do, at least by half. The warmth of your eyes, the smile, the things you remember." "Believe the other half," Valentine urged passionately. "The lady my mother sends you her love, Elidath. You will see her again at the castle, the day we hold festival to mark my restoration. Turn your troops around, dear friend, and join us as we march up the mount." There was warfare on Elidath's face. His lips moved. A muscle in his cheek twitched violently. In silence he confronted Valentine. Then at last he said, "This may be madness, but I accept you as what you claim." "Elidath, and I will join you, and may the divine help you if I am misled. I promise you, there will be no regretting this." Elidath nodded. "I'll send messengers to Tunagorn." "Where is he?" "He holds Peritol Pass against the thrust we expected from you. Stasselane is there too. I was bitter being left in command here in the plain, for I thought I'd miss all the action." "Oh, Valentine, is it really you, with golden hair and that sweet innocent look to your face?" "The true Valentine, yes. I who slipped off with you to High Morpin when we were 10, borrowing the chariot of Voriax, and rode the Juggernaut all day and half the night, and afterward had the same punishment as you. Crusts of old stodger bread for 3 days indeed. And Stasselane brought us a platter of meat secretly, and was caught, and he ate crusts with us too the next day. I had forgotten that part. And do you remember Voriax making us polish every part of the chariot where we had muddied it?" "Elidath! Valentine!" They laughed and pounded each other joyously with their fists. Then Elidath grew somber and said, "But where have you been? What has befallen you all this year? Have you suffered, Valentine? Have you—" "It is a very long story," Valentine said gravely, "and this is not the place to tell it. We must halt this battle, Elidath. Innocent citizens are dying for Dominant Bargezid's sake, and we cannot allow that. Rally your troops, turn them around. In this madhouse it won't be easy. Give the orders, get the word to the other commanders. The killing has to stop. and then ride with us, Elidath, onward to Balmafale, and then past High Morpin to the castle. 11. Valentine returned to his car, and Elidath vanished into the confused and ragged line of the defenders. During the parley, Valentine discovered now from Erminar, his people had made strong advances, keeping their wedge tight and pushing deep into the plain, throwing the vast but formless army of the false coronel into nearly complete disarray. Now that relentless wedge continued to roll on, through helpless troops that had neither the will nor the desire to hold them back. With Elidath's leadership and formidable battlefield presence negated, the defenders were spiritless and disorganized. But it was that very pandemonium and tumult among the defenders that made halting the wasteful battle almost impossible. With hundreds of thousands of warriors moving in patternless streams over Balmafale Plain, and thousands more rushing in from the pass as news spread of Valentine's attack, there was no way of exercising command over the entire mass. Valentine saw Elidath's starburst banner flying in the midst of the madness, halfway across the field, and knew that he was striving to make contact with his fellow officers, and tell them of the switch in loyalties. But the army was out of control, and soldiers were dying needlessly. Every casualty brought a stab of pain to Valentine. He could do nothing about that. He signaled Erminar to keep pressing onward. Over the next hour, a bizarre transformation of the battle began. Valentine's wedge sliced forward almost without opposition, and a second phalanx now moved parallel to his, off to the east, led by Elidath, advancing with equal ease. The rest of the gigantic army that had occupied the plain was divided and confounded, and in a muddled way was fighting against itself, breaking into small groups that clung vociferously to tiny sectors of the plain and beat off anyone who approached. Soon these feckless hordes lay far to Valentine's rear, and a double column of invaders was entering the upper half of the plain, where the land began to curve bowl-fashion toward the crest on which Balmafale, oldest and most beautiful of the inner cities, stood. It was early afternoon, and as they ascended the slope, the sky grew ever more clear and bright, and the air warmer, for they were beginning to leave the mount-girdling cloud belt behind and emerge into the lower flanks of the summit zone that lay bathed forever in shimmering sunlight. And now Balmafale came into view, rising above them like a vision of antique splendor. Great scalloped walls of burnt-orange sandstone set with huge diamond-shaped slabs of blue sea spar, fetched from the shores of the Great Sea in Lord Pinator's time, and lofty needle-sharp towers sprouting on the battlements at meticulously regular intervals, slender and graceful, casting long shadows into the plain. Valentine's spirit throbbed with gathering joy and delight. Hundreds of miles of Castlemount lay behind him, ring after ring of grand bustling cities, slope cities and free cities and guardian cities far below. The castle itself was less than a day's journey above, and the army that would have thwarted his climb had crumbled into pathetic turmoil behind him. And though he still felt the distant threatening twinges of the King of Dreams' sendings at night, they were becoming only the merest tickle at the edges of his soul. And his beloved friend Elidath was ascending the mount by his side, with Stassilane and Tunagorn riding now to join them. How good it was to behold the spires of Balmafale, and know what lay beyond. These hills, that towered city ahead, the dark, thick grass of the meadows, the red stones of the mountain road from Balmafale to High Morpin, the dazzling, flower-strewn fields that linked the grand Calantane highway from High Morpin to the southern wing of the castle. He knew these places better than the sturdy but still somewhat unfamiliar body he now wore. He was almost home. And then? Deal with the usurper, yes, and set things to order. But the task was so awesome he scarcely knew where he would begin. He had been absent from Castlemount almost 2 years, and deprived of power most of that time. The laws promulgated by dominant Bajazet would have to be examined, and very likely repealed by blanket ordinance. And there was also the problem, which he had barely considered before this moment, of integrating the companions of his long wanderings into the former imperial officialdom. For surely he must find posts of power for Deliamber and Sleet and Zaz and Kabul and the rest. But there was Elidath to think of, and the others who had been central in his court. He could hardly discard them merely because he was coming home from his exile with new favorites. That was perplexing, but he hoped he would find some way of handling it that would breed no resentments, and would cause no— Deliamber said abruptly, "I fear new troubles heading in our direction, and not small ones." "What do you mean?" "Do you see any changes in the sky?" "Yes," Valentine said. "It grows brighter and a deeper blue as we escape from the cloud belt." "Look more closely," said Deliamber. Valentine peered upslope. Indeed, he had spoken carelessly and too soon, for the brightening of the sky that he had noticed a short while ago was altered now, in a strange manner. There was a faint tinge of darkness overhead, as though a storm were coming on. No clouds were in sight, but an odd and sinister gray tint was moving in behind the blue, and the banners mounted on the floater cars, which had been fluttering in a mild western breeze, had shifted and stood out stiffly to the south, blown by winds of sudden strength coming down from the summit. "A change in the weather," Valentine said. "Rain, perhaps? But why are you concerned?" "Have you ever known sudden changes in the weather to occur this high on Castlemount?" Valentine frowned. "Not commonly, no." "Not ever," said Deliamber. "My lord, why is the climate of this region so benign?" "Why, because it's controlled from the castle, artificially generated and governed by the great machines that—" He broke off, staring in horror. "Exactly," Deliamber said. "No, it's unthinkable." "Think it, my lord," said the rune. "The mount pierces high into the cold night of space. Above us in the castle hides a terrified man who holds his throne by treachery, and who has just seen his most trusted generals desert to the side of his enemy. Now an invincible army climbs the summit of the mount unhindered. How can he keep them from reaching him? Why, shut down the weather machines, and let this sweet air freeze in our lungs. Let night fall in an afternoon, and the darkness of the void come sweeping over us. Turn this mount back into the lifeless tooth of rock it was 10,000 years ago. Look at the sky, Valentine. Look at the banners in the wind." "But 1 billion people live on the mount," Valentine cried. "If he shuts down the weather machines, he destroys them along with us, and himself as well, unless he's found some way to seal the castle against the cold." "Do you think he cares about his own survival now? He's doomed in any event. But this way he can bring you down with him, you and everyone else on Castlemount. Look at the sky, Valentine. Look at it darkening." Valentine found himself trembling, not out of fear but in anger that dominant Bajazet should be willing to destroy all the cities of the Mount in this monstrous final cataclysm, to murder children and babes and mothers with child, and farmers in the fields and merchants in their shops, millions upon millions of the innocent who had no part in this struggle for the castle. And why this slaughter? Why, merely to vent his rage at having lost what was never rightfully his. Valentine looked toward the sky, hoping to find some sign that this was only some natural phenomenon after all. But that was foolishness. Deliamber was right. On Castlemount, the weather was never a natural phenomenon. In anguish, Valentine said, "We are still far from the castle. How long will it be before the freezing begins?" Deliamber shrugged. "When the weather machines first were constructed, my lord, It took many months before there was air dense enough to support life at these altitudes. Night and day the machines labored, yet it took months. Undoing that work will probably be faster than the doing of it was, but it will need more than an instant, I think.
Can we reach the castle in time to halt it?
It will be a close business, my lord, said the Vroom.
Grim-faced, scowling, Valentine ordered the car to halt and summoned his officers. Elidath's vehicle, he saw, was already making its way laterally across the plain toward him in advance of the summons. Plainly, Elidath, too, had noticed that something was awry. As Valentine stepped from his car, he shivered at the first touch of the air, though it was a shiver more of apprehension than of chill, for there was only the lightest hint of cooling thus far. Yet that was sufficiently ominous. Elidath came running to his side. His expression was bleak. He pointed toward the darkening sky and said, "My lord, the madman is doing the worst." "I know. We also see the change beginning. Tunnagorn is close below us now, and Stasselane coming across the Banglecode side. We must go on toward the castle as fast as possible." "Do you think we'll have time?" Valentine asked. Elidath managed a frosty grin. "Little enough to spare, but it'll be the quickest homeward journey I'll ever have made." Sleet, Carabella, Lysamon Hulton, Asenhart, Erminar, all were gathered close now, looking wholly mystified. These strangers to Castlemount perhaps had noted the change in the weather, but had not drawn from it Elidath's conclusions. They glanced from Valentine to Elidath and back again, troubled, dismayed, knowing that something was amiss, but unable to comprehend the nature of it. Crisply, Valentine explained. Their looks of confusion gave way to disbelief, shock, rage, consternation. "There will be no halt in Bommerfale," Valentine said. "We go straight on to the castle, via the High Morpin road, and no stopping of any kind between here and there." He looked toward Erminar. "There is, I suppose, the possibility of panic among our forces. This must not happen. Assure your troops that we will be safe if only we reach the castle in time, that panic is fatal, and swift action the only hope. Understood? 1,000,000,000 lives depend on how fast we travel now. 1,000,000,000 lives and our own." 12. This was not the joyous ascent of the mount that Valentine had imagined. With the victory of Bommerfale Plain, he had felt a great burden lift from him, for he saw no further barriers standing between him and what he sought. He had envisioned a serene journey to the inner cities, a triumphant banquet in Bommerfale, while the barges had cowered in fearful anticipation above. Then the climactic entry into the castle, the seizure of the usurper, the proclamation of restoration, everything unfolding with grand inevitability. But that pleasant fantasy was blasted now. Upward they sped in desperate haste, and the sky grew darker moment by moment, and the wind down from the summit gained in force, and the air became raw and biting. What did they make of these changes, in Bommerfale and Peritole and Banglecode, and higher yet in Halanx and the Morpins, and in the castle itself? Certainly they must realize something hideous was in the making, as all the fair land of Castlemount suffered under unfamiliar frigid blasts, and the balmy afternoon turned into mysterious night. Did they understand the doom that was rushing upon them? What of the castle folk? Were they frantically trying to reach the weather machines that their mad coronel had shut down? Or did the usurper have them barricaded and guarded, so that death might strike everyone impartially? Bommerfale now was close at hand. Valentine regretted passing it by, for his people had fought hard and were weary. But if they rested now in Bommerfale, they would rest there forever. So it was upward and upward through the gathering night. However fast they moved, it was too slow for Valentine, who imagined the terrified crowds gathering in the grand plazas of the cities,
vast chaotic hordes of the frightened, weeping, turning to one another, staring at the sky, crying out, "Lord Valentine, save us!" and not even knowing that the dark man to whom they sent their prayers was the instrument of their destruction. In his mind's eye, he saw the people of Castlemount streaming out by the millions into the roads, beginning a dreadful, panicky migration to the lower levels. Hopeless, doomed, a frantic, useless effort to outrace death. Valentine imagined, too, tongues of piercing wintry air sliding down the slopes, licking at the flawless plants of Tullingar Barrier, chilling the stone birds of Furibel, blackening the elegant gardens of Stee and Minimool, turning the canals of Hoikmar to sheets of ice. 8,000 years in the making, this miracle that was Castlemount, and it might be destroyed in the twinkling of an eye by the folly of one cold and treacherous soul. Valentine could reach out and touch Bommervale, so it seemed. Its walls and towers, perfect and heart-achingly beautiful even in this strange failing light, beckoned to him. But he went on, and on and on, hastening now on the steep mountain road paved with ancient blocks of red stone. That was Elidath's car close behind his on the left, and Carabella's on the right. And not far away rode Sleet, Zalzenkavel, Erminar, Lysamon Hulton, and all the hordes of troops he had accumulated on his long journey. All hurried after their lord, not understanding the doom that was coming upon the world, but aware that this was a moment of apocalypse when monumental evil stood near to triumph, and only courage, courage and haste, could block its victory. Onward. Valentine clenched his fists, and through sheer power of will tried to force the car higher. Deliamber, beside him, urged him to be calm, to be patient. But how? How, when the very air of Castlemount was being stripped away molecule by molecule, and the darkest of nights was taking hold? "Look," Valentine said, "those trees that flank the road, the ones that bear the crimson and gold flowers, those are halatingas, planted 400 years ago. A festival is held at High Morpen when they come into bloom, and thousands of people dance down the road beneath them. And see, the leaves are shriveling already, turning black at the edges. They have never known temperatures so low, and the cold has only begun. What will happen to them in 8 more hours? And what will happen to the people who love to dance beneath them? If a mere chill withers the leaves, Deliamber, what will true frost do? And snow? Snow on Castlemount! Snow, and worse than snow, when the air is gone, when everything stands naked to the stars, Deliamber. We are not yet lost, my lord. What city is that now above us?" Valentine peered through the deepening shadows. "High Morpen, the pleasure city, where the games are held." "Think of the games that will be held there next month, my lord, to celebrate your restoration." Valentine nodded. "Yes," he said, without irony. "Yes, I will think of the games next month. The laughter, the wine, the flowers on the trees, the songs of the birds. Is there no way to make this thing go faster, Deliamber?" "It floats," said the rune, "but it will not fly. Be patient. The castle is near." "Hours yet," Valentine said sullenly. He struggled to regain his balance of soul. He reminded himself of Valentine the juggler, that innocent young man buried somewhere within him, standing in the stadium at Pidruid, and reducing himself to nothing more than hand and eye, to perform the tricks he had only just learned. Steady, steady, steady. Keep to the center of your soul. Remember that life is merely a game, a voyage, a brief amusement, that coronals can be gobbled by sea dragons and tumbled about in rivers, and mocked by pantomiming metamorphs in a drizzly forest, and what of it? But those were poor consolations now. This was not a matter of one man's misfortunes, which under the eye of the divine were trivial enough. though that man had been a king. 1 billion innocent lives were threatened here, and a work of splendid art, this mount, that might be unique in all the cosmos. Valentine stared at the deep reaches of the darkening sky, where, he feared, the stars would soon be shining through in afternoon. Stars out there, multitudes of worlds, and in all those worlds was there anything to compare with Castle Mount and the 50 cities? And would it all perish in an afternoon? High Morpen, said Valentine. I had hoped my return to it would be happier. Peace, Deliamber whispered. Today we pass it by. Another day you'll come to it in joy. Yes, the shining, airy webwork that was High Morpen rose to view on the right, that fantasy city, that city of play, all wonder and dream, a city spun from wires of gold, or so Valentine had often thought as a boy, looking at its marvelous buildings. He glanced at it now and quickly away. It was 10 miles from High Morpen to the perimeter of the castle. A moment, an eye blink. Does this road have a name? Asked Deliamber. The Grand Calantane Highway, Valentine replied. 1,000 times I traveled at Deliamber, back and forth to the pleasure city. The fields beside it are so arranged that something is in bloom on every day of the year, and always in pleasing patterns of color. The yellows beside the blues, the reds far from the oranges, the whites and pinks in the borders. And look now, look at the flowers turning away from us, drooping on their stems. They can be planted again, if the cold destroys them, said Deliamber. But there's time yet. These plants may not be as tender as you think. I feel the cold on them as though it were on my own skin. Now they were in the highest reaches of Castle Mount, so far above the plains of Alhamnowell that it was almost as though they had attained some other world, or some moon that hovered motionless in the sky of Majipur. Everything came to an end here in a fantastic upsweep of sharp-tipped peaks and crags. The summit aimed itself at the stars like 100 spears, and in the midst of those strangely delicate stony spikes rose the odd rounded hump of the highest place of all, where Lord Stiamat had boldly planted his imperial residence 8,000 years ago, in celebration of his conquest of the Metamorphs, and where, ever since, coronal after coronal had commemorated his own reign by adding rooms and outbuildings and spires and battlements and parapets. The castle sprawled incomprehensibly over thousands of acres, a city in itself, a labyrinth more bewildering even than the lair of the Pontifex. And the castle lay just ahead. It was dark now. The cold, pitiless splendor of the stars blazed overhead. The air must be gone, Valentine murmured. The death will come soon, will it not? This is true night, not the calamity, Deliamber answered. We have journeyed all day without rest, and you've had no sense of the passing of time. The hour is late, Valentine. And the air, growing colder, growing thinner, but not yet gone. And there is time. There is time. They came around the last stupefying turn in the Calantane Highway. Valentine remembered it well. The turn that whipped at a sharp curve around the neck of the mountain, and presented stunned travelers with their first view of the castle. Valentine had never seen Deliamber amazed before. In a hushed voice the wizard said, "What are those buildings, Valentine?" "The castle," he replied. The castle, yes. Lord Malabor's castle, Lord Voriac's castle, Lord Valentine's castle. Nowhere could one see the whole structure, or even any significant part of it, but from here at least one beheld an awesome segment of it, a great pile of masonry and brick rising in level upon level, in maze upon maze, spiraling round and round upon itself, dancing up the peak in eye-dazzling fashion, sparkling with the glow of 1,000,000 lights. Valentine's fears dissolved, his morbid gloom lifted. At Lord Valentine's castle, Lord Valentine could feel no sorrow. He was coming home, and whatever wound had been inflicted upon the world would soon be healed. The Valentine highway reached its end at the Dismal Plaza, which lay before the castle's southern wing, a huge open space paved with cobblestones of green porcelain, with a golden starburst at its center. Here Valentine halted and descended from his car to assemble his officers. A cold, bleak wind was blowing, biting and brisk. Carabella said, "Are there gates? Will we have to lay siege?" Valentine smiled and shook his head. "No gates. Who would ever invade the castle of the coronel? We simply ride in, through the dismal arch yonder. But once we're inside, we may face enemy troops again." "The guards of the castle are in my command," said Elidath. "I'll deal with them." "Good. Keep moving. Keep in touch. Trust in the divine. By morning we'll gather to celebrate our victory. I swear you that." "Long life to Lord Valentine," Sleet called out. "Long life! Long life!" Valentine lifted his arms, both as an acknowledgment and to silence their uproar. "We celebrate tomorrow," he said. "Tonight we give battle, and may it be the last." 13. How strange it felt, finally to be passing under the dismal arch, and to see the baffling myriad splendors of the castle before him. As a boy he had played in these boulevards and avenues, had lost himself in the wonders of the endlessly intertangling passageways and corridors, had stared in awe at the mighty walls and towers and enclosures and vaults. As a young man in the service of Lord Voriax, his brother, he had dwelled within the castle, over yonder in the Pinator Court, where high officials had their residences. And many a time he had strolled on the parapet of Lord Ossier, with its stupendous view of the Morpen Plunge and the high cities. And as coronel, that brief time he had occupied the innermost zones of the castle, he had with delight touched the ancient weather-beaten stones of Stiermot Keep, and walked alone through the vast echoing chamber of the Confalum throne-room, and studied the patterns of the stars from Lord Kinnikin's observatory, and pondered what additions he would make to the castle himself in years to come. Now that he was back, he realized how much he loved this place, and not merely because it was a symbol of power and imperial grandeur that had been his, but mainly because it was such a fabric of the ages, such a living, breathing weave of history. "The castle is ours," cried Elidath jubilantly as Valentine's army burst through the unguarded gate. But what good was that, Valentine thought, if death for all the Mount and its squabbling mortals lay just a few hours away? Already too much time had elapsed since the thinning of the atmosphere had begun. Valentine wanted to reach out, to claw the fleeing air and hold it back. The deepening chill that now lay like a terrible weight on Castlemount was nowhere more manifest than in the castle itself, and those within it, already dazed and bewildered by the events of the Civil War, stood like waxen figures, unblinking and numb, shivering and immobile while the invading parties rushed inward. Some, shrewder or quicker of wit than the others, managed to croak, "Long live Lord Valentine," as the unfamiliar golden-haired figure rode by. But most behaved as though their minds had already begun to freeze. The hordes of attackers, flowing inward, moved swiftly and precisely toward the tasks Valentine had assigned. Duke Heitluig and his Biberoon warriors had charge of seizing control of the castle perimeter, flushing out and neutralizing any hostile forces. Asenhart and 6 detachments of valley people had the work of sealing all of the castle's many gates, so none of the usurper's followers might escape. Sleet and Carabella and their troops went upward toward the imperial halls of the inner sector to take possession of the seat of government. Valentine himself, with Elidath and Ammonar and their combined forces, set out on the spiraling lower causeway to the vaults where the weather machines were housed. The rest, under command of Nashimanti, Zalzenkavel, Shanamir, Lisamon Hulton, and Gorzval, went forth in random streams, spreading out over the castle in search of Dominan Bargezid, who might be hiding in any of the thousands of rooms, even the meanest. Down the causeway Valentine raced, until in the murky depths of the cobbled passage the floater car could go no farther, and then on foot he sped toward the vaults. The cold was numbing against his nose and lips and ears. His heart pounded, his lungs worked fiercely in the thin air. These vaults were all but unknown to him. He had been down here only once or twice long ago. Elidath, though, seemed to know the way. Through corridors, down endless flights of wide stone stairs, into a high-roofed arcade lit by twinkling points far overhead, and all the time the air grew perceptibly more chilly. The unnatural night gripped the mount more tightly. A great arched wooden door, banded with thick metal inlays, loomed up before them. "Force it," Valentine ordered. "Burn through it if we must." "Wait, my lord," a mild, quavering voice said. Valentine whirled. An ancient gayrog, ashen-skinned, his serpent hair limp in the cold, had stepped from a doorway in the wall, and came shambling uncertainly toward them. "The keeper of the weather machines," Elidath muttered. The gayrog looked half dead. Bewilderedly he glanced from Elidath to Ammonar, from Ammonar to Valentine, and then he threw himself to the ground before Valentine, plucking at the coronel's boots. "My lord, Lord Valentine!" He stared up in torment. "Save us, Lord Valentine! The machines! They have turned off the machines!" "Can you open the gate?" "Yes, my lord. The control house is in this alley. But they have seized the vaults. His troops are in command. They forced me out. What damage are they doing in there, my lord? What will become of us all?" Valentine pulled the quivering old gayrog to his feet. "Open the gate," he said. "Yes, my lord. It will be only a moment." An eternity, rather, Valentine thought. But there came the sound of awesome subterranean machinery, and gradually the sturdy wooden barrier, creaking and groaning, began to move aside. Valentine would have been the first to dart through the opening, but Elidath caught him ungently by the arm and pulled him back. Valentine slapped at the hand that held him as though it were some bothersome vermin, some demon of the jungles. Elidath held firm. "No, my lord," he said crisply. "Let go, Elidath. If it costs me my head, Valentine, I will not let you go in there. Stand aside." "Elidath!" Valentine glanced toward Ammonar, but he found no support there. "The mount freezes, my lord, while you delay us," Ammonar said. "I will not allow—" "Stand aside," Elidath commanded. "I am Coronel Elidath, and I am responsible for your safety. You may direct the offensive from the outside, my lord, but there are enemy soldiers in there, desperate men, defending the last place of power the usurper controls. Let one sharp-eyed sniper see you, and all our struggle has been in vain. Will you stand aside, Valentine, or must I commit treason on your body to push you out of the way?" Fuming, Valentine yielded, and watched in anger and frustration as Elidath and a band of picked warriors slipped past him into the inner vault. There was the sound of fighting almost at once within. Valentine heard shouts, energy bolts, cries, moans. Though guarded by Ammonar's watchful men, he was a dozen times at the brink of pulling away from them and entering the vault himself, but held back. Then a messenger came from Elidath to say that the immediate resistance was wiped out. that they were penetrating deeper, that there were barricades, traps, pockets of enemy soldiers every few hundred yards. Valentine clenched his fists. It was an impossible business, this thing of being too sacred to risk his skin, of standing about in an antechamber while the war of restoration raged all about him. He resolved to go in, and let Elidath bluster all he liked. "My lord," a messenger from the other direction, breathless, came running up. Valentine hovered at the entrance to the vault. "What is it?" he snapped. "My lord, I am sent by Duke Nascimonte. We have found Dominant Bargezid barricaded in the Kinnikin Observatory, and he asks you to come quickly to direct the capture." Valentine nodded. Better that than standing about idly here. To an aide-de-camp he said, "Tell Elidath I'm going back up. He has full authority to reach the weather machines any way he can." But Valentine was only a short distance up the passageways when Gorsval's aide arrived to say that the usurper was rumored to be in the Pinator court, and a few minutes later came word from Lysamon Hulton that she was pursuing him swiftly down a spiraling passageway leading to Lord Simonave's reflecting pool. In the main concourse Valentine found Deliamber, watching the action with a look of bemused fascination. Telling the Vroon of the conflicting reports, he asked, "Can he be in all three places?" "None more likely," the wizard replied, "unless there are three of him, which I doubt, though I feel his presence in this place, dark and strong." "In any particular area?" "Hard to tell. Your enemy's vitality is such that he radiates himself from every stone of the castle, and the echoes confuse me. But I will not be confused much longer, I think." "Lord Valentine?" A new messenger, and a familiar face, deep, coarse brows meeting in the center, a jutting chin, an easy, confident smile. Another unit of the vanished past fitting itself back into place, for this man was Tunnagorn, second closest of all Valentine's boyhood friends, now one of the high ministers of the realm, and now looking at the stranger before him with bright, penetrating eyes, as if trying to find the Valentine behind the strangeness. Shahnamir was with him. "Tunnagorn!" Valentine cried. "My lord! Elidath said you were altered, but I had no idea. Am I too strange to you with this face?" Tunnagorn smiled. "It will take some getting used to, my lord. But that can come in time. I bring you good news. Seeing you again is good news enough. But I bring you better. The traitor has been found. I have been told already 3 times in half an hour that he is in 3 different places. I know nothing of those reports. We have him." "Where?" "Barricaded in the inner chambers. The last to see him was his valet, old Kanzimar, loyal to the end, who finally saw him gibbering with terror and understood at last that this was no coronel before him. He has locked off the entire suite, from the throne room to the robing halls, and is alone in there." "Good news indeed." To Deliamber, Valentine said, "Do your wizardries confirm any of this?" Deliamber's tentacles stirred. "I feel a sour, malign presence in that lofty building." "The Imperial Chambers," said Valentine. "Good." He turned to Shahnamir and said, "Send out the word to Sleet, Carabella, Zalzenkavel, Lysamon Hulton. I want them with me as we close in." "Yes, my lord." The boy's eyes gleamed with excitement. Tunnagorn said, "Who are those people you named?" "Companions of my wanderings, old friend. In my time of exile they became very dear to me." "Then they will be dear to me as well, my lord. Whoever they may be, those who love you are those I love." Tunnagorn drew his cloak close about him. "But what of this chill? When will it begin to lift? I heard from Elidath that the weather machines—" "Yes. And can they be repaired?" "Elidath has gone to them. Who knows what damage the Bargezid has done? But have faith in Elidath." Valentine looked toward the inner palace high above him, narrowing his eyes as though he could in that manner see through the noble stone walls to the frightened, shameless creature hiding behind them. "This coldness gives me great grief, Tanagon," he said somberly. "But curing it now is in the hands of the divine. And Elidath, come, let's see if we can pluck that insect from its nest." 14. The moment of final reckoning with dominant Bajazid was close at hand now. Valentine moved swiftly, onward and inward and upward through all the familiar, wonderful places. This vaulted building was the archive of Lord Prestimion, where that great cardinal had assembled a museum of the history of Majipur. Valentine smiled at the thought of installing his juggling clubs alongside the sword of Lord Stiamat and the jewel-studded cape of Lord Confalum. There, rising in amazing swoops, was the slender, fragile-looking watchtower built by Lord Ariak, a strange construction indeed, giving indication perhaps of the greater strangeness that Ariak would perpetrate when he moved on to the pontificate. That, a double atrium with an elevated pool in its center, was the chapel of Lord Kinniken, adjoining the lovely white-tiled hall that was the residence of the lady whenever she came to visit her son. And there, sloping glass roofs gleaming in the starlight, was Lord Confalum's garden-house, the cherished private indulgence of that grandeur-loving, pompous monarch, a place where tender plants from every part of Majipur had been collected. Valentine prayed they would survive this night of wintry blasts, for he longed to go among them soon, with eyes made wiser by his travels, and revisit the wonders he had seen in the forests of Zimrawell and on the Stoian Tsar shores. Upward, through a seemingly endless maze of hallways and staircases and galleries and tunnels and outbuildings. Onward, onward. "We will die of old age, not cold, before we reach the Bajazid," Valentine muttered. "It will not be long now, my lord," Shahnamir said. "Not soon enough to please me." "How will you punish him, my lord?" Valentine glanced at the boy. "Punish? Punish? What punishment can there be for what he's done? A whipping? 3 days on staja crusts? Might as well punish the Staichi for having jostled us on the rocks." Shahnamir looked puzzled. "No punishment at all?" "Not as you understand punishment, no." "Turn him loose to do more mischief?" "Not that either," said Valentine. "But first we must catch him, and then we can talk about what to do with him." Half an hour more, it seemed forever, and Valentine stood before the core of the castle, the walled imperial chambers, not merely the oldest, but by far the most sacrosanct of all its precincts. Early coronals had had their governing halls here, but they had long since been replaced by the finer and more awesome rooms of the great rulers of the past 1,000 years, and now constituted a glittering palatial seat of power, apart from all the other tangled intricacies of the castle. The highest ceremonies of state took place in those high-vaulted, splendid chambers, but now one single miserable being lurked in there, behind the ancient massive doors, protected by heavy ornate bolts of enormous size and weighty symbolic significance. "Poison gas," Lysamon Hulton said. "Pump 1 canister of gas through the walls and drop him wherever he is." Zalzenkovel nodded vehemently. "Yes, yes. See, a thin pipe slip through these cracks. There is a gas they use in Piliplock for killing fish. That would do the job in—" "No," Valentine said. "He will be brought out alive." "Can it be done, my lord?" Carabella asked. "We could smash the doors," rumbled Zalzenkovel. "Ruin Lord Prestimion's doors, that were 30 years making, to fetch one rascal out of hiding?" Tanagon asked. "My lord, this talk of a poison gas does not seem so foolish to me. We should not waste time." Valentine said, "We must take care not to act like barbarians. There will be no poisonings here." He caught Carabella's hand, and Sleet's, and raised them. "You are jugglers with quick fingers. And you, Zazenkaval, have you no experience at using those fingers for other things?" "Picking locks, my lord?" Sleet asked. "And things of that order, yes. There are many entrances to these chambers, and perhaps not all are secured by bolts. Go, try to find a way past the barriers, and while you do that, I'll seek another way." He stepped forward to the giant gilded door, twice the height of the tallest of Scandars, carved over every square inch with images in high relief of the reign of Lord Prestimion and his celebrated predecessor, Lord Confaloon. He put his hands to the heavy bronze handles, as though he meant to open the door with a single hearty heave. For a long moment, Valentine stood that way, casting from his mind all awareness of the tension that swirled about him. He attempted to move to the quiet place at the center of his soul, but a powerful obstacle blocked him. His mind was filled suddenly with overwhelming hatred for Dominan Bargezid. Behind that great door was the man who had thrust him from his throne, who had sent him forth as a hapless wanderer, who had ruled rashly and unjustly in his name, and worst of all, wholly monstrous and unforgivable, who had chosen to destroy 1,000,000,000 blameless and unsuspecting people when his own schemes began to falter. Valentine loathed him for that. For that Valentine ached to destroy Dominan Bargezid. As he stood clinging to the handles of the door, fierce, violent images assailed his mind. He saw Dominan Bargezid flayed alive, cloaked in his own blood, screaming screams that could be heard from there to Pidruid. He saw Dominan Bargezid nailed to a tree with barbed arrows. He saw Dominan Bargezid crushed beneath a hail of stones. He saw— Valentine trembled with the force of his own terrible rage. But one did not flay one's enemies alive in a civilized society, and one did not freely vent one's anger in violence, not even upon a Dominan Bargezid. How, Valentine wondered, can I claim the right to rule a world when I can't even rule my own emotions? So long as this rage roiled his soul, he was as unfit to govern, he knew, as Dominan Bargezid himself. He must do battle with it. That pounding in the temples, that rush of blood, that savage hunger for vengeance, all must be purged before he made any move toward Dominan Bargezid. Valentine struggled. He let the clenched muscles of his back and shoulders relax, and filled his lungs with the sharp, chill air, and moment by moment allowed the tension to drain from his body. He searched his soul for the hot, fiery vengeance lust had so suddenly flared in it, and swept it clean. And then he was able to move at last to the quiet place at the center of his soul, and hold himself there, so that he felt himself alone in the castle but for Dominan Bargezid somewhere on the far side of the door, only the two of them, and a single barrier between. Conquest over self was the finest of victories. All else must follow, Valentine knew. He yielded himself up to the power of the silver circlet of the lady his mother, and entered into the dream state, and sent forth the strength of his mind toward his enemy. It was no dream of vengeance and punishment that Valentine sent. That would be too obvious, too cheap, too easy. He sent a gentle dream, a dream of love and friendship, of sadness for what had befallen. Dominan Bargezid could only be astounded by such a message. Valentine showed Dominan Bargezid the dazzling, glittering pleasure city of High Morpin, and the two of them walking side by side down the Avenue of Clouds, talking amiably, smiling, discussing the differences that separated them, trying to resolve frictions and apprehensions. It was a risky way to begin these dealings, for it exposed him to derision and contempt, if Dominan Bargezid chose to misunderstand Valentine's motives. Yet there was no hope of defeating him through threats and rage. Perhaps a softer way might win. It was a dream that took vast reserves of spirit, for it was naive to expect Bajazet to be seduced by guile, and unless the love that radiated from Valentine was genuine, and made itself felt to be genuine, the dream was a foolishness. Valentine had not known he could find love in him for this man who had worked so much harm, but he found it. He spun it forth. He sent it through the great door. When he had done, he clung to the door handles, recouping his strength, and waited for some sign from within. Unexpectedly, what came was ascending, a powerful blast of mental energy, startling and overwhelming, that roared out of the imperial chambers like the fury of a hot Souvrail wind. Valentine felt the searing blast of dominant Bajazet's mocking rejection. Bajazet wanted no love, no friendship. He sent defiance, hatred, anger, contempt, belligerence, a declaration of perpetual war. The impact was intense. How did it come to pass, Valentine wondered, that the Bajazet was capable of sendings? Some machine of his father, no doubt, some witchery of the King of Dreams. He realized that he should have anticipated something like that. But no matter. Valentine stood fast in the withering force of the dream energy dominant Bajazet hurled at him, and afterward sent back another dream, as easy and trusting as dominant Bajazet's had been harsh and hostile. He sent a dream of pardon, of total forgiveness. He showed dominant Bajazet a harbor, a fleet of Souvrailou ships waiting to return him to his father's land, and even a grand parade. Valentine and Bajazet side by side in a chariot, riding down to the waterfront for the ceremonies of departure, standing together on the quay, laughing as they exchanged their farewells, two good enemies who had had at each other with all the power at their command, and now were parting pleasantly. From dominant Bajazet came an answering dream of death and destruction, of loathing, of abomination, of scorn. Valentine shook his head slowly, heavily, trying to clear it of the muck of poison coming toward him. A third time he gathered his strength and readied a sending for his foe. Still he would not descend to Bajazet's level. Still he hoped to overwhelm him with warmth and kindness, though another might say it was folly even to make the attempt. Valentine shut his eyes and centered his consciousness in the silver circlet. "My lord," a woman's voice, cutting through his concentration just as he was slipping into trance. The interruption was jarring and painful. Valentine spun around, ablaze with unaccustomed fury, so shaken by surprise that it was a moment before he could recognize the woman as Carabella, and she drew back from him, gasping, momentarily afraid. "My lord," she said in a tiny voice, "I didn't know." He struggled to control himself. "What is it?" We have found a way to open the door." Valentine closed his eyes and felt his rigid body going slack with relief. He smiled and drew her to him, and held her a moment, trembling as tension discharged itself in him. Then he said, "Take me there." Carabella led him down corridors rich with antique draperies and thick, well-worn carpets. She moved with a sureness of direction surprising in one who had never walked these halls before. They came to a part of the imperial chambers that Valentine did not remember, a service access somewhere beyond the throne room, a simple and humble place. Sleet, riding on Zalzenkovel's shoulders, had the upper half of his body poked deep within some transom, and was reaching down to perform delicate manipulations on the inner side of a plain door. Carabella said, "We've opened 3 doors this way, and now Sleet's infiltrating the 4th. In another moment—" Sleet pulled his head out and looked around, dusty, grimy, wondrously pleased with himself. "It's open, my lord." "Well done." "We'll go in and get him," Zalzenkovel growled. "Do you want him in 3 pieces or 5, my lord?" "No," Valentine said. I'll go in. Alone. You, my lord? Zalzenkovel asked in an incredulous tone. Alone, said Carabella. Sleet, looking outraged, cried, My lord, I forbid you, and stopped, bewildered by the sacrilege of his own words. Mildly, Valentine said, Have no fears for me. This is something I must do without help. Sleet, step aside. Zalzenkovel, Carabella, stand back. I order you not to enter until you're summoned. They stared at one another in confusion. Carabella began to say something, faltered, closed her mouth. Sleet's scar throbbed and blazed. Zalzenkovel made odd rumbling sounds and swung his forearms impotently. Valentine pulled open the door and strode through. He was in a vestibule of some kind, perhaps a kitchen passageway, nothing a coroner was likely to be familiar with. He walked warily through it and emerged into a richly brocaded hall, which after a moment's disorientation he recognized as the robing room. Beyond it was the decorate chapel, and that led to the judgment hall of Lord Prestimion, a grand vaulted chamber with splendid windows of frosted glass and magnificent chandeliers manufactured by the finest craftsmen of Nimoya. And beyond that was the throne room, with the confalum throne of supreme grandeur dominating everything. Somewhere in that suite, Valentine would find Dominan Bajazid. He moved forward into the robing room. It was empty, and looked as though no one had made use of it for months. The stone archway of the decorate chapel was uncurtained. Valentine peered through it, saw no one there, and continued through the short, curving passage, decorated with brilliant mosaic ornaments in green and gold, that connected with the judgment hall. He drew in his breath deeply and laid hands on the judgment hall door and flung it open. At first he thought that vast space also was empty. Only one of the great chandeliers was lit, and that one at the far end, casting but a dim glow. Valentine looked to left and right, down the rows of polished wooden benches, past the curtained alcoves in which dukes and princes were permitted to conceal themselves while judgment was passed upon them, toward the high seat of the coroner, and saw a figure in imperial robes standing in the shadows at the council table below the high seat. 15. Of all the strangenesses of his time of exile, this was the most strange of all. To stand less than 100 feet from one who wore what once had been his own visage. Twice before, Valentine had seen the false coronel, on that day of festival in Pidruid, and he had felt soiled and drained of energy when he had looked upon him, without knowing why. But that was before he had regained his memory. Now, in the dimness, he beheld a tall, strong man, fierce-eyed, black-bearded, the Lord Valentine of old, princely in bearing, not at all cowering or gibbering or terrified, confronting him with cold, calm menace. Was that how I looked, Valentine wondered? So bleak, so icy, so forbidding. He supposed that during all these months when Dominan Bajazid had been in possession of his body, the darkness of the usurper's soul had leaked out through the face, and changed the coronel's cast of features to this morbid, hateful expression. Valentine had grown used to his own amiable, sunny new face, and now, seeing the one he had worn so many years, he felt no wish to have it back. Dominan Bajazid said, I made you pretty, didn't I? And made yourself less so, said Valentine cordially. Why do you scowl, Dominan? That face was once better known for its smile. You smiled too much, Valentine. You were too easy, too mild, too light of soul to rule. Is that how you saw me? I and many others. I understand you've become a wandering juggler these days. Valentine nodded. I needed a trade, after you took away the one I had. Juggling suited me. It would have, Barges had said. His voice echoed in the long, empty chamber. You were always best at giving amusement to others. I invite you to return to juggling, Valentine. The seals of power are mine. The seals are yours, but not the power. Your guards have deserted you. The castle is secure against you. Come, give yourself up, Dominion, and we will return you to your father's land. What of the weather machines, Valentine? Those have been turned back on. A lie! A silly lie! Barges had whirled and threw open one of the tall arching windows. A blast of frigid air rushed in so swiftly that Valentine, at the other end of the room, could feel it almost at once. The machines are guarded by the people I most trust, said Bargeshead. Not your people, but my own, that I brought from Souvrail. They will keep them off until the order comes from me to turn them on. And if all of Castlemount turns black and perishes before that order comes, so be it, Valentine. So be it. Will you let that happen? It will not happen. It will, said Bargeshead, if you remain in the castle. Go. I grant you safe conduct down the mount, and free passage to Zimroel. Juggle in the western towns as you did a year ago, and forget this foolishness of claiming the throne. I am Lord Valentine, the coronel. Dominion, Lord Valentine is my name, and you are the wandering juggler Valentine of Zimroel. Go, take up your trade. Lightly, Valentine said, It's a powerful temptation, Dominion. I enjoyed performing, perhaps more than anything I've done in my life. Nevertheless, destiny requires me to carry the burdens of government, regardless of my private wishes. Come now. He took a step toward Bargeshead. Another. Another. Come with me, out to the antechamber, so we can show the knights of the castle that this rebellion is over, and the world returns to its true pattern. Stay back. I mean no harm to you, Dominion. In a way, I feel grateful to you for some extraordinary experiences, things that would surely never have befallen me but for— Back! Not another step! Valentine continued to advance. And grateful, too, for ridding me of that annoying little limp, which interfered with some of the pleasures of— Not another step! Barely a dozen feet separated them now. Beside Dominion Bargeshead was a table laden with the paraphernalia of the judgment hall. 3 heavy brazen candlesticks, an imperial orb, and next to it a scepter. Uttering a strangled cry of rage, Bargeshead seized a candlestick with both hands and hurled it savagely at Valentine's head. But Valentine stepped deftly aside, and with a neat snap of his hand, caught the massive metal implement as it went by. Bargeshead hurled another. Valentine caught that too. One more, Valentine said. Let me show you how it's done. Bargeshead's face was mottled with fury. He choked, he hissed, he snorted in anger. The 3rd candlestick flew toward Valentine. Valentine already had the first 2 in motion, spinning easily end over end from hand to hand. And it was no task at all for him to snatch the 3rd and fit it into sequence, forming a gleaming cascade in the air before him. Blithely he juggled them, laughing, tossing them ever higher. And how good it felt to be juggling again, and to be using the old skills after so long. Hand and eye, hand and eye. See, he said, like this. We can teach you, Dominion. You only need to learn to relax. Here, throw me the scepter as well, and the orb. I can do 5, and maybe even more than that. A pity the audience is so small, but— Still juggling, he walked toward Bargeshead, who backed away, eyes wide, chin flecked with spittle. And abruptly Valentine was rocked and swayed by a sending of some sort, a waking dream that hit him with the force of a blow. He halted, stunned, and the candlesticks tumbled clangorously to the dark wooden floor. There came a second blow, dizzying him, and a third, Valentine struggled to keep from falling. The game he had been playing with Bajazet was ended now, and some new encounter had begun that Valentine did not comprehend at all. He rushed forward, meaning to seize his adversary before the force struck him again. Bajazet retreated, holding his trembling hands before his face. Was this onslaught coming from him, or did he have an ally hidden in the room? Valentine recoiled as that inexorable unseen power thrust against his mind once more, even more numbingly. He shook. He pressed his hands to his temples and tried to collect his senses. Catch Bajazet, he told himself. Get him down, sit on him, yell for assistance. He sprang forward, lunged, seized the false coronel's arm. Bajazet yelled and pulled free. Advancing, Valentine sought to corner him, and nearly did, but abruptly, with a wild shriek of fear and frustration, Dominant Bajazet darted past him and went scrambling across the room. He dived into one of the curtained alcoves on the far side, crying, "Help me! Father, help me!" Valentine followed and ripped away the curtain, and stood back in astonishment. Concealed in the alcove was a powerfully built, fleshy old man, dark-eyed, glowering, wearing on his forehead a glittering golden circlet, and grasping in one hand some device of ivory and gold, something of straps and hasps and levers. Simonin Bajazet he was, the king of dreams, the terrifying old haunter out of Suvrael, skulking here in the judgment hall of the coronel. It was he who had sent the mind-numbing dream commands that nearly had felled Valentine, and he struggled now to send another, but was prevented by the distraction of his own son, who clung hysterically to him, begging for help. Valentine knew this was more than he could handle alone. "Sleet," he called, "Carabella, Zalzankaval." Dominant Bajazet sobbed and moaned. The king of dreams kicked at him, as if he were some bothersome dog nipping at his heels. Valentine edged cautiously into the alcove, hoping to snatch that dread dream machine from old Simonin Bajazet before he could work more damage with it. And as Valentine reached for it, something more astounding yet occurred. The outlines of Simonin Bajazet's face and body began to waver, to blur, to change, to turn into something monstrously strange, to become angular and slender, with eyes that sloped inward, and a nose that was a mere bump, and lips that could scarcely be seen. A metamorph, not the king of dreams at all, but a counterfeit, a masquerade king, a shapeshifter, a purivar, a metamorph. Dominant Bajazet screamed in horror, and let go of the bizarre figure, recoiling and throwing himself down, quivering and whimpering against the wall. The metamorph glared at Valentine in what surely was unalloyed hatred, and hurled the dream device at him with ferocious violence. Valentine could only partly shield himself. The machine caught him in the chest and knocked him awry. And in that moment the metamorph rushed past him, dashed frantically to the far side of the room, and in a wild scramble leaped over the sill of the window that Dominant Bajazet had opened, flinging himself out into the night. 16. Pale, shaken, Valentine turned and saw the room full of people. Sleet, Zalzankaval, Deliamber, Shahnamir, Carabella, Tunagorn, and he could not tell how many others, hastily pressing in through the narrow vestibule. He pointed toward Dominant Bajazet, who lay huddled in a pitiful state of shock and collapse. "Tunagorn, I give you charge of him. Take him to a secure place and see that no harm comes to him." "The Pinator court, my lord, is safest, and a dozen picked men will guard him every instant." Valentine nodded. "Good. I don't want him left alone. And get a doctor to him. He's had a monstrous fright, and I think it's done him harm." He looked toward Sleet. "Friend, are you carrying a wine flask? I've had some strange moments here myself." Sleet reached a flask to him. Valentine's hand quivered. and he nearly spilled the wine before he got it to his lips. Calmer now, he walked to the window through which the metamorph had leaped. Lanterns gleamed somewhere far below. It was a fall of 100 feet or more, and in the courtyard down there he saw figures surrounding something that lay covered with a cloak. Valentine turned away. A metamorph, he said in bewilderment. Was it only a dream? I saw the King of Dreams standing there, and then it was a metamorph, and then it rushed to the window. Carabella touched his arm. My lord, will you rest now? The castle is won. A metamorph, Valentine said again, with wonder in his voice. What could it have? There were metamorphs also in the hall of the weather machine, said Tanagorn. What? Valentine stared. What did you say? My lord, Eladeth has just come up from the vaults with a strange story. Tanagorn gestured, and out of the crowd at the back of the room stepped Eladeth himself, looking battle-weary, his cloak stained and his doublet torn. My lord, the weather machines, they are unharmed, and the air and warmth go forth again, my lord. Valentine let out a long sigh. Well done. And there were shapeshifters, you say? The hall was guarded by troops in the uniform of the coroner's own guard, said Eladeth. We challenged them. We ordered them to yield, and they would not, even to me. Whereupon we fought them, and we slew them, my lord. There was no other way? No other way, Eladeth said. We slew them, and as they died, they changed. Every one? All were metamorphs, yes. Valentine shivered. Strangeness upon strangeness in this nightmare revolution. He felt exhaustion rushing upon him. The engines of life turned again. The castle was his, and the false coroner a prisoner. The world was redeemed, order restored, the threat of tyranny averted. And yet, there was this new mystery, and he was so terribly tired. My lord, said Carabella, come with me. Yes, he said hollowly. Yes, I'll rest a little while. He smiled faintly. See me to the couch in the robing room, will you, my love? I think I will rest an hour or so. When was it that I last slept? Do you recall? Carabella slipped her arm through his. It seems like days, doesn't it? Weeks? Months? Just an hour. Don't let me sleep more than that. Of course, my lord. He sank to the couch like one who had been drugged. Carabella drew a coverlet over him and darkened the room. And he curled up, letting his weary body go limp. But through his mind darted luminous images. Dominant Bargesit clinging to that old man's knees, and the King of Dreams angrily trying to shake him off, all the while waving that strange machine about. And then the shifting of shapes, the eerie Puravar face glaring at him. Dominant Bargesit's terrifying cry. The metamorph rushing toward the open window. Again and again, again and again, scenes beyond comprehension acting themselves out in Valentine's tormented mind. And sleep came over him gently, slipping up on him as he lay wrestling with the demons of the judgment hall. He slept the hour he had asked, and something more than that, for when he woke it was because the bright golden light of morning was in his eyes. He sat up, blinking and stretching. His body ached. A dream, he thought, a wild and bewildering dream of... No dream. No dream. My lord, are you rested? Carabella, Sleet, Deliamber, watching him, standing guard over his slumber. Valentine smiled. I'm rested, yes. And the night has gone. What has been happening? Little enough, said Carabella, except that the air grows warm again, and the castle rejoices, and word is spreading down the mount of the change that has come upon the world. The metamorph who sprang from the window, was it killed? Indeed, my lord, said Sleet. It wore the robes and regalia of the King of Dreams, and carried one of his devices. How was that, do you think? Deliamber said, I can make guesses, my lord. I have spoken with Dominin Bargezid. He is the next thing to a madman now, and will be a long time healing, if ever. And he told me certain things. Last year, my lord, his father, the King of Dreams, fell gravely ill, and was thought close to death. This was while you still held the throne. I recall nothing of that. No, said the Vroon. They made no advertisement of it. But it looked perilous. And then a new physician came to Suvrael, someone of Zimrawell who claimed great skills. And indeed the King of Dreams made a miraculous recovery, like one who had risen from the dead. It was then, my lord, that the King of Dreams placed into his son's mind the notion of trapping you in Telamon, and displacing you from the throne. Valentine gasped. The physician? A metamorph? Indeed, said Deliamber, masquerading by his art as a man of your race, and masquerading afterward as Simonin Bargezid, I think, until undone by the frenzy and confusion of that struggle in the judgment hall, which caused the metamorphosis to waver and fail. And Dominin, is he also? No, my lord, he is the true Dominin, and the sight of the thing that pretended to be his father has wrecked his mind. But do you see, it was the metamorph that put him up to the usurpation, and one might suppose another metamorph would have replaced Dominin, by and by, as coronel. And metamorphs guarding the weather machines, obeying not Dominin's orders, but the false king's. A secret revolution, is it, Deliamber? Not at all a seizure of power by the Bargezid family, but the beginning of a rebellion by the shapeshifters. So I fear, my lord. Valentine stared into emptiness. Much is explained now, and much more is cast into disorder. Sleet said, My lord, we must search them out and destroy them wherever they hide among us, and bottle the rest up in Purifane where they can do us no harm. Easy, friend, Valentine said. Your hatred of metamorphs still lives, eh? And with reason. Yes, perhaps so. Well, we will search them out, and have no secret metamorphs pretending to be Pontifex or Lady or even the keeper of the stables. But I think also we must reach toward those people, and heal them of their anger if we can, or Majipur will be thrown into endless war. He rose and fastened his cloak, and held his arms high. Friends, we have work to do, I fear, and no small measure of it. But first comes celebration. Sleet, I name you the Chancellor of my restoration festivities, to plan the banquet and arrange the entertainments, and summon the guests. Let the word go forth to Majipur that all is well, or nearly so, and Valentine's on his throne again. 17. The Confaloon throne room was the largest and grandest of the rooms of the castle, with glittering gilded beams and fine tapestries, and a floor of smooth girner wood from the Kintor peaks, a hall of splendor and majesty, in which the most significant of imperial ceremonies took place. But rarely had the Confaloon throne room beheld a spectacle such as this, for high on the great many-stepped Confaloon throne sat Lord Valentine the coronel, and on a throne to his left, nearly as lofty, sat the lady his mother, resplendent in a gown all of white, and to his right, on a throne of the same height as the lady's, was Horncast, the high spokesman of the Pontifex, for Tievris had sent his regrets and Horncast in his place. And arrayed before them, virtually filling the room, were the dukes and princes and knights of the realm. Such an assembly as had not been seen in one place since the days of Lord Confalum himself. Overlords out of far Zimrawell, from Pidruid and Tilimon and Narabal, and the Gayrog Duke from Dulorn, and the great ones of Pilaplock and Nimoya, and 50 other cities of Zimrawell, and 100 more of Alhunrawell, beyond the 50 of Castlemount. But not all this throng were dukes and princes, for there were humbler people also. Gorsval the stump-armed Skandar, and Cordain who had been his sailmender, and Pandalon his carpenter, and Vinorcus the hjort dealer in hay-goose hides, and the boy Hisoon of the Labyrinth, and Tisana, the old dream-speaker of Falconkith, and many more of no rank higher than that, standing among these grandees with faces shining in awe. Lord Valentine rose and saluted his mother, and rendered a salute to Horncast, and bowed as the cries went up, "Long live the coronel!" And when silence fell, he said quietly, "Today we hold a grand festival, to celebrate the restoration of the Commonwealth, and the making whole of the order of things. We have entertainment for you this day." He clapped his hands, and there was music, horns, drums, pipes, a lively and lilting outburst of melody, a dozen players striding into the room, Shahnamir leading them. And behind them came the jugglers, in costumes of surpassing beauty, costumes worthy of great princes. Carabella first, and little scar-faced, white-haired Sleek just back of her, and then gruff, shaggy Zalzenkabel and the 2 brothers who remained to him. They carried juggling gear of many kinds, swords and knives and sickles, torches ready to be lit, eggs, plates, gaily painted clubs, and a host of other things. When they reached the center of the room, they took up their positions facing one another along the points of an imaginary star, and stood straight-shouldered and poised. "Wait," said Lord Valentine. "There's room for one more." Step by step down the Confalum throne he came, until he was 3 steps from the bottom. He grinned at the lady, and winked at young Hisoon, and gestured to Carabella, who flung a blade at him. He caught it neatly, and she threw another, and a third, and he began to juggle them on the steps of the throne, as he had vowed to do so long ago on the Isle of Sleep. It was the signal, and the juggling commenced, and the air glistened with a multitude of strange objects that seemed to fly of their own accord. Never had juggling of such quality been seen in the known universe. Lord Valentine was sure of that. He threw from the throne another few moments, and then he came down into the group, laughing, in high joy, interchanging sickles and torches with Sleet and the Skandars and Carabella. "As in the old days," Zalzenkabel called. "But you're even better now, my lord." "The audience inspires me," replied Lord Valentine. "And can you juggle as a Skandar can?" said Zalzenkabel. "Here, my lord, catch, 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 catch!" Seemingly from out of the air, Zalzenkabel plucked eggs and plates and clubs, his 4 arms never ceasing to weave and seize, and each thing he caught he sent toward Lord Valentine, who tirelessly received and juggled and passed off to Sleet or Carabella, while the cheers of the audience, no mere flattery, that was certain, resounded in his ears. Yes, this was the life. As in the old days, yes, but even better now. He laughed and caught a shimmering sword and sent it high. Elidath had thought it might be unseemly for a coronel to do such a thing as juggle before the princes of the realm, and Tunagorn had felt the same. But Lord Valentine had overruled them, telling them with kindness and love that he cared not at all for protocol. And now he saw them watching open-mouthed from their places of honor, stupefied by the skill of this amazing exhibition. And yet he knew his time had come to quit the juggling floor. One by one he emptied his hands of the objects he had caught, and gradually he retreated. When he had reached the first step of the throne, he halted and beckoned to Carabella. "Come," he said, "join me up here, and now we become spectators." Her cheeks deepened in color, but without faltering,
she rid herself of the clubs and knives and eggs, and moved toward the throne. Lord Valentine took her by the hand, and together they ascended. "My lord," she whispered. "Shh! This is very serious business. Careful you don't trip on the steps." "I trip? I, a juggler?" "Pardon me, Carabella." She laughed. "I pardon you, Valentine." "Lord Valentine." "Is that how it is to be, my lord?" "Not really," he said. "Not between the two of us." They reached the highest step. The double seat, gleaming in green and gold velvet, awaited them. Lord Valentine stood a moment, looking out at the throng, at the dukes and princes and the common folk. "Where's Deleamber?" he whispered. "I don't see him." "He had no taste for this event," said Carabella, "and has gone off to Zimmerwell, I think, on holiday. Wizards are bored by such festivities. And the Vroon was never fond of juggling, you know." "He should be here," Lord Valentine murmured. "When you need him again, he'll return." "I hope so. Come, let's sit now." They took their places on the throne. Below, the remaining jugglers were engaged in their most dazzling routines, which seemed miraculous even to Lord Valentine, who knew the secrets of timing that underlay them. And as he watched, he felt a strange sadness come over him, for he had withdrawn himself from the company of the jugglers now. He had drawn apart to mount the throne, and that was a grave and solemn alteration of his life. He knew beyond doubt that his time as a wandering juggler, the freest and in some ways the most joyful time of his life, was ended now, and the responsibilities of power, which he had not sought but which he had not been able to refuse, were descending on him in their full weight once again. He could not deny the sorrow of that. To Carabella he said, "Perhaps privately, when the court is looking the other way, we can all get together now and then, and throw the clubs, eh, Carabella?" "I think so, my lord. I would like that." "And we can pretend that we're somewhere between Falkenkip and Dulorn, wondering if the perpetual circus will hire us, wondering if we can find an inn, if... My lord, look at what the Scandars are doing. Can you believe the skill of it? So many arms, and every one busy." Lord Valentine smiled. "I must ask Zalzenkovel to tell me how that one is done," he said. "Some day soon, when I have time." End of Lord Valentine's Castle by Robert Silverberg. Narrated by Noah Siegel in the studios of American Foundation for the Blind, Incorporated, for the Library of Congress, July 1983. For special distribution as authorized by Act of Congress under Public Law 89-522, with the permission of the copyright holder and the publisher, Harper & Row, Incorporated, 10 East 53rd Street, New York, New York, 10022. If you experienced any difficulty with this recording, please tie a piece of string around one of the container straps or latches before returning it. Place the defective recording in the container braille side down for identification.